And pleasant as we take a look from our tower camera. 56 degrees to start your morning. Nice and a light breeze out of the northwest coming in at 5 miles per hour. We'll have breezy conditions later this afternoon. Wind gusts get as fast as 20 miles per hour at times, anywhere from 9 to 11 to 14 to 17 degrees warmer than where we were this time yesterday. So that's what's giving us those 50s here to start your morning over Charlotte. Low 60s Monroe. More in the way of the 40s, mid to upper 40s mountain counties. A little on the chilly side to start. Will be nice and cool. Peak heating hours of the day with your sunshine dominating all afternoon long, getting us into what will be the mid 70s. Peak heating hours, I'm going with a high of 74 degrees. Northwest winds 5 to 10 miles per hour, could gust as fast as 20 miles per hour at times, landing about 6 degrees shy of our normal highs for this time of year, with the warm up on the way heading into the weekend. We'll break down more of our overall setup with another check of your forecast coming up in the next 5 minutes. Jason.
My office's position has always been that the conduct, while inappropriate and should never be condoned, was ultimately harmless as it related to prejudicing Alec Murdaugh's right to a fair trial.
South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson there saying that Alec Murdaugh will face a new trial on accusations he killed his own wife and son. This comes after a ruling on Wednesday afternoon from the state Supreme Court. The justices were unanimous in their decision to overturn Murdaugh's 2023 murder convictions. Katie Fongsvaga takes a look at the factors leading to this decision.
Murdaugh's defense team appealed before the state's high court in February, arguing his constitutional right to a fair trial was violated during the weeks-long trial back in 2023, and he was wrongfully convicted of his son Paul and his wife Margaret's murders. They were found shot to death at their family home on June 7, 2021. Attorney Joe McCullough, who also represents 2 jurors that served in the trial, tells me this decision was expected.
The bedrock principle that everybody gets a fair trial was resoundingly recognized again by the Supreme Court. And that's so important for everyone, the public and the litigants, to understand that our court's going to protect the sanctity of that concept of fair trial.
Murdaugh's defense team focused on former Colleton County Clerk of Court Becky Hill, who admittedly made comments about Murdaugh's guilt to jurors, saying her comments influenced the outcome and violated Murdaugh's Sixth Amendment right to a fair and impartial jury and prejudiced the jury. The state acknowledged Hill's missteps but claimed their case was by the book, and the evidence admitted was fair. The justices writing in their opinion today that Hill, quote, egregiously attacked Murdaugh's credibility in his defense, triggering the presumption of prejudice, and that the right to a fair trial must be protected for all defendants. McCullough says the decision came together on a neutral front, despite the justices taking note of the time, money, and effort already spent. And it could mean a new trial may not come, as Murdaugh is already serving time for his financial crimes.
Prosecuting him to simply pin the tail on the donkey as a murderer may not make sense to the next attorney general. It may not make sense to the 2 families who were tragically victimized as the survivors of this terrible crime.
Murdaugh's defense team released a statement saying in part, quote, the Supreme Court's decision today affirms the rule of law remains strong in South Carolina. The court found that Becky Hill's conduct during the trial attacked Alec Murdaugh's credibility in his defense. The court rightfully described her conduct as breathtaking, disgraceful, and unprecedented in South Carolina. We look forward to a new trial. Attorney General Alan Wilson, who is now running for governor, was the lead prosecutor on the case. If he wins the election, his replacement will have to decide whether to prosecute. But as long as he is in office, he says his office will, quote, aggressively seek to retry Alec Murdaugh for the murders of Maggie and Paul as soon as possible. Going on to say, quote, let me be clear. This decision does not mean Murdaugh will be released. He will remain in prison for his financial crimes. No one is above the law, and as always, we will continue to fight for justice.
And we spoke with our chief legal analyst, Kelly Rhodes, about his reaction to the state Supreme Court ruling, and he says the decision is not surprising.
I saw the writing on the wall. I've been in a number of jury trials. Judges do not like their trials to be overturned. When they talk to the jury, they tell them a couple things. First of all, that all of the rules, everything that happens in this courtroom should happen in this courtroom. So if there are things that are happening behind the closed doors, or as our book title says, behind the doors of justice, then actually you don't want that to happen. You want to make sure that the judge has an opportunity to call balls and strikes. If there are conversations, if there are comments that are happening outside the judge's presence, that's completely inappropriate.
And at this point, there is no official word on when a retrial will be rescheduled.
The Charlotte NAACP chapter is sparking outrage online after weighing in on who should replace outgoing Mayor Vi Lyles. In a Facebook post, chapter president Reverend Corinne Mack said it would be wrong for a white person to be selected to serve out the remainder of Lyles' term. And she's defending her position to Queen City News chief political correspondent Andy Weber.
Our bias comes from the fact that a black woman had the position for 5 terms. And in this critical time, why would we replace the black outgoing mayor with a white person? That simple.
NAACP Charlotte-Mecklenburg chapter president Corinne Mack refusing to walk back her comments in this Facebook post from Monday. Mack wrote that it is, quote, seriously disturbing for white folks to be lobbying to be Charlotte's interim mayor. City Council is currently searching for someone to serve out the remainder of Vi Lyles' term, who is set to resign at the end of June. In an interview with Queen City News on Wednesday, Mack argued recent rulings on voting rights and redistricting efforts are evidence of black representation being undermined and stripped, and that voters in Charlotte have been intentional about having black representation.
And my question to the white folks who are up in arms and outraged, are they outraged about the fact that black representation is under attack? Are they outraged about the gerrymandering that's happening all over this country?
Martin Luther King is rolling over in his grave thinking about, hearing something like what was said today in that post.
Abdul Ali, the vice chair for the 12th Congressional Republican Party, rejected Mack's argument, saying it's antithetical to the original mission of the NAACP.
I think it's ridiculous because we're not talking about black people not being able to vote. We're not talking about black people not being able to run for office. If that were the case in any law that came out, whether it was done by the Trump administration or Republicans in any state, I'd stand with her against that. But that's not what we're talking about.
The search for interim mayor, meanwhile, is still in its early stages, but council has said they want Lyles' replacement ready in time for her June 30th resignation. Former Mayor Jennifer Roberts has already expressed an interest in the position. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Tensions are boiling over in Lincolnton as a budget fight between city and county leaders threatens local first responders. City council members say a shift in sales tax money created a $2.3 million gap, and county commissioners say they're still trying to soften the blow. As Queen City News anchor Jen Cardone tells us, both sides say they will work together even though they're not on the same page.
As you go.
After a heated meeting Tuesday afternoon, City of Lincolnton and Lincoln County leaders vow they still plan to work together to find a path forward for a budget shortfall.
And I know that it's legal, and I said at the meeting, it may be legal, but it's not right.
The problem is a chain reaction tied to money and sales tax changes. City leaders say it was created by how the county wants to distribute its sales tax revenue, leaving a $2.3 million budget gap for the city. It says could lead to first responder layoffs.
Give the city an opportunity to adjust and plan accordingly.
The county says it can offset impact by waiving nearly $430,000 in costs for tax collection, central communications, animal services, and code enforcement. It would also manage school resource officers. The city would take over South Fork Volunteer Fire Department if needed, water and sewer systems for Indian Creek and Finger Mill industrial parks, and release and change other responsibilities in those areas.
I'd like to know when you guys first started talking about this. Was it April? Was it March? Was it February? When did y'all decide to do this? Because we weren't made aware of it until Richie made us aware of it after Richie and Ed met with the county.
County leaders say they're willing to share the difference in sales tax revenue and that changes are necessary because of the uncertainty of the time. City leaders ask that if there is a change, it happens over 5 years. Officials on both sides either declined to speak with us or did not respond to our repeated requests for information. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Coming up on 6:10 here on your Thursday, a nice quiet start to your morning. Not seeing much on radar. As a matter of fact, clear as you head out the door. No rain chances to speak of, even though we need that rainfall. Drought conditions still certainly locked in at level 4 and 5 out of 5. The extreme drought, the exceptional drought settled in over the Carolinas. So we hold on to the water vapor satellite imagery showing limited moisture over the Carolinas, actually escaping to the north and east, giving us dry air in place, high pressure building. That's going to continue to funnel into the Carolinas, giving us those below normal temperatures here for the start of the second half of the work week. So we have the blue on your map over eastern United States, indicating those mid 70s, landing below our normal high of 80 degrees we typically see this time of year. Rain chances hold off at the very least until early next week. I'm thinking Wednesday's the day to watch out for. I'll walk you through the remainder of the work week here with another look at your forecast coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, Ted, appreciate that. Let's get you an early look outside for our pinpoint traffic. Traffic moving well, volume a little bit lighter than typical. We will have rush hour at about 50 minutes. Right at 7 o'clock is when we see that big rush coming in. What we're looking at now is a great shot from NCDOT. 85, Interstate 85 traffic is down below, but it's merging right in the middle of your screen onto I-77, right into the heart of Uptown. Good looking shot of the skyline there. As we look around the crown, a couple of incidents, nothing major. We do want to point out one, though, on the west side of the city. 45 inner, there's a lane block from an accident right now near Steel Creek. It's got you backed up one exit. Not too bad this morning because volume is light, but we'll keep an eye on that. A lot of folks use 45 inner to work their way up to get near the airport. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let's take you outside, out west, out to Gastonia. This is I-85 at Cox Road. That's 85 north traffic, those headlights coming at us. Towards Lowell, McAdenville, other side of 85 up near University area. This is 85 University Point. All 10 lanes across in both directions. Looking good. Here's 77 north and south traffic coming down from Huntersville in the Lake Norman area. That's southbound traffic on the right-hand side. Looking good this morning, closer to us. This is down at the state line, 77 Westinghouse. You can see Carowinds Theme Park off in the distance, and the Fury and some of those roller coasters. But this is the 485-77 split. And then here is a look. If you're headed to Charlotte Douglas International Airport, drive times all in the green this morning. Looking good so far, under half an hour. Just keep your speed in check on this Thursday morning. We will give you another traffic update coming up in about 20 minutes. Annie?
From the White House ballroom to changes in the reflecting pool, the price tag for upgrades in Washington are going up. The concern from lawmakers as taxpayers start picking up the tab. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte.
Coming up on 6:16, from the White House ballroom to the painting of the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. A variety of President Trump's projects at the nation's capital are receiving pushback. News Nation Washington correspondent Gabrielle Caracciolo reports on how Democrats and some Republicans have concerns about the increasing price tags.
Across the nation's capital, a variety of projects are underway that President Trump says will make the city beautiful again.
It's hard to understand how these projects to stroke Trump's ego do anything for the American people with their day-to-day struggles to afford daily life.
Congressional Democrats have long been critical, and now some Republicans are hesitating, hearing the price tags.
My only concern is what it'll cost the taxpayer.
The president says he scrapped plans for $300 million in repairs for the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool, instead going with a no-bid contract for an estimated $1.8 million. The New York Times reports the price tag for the project has now risen to $13.1 million. Testifying before House lawmakers, Interior Secretary Doug Burgum defended the project.
At what point do you tell Trump no, Mr. Secretary?
There is no painting going on at the reflecting pool. The reflecting pool leaks 40,000 gallons a day under the current
let's just
thing.
refocus.
And while the president said the White House ballroom would be privately funded, there's now a $1 billion request for federal funds for its security, including for security operations below it. It's left Republicans divided.
I think we should stick with the plan. This should be a donor-driven project. That's what the president said. I think that's what most voters want.
The security is right now is a paramount concern for everybody.
Several of the president's projects are also facing lawsuits trying to stop the work. In Washington, Gabrielle Caracciolo, News Nation.
The world's most powerful central bank officially has a new leader this morning. Kevin Warsh was officially confirmed by the Senate as the new Federal Reserve Chair Wednesday. The 56-year-old's nomination had been in question in recent months after Republican North Carolina Senator Tom Tillis said he would block Warsh's nomination. He wanted to wait until the investigation into former Fed Chair Jerome Powell was completed. The Powell probe was dropped last month. Warsh is stepping into his new role at a tough time for the independent agency. Inflation has topped the Fed's 5% target for 5 years and continues to rise faster due to spiking gas prices.
A proposed bill in California is looking to cap concert ticket prices. The bill, dubbed the California Fans First Act, would limit ticket resale prices at no more than 10% above the original face value cost, fees included. The legislation targets automated bots and resellers who buy tickets in bulk just to sell them at a much higher price. Ticketmaster is supporting the bill, saying it protects artists and fans. Now, this comes just 1 month after a case requiring Live Nation, the owner of Ticketmaster, to pay roughly $200 million in damages to states participating in a lawsuit. Several states, including North Carolina, sued the company for operating as a monopoly. Under the settlement, Ticketmaster will be required to open parts of its platform to rival ticket companies. Coming up on 6:20, let's get a check of our pinpoint weather with meteorologist Ted Phaeton. Ted, how's our day starting?
Yeah, not bad at all. 56 degrees, north-northwest winds, 5 miles per hour. We'll get breezy later on today. Traffic moving at a speed limit pace right now here over Independence Boulevard, right near Sharon Amity Road, and there's the Queen City in the distance. Fog not an issue here on this Thursday. Now, we are looking at a cool start. Upper 50s Gastonia, mid 50s Charlotte, more in the way of the mid to upper 40s Boone and Jefferson. I'm expecting us to warm up into the mid 70s. Peak heating hours of the day. This lands about 5 to 6 degrees shy of our normal high of 80 degrees we typically expect to see this time of year. More in the way of the upper 50s towards Boone and Jefferson. We ramp up those temperatures, mid-80s Saturday, 90s Sunday into early next week, well above our normal high of 80 degrees we expect this time of year. Cold front crossing the Carolinas, giving us a little bit of the dip in temperatures here for your Thursday. High pressure builds out of the back end here, which is giving us those sunny skies dominating for the southeast, playing into your sunshine Thursday, into your Friday. Not going to see much in the way of cloud cover, with breezy conditions sticking around before high pressure leaks to our south and east. We'll warm up heading into the weekend. 80s on tap for Saturday. Partly cloudy skies roll in. That's going to linger into Sunday as we touch near 90 degrees to finish off the weekend. We're looking at low-end rain chances eastern Tennessee into Virginia. Might impact our mountain counties just a little bit before we ramp up those rain chances heading into early next week. We need the rainfall. I'm looking at our past year deficit of 10 to 15 inches for Charlotte. Over 20 25-inch deficit for Monroe area south and east of Uptown, 2 hours away from an update in our drought conditions. Extreme drought in that dark red shading, in the red shading. The dark red is the exceptional drought level 5 out of 5. I do expect things to unfortunately get worse as we get an update later this morning. Overnight lows chilly, dropping down into the mid to upper 40s. I'm looking at the next 7 days, ramping up those temperatures and seeing low 90s heading into early next week. Annie?
All right, Ted, thank you. Here's a live look over New York City this morning. Interesting shot there from the Big Apple. We'll have a check of those Wall Street futures just around the corner. Business correspondent Jane King joins us in about 3 minutes. Welcome back. A grades are suddenly everywhere since the arrival of ChatGPT, and another tech giant is cutting jobs. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good Thursday to you.
Happy Thursday to you too, Annie. Overnight markets are pretty strong. Dow's up 300 points or so here today. We may be anticipating some deals coming out of President Trump's trip to China, so we'll see. But yesterday, the records just keep coming. The S&P 500 hit another all-time high, and tech stocks outperformed the market, which has been pretty much the standard lately. Well, LinkedIn planning job cuts. A reduction will impact a range of jobs, including engineering, product and marketing as well. Well, Microsoft, which owns LinkedIn, has been steadily paring jobs as it builds out data centers and other infrastructure for its AI services. And AI making A grades easier to come by, according to this new study, and that does make them less useful to employers trying to size up college graduates. Now, the shares of A's in college classes that were heavy on writing and coding, so those are classes that are more prone to AI use, have grown more significantly than in other classes since ChatGPT's debut. This is all according to a paper from the University of California, Berkeley. Professors teaching AI-exposed classes gave out 30% more A's and fewer A- and B+ grades. Annie, back to you.
Interesting. I know that was a big concern from teachers at all grade levels about how AI could help students, maybe without them actually doing the work. So maybe the grading needs to change, right? If you are using AI or you have the ability, you need to up the ante there.
I know. I think we're all trying to figure this out. Like, how much should we be using AI in classes? And you know, some professors are all for it, and some are like, no. And we're all figuring this out right now.
We are just building the road as we drive on it. So we'll see where it leads. Jane, thank you so much. We will see you in our 8 o'clock hour. Taking a quick break. You're watching Queen City News as we take a live look over Independence Boulevard. The most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
A gas leak leads to an explosion that shakes a Matthews neighborhood. How a neighbor described the moment of the blast.
Proud of the framework that we've got in place. We think it sets the state up for continued success economically.
A deal is now in place for North Carolina's budget. What state lawmakers say kept them from reaching an agreement sooner.
President Trump is in China this morning for one of the most high-stakes meetings of his presidency, coming face-to-face with China's leader. How topics like wars, trade tensions, and global economic fears are on the table. Coming up on 6:30 here on your Thursday morning. Thank you so much for starting your day here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. That is meteorologist Ted Phaeton. First time the four of us have been back together.
Yeah.
Feels like a few weeks. Maybe it is a few weeks.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Nice to have you back, Teddy.
Good to be back. Oh my God, we're back again.
Ooh.
Oh, wow. That's what I'm talking about.
Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Listen.
I can see myself
Bringing a
out.
little boy band into this.
You got a week's worth of things I'm sure you've been wanting to share with us, and now you're just going to dump it all on us today, which is fine.
It's
We're
all
prepared.
good. We're going to slowly ramp up, just
Okay.
like Mother Nature. I'm not going to
Okay.
give it all at once. We're going to get nice and 70s today, and then it'll be wide open come Sunday.
Ted, the real question
shoot.
when we get to 98 degrees, though.
Oh.
Oh, no.
I see what you did.
Yeah.
We better not. Better not.
Not actually, but it will feel like it come the end of the weekend next week. Listen, we are going to be ramping up that heat as we have the live look out of West Charlotte. Tower camera showing the Queen City in the distance. Carolina blue skies on tap for today. So soak it all up. Maybe go for an extra long walk with your dog at the dog park or at the park, or maybe even set up that tea time to be outside because we're going to be nice and comfortable. Yesterday made it to 79 degrees, just shy of our average high of 80. Overnight lows typically start in the upper 50s. That's where we are this morning, sitting in the mid to upper 50s. North-northwest winds coming in at 5 miles per hour. Sun shining, helping us warm up, which will give us a nice, comfortable afternoon. We're anywhere from 7 to 13 to 14 and 16 degrees warmer than where we were this time yesterday around the Queen City. Only a degree off in our mountain counties, still on the chilly side, mid to upper 40s, Boone and Jefferson. I'm looking at mid to upper 50s, even low 60s in and around the Queen City. So we'll ramp up those temperatures, aiming for the low 70s around lunchtime. Sunshine dominates with mid-70s on tap through the peak heating hours of the day. Just hold on to your hats as winds will be a little breezy out of the north-northwest, anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour. 74 degrees your afternoon high. Sunshine dominates, will be chilly overnight, dropping down into the upper 40s heading into your Friday morning. Still, a big warm-up on the way as pollen will be a bit of an issue here, combating that for the remainder of the work week. Medium to high for your hickory, maple, and oak pollen. You're looking at upper 50s for Thursday, warming back up into the 70s to finish off the work week, heading into the weekend, Saturday and Sunday. So we'll look at those upper 70s near 80 degrees by early next week. I'll break down the overall setup here coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
Ted, appreciate that. Thank you. Let's take a look outside. It is a beautiful start to the day. That's what Ted says. Traffic's not too bad either. Right now, we're looking at a little bit of a slowdown. This is typically normal. That's Interstate 85 traffic merging onto I-77. 85's down below, 77's on top. Good looking shot of the Queen City skyline, trying to hide there in the top left corner, but traffic's moving well. Overall, as we look around the crown, for the most part, things are looking good. We're still dealing out west on 45 Inter with one of the lanes blocked from an earlier accident near Steel Creek. It's got you a little bit delayed beyond that. It's not too bad, honestly. It's not backed up all the way to South Tryon, but if you're trying to get to the airport this morning, you might have a little bit of a slow stretch, a mile or two, as you work your way around that curve. Overall drive times, really, we're seeing a lot of traffic out near Gastonia, Cox Road. Matter of fact, we're going to show you that in a second. Coming down from Lake Norman, up from Rock Hill, you guys are good. Now let's take you out to Gaston County. Here you can see the slow traffic inching along at about 20, 30 miles an hour, all three lanes there. No accidents to be reported, just a lot of volume. Coming down from Huntersville, that's traffic on the right-hand side, looking good, including the toll lanes down from Lake Norman near North-South Carolina state line. This is near Westinghouse, and just underneath our tidal bar at the top, you can see one of the roller coasters there. Carowinds off in the distance, traffic moving good, coming up from South Carolina. Here's Independence Boulevard, the right three lanes headed into Uptown, so that stretch also looking good. Keep your speed in check. Don't be distracted by that cell phone. We'll give you another update when rush hour kicks in at 7.
We've evacuated from you all the way back to us. We didn't get any answers, so with the outside.
I don't know how they were that casual on that. This is new video of the explosion and fire involving a natural gas line in Matthews. You can see the flames shoot out of the ground as that gas catches fire. It happened just before noon on Morningwood Drive at Pleasant Plains Road. Investigators believe electrical contractors installing poles punctured the 8-inch line, leading to a leak that exploded. The fire that followed rose high into the air, damaging a utility truck and 2 nearby homes. Crews from Matthews and Charlotte kept the fire from spreading. A Piedmont Natural Gas crew finally shut off the gas flow, putting the fire out at around 2:30.
We're drilling, and they said kaboom. When they said kaboom, and they shut up in the air. I tell everybody, we got to start living right, because that feel like hell there, boy.
But it was hard enough to where I felt. Then I said, maybe it was just me. And I went out the front door to get to do whatever, and I looked up and saw this fire. I mean, it was to the top of the trees.
Thankfully, no one was hurt in the blast, but commanders called in extra crews to relieve firefighters dealing with the heat.
North Carolina Republican leaders say they are working to quickly finalize the state budget after an agreement over their biggest sticking point, tax cuts. Shabnam Dinesh looks at the specifics of the deal.
Under current law, North Carolina's income tax rate automatically drops when the state hits certain revenue triggers. On Tuesday, Republican leaders announced they are replacing the automatic triggers with a set schedule.
Proud of the framework that we've got in place. We think it sets the state up for continued success economically.
The income tax rate will drop a quarter point every couple years until it reaches 2.49%. The General Assembly will also pass a constitutional amendment to cap income taxes at 3.5%.
Important for us to provide some assurance that the rate would not bounce back up at some point, and that's the reason for the constitutional amendment.
The John Locke Foundation says the tax plan is fiscally responsible, while the North Carolina Budget and Tax Center argues flat-rate income tax cuts mostly benefit wealthy families and corporations.
The richest 1% of North Carolinians will get about $22,000 a year in tax breaks from this plan when it's fully in effect. And the poorest North Carolinians will get about $27. So this is an upside-down tax plan, continues to give tax breaks to the very wealthy at the expense of all of us.
Democratic House Minority Leader Robert Reeves warning, quote, "The devil is in the details," saying the tax rate cap also could make it harder for the state to fund services in the future. In March, state economists projected North Carolina will bring in about $35 billion this fiscal year. That's about $370 million more than previously expected, but they also project revenues will dip slightly the following year as tax cuts take effect.
Carolina Attorney General Jeff Jackson is taking legal action against a wedding photography company based in Raleigh. He alleges Holly Christina Photography scammed more than 200 brides out of a total of $1 million by taking their money for pictures never delivered. A judge this week granted a preliminary injunction against the company, ordering its owner to get photos and videos to customers within 30 days. Some brides say they've been waiting for more than a year and a half for their images.
Didn't receive any photos or video with my parents of the speeches, our dances. So yeah, it's been a kind of dark time. Just wondering if I'll ever be able to, relive my wedding day.
Attorney General Jackson says the case is not done. He is still pushing to get the photography company shut down permanently and to get full refunds for affected customers.
President Trump is in China this morning for one of the most high-stakes meetings of his presidency, coming face-to-face with China's president as wars, trade tensions, and global economic fears collide. News Nation Washington correspondent Rashad Hudson has more.
President Trump and President Xi are entering these talks with a lot on the line, and while both leaders are publicly expressing friendship, there's major flashpoints hanging over these meetings. President Trump stepping into Beijing's Great Hall of the People Thursday, greeting Chinese President Xi Jinping in a show of diplomatic pageantry. But behind the smiles, the stakes couldn't be higher.
It's an honor to be your friend, and the relationship between China and the USA is going to be better than ever before.
China is Iran's biggest customer for oil, giving Xi unique leverage as the White House pushes to end the conflict. The president is leaning on his relationship to get a deal done.
You're a great leader. I say it to everybody. You're a great leader. Sometimes people don't like me saying it.
Taiwan is also expected to take center stage, with lawmakers in Washington warning the president not to give an inch to Beijing.
How are your talks, sir?
It's great.
After the meeting, the two leaders toured the iconic Temple of Heaven. A state dinner will wrap up day one of the president's trip. This summit is really a test of whether the world's two most powerful countries can keep multiple crises from spreading further.
The fortress just couldn't be protected by the crown. We'll have a look at Charlotte FC's game last night as another loss gets added on this season. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
Welcome back. The Carolina Hurricanes are using their downtime to prepare for a conference finals win.
And Charlotte FC just wasn't able to secure a win at the bank.
Carolina Sports Live's Casey Funderburg is taking a look at all of those stories in your morning sports.
Today is a big day for the Carolina Panthers as the NFL will be releasing the schedule today. But before we get to that, we got to take a look at Charlotte FC, who were looking to find something positive last night. The Crown returned to Bank of America Stadium looking to get back in the win column with a midweek match against New York City FC. The Crown without captain Ashley Westwood in this one due to a one-game suspension from a yellow card accumulation. Harry Toffolo also out with a lower body injury. In the 8th minute of the game, New York City on the attack. Ball gets over to Nico Fernandez Mercado, who goes wide, cuts back, and scores. New York make it 1-0. Charlotte really struggling to find anything offensively in this one. They were trying to get back in it, kind of like this play coming up in the 72nd minute by Pep Biel. It was going to just be too easy for NYC, who went on to win this one 1-0. Well, the Carolina Hurricanes will play the winner of the Sabres and Canadian series. The battle is currently tied up at 2 games apiece. Carolina has gotten contributions up and down the lineup and has shown off the true depth of the squad during the unbeaten start to the postseason. Despite the long rest the Canes have on their hands, they are using this opportunity to get locked in for the next round, regardless of who the opponent is.
I think we watch just to, see what your opponent could be, who could be, their tendencies of both teams. So, it's interesting watching, obviously the games, and they're exciting games too. It's a really good series, and it's fun to watch.
Yeah, I watch pretty much every game. What do I watch for? A little bit of everything, to be honest. The way they play. Even face-off plays and things like that, just to kind of see what they do, and power play, their PK, what they do, and how they pressure, and all of that stuff. So it's a ton of learning as well.
All right, so later tonight at 11, we'll be breaking down the Carolina Panthers schedule. We'll see when the bye week is and how tough it'll be for the Panthers to hold on to their NFC South title. That's all coming up later tonight on CSL.
Former Duke Blue Devil Isaiah Evans has now officially closed the door on any potential return to Durham next season. At the NBA Combine, he told reporters he's, quote, fully in the NBA draft and would not be making a return to the university. Evans figures to be picked within the top 15 and averaged 15 points per game, 3 rebounds, and shot it from the field at just under 44%. Evans has met with the Washington Wizards, Atlanta Hawks, New York Knicks, and Dallas Mavericks.
We'll move aside Kyle Larson. There's a new driver attempting to pull off the double. Catherine Legg will be racing in both the Indy 500 and the Coke 600 next weekend. Legg is making history by being the first woman to complete the 1,100 miles between the two races. She'll pilot the number 11 in Indy before hopping into the 78 in Charlotte. Only 5 drivers have ever completed both races. Now, only one has ever successfully completed the 1,100 miles. Tony Stewart did it back in 2001 after failing in 99. The last few attempts have been valiant, but to no avail. Kyle Larson tried in both 24 and 25. Kurt Busch also did in 2014, but wrecked out early in Indy. Robbie Gordon had 4 shots at it. The first to try it was John Andretti in 1994. Well, we've reached All-Star Weekend, and who better to talk about Dover than a guy who is absolutely locked into the main event. Wood Brother Racing's number 21, Josh Berry, going to be inside Garage Confidential as we get you ready to drive at the Monster Mile. Plus, NASCAR vet and Amazon Prime analyst Corey LaJoie breaks the race down for us. Josh Berry and Corey LaJoie on Around the Track this weekend.
All right, a lot of races still to come. Looking forward to having the main event, the Coke 600, here in Charlotte in just a couple weekends. That's going to be a lot of fun. Weather always playing a huge key character in the drama when it comes to Charlotte, Ted.
Yeah, luckily not seeing any rain chances this weekend, but still a little ways away to look at next weekend. But at least the warm-up doesn't come into play until early next week. So we have a nice quiet start to your morning, 56 degrees, north-northwest winds, 5 miles per hour, dew points in the low 50s, and that sunshine dominating here on your Thursday morning, giving us a nice cool start, mid-50s to upper 50s. Charlotte into Gastonia, we're looking at mid to upper 40s, Boone and Jefferson, ramping up into what will be the low to mid-70s through the peak heating hours of the day, upper 50s, Boone and Jefferson here for the start of your Thursday. Upper 70s finishes off the work week with 80s and 90s on tap this weekend. Big warm-up gets us above normal heading into early next week. We're talking low 90s Monday through Wednesday. Average highs typically land near 80 degrees. We'll be well above that heading into early next week. Right now, a little bit of a dip in the temperatures behind that cold front that just swept east of the Carolinas. High pressure building on the back end here. That's giving us our limited highs into the 70s with mostly sunny skies, a little bit on the breezy side. North-northwest winds, 5 to 10 miles per hour, can gust as fast as 20 miles per hour at times. I'm looking at holding on to high pressure in control at the very least through the end of the work week into Friday. Cloud cover will start to roll in Saturday into Sunday. I'm looking at limited showers over parts of Kentucky into Virginia. We'll have the partly cloudy skies rolling through on Sunday with those 90s taking hold to finish off the weekend, and then still holding on to that heat early next week. When it comes to your deficit for the last year in terms of rainfall, we're anywhere from 10 to 15 inches behind for Charlotte, over 25 inches behind south and east of the Queen City towards Monroe, Shaw, Lancaster, into Wadesboro. That's the major deficit playing into the exceptional drought level 5 out of 5 just east of the Queen City with that red shading level 4 out of 5 heading into this morning. We'll get an update in about an hour and a half to 2 hours in terms of what we look like now. Overnight lows will be chilly, bottoming out in the mid to upper 40s. I'm looking at more of those 70s Friday into your Saturday, getting into the 80s with 90s taking hold end of the weekend into early next week. Rain chances settled in Monday, Tuesday, ramping up by Wednesday. Jason.
Thank you, Ted. Appreciate that. Only on Queen City News Plus, the lines between entertainment and politics are now getting blurred. That's why TMZ has a new crew based solely in Washington, D.C. to talk with lawmakers. Our chief political correspondent, Andy Weber, talked with the team about their goal in the nation's capital.
I can see someone who may just know TMZ on the surface that may make the claim you guys aren't hard-nosed enough or serious enough to cover politics. What would you say to someone like that?
TMZ fills the perfect gap for coverage on Capitol Hill just because of how we do cover things. You know, the way that CNN or Fox would go about covering something is very different to the way that we would go about covering something. I think that's evident in the clips that we've released. You know, we have no problem, you know, going up to politicians on Capitol Hill and asking them the questions outright that the people want to know about.
You can watch the entire episode of On the Record right now for free. All you got to do is download the Queen City News Plus app. Free, free, free. You can download it on Roku, Samsung Smart TV, Fire TV, or Apple TV. You're watching Queen City News on this Thursday morning. Yeah, there's our crew behind the scenes getting it all done. I see a little Bryce Young on the computer there. Yeah, we're excited for Panthers football coming. We'll be back after this.
Well, some adults are trying to relive their band camp years with adult-based music camps. This is a look at one of those camps in New Hampshire. Many participants say it's a way of channeling their inner kid, getting back to that school band, orchestra, or chorus class from their youth. Experts say playing a musical instrument can improve memory, coordination, and even your mood. Many participants in a band ensemble find the experience both rewarding and fun. They say they enjoy the camaraderie and the personal growth. Yeah. Would you do it? Yeah?
I don't play any musical instruments, so I've never been to band camp. But if I could go back to the sleepaway camp that I went to as a kid for years and years, I would do it in a heartbeat. It was so much fun.
Okay. Yeah.
I just don't play any instruments.
What would you? Yeah, if you had a pick of the litter and you went into a band room at a local high school and all the chairs are there and the instruments, what would you go to?
Piano or violin?
Okay.
Okay.
Little fidget.
Okay.
Piano, violin. Okay, I can see that, I guess.
That works.
Jason, where are you going?
Neither one of those would be in a band,
Yeah,
but that's okay. That's okay. I like both of those.
Like those people.
That's not a band.
That would be an orchestra, but that's okay. You know, like a saxophone or a flute or a clarinet.
Yeah.
No, none of those.
We both played trumpet back in the good old days.
I played trumpet as well.
You did. Look at this. We got. I see a little mariachi band coming with the three amigos right here.
Fine, I'll take a recorder for $500.
Oh,
Give me
wow.
a recorder. I played a mean recorder back in the day.
There you go.
Please tell me you learned Three Blind Mice. I feel like every kid learned.
Yeah.
I did not.
Oh.
No?
We can get you there.
Hot cross buns.
Okay.
But I grew up out in the West, so we called it taco shells.
Oh.
Our band teacher called it taco shells.
This whole conversation just
we're learning
took a
so
major
much.
turn. I got too many questions for the time that we have allotted for this conversation. But if band camp for adults came up outside of New Hampshire, we'd be there.
100%.
I don't know any band camp counselor that would be excited if the three of us showed up with trumpets.
They would have to separate you.
Trumpets and swimsuits saying, we're ready to go.
Why
We're here all week.
an image of Jason being the camp counselor and some jorts coming out there?
Oh, man.
I would bring back, my mom used to sew jams. Look them up from the 80s.
No.
My mom made them. They were awful. That's what I'd roll up in. Let's go to camp. We'll be back right after this. Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson Airport is still considered the busiest airport in the world. That is according to new passenger data released from last year. And Atlanta isn't the only city playing host to some of the busiest airports. You got Dallas-Fort Worth. They came in fourth place. Chicago's O'Hare at 6th, and Denver International coming in at 10th. Airports in Dubai, Tokyo, and London also made the list. Charlotte, I'm sure one of these days will be in the top 5. Right now, traffic moving well if you are on the road, and traffic and weather looking even better. Stay with us as we kick off our 7 o'clock hour.
Education is not being treated as a priority, and our kids are being told to go without.
Concerns about job cuts in Gaston County schools. The next steps as county leaders question how the district's money is spent.
They were drilling, and they said kaboom. When they said kaboom, and they shot up in the air. I tell everybody, we gotta start living right, because that feel like hell there, boy.
And the aftermath of a gas line explosion and fire in Matthews' impact in what had been a quiet neighborhood.
South Carolina's highest court overturns the murder conviction of Alec Murdaugh. What could factor into the decision over whether there will be a retrial?
Queen City News starts now.
Good Thursday morning, everyone. Welcome into our 7 o'clock hour of Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Andy Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast. Below normal temperatures today. Soak it up. Get outside. It's going to be very pleasant before it gets a little toasty this weekend.
Like how toasty?
Yeah, how toasty? Like how black is the toast going to be?
Yeah, kind of like when the toaster oven starts smoking.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like that hot?
Oh no!
Saturday's gonna be like golden brown, but
Sunday's
okay, right?
Sunday's gonna be a little hot. Early next week is where it gets a little on the crusty side.
Okay.
Really? Yeah.
Oh wow.
Saturday's gonna be that buttery golden brown. That's
Come on now.
Like that.
Buttery
Talk about jam and toast.
Now I'm hungry, y'all. Taking a look around the Crown right now, we have Independence Boulevard moving at a speed limit pace. The Bank of America nice and clear, and Monroe starting off nice and quiet. And we have the Queen City in the distance, top left-hand corner. As we head out the door, we will be nice and comfortable for the most part, mid-50s. North-northwest winds coming in at anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour, and then getting breezy and gusty as we head into the peak heating hours of the day. Temperature change, we're anywhere from 9 to 13, even 17 degrees warmer than where we were this time yesterday. I'm looking at a 1 degree difference, Boone and Jefferson, mid to upper 40s, Boone and Jefferson for this morning. We're in the mid to upper 50s around the Queen City. So while we hold on to a relatively cool start, we will ramp up into the mid 70s through the peak heating hours of the day, 60s late morning hours, early lunchtime. Sunshine dominates, and I'm looking at more of those mid 70s for your afternoon highs. North-northwest winds anywhere from 10 to 15 miles per hour at times, gusting upwards of 20 miles per hour. But we'll have a nice breezy, dry afternoon before another cool night settles in. I'm looking at upper 40s overnight, heading into your early morning hours on Friday. Now we will rebound, getting into the upper 70s to finish off the work week. Pollen count will stay relatively medium to high, anywhere from that 6 to 8 range, and hickory, maple, and oak will be the main culprits behind those flaring allergies. Mountain County forecast goes from the 50s to what will be the 70s Friday into Saturday, upper 70s through the weekend, near 80 degrees come Monday. Overnight lows warm up as well, going from the 40s to what will be the mid to upper 50s in your early morning hours. I'll break down more of those impacts and what we could expect here through the weekend with another look at your forecast coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Guys.
All right, Ted, thank you. Gaston County school leaders are getting more than $35 million from the county to cover part of their budget, but administrators say that's a far cry from the $60 million they hope to get.
District officials are now planning layoffs even as they ask the county for more money. County leaders say the district needs to be more efficient with what it gets.
As Queen City News reporter Shakira Speaks tells us, parents say their kids are the ones who are being caught in the middle.
Education is not being treated as a priority, and our kids are being told to go without.
Gaston commissioners approved the county school's new budget, giving them just over $35 million. But that's just over half of the money district leaders say they need.
They sat in that meeting and they talked about how, inflation is causing things to go up, and, the loss of funding with COVID funds, etc., and stated that the schools were just expected to absorb inflation. They were expected to do more with less.
Samantha Easters suggested commissioners look for other ways to find money for teachers and staff, like cutting some jobs from the local government. Commissioner Jim Bailey agreed. He was the only dissenting vote on the budget.
I compared ourselves to 4 other counties in Gaston County that similar makeup and everything. Gaston County spends approximately 19% on the schools. The other 4 average 33.5%.
Maybe this will work if we all contact our state representatives to help us get this sales tax on the ballot. That would create another $10 or $11 million, but we can't just depend on that.
The district already plans to eliminate 174 positions ahead of the next school year, despite emergency funding from the county. More layoffs are likely if more funding isn't approved. Superintendent Morgan Houchard says it needs the money for more than just teacher salaries.
It's those services that local dollars help support, because we do everything in schools. We get them there, we feed them, we do their laundry for some students, we brush their teeth. A flat budget is not what's best.
In order to have a stable future in Gaston County, you have to prioritize education. And I want to see Gaston County grow.
Commissioners will meet with district leaders over the next few weeks to determine the next steps, including sustainable staffing over the next few years. The Board of Education will hold a special meeting to go over personnel on Thursday at 1 p.m. And the budget goes into effect on July 1st. Reporting in Gaston County, Shakir Speaks, Queen City News.
South Carolina health officials say that they have identified an exposure to tuberculosis. This happened at Pleasant Knoll Middle School in Fort Mill. It's not clear how many people may have been exposed to the TB bacteria. State health officials are now working with Fort Mill schools to identify those people who might need to be tested. TB can be treated with antibiotics.
Charlotte City Council members will meet again today to discuss their stance on the I-77 toll lane project. They voted to pull their support for the expansion Monday. The proposal has been controversial from the very beginning, with neighbors along the corridor pushing back over concerns that it will impact their communities. Today's meeting is to get an update on the project and to take any further action if needed. That gets underway at 1 o'clock this afternoon at the Government Center in Uptown. Mecklenburg County Commissioners will also hear the proposal for the county's overall budget. That's at an 11 a.m. meeting today. They'll hold a public hearing on the spending plan on May 21st with their final vote on June 2nd.
The Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools budget for the next year is now in the hands of the county commissioners. CMS board members approved the $2.1 billion budget late Tuesday night after rejecting the superintendent's original proposal. Board members wanted more resources for student achievement and mental health support. County commissioners say that's money that should come from the state. District officials believe their plan figures in the 8% raises for teachers the state wants and 3% for other employees.
When you put all that math together, you're somewhere around 5.5% and 6%. We can cover in our budget 6% for all combined without having to do additional cuts. We're prepared for that.
Basically, the state said, well, we're doing what we're supposed to do.
Correct.
And we're paying what we fairly are supposed to pay.
That's correct.
And there's just disagreement from counties to the state that the state should be doing more.
The district is asking for almost $700 million from the county, or about 36% of its operating budget. The state provides 55%.
Today is the last day of the legislative session in South Carolina, but lawmakers will likely get called back to Columbia to settle unfinished business.
Some of the state's top Republicans say they expect Governor Henry McMaster to call a special session on redistricting.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is here with what this may mean for the upcoming election. Savannah?
Hey guys, the state senators and representatives, they're preparing to possibly start a special session just as soon as tomorrow. Really, the primary issue on the docket, redrawing South Carolina's congressional districts. The senators had declined to take it up earlier this week, which was effectively blocking the proposal. And critics of the new map argue it split up the state's one majority Democratic district, the seat held by Democrat Jim Clyburn. Lawmakers are up against, though, another tight deadline. Not just today's end of session, but in-person voting begins for the June primaries in less than 2 weeks. Some absentee ballots, those have already been returned. The state's elections officials say redistricting could cause some major logistic issues.
Well, if the legislature decides to redraw the congressional districts and have a special primary, that special primary will run a minimum of $2.2 million to conduct. And if a runoff is necessary, it's probably going to run close to $800,000 for the runoff alone. So it's going to be an expensive proposition to have this special primary in August.
And South Carolina's Assembly also still has to finalize the state budget. In fact, we'll take a look at some of the other legislative priorities that are still left unresolved coming up in our next hour. Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
We've evacuated from you all the way back to us. We didn't get any answers, so with the outside.
Well, check that out right there. We now have new video of an explosion and fire involving a natural gas line in Matthews. You can see the flames shoot out of the ground as that gas caught fire. It happened just before noon on Morningwood Drive at Pleasant Plains Road. Investigators believe electrical contractors installing poles punctured the 8-inch line, leading to a leak that exploded. The fire that followed rose high into the air, damaging a utility truck and 2 nearby homes. Crews from Matthews and Charlotte kept the fire from spreading. A Piedmont natural gas crew finally shut the gas flow off, putting the fire out at around 2:30.
We're drilling, and they said kaboom. When they said kaboom, and they shot up in the air. I tell everybody, we gotta start living right, because that feel like hell there more.
But it was hard enough to where I felt. Then I said, maybe it was just me. And I went out the front door to get to do whatever, and I looked up and saw this fire. I mean, it was to the top of the trees.
No one was hurt in the blast, but extra crews were called in to relieve firefighters dealing with that heat. As we turn now to meteorologist Ted Phaeton. Ted, will be dealing with the heat come next week. Right now, though, pretty quiet on radar.
Yeah, pretty quiet. Not seeing too much activity if you're heading out the door anytime soon. Radar nice and clear. We are not seeing much in the way of rain chances. As a matter of fact, dry conditions continue heading into this morning. Drought conditions also continue, looking at level 4 and 5 out of 5. The extreme drought in the red, the darker red shading is the exceptional drought, which is taking hold just east of Charlotte. Water vapor satellite imagery showing that lack of moisture in the atmosphere. Not seeing too much in the way of cloud cover for that matter, or even in the way of any potential rain chances as high pressure builds behind that cold front, giving us a nice cool start to the second half of the work week. So we'll be below normal for today for the entire eastern United States. There's that dip in the jet stream giving us 70s as opposed to the 80s that we typically expect to see this time of year. We'll be dry through the remainder of the work week, through the weekend as well. Rain chances come back heading into Monday, Tuesday, ramping up by Wednesday. We'll walk you through your weekend forecast here with another check coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Jason.
All right. Thank you very much, Ted. Appreciate that. Well, rush hour officially kicked off 12 minutes ago, and we're not seeing any major impacts to the Queen City. I hope that stays true for the next few hours. We will continue to monitor that. But right now, looking at a beautiful shot, courtesy of NCDOT, looking down onto I-77 traffic. That is I-85 merging right into the middle of the screen, merging onto I-77, trying to work its way into the heart of Uptown, the skyline there to the top left. Beautiful shot this morning. Man, what a nice start to this Thursday. As we look around the crowd, a couple of issues that we're seeing on the board, 5 different incidents. None of these are causing major issues. 3 of them are just slow ramp traffic, trying to get from one interstate onto the other. We're definitely seeing volume build from out west, from Gastonia to Belmont. You're looking at 20 minutes just to get from Gastonia to 45. Coming down from Mooresville, up from Rock Hill, about the same. Not too bad. That's typical for this time of day. Outside our studios in West Charlotte, here is I-85 north and south traffic. Those headlights coming up from Gaston County. If we go further out west towards Gastonia, here's a look at slow traffic moving at about 15-20 miles an hour. Traffic on the left is coming up from Gaston County, trying to work its way through Lowell, McAdenville. If you're coming down from the Lake Norman area, you're going to run into this. This is 77 South at Sam Fur Road, right near Huntersville. That is slow. That is typical for this time of day. And on the other end of 77 near the state line, here is the 485-77 split right near Carowinds, not too far there. And here's a good looking shot. Inbound Independence, that traffic is looking good this morning. Just keep your speed in check. Don't be distracted. Don't forget, we're about to wrap up Police Appreciation Week, National Police Week. So thank you to all of our men and women in uniform that keep us safe throughout our city and on the roads. Another update coming your way around 7:30.
The future of fruit-flavored vapes is causing some discontent in Washington. The shakeup that's leaving some federal leaders without a job. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored in local news in Charlotte.
7:16 is the time. Welcome back. President Trump is inviting his Chinese counterpart to the White House as his trip to visit with President Xi Jinping continues. The visit would come this September. President Jinping says that he wants to work with Trump to steer the giant ship of China, U.S. relations, to make 2026 a historic landmark year in terms of economic trade. But he's warning Trump that differences over Taiwan, a self-governed island that Beijing claims as its own territory, could bring U.S. and China to clashes or even conflict. Trump's visit to China also comes as tensions remain high with Iran. Vital oil traffic is still stalled on the Strait of Hormuz, which has strained global economies. China and Iran are also allies, and President Trump could inquire about China helping to secure peace.
Now, former FDA Commissioner Marty Makary reportedly resigned over disagreements about the agency's recent decision to authorize fruit-flavored vapes for adults. News Nation Washington correspondent Maddie Beertemple reports on the shakeup at the FDA and pushback from a parents group against vaping.
Dr. Marty Makary is now out as head of the FDA.
Marty's a terrific guy, but he's going to go on and he's going to lead a good life.
It comes about a week after the agency authorized fruit-flavored e-cigarettes for adults, a move he reportedly disagreed with. Vaping executives previously told President Trump Makary was blocking approval of their products.
He was having some difficulty.
Health groups and parents' organizations are pushing back against the decision. It authorizes mango, blueberry, and menthol-flavored vapes for those over 21.
It's devastating. It threatens to undo all of the hard work that we and so many others have done.
Meredith Berkman is a mom of 4 and co-founder of the national group Parents Against Vaping. She says they've made progress as youth vaping rates have dropped to a 10-year low, but is concerned this reverses those strides.
Fruit flavors hook kids. We've seen it before. We do not want to see that happen again.
The FDA suggested that digital age verification systems would make it unlikely that kids would use these products. It requires users to upload a government ID to their phone. Then the vapes would only work when connected via Bluetooth to that phone. Vaping companies have argued their products can help adults stop smoking cigarettes, which are blamed for 480,000 U.S. deaths annually. But Berkman says the risk to kids isn't worth it.
No tobacco product is safe for a child.
The FDA's move is a shift from President Trump's first term when he put in place flavor restrictions and raised the age for buying tobacco products from 18 to 21. Maddie Beertemple, News Nation, Washington.
Coming up on 7:19 here, heading out the door on this Thursday morning, mid-50s, sunny skies, northwest winds coming in at 6 miles per hour. Will be a little breezy as we head into your afternoon hours. Right now, sunshine dominating. That's going to be the case all the way into the peak heating hours of the day. I'm looking at upper 50s near 60 degrees east of Uptown. We're in the low to mid and upper 50s, I-40 corridor, 40 still locked in for some of our mountain counties. Highs aim for the mid-70s this time of the year. We typically hit the 80-degree mark, so we'll land below normal for today. Low 70s, I-40 corridor. I'm looking at upper 50s, Boone and Jefferson, with that big warm-up taking hold throughout the week, Friday into Saturday. Low 90s Sunday into early next week. Average highs this time of year will be right around 80 degrees, so we'll be well above that heading into early next week. Clouds and radar shows that cold front draping further south and east, high pressure in control, giving us some breezy conditions here out of the northwest. Sunshine dominates, staying nice and clear for the most part, with a few limited clouds rolling in as we head into your overnight hours, but looking sunny on Friday yet again. Saturday brings partly cloudy skies, limited moisture along the Tennessee border, playing into some low-end rain chances for our mountain counties. Sunday really brings in the heat, getting to near 90 degrees with some scattered showers starting to ramp up heading into early next week. We need as much rain as we can get. None of this is going to be helpful in getting us out of this massive deficit for the past year. We're 10 to 15 inches behind. We're over 25 inches behind as we look at your past year for areas over Monroe into Wadesboro and Lancaster. That's where the exceptional drought has been taking hold over the dark red shading. The bright red shading's the extreme drought level 4 out of 5. Another chilly night on the way, dropping down in the mid to upper 40s, rebounding into the upper 70s for Friday to finish off the work week. 80s take hold Saturday, 90s on Sunday, low 90s with limited showers possible heading into early next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Time is 7:24 as we take you up there to New York City stock futures all in the green as of right now. Now, markets ended mixed yesterday as we take a look at Wednesday's closing numbers. The Dow Jones down slightly, the Nasdaq up over 1 percentage point, the S&P up a little over half percentage point. We're going to talk with Jane King live from the New York Stock Exchange. She'll join us coming up at 8:25.
Well, it seems that now drivers have something else to worry about on the road: drunk deer. Oh my gosh, you can't not watch this video. French police posted this wild video and a warning to drivers to be on the lookout for an erratic drunk deer spinning in unpredictable circles. Officials say wild animals do this when they have eaten buds, fermented fruits, or decaying plants. The fruits have natural producing alcohol, and it's very similar effects on animals as it does to humans when you drink too much. As we near the end of harvest season, drivers are expected to see these drunk deer more often.
Oh, poor thing.
I mean,
Poor thing having time of his life. What you
Are
talking
you
about?
sure?
He's loving it.
What if he's confused?
Well, yeah, he's
So what?
He's really dizzy, too.
He may pass out. He'll wake up. He may not remember what all he did, if he was embarrassed or if anyone caught him on video. Clearly someone did.
He's
but
going to look back at this and say, oh, no, not
I
again."
know.
No. Yeah.
What did I do last night, guys?
That's right.
Tell me honestly.
All you need is 2 deer Advil in the morning, and you'll be good to go.
Good to go.
Yeah, a few salt licks for the deer, he'll be all right. Some deer corn,
That's all you need.
he'll be good to go.
Deer corn.
I just why you gotta be alone though? You don't
Where's his friends? His friends left him.
where your homies at?
Irresponsible.
Ted and I have a theory that he's a wild one, and his friends told him not to act up.
Yeah.
Oh, and he did it anyway.
And he's
And so
like,
they
all
were
right,
like, you're on your own.
Don't embarrass me.
right.
They're like,
recording.
He started
don't eat
acting like that, running in
don't eat that
circles.
fruit, and
Now
he did
people in America know what you did.
All right,
This was
exactly.
in France, y'all, so
Yeah.
France.
news travels fast.
Oh, man. All right, coming up, getting close to 7:30 on a beautiful start to this Thursday. Mid-50s right now. It's going to be spectacular today. We'll be back right after this. A ruling overturned in the Alec Murdaugh trial. The reaction now from South Carolina's Attorney General and what comes next.
Well, my folks would say that. The very people who committed the crime of racism, which is the most violent thing that ever happened in this country.
Racial controversy about who should replace outgoing Charlotte Mayor Brian Lyles. We hear from the president of the Charlotte NAACP chapter about her remarks and from those who are pushing back.
The budget fight in Lincolnton heats up between city and county leaders. Why first responders and tax money are the center of this debate. 7:30 on your Thursday. Thank you so much for starting your day here with us. I'm Yanni Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you. You're all just Ted Phaeton back. Typically Thursdays around here called Thirsty Thursdays. Ted, I feel like the ground is saying, feed me, we need it. Like we really like, I like the dry, cool weather.
Yeah.
But I know the drought, we need rain bad.
Yeah, we certainly do. We're about an hour away from getting an update in terms of how the drought matured from last week into this week. I don't expect any improvements, unfortunately, and we don't have much in the way of rain chances between now and at least early next week. So, yes, we are in a thirsty Thursday, more than just what we have on the calendar, but Mother Nature really wanting that rainfall, not looking like we're going to get it with mostly sunny skies overhead with our Arlington camera showing uptown early this morning. Yesterday made it into the upper 70s, near 80 degrees, near normal for this time of year after starting off in the mid 40s. Upper 50s is what we normally start our days with. We're near that here this morning, sitting at 56 degrees out of West Charlotte with north-northwest winds coming in at 6 miles per hour. Now, our dew points are still in the low 50s, so not too muggy to get your day underway. I'm looking at a difference of 9 to 11 to even 13 and 14 degrees on the warmer side. Slightly cooler Boone and Jefferson, but you'll feel the difference heading out the door with those upper 50s, low 60s locked in, more in the way of the 40s for Boone and Jefferson. Now, the chilly temperatures to start in our mountain counties and everywhere else will help warm us up into the upper 60s come late morning hours, early lunchtime. Second half of the day lands in the low 70s to mid 70s, and I'm looking at a high of 74 degrees, north-northwest winds, 5 to 10 miles per hour. Sunshine dominates here for most of today before we ramp up those temperatures heading into early next week. So overnight lows will get chilly, settling into the 40s overnight into your early morning hours. Pollen forecast will be medium to high. Hickory, maple, oak pollen is going to be the main culprits to watch out for as I look at your mountain county forecast. Upper 50s for your Thursday, low 70s Friday, upper 70s as we head into your weekend, Saturday and Sunday, bringing in low-end rain chances for the higher elevations, but also that big warm-up helping us get into the upper 70s by Monday of next week. So we'll keep the sunshine coming, a little bit more in the way of cloud cover for our mountain counties. We'll break down your overall setup here with another check of your forecast coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, appreciate that. Thank you, Ted. Rush hour started about 32 minutes ago. We're seeing a little bit of all you pick up around the crown. You can see we've got, about 10 or so items that are on the board. None of these really causing major issues, but they are of note depending on where you are traveling this morning. And if you're going through any, let's go ahead and just kind of show you some camera angles. NCDOT showing 85 traffic merging onto I-77 right in the middle of the screen. Looking good at about 60 miles an hour. That's great for the 7:30 half hour. Drive times all under half an hour. Coming in from Gaston County, down from Lake Norman, up from Rock Hill. Again, that's kind of rare as we get closer to 8 o'clock. Out near us, this is in West Charlotte. 85 north and south traffic here, all 8 lanes across in both directions, looking really good. Let's take it to the northeast side of town. A little bit of slow 85 south traffic on the left, coming down near University, Mallard Creek area, but no accidents reported this morning. Coming down from the Lake Norman, Huntersville area, this is 77 south at Samford Road this morning. And let's go ahead and show you, flip it to the other side of 77. This is down near South Carolina state line and near Carowinds. That traffic also moving well. Let's go ahead and wrap up your traffic for right now. Here's drive times, a little bit slow coming up 74 from Monroe. We'll give you another look coming up at the top of the 8 o'clock hour.
My office's position has always been that the conduct, while inappropriate and should never be condoned, was ultimately harmless as it related to prejudicing Alec Murdaugh's right to a fair trial.
South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson says that Alec Murdaugh will face a new trial on accusations that he killed his own wife and son. And this comes after a ruling Wednesday from the state Supreme Court. The justices were unanimous in their decision to overturn Murdaugh's 2023 murder convictions. Katie Fongvagsa takes a look at the factors leading to the decision.
Murdaugh's defense team appealed before the state's high court in February, arguing his constitutional right to a fair trial was violated during the weeks-long trial back in 2023, and he was wrongfully convicted of his son Paul and his wife Margaret's murders. They were found shot to death at their family home on June 7, 2021. Attorney Joe McCullough, who also represents 2 jurors that served in the trial, tells me this decision was expected.
The bedrock principle that everybody gets a fair trial was resoundingly recognized again by the Supreme Court. And that's so important for everyone, the public and the litigants, to understand that our court's going to protect the sanctity of that concept of fair trial.
Murdaugh's defense team focused on former Colleton County Clerk of Court Becky Hill, who admittedly made comments about Murdaugh's guilt to jurors, saying her comments influenced the outcome and violated Murdaugh's Sixth Amendment right to a fair and impartial jury and prejudiced the jury. The state acknowledged Hill's missteps but claimed their case was by the book, and the evidence admitted was fair. The justices writing in their opinion today that Hill, quote, egregiously attacked Murdaugh's credibility in his defense, triggering the presumption of prejudice, and that the right to a fair trial must be protected for all defendants. McCullough says the decision came together on a neutral front, despite the justices taking note of the time, money, and effort already spent. And it could mean a new trial may not come, as Murdaugh is already serving time for his financial crimes.
Prosecuting him to simply pin the tail on the donkey as a murderer may not make sense to the next attorney general. It may not make sense to the 2 families who were tragically victimized as the survivors of this terrible crime.
Murdaugh's defense team released a statement saying in part, quote, the Supreme Court's decision today affirms the rule of law remains strong in South Carolina. The court found that Becky Hill's conduct during the trial attacked Alec Murdaugh's credibility and his defense. The court rightfully described her conduct as breathtaking, disgraceful, and unprecedented in South Carolina. We look forward to a new trial. Attorney General Alan Wilson, who is now running for governor, was the lead prosecutor on the case. If he wins the election, his replacement will have to decide whether to prosecute. But as long as he is in office, he says his office will, quote, aggressively seek to retry Alec Murdaugh for the murders of Maggie and Paul as soon as possible. Going on to say, quote, let me be clear. This decision does not mean Murdaugh will be released. He will remain in prison for his financial crimes. No one is above the law, and as always, we will continue to fight for justice.
The justices were unanimous in their decision to overturn Murdaugh's 2023 murder convictions, as we have just taken a look at that story there. Now, we did speak with our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes, about his reaction to the state Supreme Court ruling, and he says that the decision is not surprising.
I saw the writing on the wall. I've been in a number of jury trials. Judges do not like their trials to be overturned. When they talk to the jury, they tell them a couple things. First of all, that all of the rules, everything that happens in this courtroom should happen in this courtroom. So if there are things that are happening behind the closed doors, or as our book title says, behind the doors of justice, then actually you don't want that to happen. You want to make sure that the judge has an opportunity to call balls and strikes. If there are conversations, if there are comments that are happening outside the judge's presence, that's completely inappropriate.
At this point, there is no word when a retrial will be scheduled.
The Charlotte NAACP chapter is sparking outrage online after weighing in on who should replace outgoing Mayor Vi Lyles. In a Facebook post, chapter president Reverend Corinne Mack said it would be wrong for a white person to be selected to serve out the remainder of Lyles' term. And she's defending her position to Queen City News chief political correspondent Andy Weber.
Our bias comes from the fact that a black woman had the position for 5 terms. And in this critical time, why would we replace the black outgoing mayor with a white person? That simple.
NAACP Charlotte-Mecklenburg chapter president Corinne Mack refusing to walk back her comments in this Facebook post from Monday. Mack wrote that it is, quote, seriously disturbing for white folks to be lobbying to be Charlotte's interim mayor. City Council is currently searching for someone to serve out the remainder of Vi Lyles' term, who is set to resign at the end of June. In an interview with Queen City News on Wednesday, Mack argued recent rulings on voting rights and redistricting efforts are evidence of black representation being undermined and stripped, and that voters in Charlotte have been intentional about having black representation.
And my question to the white folks who are up in arms and outraged, Are they outraged about the fact that black representation is under attack? Are they outraged about the gerrymandering that's happening all over this country?
Martin Luther King is rolling over in his grave thinking about, hearing something like what was said today in that post.
Abdul Ali, the vice chair for the 12th Congressional Republican Party, rejected Mac's argument, saying it's antithetical to the original mission of the NAACP.
I think it's ridiculous because we're not talking about black people not being able to vote. We're not talking about black people not being able to run for office. If that were the case in any law that came out, whether it was done by the Trump administration or Republicans in any state, I'd stand with her against that. But that's not what we're talking about.
The search for interim mayor, meanwhile, is still in its early stages, but council has said they want Lyles' replacement ready in time for her June 30th resignation. Former Mayor Jennifer Roberts has already expressed an interest in the position. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Tensions are boiling over in Lincolnton as a budget fight between city and county leaders threatens local first responders. City council members say a shift in sales tax money created a $2.3 million gap, and county commissioners say they're trying to soften the blow. As Queen City News anchor Jen Cardone tells us, both sides say they'll work together even though they're not on the same page.
Pay as you go.
After a heated meeting Tuesday afternoon, City of Lincolnton and Lincoln County leaders vow they still plan to work together to find a path forward for a budget shortfall.
And I know that it's legal, and I said at the meeting, it may be legal, but it's not right.
The problem is a chain reaction tied to money and sales tax changes. City leaders say it was created by how the county wants to distribute its sales tax revenue, leaving a $2.3 million budget gap for the city. It says could lead to first responder layoffs.
Give the city an opportunity to adjust and plan accordingly.
The county says it can offset impact by waiving nearly $430,000 in costs for tax collection, central communications, animal services, and code enforcement. It would also manage school resource officers. The city would take over South Fork Volunteer Fire Department if needed, water and sewer systems for Indian Creek and Finger Mill industrial parks, and release and change other responsibilities in those areas.
I'd like to know when you guys first started talking about this. Was it April? Was it March? Was it February? When did y'all decide to do this? Because we weren't made aware of it until Richie made us aware of it after Richie and Ed met with the county.
County leaders say they're willing to share the difference in sales tax revenue and that changes are necessary because of the uncertainty of the time. City leaders ask that if there is a change, it happens over 5 years. Officials on both sides either declined to speak with us or did not respond to our repeated requests for information. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Well, all the horsepower is headed to Dover this weekend for the All-Star race. We have the 4 things you need to know before the Monster Mile. Next, you're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back after the break. Well, race weekend in Dover, Delaware is going to look a little different this year as it's All-Star Weekend at the Monster Mile. Derek Forrest has 4 things you need to know about the track.
36 drivers are going to participate in the All-Star race here at Dover Motor Speedway this weekend, and it's the first All-Star race here in Dover. But not just that, it's the first in the region and it's the first in the Northeast, and it's something the Monster Mile is ready for.
We've had 107 race weekends. We've been operating since 1969, and this is the first time we've ever held an all-star race. So that's how big it is to us, that's how big it is to our state, that's how big it is to our company and our region. So we're very excited about it. We're anticipating an amazing weekend.
The race format for the All-Star Weekend is going to be slightly different. After segment 1, the top 26 drivers will be inverted for segment 2, which means the strategy is going to be interesting.
You kind of have 2 groups of competitors. One group is already automatically qualified, so they're really battling for position in that final 3rd segment. And then you have another portion of the field that has not qualified for that final segment, so they're going to be much more aggressive with really kind of nothing to lose other than try to be one of the 26 that gets into the finals.
And on Friday, we're going to see the Craftsman Truck Series race for the first time here at Dover since 2019.
Seeing the trucks back on the track, this is the first time in history of an All-Star race weekend that all 3 national series will be run the same weekend. So that's pretty cool to be able to accomplish that.
And of course, you can't forget about the events outside of the track. You've got beaches, the world's largest rubber duck concerts, and of course, food. So it should be a good time for all weekend long here in Dover. Reporting from the Monster Mile, I'm Derek Forrest.
Well, speaking of All-Star Weekend, who better to talk about Dover than the guy who is also locked into the main event? Wood Brother Racing's number 21, Josh Berry, is going to be inside Garage Confidential as we get you ready to drive at the Monster Mile. Plus, NASCAR vet and Amazon Prime analyst Corey LaJoie breaks the race down. Josh Berry and Corey LaJoie on Around the Track this weekend.
Well, today we will learn what the Carolina Panthers' 2026 season will look like, schedule-wise at least. What we do know is the season won't be easy for Carolina no matter how the opponents stack up. So the Panthers have known since the end of last season who they'd be playing during the 2026 season. It's all just a matter of when. They have their division opponents, of course, like the Saints, the Falcons, and the Bucks. We'll also see Detroit, Chicago, and even Seattle make their way back to Bank of America Stadium. The Panthers will have their hands very full with a slate of first-place finishers with the challenge of staying on top of the NFC South for the first time in a decade.
Okay, so here's one thing that we do know for sure is how far the team's going to travel from the Queen City this season. ESPN's Adam Schefter posted this list yesterday, and it confirms that the Panthers will travel the least this upcoming season, only getting just over 8,700 miles traveled. So compare that to the team with the most expected travel. You're looking at the San Francisco 49ers, 38,000. That is a huge, huge difference.
What games are we looking forward to?
What games? All of them. I'm looking forward to the season.
Yeah,
I feel like this is the worst part of the waiting is after you have the NFL draft. You're all amped up, ready to watch football, and you
just got to sit and wait.
Yeah, you got one little OTA camp, rookie camp. You got to wait all summer before preseason.
Yeah. It's a tough wait, but you know what? We have a whole summer to make it through and enjoy whatever comes with that.
It's true.
Which is heat and humidity.
That's right.
Heat and humidity. We're going to get a taste of it early next week. What do you think is more of the advantage? I imagine traveling less is the advantage, right? Like 8,000 miles.
Yeah.
We get sleep in our own beds more.
That's it.
Yep.
Not
as
relax.
tired. Yeah.
Recover. Yeah. We just got to wait till training camp till we can see them out on the field.
Yeah.
I feel like training camp weather by the time we get to Monday with 90s on the way. Right now, it's nice and cool. 56 degrees north-northwest wind, 6 miles per hour, dew points in the low 50s. Lots of sunshine to go around, traffic moving at a speed limit pace. We're starting to knock on the door of 60 degrees in Uptown. We're at 60 degrees, Albemarle, Wadesboro, low 60s, Monroe into Rockingham. Mid to upper 40s, Boone and Jefferson. We're looking at those mid 70s around the Queen City, low 70s, I-40 corridor, upper 50s, Boone and Jefferson, and I'm expecting us to ramp those temperatures up as we head into the second half of the weekend, early next week. We're talking mid-80s to near 90 degrees Saturday and Sunday. Average highs this time of year typically land near 80 degrees. We'll be well above that. High pressure in control. Cold front sweeping south and east. And we continue to bring in those cooler temperatures just for this Thursday before we warm up again heading into Friday. So first low pressure system well off the Atlantic coast. The secondary cold front giving us the cool down that we'll feel for this afternoon, limiting our highs into the 70s, but keeping those skies mostly clear and sunny as high pressure leaks south and east. I'm looking at clouds and radar, bringing in partly cloudy skies for the weekend. Saturday, more dry than wet with some limited showers along the Tennessee border. And then we head into your Sunday where we really ramp up the heat and a little bit more of that cloud cover before rain chances settle in heading into early next week. When it comes to our deficit of rain, we're over 10 to 15 inches behind where we should be in the past year. 25-inch deficit over Monroe into Lancaster and Cheraw. That's where we have the exceptional drought, level 5 out of 5. The extreme drought in that red. We'll get an update here in the next hour in terms of how things have matured from last week into this week. We'll break it down for you, but overnight lows get in the mid to upper 40s overnight. Mountain counties in the low 40s, so chilly and cold start to your morning. Upper 70s on Friday to finish off the work week. We'll bring in those hot conditions by Monday. Low 90s locked in with rain chances scattered in nature moving into the mid portions of next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Queen City News brings you 6 hours of news each and every weekday morning, and we still have 2 hours left to go. So here's a preview of what we can expect in our 8 and 9 o'clock hours. The stakes are high for President Donald Trump during his much anticipated trip to China, meeting with President Xi Jinping. We'll have a live report from Washington breaking down the biggest issues the world's 2 most powerful leaders will be discussing. Plus, a mother and her children trapped in their home as flames roar around them. We'll show you that incredible video as police officers risk their lives to save them from that inferno. And she wrote a children's book about dealing with grief following the death of her husband. And now a judge is sentencing her after a guilty verdict in his murder. What her punishment will be and who will now take care of the couple's children. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
Health Department officials say adults need more protein. They're updating U.S. federal dietary guidelines to emphasize foods with more nutrients over processed carbohydrates. But some health experts believe ramping up protein intake is not necessary for most of the general public. Doctors say most of the public is already ingesting more than enough protein, and eating too much could actually harm their health.
For instance, if you want to eat a lot of protein, maybe you eat a lot of meat, or you eat a lot of dairy proteins, or other sources, and those sources have, of course, more components in them than just meat. A good example is, of course, that if you eat meat, there's a lot of fat related to it, saturated fat, so that will also then increase.
Experts say it's best to speak with your doctor before making any major changes to your diet. Coming up on 7:59, our 8 a.m. hour starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
It is almost 8 o'clock on this Thursday. Good morning, everyone. Welcome into Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast. We're going to be in for some good sunshine. It's already out there. We're going to warm up nice and comfortable. We're going to go for an extra long walk later this afternoon.
Ooh, it's been so nice.
Yeah.
Just enjoy it because we know right around the corner we've got the actual humidity and the higher temperatures, get out there right now.
Yeah. Soak it up now. We don't have to worry about what's coming later. We'll worry about that when we get there.
That's right. Sunday gonna look like a doozy.
Here we go.
Great.
Let's jump into it. Let's look at today
Jump
first.
into the pool on Sunday.
Exactly. Taking a look right now as we have a look around the crowd. Mostly sunny skies, clear conditions, traffic moving at a speed limit pace on Independence Boulevard near Sharon Amity Road. Uptown not looking too bad. Good morning to you folks out in Monroe. And our tower camera showing the Queen City in the distance, not looking too bad heading out the door this morning. Still looking nice and comfortable. Temperatures locked into the upper 50s now, into the low 60s. North winds at 7 miles per hour. A very light wind for the most part before we get breezy later on this afternoon. Dew points near 50 degrees. That's nice and low, not giving us any muggy feel for the most part. We're still warmer to start our morning, anywhere from 7 to 9 to even 13 degrees warmer compared to where we were this time yesterday. Landing us upper 50s, low 60s, Charlotte and surrounding areas. We're looking at mid to upper 50s into the low 60s through the I-40 corridor. Still locked in the 40s for our mountain counties. A little chillier for the higher elevations with that cooler air behind that cold front. I do expect us to hold on to lots of sunshine, upper 60s through lunchtime, near 70 degrees. We'll peak in the mid 70s through the peak heating hours of the day. Mostly sunny skies, winds a little breezy out of the north-northwest, anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour, gusting as fast as 20 miles per hour at times. And overnight lows will be a little chilly, dropping down into what will be the upper 40s, heading into your early morning hours on Friday. And that's going to kick off the warm-up that helps get us into the upper 70s, eventually in the 80s, and dare I say 90s come the second half of the weekend. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that forecast with our pollen count medium to high. Hickory, maple, oak, that's going to be heading into your weekend. So Claritin, Zyrtec needed as we have the high pollen count still sticking around. Another look at your forecast here coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, thank you very much, Ted. Let's get to what is now a very busy 8 o'clock hour out on the roadways. Rush hour started about an hour ago. Now we got a couple of issues sprinkled in different areas around town that we want to get to that could certainly affect you this morning, depending on where you're going. Right now, we've got at least a dozen. All the way from up at Huntersville near Lake Norman down to Union County near Waxhaw and Monroe. So we're going to try to hit as many of these as we can to help you out. First, if you're headed northbound, so if you're in Charlotte trying to head up towards Huntersville, Mooresville, the Lake Norman area, we've got an accident this morning that's going to slow things down. It is, let's see, the first one is going to be right, I think, just north of 485 before you get to Sam Fur. This is going to slow you down right near Gilead Road. It's got you backed all the way up to 485. That's going to cause some issues for just a little while. We're looking at it. This is southbound traffic on the right-hand side, but what we're talking about is a lane block northbound. We don't see it from this camera here, but we know it's in that general area, so just be aware of that if you're trying to head up northbound on 77. Now we've got a new accident on inbound Independence Boulevard. That's going to slow you down just a little bit this morning. This is right near Briar Creek. It's got you backed up to Sharon Amity Road. Don't know that we can see it all from this perspective here, but up around the bend, that's Sharon Amity there. Up around the bend is the closer you get to Briar Creek. That's also going to slow you down. Now let's take you down to Union County. This is where we're having issues. We've got an overturned 18-wheeler at Newtown and Clark Road. A jackknifed 18-wheeler. It's got the entire highway there blocked and closed down. The Union County Sheriff's Office, we're waiting on updates. They're just saying try to find alternate routes. Avoid that area. Most people take Newtown to cut through to Monroe. That is kind of the major artery to get there. So that's going to cause some issues for a little while if you're down in Union County. Near Uptown, this stretch is looking good. We'll monitor those 3 accidents we were just talking about. We'll give you more of an update coming up in about 20 or 30 minutes.
Today is the final day for South Carolina lawmakers to pass new measures before the spring legislative session ends.
Yeah, both chambers are still working through a long list of bills they want to get to the governor's desk before 5 o'clock strikes today.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisill joining us as legislators get ready to gavel in. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Now about 2 hours away from the start of that last day of the session. And according to the Senate's calendar, they've got about 80 confirmations to review today and several final readings of different House bills. But they will notably not take up the redistricting discussion today, despite pressure from the White House to update congressional voting maps. Now, lawmakers have finalized a handful of agreements all here within the past few days. They passed a bill to bring more transparency to the state's charter school system, came to a resolution to allow SCDOT to build toll lanes, and the House narrowly agreed to raise legislator pay, as that's been heavily debated all session. Now lawmakers can opt in to a starting salary of $4,500. U.S. Congressman Ralph Norman says that the state officials have their priorities mixed up.
South Carolinian is suffering with affordability. They're struggling right now. And it's not just, roads and bridges. Look at the insurance bills that they're paying. Look at the electricity rates. The legislature's done a poor job of managing the state.
Lawmakers say Governor Henry McMaster will likely call them back for a special session on redistricting. We'll show you why President Trump says he'll be closely watching what the Palmetto State leaders do coming up in our next hour. Back to you.
Savannah, thank you. Appreciate that. President Donald Trump is inviting his Chinese counterpart to the White House as his trip to visit with President Xi Jinping continues. The visit would come in September of this year. President Xi Jinping says that he wants to work with President Trump to steer the giant ship of China-U.S. relations to make 2026 a historic landmark year in terms of economic trade.
But he's warning that differences over Taiwan, a self-governed island that Beijing claims as its own territory, could bring U.S. and China to clashes or even conflict. Trump's visit to China also comes as tensions remain high with Iran. Vital oil traffic is still stalled on the Strait of Hormuz, which has strained global economies. China and Iran are also allies, and President Trump could inquire about China helping to secure peace.
News Nation Washington correspondent Rashad Hudson joins us live with more on this visit. Good morning, Rashad.
Good morning to you. President Trump and President Xi enter these talks with a lot on the line, and while both leaders have publicly expressed friendship, will that be enough to make progress? President Trump stepping into Beijing's Great Hall of the People Thursday, greeting Chinese President Xi Jinping in a show of diplomatic pageantry. But behind the smiles, the stakes couldn't be higher.
It's an honor to be your friend, and the relationship between China and the USA is going to be better than ever before.
China is Iran's biggest customer for oil, giving Xi unique leverage as the White House pushes to end the conflict. The president is leaning on his relationship to get a deal done.
You're a great leader. I say it to everybody. You're a great leader. Sometimes people don't like me saying it.
Taiwan is also expected to take center stage, with lawmakers in Washington warning the president not to give an inch to Beijing.
How are your talks, sir?
It's great.
After the meeting, the two leaders toured the iconic Temple of Heaven. A state dinner will wrap up day one of the president's trip. It's really a test to see how the world's two most powerful countries manage different crises as well as keep them from spreading further. Jason?
So, Rashad, what would the White House consider a win from these talks?
Yeah, the White House is looking at a number of these items and measuring them and saying that if there's progress on any of those items, they would consider that a win. We're looking at a trade deal with China, trying to get China to use its influence over Iran for a peace deal, as well as stopping China from taking Taiwan.
All right, Rashad Hudson reporting live for us from Washington, D.C. Thank you so much.
We've evacuated from you all the way back to us. We didn't get any answers, so with the outside.
I still don't understand how we've remained that calm on the radio right there. We now have new video of an explosion and fire involving a natural gas line in Matthews. You can see the flames shooting out of the ground right there as that gas caught fire. It happened just before noon on Morningwood Drive at Pleasant Plains Road. Investigators believe electrical contractors installing poles punctured the 8-inch line, leading to a leak that then exploded. The fire that followed rose high into the air, damaging a utility truck and two nearby homes. Crews from Matthews and Charlotte kept the fire from spreading. A Piedmont natural gas crew finally shut the gas flow off, putting the fire out at around 2:30.
They were drilling, and they said kaboom. When they said kaboom, and they shut up in the air. I tell everybody, we gotta start living right, because that feel like hell there more.
But it was hard enough to where I felt. Then I said, maybe it was just me. And I went out the front door to get to do whatever, and I looked up and saw this fire. I mean, it was to the top of the trees.
No one was hurt in the blast, but extra crews were called in to relieve firefighters dealing with all that heat.
North Carolina Attorney General Jeff Jackson is now taking legal action against a wedding photography company based out of Raleigh. He alleges that Holly Christina Photography scammed more than 200 brides out of a total of $1 million by taking their money for pictures never delivered. A judge this week granted a preliminary injunction against the company, ordering its owner to get photos and video to customers within 30 days. Some brides say they have been waiting for more than a year and a half for their images.
I didn't receive any photos or video with my parents of the speeches, our dances. So yeah, it's been a kind of dark time. Just wondering if I'll ever be able to, relive my wedding day.
Attorney General Jackson says that the case is not done. He's actually pushing to get the photography company shut down permanently and to get full refunds for all of those affected customers. 8:10 right now. Boy, if you're starting the day a little under the weather, just go outside. It's going to be nice, Ted.
Yeah, it's going to be nice. As a matter of fact, our dry days continue at the very least all the way into early next week, holding off on rain chances until Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. I'll break down the remainder of the work week and what the weekend looks like coming up with a check of your forecast after a short break. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
The time is now 8:13. North Carolina Republican leaders say that they are working to quickly finalize the state budget after an agreement over their biggest sticking point, tax cuts. Shabnam Dinesh takes a look at the specifics of the deal.
Under current law, North Carolina's income tax rate automatically drops when the state hits certain revenue triggers. On Tuesday, Republican leaders announced they are replacing the automatic triggers with a set schedule.
Proud of the framework that we've got in place. We think it sets the state up for continued success economically.
The income tax rate will drop a quarter point every couple years until it reaches 2.49%. The General Assembly will also pass a constitutional amendment to cap income taxes at 3.5%.
Important for us to provide some assurance that the rate would not bounce back up at some point, and that's the reason for the constitutional amendment.
The John Locke Foundation says the tax plan is fiscally responsible, while the North Carolina Budget and Tax Center argues flat-rate income tax cuts mostly benefit wealthy families and corporations.
The richest 1% of North Carolinians will get about $22,000 a year in tax breaks from this plan when it's fully in effect. and the poorest North Carolinians will get about $27. So this is an upside down tax plan, continues to give tax breaks to the very wealthy at the expense of all of us.
Democratic House Minority Leader Robert Reeves warning, quote, the devil is in the details, saying the tax rate cap also could make it harder for the state to fund services in the future. In March, state economists projected North Carolina will bring in about $35 billion this fiscal year. That's about $370 million more than previously expected, but they also project revenues will dip slightly the following year as tax cuts take effect.
Well, the world's most powerful central bank officially has its new leader this morning. Kevin Warsh was officially confirmed by the Senate as the new Federal Reserve Chair Wednesday. The 56-year-old's nomination had been in question in recent months after Republican North Carolina Senator Tom Tillis said he would block Warsh's nomination. He wanted to wait until the investigation into the former Fed chair Jerome Powell was completed. The Powell probe was dropped last month. Warsh is stepping into his new role at a tough time for the independent agency. Inflation has topped the Fed's 5% target for 5 years now and continues to rise faster due to spiking gas prices.
A proposed bill in California is looking to cap concert ticket prices. The bill, dubbed the California Fans First Act, would limit ticket resale prices at no more than 10% above the original face value cost, fees included. The legislation targets automated bots and resellers who buy tickets in bulk to sell them at a much higher price. Ticketmaster is supporting the bill, saying it protects artists and fans. This comes just 1 month after a case requiring Live Nation, the owner of Ticketmaster, to pay roughly $200 million in damages to states participating in a lawsuit. Several states, including North Carolina, sued the company for operating as a monopoly. Under the settlement, Ticketmaster will be required to open parts of its platform to rival ticketing companies.
The robo-taxi company Waymo is issuing a recall for thousands of their vehicles over risks that they enter flooded roadways. According to the National Transportation Safety Administration, more than 3,700 robo-taxis would be at risk of driving into flood conditions and getting stranded. The report comes from an unoccupied Waymo, which got stuck on a flooded road in Texas. The driverless cars are stirring up controversy across the country. There have been cases of the cars getting stuck on railroad tracks and even driving around stopped school buses. Waymo officials say they are continuously changing software in order to keep them safe on the roads. A Charlotte fleet is expected to set out later this year.
The author of a children's book about grief is set to serve a life sentence for killing her husband. A jury in Salt Lake City found Corey Richins guilty for the murder of her husband back in 2022. Richins was also found guilty of attempted murder for trying to kill her husband weeks before his death. Before being charged, Richins wrote a children's book about grieving the loss of a parent. Her children are now in the custody of her husband's sister and brother-in-law. The judge sentenced Richins to life without parole on the murder charge and 5 years to life for attempted murder. She also received lesser sentences for insurance fraud and forgery.
All right, coming up on 8/18, a beautiful day. Ted, I just saw it's National Buttermilk Biscuit Day.
What?
You know how perfect a warm buttermilk biscuit, come on back, Ted. You get that perfect biscuit with some melted butter. That's how I feel like this forecast that you're giving us today.
Yeah.
Like a warm buttermilk biscuit.
Warm buttermilk biscuit with a little jam on the side, some homemade jam on the side.
Okay.
You know?
Right?
Yeah.
Come on now.
It's just
Honey butter?
Oh, yeah.
Come on, stop, y'all. I got to do this forecast. Okay. Winds out of the north 7 miles per hour, 61 degrees heading out the door this morning. Mostly sunny skies. That's going to warm us up. So we are going to be nice and comfortable heading into the peak heating hours of the day. Mid-70s on the way, so nice and pleasant for this afternoon. Mid to upper 50s, I-40 corridor, low 60s Morganton, mid to upper 40s for Boone and Jefferson. I'm looking at those low 60s heading out the door, so a nice mild start, making way for what will be a warm afternoon. We're talking mid-70s, Charlotte and surrounding areas, low 70s, I-40 corridor, upper 50s for Boone and Jefferson. So our highs today will still be a little bit on the cool side in our mountain counties, nice and warm, but landing below normal for this time of year. I'm looking at upper 70s turning to 80s Saturday into Sunday, near 90 degrees. Average highs this time of year right around 80 degrees, low 90s on tap, peak heating hours of the day. High pressure builds Cold front sweeps east over the Carolinas. We will hold on to mostly sunny skies as high pressure dominates, giving us a little bit of a breeze here throughout the afternoon. And again, the sunshine comes back again heading into your Friday. So next couple of days will be sunny and pleasant. Upper 70s on Friday. We'll really bring in the warmth as we head into the weekend. Saturday, limited rain chances along the Tennessee border in our mountain counties. I'm thinking partly cloudy skies start to move in for Saturday. We'll get in the mid 80s before 90s take hold Sunday with those low-end rain chances for our mountain counties. Deficit in terms of how much rain we've lacked in the past year. We're looking at 10 to 15 inches for Charlotte. Monroe closer to 25 plus inches behind where we were, and we're waiting on an update for our drought conditions. Currently seeing the extreme drought in the red, the exceptional drought in the darker red. Could be another couple minutes before we get that update, and I'm looking at those mid to upper 40s for your overnight lows heading into your early morning hours. 7-day forecast will break down those upper 70s into the 80s by Saturday. 90s take hold Sunday into early next week and sticks around all the way through Wednesday. Jason.
All right, Ted, thank you, sir. As we go to break, let's take you up to New York City this morning from the water between the cities there. Man, beautiful shot of New York City this morning. Futures are all looking great. The Dow's up over 400, S&P, NASDAQ in the green. We're going to join our business correspondent, Jane King, live from the New York Stock Exchange right after this break. $8:23. Welcome back, everyone. Congress is debating a bill to allow year-round sales of E15 gasoline, arguing that it could lower fuel costs for drivers. And 7-Eleven is introducing a Slurpee happy hour for Rewards Club members. That sounds nice in time for summer. Jane King's live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good Thursday morning.
Hi, Jason. Happy Thursday to you. And futures are pointing higher today. That's after another all-time high for the S&P 500 yesterday. Now, the House approved a bill that would allow year-round sales of E15 gas. That is gas blended with 15% ethanol, which is made from corn. Now, supporters of the legislation, like the National Corn Growers Association, say this could save drivers money and drive demand for bushels of corn. And 7-Eleven launching a summer-long push to keep customers cool with discounted Slurpees and loyalty rewards, and maybe even a chance to get the Slurpee truck delivered. Now, the convenience store chain announced the new Slurpee Drink Happy Hour, offering large Slurpee drinks for $1 every weekday from 3 to 6 for members of its rewards program. Jason, back to you.
Oh, man, that something about, I haven't grown up with a 7-Eleven near me. I've had Slurpees before, but it just reminds me of like an icy. It makes me feel like a kid, whether you're at the movie theater or getting popcorn at a Target.
Those hot summer days, they're great.
There's nothing better than that.
Yeah, could be fun.
Oh, I love it. All right, Jane, listen, thank you so much. Markets open at 9:30. We'll join you right after the opening bell. Appreciate that. Well, things are looking pretty good right now. We're in the low 60s. We're going to be in the 70s today, and Ted says it's going to feel perfect before a warm weekend on the way. We'll be back after this.
All right, it is 8:30. Welcome back. And welcome back to Julian and Ted, who just got here. I'm Annie Stotowski.
We're working hard in the traffic.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes. Who are you
Julian
guys?
Sedor. Yeah.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Nice to have you with us. All right, we got Ted, Julian, Annie, Jason. We're all here. First time we've been back together in a couple weeks. So we're enjoying catching up, both on and off the camera. I'm enjoying this weather. It's like patio weather. As Julian and I were leaving work yesterday, out in the parking lot, we're like, just go find a patio. You don't have to do anything.
Yeah.
Just get out there.
Kick your feet up. Maybe a nice hammock.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
take a nap outside.
I was outside to do a little bit of resting. I did not put the hammock up. But I had other chairs. I had other options
Okay.
of reclining
Perfect.
out in the sun. It was nice.
Yeah, get horizontal today outside and
That's it.
enjoy it. And then you could go ahead and find a body of water come Sunday.
Okay. Oh, boy.
You're going to need to cool down somehow, some way as we ramp up those temperatures heading into the second half of the weekend. Right now, our view out of West Charlotte from our tower camera showing the Queen City in the distance. Nice and dry for the most part. Not seeing any major impacts that's going to be getting in the way of your morning commute. We are clear, we are dry, and even those winds have been relatively light so far before ramping up this afternoon. Yesterday hit the upper 70s, just shy of our average high of 80 degrees. Our overnight lows typically start in the mid to upper 50s. That's what we started with, but now low 60s, north wind 7 miles per hour. Dew points are low enough it doesn't feel terribly muggy out there to start your day. Compared to yesterday, we're outpacing temperatures by 7 to 11 to even 10 degrees. We've seen this gap get smaller and smaller throughout the morning. I expect this gap to get completely eliminated as we don't get as warm as what we had for your Wednesday. Right now, low 60s locked in, 40s for our mountain counties, upper 50s to low 60s I-40 corridor. I expect a cooler afternoon despite the warmer morning with upper 60s through lunchtime. Sunshine dominates, 70s on tap for the peak heating hours of the day, a high of 74 degrees, north-northwest winds. Will be a little breezy, getting to 20 miles per hour at times, but mostly settled between that 5 to 10 mile per hour mark. Overnight lows settle in the upper 40s, mostly clear skies as we hold on to our pollen count anywhere from that 6 to 8 range. Medium to high, hickory, maple, oak. Those are the culprits behind your flaring allergies with your mountain county forecast, upper 50s to low 70s, even getting into the upper 70s Saturday and Sunday. Overnight lows 40s into 50s. I'm looking at near 80 degrees by Monday of next week. Sunshine returning after partly cloudy skies settle in through the weekend. Will be nice and warm for our mountain counties heading into early next week. We'll have another check of your forecast looking at your overall setup here coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, Ted, thank you very much. All right, so good news, bad news. Some of the issues we've been dealing with for the last hour have cleared, which is really good, but they have been replaced by newer accidents that are out on the board this morning, especially on the east side of the city. So let's go ahead and take a look. Couple of issues. 45 outer. This is going to be causing issues if you're working your way around Mint Hill trying to get up to 85 University City area. This is 85 outer at Rocky River Road. It's got you backed up to Harrisburg. So they're saying that could add about 10 to 15 minutes delay this morning as you're working your way. Now, as we go down to the south part of the city, this is near Matthews, 45 inner. We have got a lane block. This is a new accident that just popped up here recently, and this is near the new Weddington Road exit that is right off of 45. That's going to slow you down. It's got you pushed back beyond Independence Boulevard. Here are some drive times. Actually not too bad. They're all under half an hour, which is rare this time of day. We will take it. Still have an issue if you're headed northbound on 77 trying to get from Charlotte to Huntersville and up near Lake Norman. This is right near Gilead Road. It's got you slowed down. Now it's gone up. It's 45 miles an hour now. It was much slower earlier. Here's a look from one of our cameras. This is 77 South near Sam Fur, Huntersville Road. Lanes in both directions looking pretty good. Let's give you one on inbound Independence, those right three lanes. Earlier accident near Briar Creek Road has cleared, so that is also good news. Just put the phone away. Don't be distracted. We will wrap up your pinpoint traffic coming up at the top of the hour.
Gaston County school leaders are getting more than $35 million from the county to cover part of their budget, but administrators say that's a far cry from the $60 million they hope to get.
District officials are planning layoffs, even as they ask the county for more money. County leaders say the district needs to be more efficient with what it gets.
As Queen City News reporter Shakira Speaks tells us, parents say their kids are the ones who are caught in the middle.
Education is not being treated as a priority, and our kids are being told to go without.
Gaston commissioners approved the county school's new budget, giving them just over $35 million. But that's just over half of the money district leaders say they need.
They sat in that meeting and they talked about how, inflation is causing things to go up and, the loss of funding with COVID funds, et cetera, and stated that the schools were just expected to absorb inflation. They were expected to do more with less.
Samantha Easters suggested commissioners look for other ways to find money for teachers and staff, like cutting some jobs from the local government. Commissioner Jim Bailey agreed. He was the only dissenting vote on the budget.
I compared ourselves to 4 other counties in Gaston County that similar makeup and everything.
Gaston County spends approximately 19% on the schools. The other four average 33.5%.
Maybe this will work if we all contact our state representatives to help us get this sales tax on the ballot. That would create another $10 or $11 million, but we can't just depend on that.
The district already plans to eliminate 174 positions ahead of the next school year, despite emergency funding from the county. More layoffs are likely if more funding isn't approved. Superintendent Morgan Houchard says it needs the money for more than just teacher salaries.
It's those services that local dollars help support, because we do everything in schools. We get them there, we feed them, we do their laundry for some students, we brush their teeth. A flat budget is not what's best.
In order to have a stable future in Gaston County, you have to prioritize education. And I want to see Gaston County grow.
Commissioners will meet with district leaders over the next few weeks to determine the next steps, including sustainable staffing over the next few years. The Board of Education will hold a special meeting to go over personnel on Thursday at 1 p.m. And the budget goes into effect on July 1st. Reporting in Gaston County, Shakir Speaks, Queen City News.
South Carolina health officials say that they have identified an exposure to tuberculosis. This happened at Pleasant Knoll Middle School in Fort Mill. It's not clear how many people could have been exposed to the TB bacteria. State health officials are now working with Fort Mill schools to identify those people who might need to be tested. TB can be treated with antibiotics.
Charlotte City Council members will meet again today to discuss their stance on the I-77 toll lane project. They voted to pull their support for the expansion Monday. The proposal has been controversial from the very beginning, with neighbors along the corridor pushing back over concerns that it will further impact their communities. Today's meeting is to get an update on the project itself and to take any further action if needed. That gets underway at 1 o'clock at the Government Center in Uptown. Mecklenburg County Commissioners will also hear a proposal for the county's overall budget. That's at an 11 a.m. meeting. They'll hold a public hearing today on the spending plan on May 21st, and then they will have a final vote on June 2nd.
The Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools budget for the next year is now in the hands of county commissioners. CMS board members approved the $2.1 billion budget late Tuesday night after rejecting the superintendent's original proposal. Board members wanted more resources for student achievement and mental health support. County commissioners say that's money that should come from the state. District officials believe their plan figures in 8% raises for teachers the state wants and 3% for other employees.
When you put all that math together, you're somewhere around 5.5% and 6%. We can cover in our budget 6% for all combined without having to do additional cuts. We're prepared for that.
Basically, the state said, well, we're doing what we're supposed to do.
Correct.
And we're paying what we fairly are supposed to pay.
That's correct.
And there's just disagreement from counties to the state that the state should be doing more.
The district is asking for almost $700 million from the county, or about 36% of its operating budget. The state provides 55%.
We've evacuated from you all the way back to us. We didn't get any answers, so look outside.
That's just shocking right there. We now have new video of an explosion and fire involving a natural gas line in Matthews. You can see those flames shooting out of the ground as that gas caught fire. It happened just before noon on Morningwood Drive at Pleasant Plains Road. Investigators believe electrical contractors installing poles punctured the 8-inch line, leading to a leak that exploded. The fire that followed rose high into the air, damaging a utility truck and 2 nearby homes. Crews from Matthews and Charlotte kept the fire from spreading. A Piedmont natural gas crew shut off the gas flow, putting the fire out at around 2:30.
We're drilling, and they said kaboom. When they said kaboom, and they shut up in the air. I tell everybody, we got to start living right, because that feel like hell there, boy.
But it was hard enough to where I felt. Then I said, maybe it was just me. And I went out the front door to get to do whatever, and I looked up and saw this fire. I mean, it was to the top of the trees.
Thankfully, no one was hurt in the blast, but extra crews were called in to relieve firefighters dealing with all the heat.
U.S. health officials are now closely monitoring 17 Americans evacuated from the Dutch cruise ship after a deadly outbreak of hantavirus left at least 3 people dead and several others infected. Laura Engel has the latest on their conditions.
Of those 17 U.S. citizens, 15 are now voluntarily isolating at the National Quarantine Unit at the University of Nebraska Medical Center in Omaha. The CDC gave them the option of going into isolation there or monitoring their own health conditions from home. One American who chose to quarantine is Jake Rosmarin, and he's sharing with his social media followers what that federal facility looks like from the inside.
Here's my little hand sanitation station, bathroom. We have a dresser and a fridge, a smart TV. The room is very spacious and comfortable. I can have stuff sent here. I'm feeling well. I'm in relatively good spirits.
That high-tech facility has 20 rooms just like Jake's, secure but designed to be comfortable. They're private rooms with special airflow systems, exercise equipment, internet access, and round-the-clock medical monitoring. Now, his quarantine could last up to 42 days, which is more than usual given this virus's long incubation window and the fact that this strain of virus is one of the few that is known to spread from person to person through close contact. Health officials stress the risk to the broader American public does remain low, but globally, the outbreak is triggering alarm bells. Health officials in Europe, Asia, and Australia are now tracking former passengers and crew members from the ship with other passengers from that cruise in mandatory quarantine today. The outbreak aboard that cruise ship became a major international public health operation. The CDC and World Health Organization warning that more cases could still emerge because exposed passengers may not show symptoms for weeks. But the key message from officials is that the hantavirus is not a new strain, and that unlike COVID at the time, health officials now know how this virus behaves. And in most cases, people get it from what infected mice or rats leave behind. But this Andes strain is different because it can spread person to person through close contact. That's the important part. And despite all of it, health experts say that the risk to the public is incredibly low. Back to you.
All right, it is 8:41 still to come. The Fortress just couldn't be protected by the Crown. We take a look at Charlotte FC's game last night and adding another loss to the pile this season. You're watching Queen City News on this Thursday. Traffic moving pretty well out west. We'll have more of that coming up next.
Welcome back. The Carolina Hurricanes are using their downtime to prepare for the conference finals.
And Charlotte FC just was not able to secure a win at the bank.
Carolina Sports Live's Casey Funderburg is taking a look at all those stories in your morning sports.
Today is a big day for the Carolina Panthers as the NFL will be releasing the schedule today. But before we get to that, we got to take a look at Charlotte FC, who were looking to find something positive last night. The Crown returned to Bank of America Stadium looking to get back in the win column with a midweek match against New York City FC. The Crown without captain Ashley Westwood in this one due to a one-game suspension from a yellow card accumulation. Harry Toffolo also out with a lower body injury. In the 8th minute of the game, New York City on the attack. Ball gets over to Nico Fernandez Mercado, who goes wide, cuts back, and scores. New York make it 1-0. Charlotte really struggling to find anything offensively in this one. They were trying to get back in it, kind of like this play coming up in the 72nd minute by Pep Biel. It was going to just be too easy for NYC, who went on to win this one 1-0. Well, the Carolina Hurricanes will play the winner of the Sabres and Canadian series. The battle is currently tied up at 2 games apiece. Carolina has gotten contributions up and down the lineup and has shown off the true depth of the squad during the unbeaten start to the postseason. Despite the long rest the Canes have on their hands, they are using this opportunity to get locked in for the next round, regardless of who the opponent is.
I think we watch just to, see what your opponent could be, who could be, their tendencies of both teams. So, it's interesting watching, obviously the games, and they're exciting games too. It's a really good series, and it's fun to watch.
Yeah, I watch pretty much every game. What do I watch for? A little bit of everything, to be honest. The way they play. Even face-off plays and things like that, just to kind of see what they do and power play, their PK, what they do and how they pressure and all of that stuff. So it's a ton of learning as well.
All right, so later tonight at 11, we'll be breaking down the Carolina Panthers schedule. We'll see when the bye week is and how tough it'll be for the Panthers to hold on to their NFC South title. That's all coming up later tonight on CSL.
All right, former Duke Blue Devil Isaiah Evans has now officially closed the door on any potential return to Durham next season. At the NBA Combine, he told reporters that he is, quote, fully in the NBA draft, would not be making a return to the university. Evans figures to be picked within the top 15, and he averaged 15 points per game, 3 rebounds, and shot it from the field at just under 44%. Evans has met with the Washington Wizards, Atlanta Hawks, New York Knicks, and Dallas Mavericks. I just made up my own.
Yes, Atlanta Hawkins.
The Atlanta Hawkins. Yes.
It's a baby hawk. We'll move aside Kyle Larson. There's a new driver attempting to pull off the double. Catherine Legg will be racing in both the Indy 500 and the Coke 600 next weekend. Legg is making history by being the first one to complete the 1,100 miles between the two races. She'll pilot the number 11 in Indy before hopping into the 78 in Charlotte. Only 5 drivers have ever completed both races. Now, only 1 driver has ever successfully completed the 1,100 miles. Tony Stewart did it back in 2001 after failing in 1999. The last few attempts have been valiant, but to no avail. Kyle Larson tried in both 24 and 25. Kurt Busch tried it in 14, but wrecked out early in Indy. Robbie Gordon had 4 shots at it. The first to try it was John Andretti in 1994. And so, before we get to Coke 600, we know we have reached All-Star Weekend, and who better to talk about Dover than a guy who's also locked into the main event. Wood Brother Racing's number 21, Josh Berry, going to be inside Garage Confidential as we get you ready to drive at the Monster Mile. Plus, NASCAR veteran and Amazon Prime analyst Corey LaJoie breaks the race down. You got Josh Berry and Corey LaJoie this weekend on Around the Track.
All right, let's bring in meteorologist Ted Phaeton. You know what I realized is not a good combo? If you listen to live NASCAR while you're driving. Oh. I listened to it the other day, and you get so excited, and all of a sudden you're doing 85 miles an hour in like a 45, and you're like, I didn't even realize. Has that ever happened to you guys?
No?
No.
Jason,
Never listened to
It's
NASCAR
more
driving.
of like music, right? It's more
Yeah.
like the tempo of the music where then I'll look down and be like, oh, whoops, we're not supposed to do that.
Well,
I've never listened to NASCAR on the radio.
it's a social experiment, but I'm just saying, don't reach out to me if you get a speeding ticket.
Yeah, Julian, I feel like Annie and Jason just told on themselves.
100%. That's why I
I
kept
always
my mouth
drive
shut.
10 and 2 within the
Like
speed limit.
like
I don't know about anybody else.
99.9%
Right.
of Charlotte's
I got
speeds,
Khalif
like-
Rose on retainer. I'm not saying
You
the
know what I'm
word.
saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The temperatures and my speed are matching on the highway right now. 61 degrees as you head out the door. North winds coming in at 7 miles per hour. And we have those dew points at 50 degrees. So not terribly muggy as mostly sunny skies dominate here through the peak heating hours of the day. So we are moving nice and smooth over Independence Boulevard near Sharon Amity Road. Low to mid 60s around Charlotte. Upper 50s to low 60s I-40 corridor. 40s on tap in our mountain counties. So we hold on to those mid to upper 40s. Today's highs ramp up into the 70s. Peak heating hours of the day. Charlotte, Monroe, I'm looking at low 70s, I-40 corridor, upper 50s, Boone and Jefferson. High temperatures ramp up. I'm calling for what will be the low 90s Sunday through Wednesday, and we get in the mid 80s to kick off the weekend. So high pressure builds behind that cold front, giving us a quick dip in our temperatures with mid 70s on tap for today. Breezy conditions with high pressure to our north and west. So north-northwest winds could gust as fast as 20 miles per hour at times. I expect us to stay sunny from this morning into the afternoon. There's maybe some thin cloud cover passing through briefly before we stay clear overnight heading into your Friday. Friday ushers more sunshine as high pressure leaks off to our south and east. Warm front pushing north, giving us some limited moisture over eastern Tennessee towards our mountain counties. I expect us to stay mostly dry here. Clouds and radar pulling in more of what will be the heat that moves in for the end of the weekend heading into your Sunday. So our deficit when it comes to our rain is sitting anywhere from 10 to 15 inches, over 25 inches as we look at your areas east of Charlotte. How's this for actually some unexpected improvements in our drought conditions? No longer the exceptional drought level 5 out of 5, but we still have the extreme drought level 4 out of 5 with more of the severe drought level 3 out of 5 over the Queen City into Gaston County. So some improvements seen here on your drought monitor, but still going through it as we head into this week. So we have overnight lows dropping down into the 40s for your early morning hours, rebounding to near 90 degrees Sunday. Low 90s take hold first half of next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Hey, come here. You're okay.
Oh, those sounds there. A Tennessee police officer being hailed a hero after rescuing a mother and her 2 children from a burning apartment. My gosh, how scary. The front porch was burning when the officer got there. This was at a building in Chattanooga. He went into the building, which was filled with smoke. The officer carried 1 child out while the rest followed. Then he grabbed a fire extinguisher, started to try to put the flames out before the rest of the firefighters arrived, and thankfully no one was hurt.
Awesome.
So scary.
What a hero.
Man, oh man! One of my neighbors in Waxhaw, he's still a volunteer firefighter, and just hearing some of the stories, sometimes they're like this, and they're exhausted, they're heartbroken when they get out, and not all these stories end like this in such a sweet way, and they go back and they do it the next day and the next day, and it's just these stories are incredible.
Without even thinking about himself either, just went right in.
They just go,
I was going to say, you never know how you're going to react in that moment, but being someone who's trained and you notice they're standing in the front door, they don't know what to do.
Yeah.
So just being able to just barge in and say, hey, come on, I got you.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's great.
Well, that's a great story. By the way, we're wrapping up. That's a police officer there, not even a firefighter, and we are at the end of National Police Week. So we are very thankful to all of our men and women who wear the uniform, keeping us safe, and for those who have lost their life in the line of duty. We certainly think about those in the Charlotte area as well. So, all right, we're going to wrap up this hour. We got another hour still to come right around the corner, and a really nice day in the low 60s right now. Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson Airport still considered to be the busiest airport in the world. That is according to new passenger data just released last year. Atlanta is not the only city playing host to some of the busiest airports. You got Dallas-Fort Worth. They're number 4 on the list. Chicago's O'Hare, number 6. Denver International, they round out the 10th spot. Other airports around the globe, Dubai, Tokyo, and London also made the list. And we know Charlotte is up there as well. It is 8:59. Excuse me, don't go anywhere as we are ready to kick off and wrap up our final hour of Queen City News.
City News starts now.
A very good Thursday morning, everyone. Almost 9 o'clock. Welcome into our final hour of Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Andy Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast. We're going to keep warming on up as we get into the afternoon. Pleasant today. We have to say cool down as we get into the weekend.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like look for the shade, look for the water.
Look for the water. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. The shade can only do so much.
Is it going to be humid?
Yeah, we're going to have the humidity tick up a little bit as we head into the weekend. Early next week, we introduce some of that moisture. So hot, humid, heading into early next week, starting to feel very summer-like. Nice and pleasant today, though.
Okay.
Memorial weekend is right around the corner,
Yeah.
and that's when most pools officially open. So maybe
Yeah.
this is just literally warming us up.
Yeah.
For like pool season.
Yeah, if only
And
the
for that,
pools were
Coke
open.
600, right?
And that.
Coke 600, yeah, definitely. You can cool down with a Coca-Cola as you get into the peak heating hours of the day. Right now, still seeing the sunshine coming down over Charlotte Motor Speedway out in Concord as we continue to get your day underway. Now, we have a nice, comfortable afternoon on tap before we bring in the heat this weekend. North-northwest winds starting to pick up now, 11 miles per hour, 64 degrees, and we're starting to close that gap between yesterday and today, a 5-degree difference on the warmer side still. But again, I expect our highs to land short of what happened, what we hit for Wednesday. So mid-60s around the Queen City, mid to upper 40s, Boone and Jefferson. Day planner hosts plenty of sunshine today. More in the way of the mid-70s peak heating hours before we settle back into the 40s overnight, heading into your early morning hours on Friday. So a high of 74 degrees, north-northwest winds at 11 miles per hour, gusting upwards of what could be 20 miles per hour at times. We'll break down more of that forecast, what to expect here with another look coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Guys.
All right, Ted, thank you. South Carolina lawmakers will end their spring legislative session today at 5 o'clock.
However, many Republicans in Columbia believe that they will be back sooner rather than later to discuss redistricting.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is joining us to explain how the timing of the vote could influence state lawmakers' decisions. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Annie. Today is the last day for legislators to get bills to Governor Henry McMaster's desk. Some top lawmakers say McMaster, though, is prepared to call them back for a special session just as soon as tomorrow. Now, senators declined to take up mid-decade redistricting earlier this week, effectively blocking it for now, as these proposed new maps would make all 7 congressional districts majority Republican. Some GOP lawmakers oppose the plan because they say the process is too rushed. New maps are supposed to go through various committees all before approval. State elections officials also say it would be a logistical nightmare to approve new districts this year, as hundreds of absentee ballots have already gone out for the June primaries, and in-person voting begins in about 2 weeks.
Have y'all seen this map? My gosh, it's crazy. It absolutely connects downtown Charleston with the state capitol. Is that crazy?
The first is constitutional, so is the 6th. We do not have a racial gerrymander. What I am concerned about is how will this be received by people in the middle?
Now, there is pressure coming from the White House to approve new maps. President Trump posted to social media this week, speaking directly to South Carolina state Republicans. He tells them to follow Tennessee's lead and, quote, get it done. Back to you.
My office's position has always been that the conduct, while inappropriate and should never be condoned, was ultimately harmless as it related to prejudicing Alec Murdaugh's right to a fair trial.
South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson says Alec Murdaugh will face a new trial on accusations he killed his own wife and son. It comes after a ruling Wednesday from the state Supreme Court. The justices were unanimous in their decision to overturn Murdaugh's 2023 murder convictions. Katie Fongvangza looks at the factors leading up to the decision.
Murdaugh's defense team appealed before the state's high court in February, arguing his constitutional right to a fair trial was violated during the weeks-long trial back in 2023, and he was wrongfully convicted of his son Paul and his wife Margaret's murders. They were found shot to death at their family home on June 7, 2021. Attorney Joe McCullough, who also represents 2 jurors that served in the trial, tells me this decision was expected.
The bedrock principle that everybody gets a fair trial was resoundingly recognized again by the Supreme Court. And that's so important for everyone, the public and the litigants, to understand that our court's going to protect the sanctity of that concept of fair trial.
Murdaugh's defense team focused on former Colleton County Clerk of Court Becky Hill, who admittedly made comments about Murdaugh's guilt to jurors, saying her comments influenced the outcome and violated Murdaugh's Sixth Amendment right to a fair and impartial jury and prejudiced the jury. The state acknowledged Hill's missteps but claimed their case was by the book, and the evidence admitted was fair. The justices writing in their opinion today that Hill, quote, egregiously attacked Murdaugh's credibility in his defense, triggering the presumption of prejudice, and that the right to a fair trial must be protected for all defendants. McCullough says the decision came together on a neutral front, despite the justices taking note of the time, money, and effort already spent. And it could mean a new trial may not come, as Murdaugh is already serving time for his financial crimes.
Prosecuting him to simply pin the tail on the donkey as a murderer may not make sense to the next attorney general. It may not make sense to the two families who were tragically victimized as the survivors of this terrible crime.
Murdaugh's defense team released a statement saying in part, quote, the Supreme Court's decision today affirms the rule of law remains strong in South Carolina. The court found that Becky Hill's conduct during the trial attacked Alec Murdaugh's credibility and his defense. The court rightfully described her conduct as breathtaking, disgraceful, and unprecedented in South Carolina. We look forward to a new trial. Attorney General Alan Wilson, who is now running for governor, was the lead prosecutor on the case. If he wins the election, his replacement will have to decide whether to prosecute. But as long as he is in office, he says his office will, quote, aggressively seek to retry Alec Murdaugh for the murders of Maggie and Paul as soon as possible. Going on to say, quote, let me be clear. This decision does not mean Murdaugh will be released. He will remain in prison for his financial crimes. No one is above the law, and as always, we will continue to fight for justice.
Now, we spoke with Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes about his reaction to the state Supreme Court ruling, and he says the decision is not surprising.
I saw the writing on the wall. I've been in a number of jury trials. Judges do not like their trials to be overturned. When they talk to the jury, they tell them a couple things. First of all, that all of the rules, everything that happens in this courtroom should happen in this courtroom. So if there are things that are happening behind the closed doors, or as our book title says, behind the doors of justice, then actually you don't want that to happen. You want to make sure that the judge has an opportunity to call balls and strikes. If there are conversations, if there are comments that are happening outside the judge's presence, that's completely inappropriate.
At this point, there is no word when a retrial will be scheduled.
The Charlotte NAACP chapter is sparking outrage online after weighing in on who should replace outgoing Mayor Vi Lyles. In a Facebook post, chapter president Reverend Corinne Mack said it would be wrong for a white person to be selected to serve out the remainder of Lyles' term. And she's defending her position to Queen City News chief political correspondent Andy Weber.
My bias comes from the fact that a black woman had the position for 5 terms. And in this critical time, why would we replace the black outgoing mayor with a white person? That simple.
NAACP Charlotte Mecklenburg chapter president Corinne Mack refusing to walk back her comments in this Facebook post from Monday. Mack wrote that it is, quote, seriously disturbing for white folks to be lobbying to be Charlotte's interim mayor. City Council is currently searching for someone to serve out the remainder of Vi Lyles' term, who is set to resign at the end of June. In an interview with Queen City News on Wednesday, Mack argued recent rulings on voting rights and redistricting efforts are evidence of black representation being undermined and stripped, and that voters in Charlotte have been intentional about having black representation.
And my question to the white folks who are up in arms and outraged, are they outraged about the fact that black representation is under attack? Are they outraged about the gerrymandering that's happening all over this country?
Martin Luther King is rolling over in his grave thinking about, hearing something like what was said today in that post.
Abdul Ali, the vice chair for the 12th Congressional Republican Party, rejected Mack's argument, saying it's antithetical to the original mission of the NAACP.
I think it's ridiculous because we're not talking about black people not being able to vote. We're not talking about black people not being able to run for office. If that were the case in any law that came out, whether it was done by the Trump administration or Republicans in any state, I'd stand with her against that. But that's not what we're talking about.
The search for interim mayor, meanwhile, is still in its early stages, but council has said they want Lyles' replacement ready in time for her June 30th resignation. Former Mayor Jennifer Roberts has already expressed an interest in the position. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Coming up on 9:09, just shy of 9:10 here on this Thursday morning. Mostly clear and quiet on radar. I'm not seeing too much activity that's going to get in the way of your morning commute. As a matter of fact, dry all the way through the end of the week, heading into the weekend. Our updated drought conditions actually show a little bit of improvement. Not seeing the exceptional drought east of Charlotte. As a matter of fact, we're back to the severe drought, which is level 3 out of 5. Still looking at a level of 4 out of 5 in the red shading, bringing the extreme drought for the Western Carolinas. Still seeing the exceptional drought for the southern South Carolina here heading into this Thursday. Water vapor satellite imagery shows some limited moisture overhead, not too much in the way of mugginess or humidity for your Thursday in the second half of the work week as high pressure sits in control, giving us some cool temperatures, a little bit of a dip for our afternoon highs going from the upper 70s to mid 70s today. Blue on your map indicating below normal temperatures for the entire eastern United States before we slowly rebound and warm up heading into the weekend. We'll introduce some rain chances early next week, Monday into Tuesday, and ramping up a little bit on Wednesday. Still, the warm up is what's going to be seen for the weekend as we bring in those mid 80s to near 90 degrees, overnight lows 50s into the 60s. We'll even bring in some of that humidity come Sunday, heading into early next week, feeling very summer-like as we approach your Monday. I'll break down more of our overall setup and the look at the rest of the work week coming up in the next 10 minutes. Let's get one last check of traffic here on this Thursday. Jason.
All right. Thank you very much, Ted. Appreciate that. Some of the major incidents have started to clear, which is really nice, coming down from Lake Norman, 45 out there near Harrisburg, Rocky Road. Those have cleared, although it still shows a little bit of a backup. We do have a new one right now, kind of just south of the heart of the city, just south of 277. We've got a lane block, 77 southbound. This is going to be before West Boulevard this morning. Matter of fact, we've got a camera that kind of shows some of the slowdowns right there. Those left 3 lanes trying to work its way down South 77. So just be aware of that. Hopefully that'll be clear because we are officially on the backside of rush hour, so things should improve. In the southeast part of the city, the new Weddington Road overpass that goes over 485 Inner between John Street and Providence Road in the Matthews area. Earlier accident about 45 minutes ago. Still has everyone backed up. You can tell 15 miles an hour backed up past Independence Boulevard. So that'll slow you down just for a little bit. Independence not looking bad this morning as we go to wrap things up. And if you're headed to the airport today, things are looking pretty good, whether you're in Uptown, coming down from Cornelius or Upper Rock Hill. Not too bad. Just, again, don't be distracted with your cell phone. Put it down until you get to where you're going. Guys?
Netflix could be the next major online entity to be taken to court. Why some lawmakers say the company is responsible for screen addiction in children. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
Welcome back. Time is 9:15. Tensions are boiling over in Lincolnton as a budget fight between city and county leaders threatens local first responders. City council members say a shift in sales tax money created a $2.3 million gap, and county commissioners say they're trying to soften the blow. As Queen City News anchor Jen Cardone tells us, both sides say they want to work together even though they're not on the same page.
As you go.
After a heated meeting Tuesday afternoon, City of Lincolnton and Lincoln County leaders vow they still plan to work together to find a path forward for a budget shortfall.
And I know that it's legal, and I said at the meeting, it may be legal, but it's not right.
The problem is a chain reaction tied to money and sales tax changes. City leaders say it was created by how the county wants to distribute its sales tax revenue, leaving a $2.3 million budget gap for the city. It says could lead to first responder layoffs.
Give the city an opportunity to adjust and plan accordingly.
The county says it can offset impact by waiving nearly $430,000 in costs for tax collection, central communications, animal services, and code enforcement. It would also manage school resource officers. The city would take over South Fork Volunteer Fire Department if needed, water and sewer systems for Indian Creek and Finger Mill industrial parks, and release and change other responsibilities in those areas.
I'd like to know when you guys first started talking about this. Was it April? Was it March? Was it February? When did y'all decide to do this? Because we weren't made aware of it until Richie made us aware of it after Richie and Ed met with the county.
County leaders say they're willing to share the difference in sales tax revenue and that changes are necessary because of the uncertainty of the time. City leaders ask that if there is a change, it happens over 5 years. Officials on both sides either declined to speak with us or did not respond to our repeated requests for information. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
A former CIA employee is accusing people within the department of trying to cover up the origins of COVID. The comments were made during a public hearing yesterday in front of a Senate committee. The former agent James Erdman III testified that there are still people allegedly within the department who were previously trying to cover up the truth. Erdman was assigned to the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, where he worked on a Directors Initiative group that studied how the pandemic started in China.
I didn't find any smoking gun where they said, well, we got to cover this up because for sure the U.S. government paid for research in Wuhan, China. But they were certainly well aware of PREDICT. They were well aware of the diffuse proposal that had circulated. They had those products available to them. I think you get enough people shouting something down, it gets shouted down. And that happened repeatedly.
When the hearing concluded, a CIA spokeswoman said, quote, "This proceeding amounts to nothing more than dishonest political theater masquerading as a congressional hearing," end quote.
Netflix is firing back after Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton filed a lawsuit accusing the company of spying on kids and making its users addicted. The legal action follows rulings against other big tech companies like Facebook and YouTube, which were both found guilty of violating consumer protection laws. Lawmakers on Capitol Hill are hinting that more action could be coming at the federal level. Netflix CEO Ted Sarandos argues that the company has the most transparent privacy policies in the streaming industry, only catering to what the customer shows interest in.
Of the most transparent privacy policies in the industry. The idea that we make the product to be addictive. Do we make great television? Yes. Guilty. Do we make it artificially addictive? Absolutely not. I really felt like if you didn't continue to innovate, that you would be destroying the market. So you have to use this position to kind of lean into what consumers want.
All the parents I know, myself included, are deeply concerned about all the time that kids spend glued to screens.
Some lawmakers are floating the idea of regulating streaming services the same way as broadcasters, meaning that they would be subject to oversight by the FCC.
Coming up on 9:20 as we get back over to meteorologist Ted Fate. And Ted, we're mid-60s and we're making our way up to 70s today, and then dangerously hot by next week?
Yeah, it gets very hot next week. We're going to be in the low 90s. Humidity starts to creep up as well. Right now, we're in the mid 60s. We're going to go another 10 degrees from where we are now. The winds will be feeling nice as well, giving us a nice breeze out of the north-northwest at about 11 miles per hour right now, but could breeze and gust as fast as 20 miles per hour at times. Dew points in the upper 40s, so it's not terribly muggy for this Thursday afternoon. We're looking at those 60s this morning. Low 60s along that I-40 corridor, still in the 40s for our mountain counties. A little chilly, a little cool heading out the door here for the start of your second half of the work week. Low to mid 70s around Charlotte, low 70s I-40 corridor, upper 50s Boone and Jefferson. Highs today continue to ramp up. Our average highs typically land near 80 degrees. We're looking at mid 80s, low 90s Sunday into Monday, early next week. Still holding on to that warmth and that heat as that settles us above normal for this time of year. High pressure in control, north-northwest winds settling in anywhere between the 10 to 11 mile per hour mark. 20 mile per hour wind gusts with sunshine dominating through the peak heating hours of the day heading into this evening. Overnight lows get a little cool, a little chilly, dropping down into the 40s, rebounding into the upper 70s on Friday. I expect us to stay dry with some partly cloudy skies rolling in through the weekend, ramping up those temperatures, again 90s with some low-end rain chances for our mountain counties along the Tennessee border. Our rain deficit for the past year is over 25 inches. Towards Monroe and the Lancaster and Sherrod, we're talking 10 to 15 inches behind what we typically get around the Queen City. A little improvement when it comes to those drought conditions. Severe drought in the orange with the extreme drought in that red shading, and I'm looking at your overnight lows settling in the low to mid 40s overnight, rebounding into what will be the upper 70s Friday. We have those low 90s heading into the second half of the weekend and continuing to stick around into early next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. 9:24 the time. Spirit airline operations have been over for the past 2 weeks, and now work is underway across the country to collect the airline's abandoned planes. Now that they can no longer be used commercially, all of Spirit's airplanes are getting repossessed, sold for parts, or being leased out. The planes will be repainted and released or sold to another airline company. Some planes are also just being bought for their engines, which cost around $15 to $20 million. Right now, pilots from private companies are working to get most of those planes to Goodyear, Arizona, where they're all being stored.
The reason we take them out here to Arizona is, number one, Arizona is a dry climate. So airplanes that sit in wet climates or humid climates, they start to deteriorate. They start developing corrosion. This is a very difficult situation, not only for Spirit, their employees, but also these leasing companies are losing an enormous amount of money right here. They're trusting us to get the airplanes and do it as efficiently as possible.
Budget airlines like JetBlue and Frontier are still working to expand to take over routes left behind by Spirit. In the meantime, the only crowdfunding plan to help save Spirit is still going strong, but they're still very far away from the dollar amount needed. Right now, Spirit 2.0 has seen a pledged amount of $337 million. They're hoping to get $1.75 billion. Now, Spirit Airlines isn't just dealing with leftover planes. They're also looking to deal with travelers who were left stranded without their luggage. Some Spirit travelers who lost baggage when the airline shut down are reportedly having trouble recovering their bags. Thousands are also still waiting on their refunds. Consumer advocates advise those with a missing bag to make a list with everything that was in it in case you need to go through the bankruptcy court process. Although advocates say getting the full amount back is not guaranteed. One family flying to Orlando International Airport had to go without luggage. They said they didn't expect the Spirit shutdown to happen so quickly.
Went to go get our bags and our checked bag wasn't there. And so that's kind of where all of the headaches began.
If you paid with credit or debit, Spirit says that they will refund the cost of the ticket automatically. However, if you paid via another method, say cash, check, rewards, or a voucher, you're going to be in for a long wait.
Spirit Airlines says they're still working to get refunds to customers. Taking you now live to New York City, a look at Wall Street as it opens. Coming up in about 3 minutes, we'll go live to the stock exchange with our business correspondent, Jane King.
9:30 now on your Thursday. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. That is meteorologist Ted Phaeton with some really good news that we can enjoy in the here and now, which is why you call it the present.
Yeah.
Because it's a gift.
It is.
And come, Monday, we're going to want to give it back.
Yeah. No, thank you, right?
Yeah.
What's the return policy on Sunday and Monday as well?
Yeah, they closed.
Oh,
Oh, really?
They went out of business.
Yeah, no.
Spirit Airlines.
Yeah, they Spirit Airlines.
Can't get a refund, can't give it back on Sunday or even into early next week. We'll take what we have for today, though, as we ramp up into those mid-70s. A nice, pleasant afternoon, mostly sunny skies on tap. Right now, looking from our Arlington camera at Uptown, where we hold on to the Carolina blue skies, nice and quiet, and we will keep bringing in that sunshine as we warm up into the mid-70s. Yesterday hit the upper 70s, just shy of our normal high of 80 degrees. We started off close to normal this morning in the upper 50s, now sitting in the mid-60s with those north-northwest winds coming in at about 11 miles per hour. So that breeze will be felt through the peak heating hours of the day. I'm looking at a difference of anywhere from 4 to 5 to even 6 and 7 degrees on the warmer side. We were in double digits warmer to start our morning, now closing that gap a little bit more and even getting cooler in our mountain counties as we're only sitting in the mid to upper 40s, mid 60s for Charlotte. We only aim for the mid 70s peak heating hours of the day. Day planner brings in that sunshine. We continue to ramp up into what will be those low 70s peak heating hours of the day. I expect us to sit below normal with a bit of a breeze coming out of the northwest. Overnight lows drop down into what will be the upper 40s heading into your early morning hours. So pollen forecast will be medium to high with hickory, maple, and oak being the main culprits behind those flaring allergies. Another look at your forecast and what to expect here, coming up with another check in the next 10 minutes. Guys.
All right, Ted, appreciate that. President Trump is in China for a high-stakes business meeting.
And stocks start today at record highs.
Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and today's opening numbers. Jane, how are we shaping up this morning?
Well, we've got the Dow back above 50,000 again, so here we are. Let's see if we can stay there this time. We've tried a few times, haven't quite been able to stay there. Retail sales for last month holding steady, people still doing shopping. Maybe tax refunds had a lot to do with that, but that's giving us a little boost, as well as I just think some optimism about President Trump's meeting in China to talk about some of the business deals that are getting done potentially there.
All right, Jane, let's talk about that. You know, you talk about the business and the politics that comes along with a presidential trip like Trump has in China. Does Wall Street react when there's a meeting like that?
Well, for sure. I mean, certainly it seems to be showing up in the market today. I mean, there are some major business people, U.S. business people there. So, for example, China may buy Boeing planes, maybe U.S.-made computer chips. And, of course, China, a big buyer of U.S. agricultural products. Could be some announcements about soybeans. The trip seems to have warmed relations with Trump, inviting President Xi to the White House in September. So this looks like a success so far.
And Jane, American Airlines had the most cancellations worldwide over the weekend.
Well, let's hope this was a one-time thing, but due to severe weather, the FAA issued a ground stop at its Dallas-Fort Worth operations. It's where it's headquartered. And then later, a ground delay for all flights. So that slowed traffic at the airport. Of course, that is a ripple effect at hubs for American, including Charlotte. So hopefully that was just a weather-related thing, and we won't see that happen this summer.
All right, Jane, live from the New York Stock Exchange. Thank you so much for those updates this morning. We'll see you dark and early here tomorrow morning.
Well, back to President Trump's visit in China. The president is inviting his Chinese counterpart to the White House, as you just heard, as his trip to visit President Xi Jinping continues. The visit would come in September this year. President Xi has said he wants to work with Trump to steer the giant ship of China-U.S. relations to make 2026 a historic landmark year in terms of economic trade. But he's warning Trump that differences over Taiwan, a self-governed island that Beijing claims as its own territory, could bring U.S. and China to clashes or even conflict. Trump's visit to China also comes as tensions remain high with Iran. Vital oil traffic is still stalled on the Strait of Hormuz, which has strained global economies. China and Iran are also allies, and President Trump could inquire about China helping to secure peace. News Nation Washington correspondent Rashad Hudson has more.
President Trump and President Xi enter these talks with a lot on the line, and while both leaders express friendship publicly, will this be enough to make progress? President Trump capped off his first full day in China with a state dinner.
We had extremely positive and productive conversations and meetings today with the Chinese delegation earlier.
Earlier, the president stepped into Beijing's Great Hall of the People, greeting Chinese President Xi Jinping and a show of diplomatic pageantry. But behind the smiles, the stakes couldn't be higher.
Together we have the chance to draw on these values to create a future of greater prosperity, cooperation, and happiness, and peace for our children. We love our children.
China is Iran's biggest customer for oil, giving Xi unique leverage as the White House pushes to end the conflict. The president is leaning on his relationship to get a deal done.
You're a great leader. I say it to everybody. You're a great leader. Sometimes people don't like me saying it.
Taiwan is also expected to take center stage, with lawmakers in Washington warning the president not to give an inch to Beijing.
How are your talks, sir? It's great.
After the meeting, the two leaders toured the iconic Temple of Heaven. And this summit is really a test to see if two of the world's most powerful countries can navigate multiple crises and keep them from spreading further. Rashad Hudson, News Nation, Washington.
We've evacuated from you all the way back to us. We didn't get any answers, so with the outside.
It is crazy video this morning of the explosion and the fire involving a natural gas line. This is in Matthews. You can see those flames just pouring out of the ground as the gas catches fire. This happened just before noon on Morningwood Drive at Pleasant Plains Road. Investigators believe that electrical contractors installing poles punctured the 8-inch line, leading to a leak that eventually exploded. The fire that followed rose high up into the air, damaging a utility truck and two of the homes nearby. Crews from Matthews and Charlotte kept the fire from spreading. A Piedmont Natural Gas crew eventually shut the gas flow off, putting the fire out around 2:30.
We're drilling, and they said kaboom. When they said kaboom, and they shut up in the air. I tell everybody, we got to start living right, because that feel like hell there, boy.
But it was hard enough to where I felt. Then I said, maybe it was just me. And I went out the front door to do whatever, and I looked up and saw this fire. I mean, it was to the top of the trees.
And thankfully, no one was hurt in that blast, but extra crews were called in to relieve firefighters dealing with the heat.
North Carolina Republican leaders say they are working to quickly finalize the state budget after an agreement over their biggest sticking point, tax cuts. Shamnam Dinesh looks at the specifics of the deal.
Under current law, North Carolina's income tax rate automatically drops when the state hits certain revenue triggers. On Tuesday, Republican leaders announced they are replacing the automatic triggers with a set schedule.
Proud of the framework that we've got in place. We think it sets the state up for continued success economically.
The income tax rate will drop a quarter point every couple years until it reaches 2.49%. The General Assembly will also pass a constitutional amendment to cap income taxes at 3.5%.
Important for us to provide some assurance that the rate would not bounce back up at some point, and that's the reason for the constitutional amendment.
The John Locke Foundation says the tax plan is fiscally responsible, while the North Carolina Budget and Tax Center argues flat rate income tax cuts mostly benefit wealthy families and corporations.
The richest 1% of North Carolinians will get about $22,000 a year in tax breaks from this plan when it's fully in effect. And the poorest North Carolinians will get about $27. So this is an upside down tax plan, continues to give tax breaks to the very wealthy at the expense of all of us.
Democratic House Minority Leader Robert Reeves warning, quote, "The devil is in the details," saying the tax rate cap also could make it harder for the state to fund services in the future. In March, state economists projected North Carolina will bring in about $35 billion this fiscal year. That's about $370 million more than previously expected, but they also project revenues will dip slightly the following year as tax cuts take effect.
Coming up on 9:40 now, Charlotte City Council members will meet again today to discuss their stance on the I-77 toll lane project. They voted to pull their support for the expansion on Monday. The proposal has been controversial from the very start, with neighbors along the corridor pushing back over concerns it'll impact their communities. Today's meeting is to get an update on the project and to take any further action if needed. It begins at 1 in the afternoon at the Government Center in Uptown. Mecklenburg commissioners will also hear proposals for the county's overall budget at an 11 a.m. meeting today. They'll hold a public hearing on the spending plan May 21st, with their final vote coming up on June 2nd.
All the horsepower is heading over to Dover this weekend for the All-Star Race. We have the 4 things you need to know before the Monster Mile coming up next. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
Welcome back, 9:43 the time. Race weekend in Dover, Delaware is going to look a little different this year as it's All-Star Weekend over at the Monster Mile. Derek Forrest has the 4 things you need to know about the track.
36 drivers are going to participate in the All-Star race here at Dover Motor Speedway this weekend, and it's the first All-Star race here in Dover. But not just that, it's the first in the region and it's the first in the Northeast, and it's something the Monster Mile is ready for.
We've had 107 race weekends. We've been operating since 1969, and this is the first time we've ever held an all-star race. So that's how big it is to us, that's how big it is to our state, that's how big it is to our company and our region. So we're very excited about it. We're anticipating an amazing weekend.
The race format for the All-Star Weekend is going to be slightly different. After segment 1, the top 26 drivers will be inverted for segment 2, which means the strategy is going to be interesting.
You kind of have 2 groups of competitors. One group is already automatically qualified, so they're really battling for position in that final 3rd segment. And then you have another portion of the field that has not qualified for that final segment, so they're going to be much more aggressive with really kind of nothing to lose other than try to be one of the 26 that gets into the finals.
And on Friday, we're going to see the Craftsman Truck Series race for the first time here at Dover since 2019.
We've seen the trucks back on the track. This is the first time in history of an all-star race weekend that all 3 national series will be run the same weekend. So that's pretty cool to be able to accomplish that.
And of course, you can't forget about the events outside of the track. You've got beaches, the world's largest rubber duck concerts, and of course, food. So it should be a good time for all weekend long here in Dover. Reporting from the Monster Mile, I'm Derek Forrest.
Move aside, Kyle Larson. There is a new driver attempting to pull off the double. Little leg up, if you will. Catherine Legg's going to be racing in both the Indy 500 and the Coke 600 next weekend. She's making history by being the first woman to complete the 1,100 miles between those 2 races. She'll pilot the number 11 in Indy before hopping into the 78 for the live fast racing in Charlotte. Only 5 drivers have ever completed both races, so no one has ever successfully completed the 1,100 miles. Tony Stewart did it back in 2001. After failing in '99, the last couple of attempts have been valiant, but to no avail. Kyle Larson tried in both 24 and 25. Kurt Busch also did it in 2014, but then wrecked out early in Indy. Robbie Gordon had 4 shots at it. The first to try it was John Andretti back in 1994.
All right, now before we get to the Coke 600, we obviously have All-Star Weekend, and who better to talk about Dover than a guy who's also locked into the main event. Wood Brother Racing's number 21, Josh Berry, is going to be in Garage Confidential as we get you ready to drive at the Monster Mile. Plus, NASCAR vet and Amazon Prime analyst Corey LaJoie breaks the race down. Josh Berry and Corey LaJoie on Around the Track this weekend.
Well, today we will learn what the Carolina Panthers 2026 season will look like schedule-wise. What we do know is the season won't be easy for Carolina, no matter how those opponents stack up and when. The Panthers have known since the end of the season who they're going to be playing during this upcoming season. Again, it's just a matter of when that falls on the calendar. They have their division opponents like the Saints, the Falcons, and of course the Bucks. We'll also see Detroit, Chicago, and Seattle back in Bank of America Stadium. The Panthers will have their hands full with a slate of first-place finishers with the challenge of staying on top, of course, the NFC South Division for the first time in a decade.
Now, one of the things we do know for sure is the mileage that the Panthers are going to be traveling out of the Queen City this season. ESPN's Adam Schefter posted this list yesterday and confirms that the Panthers will be traveling the least this upcoming season, just getting in over 8,700 miles. Now, compare that to the team with the most miles traveling this year, the 49ers, with 38,000 miles. All right, guys, here, let's put our heads together.
Okay.
We got the team. We got them all packed up in a private jet.
Yes.
Anywhere in the world, where would we want to watch the Panthers play? I mean, they're not going international like a lot of teams are this year.
Are you asking where we would take the...
Where would you like to go? You want to see them in London? You want to see them in, I don't know, where would you want to see them play? Spain?
Spain.
España.
Maybe Spain?
Yeah,
Spain.
I
think so.
Country. I think that'd be fun. I
Yeah.
think everyone would have a great time.
Yeah, second would probably be Brazil, because I know they've done some international games in Brazil. Yeah.
I feel like the Brazilians, Teddy, would be like the ultimate fan experience.
Yes.
Because they're
Throw a party.
their football down there with soccer, they already got it in their blood.
See, I was going to say like New Zealand would be like a curveball, or like Australia, right? Because they used to rugby.
Yeah.
So
right.
we'd bring a little bit of new flavor into town.
I like that.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Panthers, put it on the list.
Yeah, you don't have to travel far to enjoy a nice, comfortable afternoon, though, in some nice, comfortable conditions. Because if you go too far from home, you might be feeling that heat as we head into the weekend. 64 degrees, north-northwest winds, 11 miles per hour. Dew points aren't too high. We're in the upper 40s, so not terribly muggy here heading into your afternoon. Still holding on to mid-60s to upper 60s, 40s on tap, Boone and Jefferson. Today's highs land shy of normal for this time of year. We're looking at those mid-70s, Charlotte, Monroe, into Lancaster, Wadesboro, upper 50s, Boone and Jefferson. Now we'll ramp up temperature-wise, mid-80s Saturday, near 90 degrees come Sunday, low 90s early next week. Your average highs typically land near 80 degrees this time of year. We're going to be well above that heading into early next week. High pressure in control, giving us a little bit of that breeze, north-northwest winds. Will be coming in anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour, gusting upwards of 20 miles per hour at times. Cold front draping further east and south, giving us a little bit of dip in those temperatures, which is going to keep us below normal for today before we warm up heading into the second half of the work week. So right now, clouds and radar showing sunshine dominating for most of your Thursday into Friday. Finishing off the work week nice and sunny. Here's a low-end rain chance that comes into play along the Tennessee border heading into your weekend. Rain focuses up towards Kentucky into Virginia. Partly cloudy skies throughout the weekend as we ramp up those temperatures. That heat moves in. Heading into your Sunday, we're looking at 90s with dry conditions continuing. So our rain deficit of 10 to 15 inches for the past year, over 25 inches for the past year for Monroe and Wadesboro, still takes hold. But our drought conditions improving just a little bit. Looking at that severe drought in the orange, extreme drought in the red as we head into this Thursday. Overnight lows will settle in the mid to upper 40s heading into your Friday morning, rebounding into the upper 70s on Friday. 80s turn to near 90 degrees Saturday into Sunday. Low 90s heading into early next week. Julian?
All right, Ted, thank you. Well, only on Queen City News Plus, Chief Legal Analyst Collie Frodes and Brian Blakely dig into the big legal topics of the week. Most recently, a new lawsuit with accusations of stealing trade secrets from within NASCAR.
Well, what happens then? What's the penalty?
If they can point to use of their trade secrets, their data that they've created over years to make their vehicles perform faster, and now this other company is now utilizing it to win. I mean, you can point to any profits that they gained from that, and you could say, hey, from the day he got here, if they were finishing dead last and now they're finishing 15th, I want to be able to recover all of those amounts, and I can directly connect it to his, taking of our trade secrets. That is going to be hard to prove. It will.
Now you can watch the full episode of Order in the Court right now for free. Just download the Queen City News Plus app on either your Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire Stick. We're going to squeeze in one more break. When we come back, we'll wrap things up here on Queen City News Now.
Welcome back. Taking one last look at that pinpoint weather forecast. Mid-70s today. Soak it up, enjoy it, and get outside. Soak up some of that vitamin D. You can even do it on Friday before we get a little crazy heading into the weekend. Mid-80s Saturday, near 90 degrees on Sunday. And then, we're going to be in the low 90s early next week as the rain chances slowly start to creep up just a little bit heading into your Tuesday and Wednesday.
All right, Teddy, good looking stretch ahead. Well, I mean, until Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah.
All right. Before we wrap up, check this out. This is crazy. A Japanese company, they're manufacturing monster wolves. I don't know why. Gaining a lot of attention amid a surge in fatal bear attacks in the country there. There had been over 14,000 bear sightings in Japan over the last 5 years and over a dozen deaths just last year.
Wow.
That's why these monster wolves are being placed all around highly populated rural areas. These robots, they move around. They are meant to spook the bears, not people, before they get near people.
So it's like a scarecrow.
It's a scarecrow.
See,
for the bears.
I like
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
like
yeah,
a
yeah.
scarecrow.
I get it.
It's a bear crow.
It's a bear crow.
Yeah.
I can't tell if it looks like really big or like an actual
Yeah.
size of maybe
Yeah.
a wolf. Like that, is
Wow.
that on a post?
Yeah, you need
kinda
something
looks
like
like it.
scale it next to it. You know?
Yeah. So I guess, I wonder if it's
that's
like
creepy.
motion activated, and when a bear gets up to it, it like acts like it's walking, I guess.
I don't know.
Probably got a little growl, a little snarl.
Maybe it's got red eyes.
Yeah.
Look at that.
That's
I don't know.
creepy. That's creepy.
It scared me.
I don't like it.
I'm glad we're not having those.
Monster wolves.
Better than being attacked by a bear, though, I suppose.
You're right. Monster wolves. All right, we got just enough time to send it over to Liza Mahacek. Just when I thought you were playing solo, your sidekick, is she working or playing with cats? What is she doing?
Yeah, I know, seriously. I mean, somebody's got to do the hard work, though. So she's out there in the streets getting to play with kittens.
Out there in the streets.
Poor girl. Bless her heart. But yeah, so she's out there. She's at Mac Tabby Cat Cafe. Have you guys been there before?
No.
No, you get to have, coffee, tea, and also play with adoptable little kittens. Are you kidding me? Okay. I know.
Wow.
Poor girl. She's having a hard day.
I hate that for her.
Right?
Yeah. What else you got coming up today?
Well, also, we're talking about some lawn mowing tips. Have any of you guys gotten your lawnmowers out yet?
Of course.
Oh,
yeah.
Really?
multiple times.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. See, I don't live in a house, so I don't have to do this.
Oh.
Sorry. Hate to rub it in. But so we're going to tell you some different things about how you can take care of your lawn and all that stuff. And then we're also going to talk about some AI growing tomatoes. So we're talking farming too.
Okay.
Tomatoes?
Crazy stuff.
Don't run your lawnmower over the asphalt. Kills the blades. It dulls them out.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Who's running their
doing
lawn over
that?
the asphalt?
If they're trying to do a little loop on the street, don't do it. Stick to the grass.
Have a great Thursday,
Thanks,
you
Ted.
guys. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 4 a.m.
I'm here at the Mac Tabby Cat Cafe in Noda, where the cats are the stars of the show. And come on, guys, what's better than one cat? Oh, so many.
Oh, so adorable. And speaking of which, obviously you miss your pets when you go on a trip, but do they miss you? We find out from an unlikely source. All that and more coming up. Also, how activating your creativity can help keep aging at bay. We're getting artsy in this hour of Positively Charlotte. Well, welcome to Positively Charlotte. I'm Liza Mahacek. Thank you so much for joining us today. We have got some fun coming up on your Friday Eve. A happy Thursday to you. Well, May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and of course, many people use therapy, meditation, and wellness apps. And there's also a unique form of therapy right in our own backyard. Alicia is over at Mac Tabby Cat Cafe in Noda to tell us more. And this girl looks like she is having the time of her life. How's it going, Alicia?
Liza, this is not a bad assignment, and I'm here with Lori, who's the owner of Mac Tabby Cat Cafe. For those who haven't been here or don't know about it, give us the premise.
Okay, so we are a cat cafe. We are half coffee house, half cat lounge. So we have 12 adoptable cats. We work with Princeton's Meow, and all the cats here are looking for homes.
This is not just for cat people, because I said the wrong thing, Liza. I told Lori that I wasn't a cat person per se, but I gotta tell you, it's so much fun being in here because these cats make you feel good. So what are the mental health benefits of being around cats?
There's actually a lot. So one of our favorite things that we tell all of our guests is when you walk in, you kind of get involved into their world. Mm-hmm. So anything out there kind of just falls away. Yeah. So, you know, cats demand your presence, unlike dogs. I love dogs, but dogs will be happy anytime. Yeah, cats, you know, they match energy. So if you want to be peaceful, you have to bring that peaceful energy in, and it reminds you to be present with them, and they will match that. If you want to be playful and you're having a bad day, you're like, I just need like a second to just like unwind and play and be fun, and they'll match that. So if you get some toys out, they're gonna be right there with you. So
I gotta say, our photographer Ryan, who is a cat daddy, we came in here before the shoot, and it's just relaxing. It makes you feel good. But also, you say their purrs have benefits as well, right?
They do, yeah. So it's scientifically proven, not just for me, even though I would always believe it, that cats' purrs, they have a certain hertz that they purr at, which is between 25 and 150 hertz. And they actually are scientifically proven to lower blood pressure, even heal their own bones. So, I mean, they're just magical little things.
Why did you start this? You started this in 2017. There are now several locations, but this is the OG one.
Right. Yeah, we started in 2017. I mean, it really just all started with the idea of actually wanting a space that people felt welcome, happy, calm. Yeah. We wanted to save animals. We wanted to have good music. We wanted to have good lighting. We like just somewhere that people felt happy.
This space is so beautiful. Let's talk about it a little bit, because speaking of happy, there's rainbows happening in here. Talk to me about the design.
It all came organically. I feel. I just think that, you know, good light, happy cats, good colors, good music. It all kind of, you know, folds together, and it's a good place.
If we can look over here, you say over here there's over a total of 2,400 adoptions and counting. So where are these cats coming from?
So we work with Princeton's Meow. They service all of our locations with all of their kitties. They're all looking for homes. So they, every Wednesday night, actually, we have adoptions. So you come in during the week, you get your application in, we process them, and then you get your cat home on Wednesday night, and then we get all new cats. So we had 4 adoptions last night. We got 4 brand new cats in today.
Oh so they just keep coming. And I love the variety of cats you have in here. So talk to us about the variety, because we're going to get up close and personal with the cats in case you want to adopt later in the show.
Yeah, so we have all kinds of cats. I mean, some people come in and they're like, I would love your laziest, oldest cat. And that's what they're looking for. Yeah. Some people want like the crazy young kittens that want to climb the curtains. Right. We have all different color cats. We have black and white cats, and we have a flame point Siamese cat. And we have, I mean, your cute little Chatterella's a beautiful black cat. So yeah, we have all kinds of cats.
So there's also 2 experiences here. You can come in here and be up close and personal with the cats, or you can go over there, get your coffee. They're 2 separate things. So we're going to explore that later in the show. But, you know, Liza, I'm pretty much in heaven right now.
It seems like it, Alicia. I hope that you adopt a little kitten today. That's my hope.
I wanted to adopt this cat right here, Liza, but she's already found a home. Look at her.
Oh my goodness.
Isn't she beautiful?
Oh, so adorable. Okay,
Lori,
well,
what's her name? I want her.
That's Tarani.
Tarani. Well, my girl's already gone, Liza.
Oh my gosh, man. Okay, well, we'll have to come back and meet more cats with you later on in the show. Thanks, Alicia. All right, well, it's Teacher Appreciation Month also all throughout May, and we want to shine a spotlight on local teachers who show up every day for your kiddos. On Fridays, we will profile these heroes, so DM us with your nominations, and maybe your teacher nominee will have their moment in the sun. Make sure to include a photo of your nominee and a few reasons why you think that they are the best, and teachers do so much for our community, so this is just a little way of saying thank you. Well, switching gears now, a proposed bill in California is looking to cap concert ticket prices. The bill, dubbed the California Fans First Act, would limit ticket resale prices at no more than 10% above the original face value cost, fees included. This is amazing news. The legislation targets automated bots and resellers who buy tickets in bulk just to sell them at much higher prices. Now, Ticketmaster is supporting the bill, saying it protects artists and fans alike. So, this is also coming just 1 month after a case requiring Live Nation, the owners of Ticketmaster, to pay roughly $200 million in damages to states participating in a lawsuit. Now, several states, including North Carolina, sued the company for operating as a monopoly. And under the settlement, Ticketmaster will be required to open parts of its platform to rival ticketing companies. And, I think that this is huge. The fact that also now ticket prices are going to become more accessible if this goes through. This, I think, means that more people will stop facing the, what are they calling it? The blue dot crisis or blue dot fever. So we talked about this last week, where some artists are canceling tours because there are too many blue dots kind of on that Ticketmaster site where people just aren't buying tickets. But it's because these tickets are upwards of $200 for some tours. So a lot of people, it's just not accessible for them. So this is, I think, both good for fans and artists alike. Well, here's another potential, big news bill in the world of beverages here in the Queen City. State lawmakers are considering ways to reform liquor sales. North Carolina has some of the most restrictive laws when it comes to alcohol sales. House Bill 921 would allow for ABC stores to open on Sunday, except on select holidays. It would also allow customers to buy 2 cocktails at a bar. It's actually illegal to buy more than 1 at one time. I did not realize that. And additionally, it would allow the sale of canned cocktails in grocery stores, lift regulations on mobile bars that are hired for weddings or other big events, and also allow businesses to buy from any ABC store across the state, not just in the same county. When I moved here from the Midwest, I was at the local Publix trying to buy stuff to make a Moscow Mule. And I'm going up to the Publix salespeople being like, hey, so where's your vodka? Where's that at? They're like, we don't have that here. I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean? I had no idea that there were separate things sold. And so whenever I talk to my friends back in Illinois, I'm like, oh my gosh, yeah, you buy your wine separate, your wine and beers at the grocery store, and then you have to buy everything else at the ABC store. And so this is something that I think could be really interesting if it is changed. So we shall see, only time will tell. And coming up, the smoothie collab that has got people talking. Stick around to hear about that. And how one ice cream brand is helping us go offline, one spoonful at a time. You're taking a live look at West Charlotte. Traffic seems to be slow, but moving along fine down there. We'll be right back after the short break. Welcome back to Positively Charlotte. You know we love our pets here on Positively Charlotte, and especially with Alicia out at Mac Tabby Cat Cafe, we're talking all about pets. The question is today, would you go to a pet psychic and ask if your animal misses you on vacation, or if they would like to go on vacation with you? That's the subject of a real article from the Washington Post. They profiled people who make a living as pet psychics, specifically for traveling pets. And the report says that the field is unaccredited and unregulated, more craft than science, a discipline with a touch of mysticism and Dr. Dolittle. But people do love this. This has become bigger and bigger on social media as of late. I feel like I've been hearing more and more about pet psychics. And in this article, they talk to a woman named Elizabeth Beaudoin, who charges $144 for a vacation care package. She gets a photo, some details about the trip, and then starts a conversation with the pet. She says her clients include dogs, cats, rabbits, horses, even a bearded dragon. That's amazing. A bearded dragon's one of her clients. Many of these pet psychics they actually prefer to be remote. They say that they don't need to actually be in contact physically with the animal. So she says a cat who went on vacation with the family was particularly fond of having its own cold-tiled bathroom. The question is, does it work? A chiropractor that they interviewed says sessions leading up to his trip made his cats less anxious, even though they never had any physical interaction with the psychic. One vet who is also a professor expressed her reservations as none of this is supported by scientific evidence, but says that it's possible that it could act as a placebo for the pet owner, making them feel better. And a traveler anxious about her cats hired a pet psychic just to send mental messages to them, and apparently that helped. But especially if you look at this on social media, there's a lot of people who are like, oh, I saw this one woman who said that her dog, she had a pet psychic, and the pet psychic told her that her dog always wanted a yellow raincoat. And so then they got the yellow raincoat, and now the dog always asks to wear the coat whenever they go for walks, which I think is really adorable. So, I feel like if you believe it, amazing. If not, that's okay too. But I think it's great either way. I love this new kind of sphere of pet psychics. It's incredible. Well, a greenhouse operation in Carroll County, Virginia is bringing its first tomatoes to store shelves just over a year after the project was announced. But this isn't traditional farming. Jessica Mondinallo takes us inside the high-tech greenhouses and tells us what it takes to grow flavor-first focused U.S. tomatoes.
It's warm, humid, and packed wall to wall with tomato vines, but this isn't a traditional farm. Inside Pluck's Carroll County greenhouse, rows of tomatoes are grown with the help of advanced technology designed to maximize freshness and flavor.
We did take a lot of the Dutch methods just because they know it so well. And then brought it here.
In early 2025, its parent company, Osthaus Ventures, announced it would invest $100 million to bring Plucked to Virginia.
When Plucked first came here, it was kind of shocking for them to realize, just how little tomatoes were grown in the U.S. now compared to 20, 30 years ago.
Shields says Plucked chose this location after analyzing weather data from across the eastern United States.
What we found was this area in Austinville was just the best area in terms of climate for pollination.
And pollination here comes through bees working their way through thousands of flowering vines.
Right here are some of the ones that just were pollinated that are starting to grow.
The greenhouse uses AI software to monitor growing conditions in real time.
We know about a problem like as soon as it happens and we can address it rather than, more traditional, say, the whole line's going bad.
The company grows 3 tomato varieties, including a sweet snacking tomato Shields says tastes more like fruit. And while many tomatoes sold in stores are grown outside the country, Pluck says that won't be the case here.
We're putting always USA grown on our package because we're not going to source out to anywhere else.
The tomatoes are already being shipped to stores including Walmart and Harris Teeter, with plans for a second greenhouse expansion already underway.
Well, keeping on the topic of food, what is going to be the most talked about drink of the summer? You're taking a look at it. Did you guess that the Smoothie King Grillo's pickle smoothie would be the drink of the summer? Because if you did, I'm shocked. That's incredible. Really niche pick there. But the company has partnered with Grillo's Pickles to create this limited edition drink. It's a combination of bananas, kale, apple juice blends, coconut water, and of course, Grillo's Pickles with electrolytes. Customers can get a free 4-ounce sample on International Pickle Day, which is this Saturday. And a staffer at the Today Show gave it a try and says that the pickle smoothie was strange, but not bad. And also not good. So bottom line, it's unusual and almost like someone accidentally blended a pickle into a fruit smoothie. People say that if you are suffering from a hangover, that pickles and pickle juice can be really good for you. So this sounds like something that it's because of those electrolytes and I think the sodium or something like that. I don't know. But I feel like this could be good for somebody a morning after they go out. So hey, might not taste good or bad, but it might make you feel better. Who knows? Well, another thing that tastes pretty good, Halo Top is trying to, get a new appearance to and a new approach of selling their ice cream with this silent a la mode spoon. So the limited edition golden spoon doubles as a tool to silence your phone. It has a chip that connects to your Android or iPhone, and when you tap it, the spoon triggers the do not disturb feature. So you can eat your ice cream in peace, and you can buy it online starting this Friday for $5. I've seen people do this with tap to pay with their credit cards, and they have these little kind of like fairy wands, and you can put your credit card inside of it, and people take it to the grocery store and use the wand to pay for their groceries. It's amazing, but your tap to pay, your credit card is in there, so it works. And people who are checking them out, they're like, how did you do that? That's insane. But I think that this is great too, and also I feel like we're always looking for ways to kind of silence our phones and get a little bit more offline. So hey, Halo Top, great idea. As we move into the summer season, it's getting to be the time to bring out the lawnmower. So we've got some tips from landscaping and agricultural experts, and they could help you get a green thumb and a healthier lawn. Kevin Uritsky reports.
As lawns across the country keep growing greener this spring, landscaping experts say there's plenty people should keep in mind before getting ready to mow.
We're looking to have you maintain your lawn somewhere between 2.5 inches and 3 inches.
Determining the actual height of your grass can help prevent it from being cut too short.
You don't have to have a fancy device like this, but you can buy these online. This is called the Turf Check 2.
Keeping grass at recommended levels helps the roots grow deeper, maintain soil moisture, and can help yards toughen up ahead of summer's heat. Turfgrass scientist and Purdue University professor Kel Bigelow explains an industry trick called the 1/3 rule, which can help.
You don't want to mow off more than 1/3 of the leaf blade in any one single mowing. Okay, so if you're mowing, say, at 3 inches, you can allow it to grow to 4.5 inches, and that's going to be most healthy.
Cutting grass too short can stress it out and make it more susceptible to things like drought and insects. Meanwhile, it's important to keep mower blades sharp because dull ones can prove harmful.
You should be starting with a very sharp edge, and then probably within the first month, swap out the dull blade.
And when it comes to applying fertilizer to your lawn this season, experts recommend a light hand.
In general, if we can feed a lawn about 3 times a year, that's going to be best. As far as the spring feedings, is be very, very careful with how much you put out, because this is naturally a time of year that plants are actively growing. And feeding leads to growth, and growth leads to more mowing.
Well, we're still hanging out at Matt Tabby Cat Cafe for some cat therapy. We can get up close and personal with the cats, or you can grab a delicious drink and just watch them if you want.
And you're taking a live look at Uptown. It's looking gorgeous out there. You're watching Positively Charlotte. We will be right back. Welcome back to Positively Charlotte on your Thursday. There are now several Mac Tabby Cat Cafes in the state, but Alicia is over in Noda at the OG location, the one that started it all. So Alicia, it seems like you're having a perfectly great time over there. What's going on now?
I see what you did there, Liza. Okay, so I'm still hanging out with Lori, who is the owner. But as I told you, there are two different experiences that you can have. You can get in there with the cats. But you can also come here, Liza, grab a coffee, grab a matcha, which I know you love, and just hang out and watch the cats. So tell us, Lori, about these different experiences.
Yeah, so we wanted to make sure, well, there's state rules that we have to follow, obviously, but it's also quite nice because some people do just want coffee or a matcha or to come up and get a smoothie or you can still see the cats through the glass, which is very nice because some people just want the experience to see them playing and resting, but be on this side of the glass for allergies or time, or some people don't understand cats yet, but they will.
And they will. She's looking at me. I will be back.
So yeah, we offer a little bit for everybody. Yeah.
You've got two other locations, and in fact, tomorrow you're celebrating your 2-year anniversary in Salisbury. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, 2 years in Salisbury tomorrow. And we also have a downtown Concord location as well. We've been there 5 years also this month. So May is a big month for us. And then our OG, obviously, Charlotte location. We've been here 9 years. So.
Okay, so let's talk about this because also, I mean, everything is cat. The photos. You got some cute merch here.
Yes, we have cards. We work with Pure Intentions coffees. We have our own coffee bags here to purchase. We have mugs, earrings, all kinds of things. Hats, tote bags. Yeah.
Okay,
everything.
let's look at some of the merch over here. Take us through it.
So we have our fun shirts here. We have a little bit for everybody, different colors. We have our building for Inoda on the back of this one. So little cat looking out the window there.
And you said that each location, really the neighborhood kind of dictates the vibe, right?
I feel, yes. So, I mean, every city is known for its own little thing. So we feel like the vibe of the city organically, naturally kind of seeped in through the walls. Yeah. But the tone of what we stand for, what we do, the animals, our amazing cat crew, you know, it's the same at every location. But we pull little pieces of each city.
You and your husband started this. He's back there. He's trying to hide from us, but nobody can hide from possibly Charlotte cameras. So, you know, why did you feel like it was so important to start Mac Tabby?
Obviously, animals need a voice, and I'm pretty loud, and I'm pretty good at advocating for them. So I felt like that was something naturally I could do. I've loved animals before I could talk, and especially cats. And I felt like that was something that I wanted to do for my life. My life's work, and also just have, again, like just a happy space because I love people and I love energy and I love all good things. So
and you know,
bring it all in.
As I asked her, I'm like, well, do you still have cats at home? 8 cats and a dog and a mama 3. I'm talking to Superwoman right here.
Well, thank you.
What are you most proud of having accomplished with, you know, these 3 locations?
I honestly, it goes back to my sons. I feel like, you know, showing them in life that you could chase the things that you want, even if you fail, you're still ahead of anyone who didn't try. This time it happened to work out. So I'm very excited about that because I showed them to follow their dreams. And sometimes
show the viewing area. Okay, let's take us over here. Okay, so you guys can get your coffee. And then, wait, hold up. My coffee's ready. Okay. The honey lavender. Okay, we're going to switch. Liza got the honey lavender oat. Okay, so you can get your coffee and then you come up here and this is the viewing area, right?
Yeah, so we have seating for everybody. Some people just want to come up and get some work done or sit on our couch and talk to friends. And then I'll show you this spot here. Our magical portal to the cats.
This is so cool.
Come on in.
Okay. And here they are.
And this is the cat lounge. So you could always bring your drinks in, enjoy your beverages with the animals. come sit and spend time in their world.
Coming up later in the show, you guys, we are getting up close and personal with each and every one of these beautiful little baby creatures. They're all up for adoption here in the Cat Lounge, so don't go anywhere.
Oh my gosh, they're adorable. Thanks, Alicia. All right, well, with the high prices for gas nationwide, even kids who don't have a driver's license are switching their toy cars to electric vehicles. Little Tykes Cozy Coupe cars are now going electric, with the company now selling an e-charging station, which you are seeing right there. Little Tykes says that kids can now plug in and charge their car just like mom and dad. They sell for $33 and feature realistic lights and sounds from a real charging station, as well as an interactive power-up button. You know what? EV sellers everywhere are going to be thrilled to find this out, because I feel like these kids, when they grow up, they are going to want to have an EV. This is adorable. I think it's so cute. Anything that mom and dad do, kids are going to want to do too. So how cute. Well, after the break, we tell you how a celebrity engagement has one star in shambles. And you're looking live over Independence Boulevard. Not too much traffic down there. We'll be right back on this gorgeous sunny Thursday. Thanks so much for sticking with us here on Positively Charlotte for an hour of your Thursday. Here at Positively Charlotte, you know that we love being out in nature, and keeping our Queen City clean is very important. Check out the efforts happening with the Osprey Initiative in Arkansas.
Paper. Places tend to stay clean when they are clean. You're not going to be that first person to throw a piece of litter out whenever the whole area is pristine. So getting everything back to baseline essentially makes the area surrounding it a lot cleaner.
This is Trevor, and for him and his team from Osprey Initiative, one man's trash is another man's data?
Everything we do has so much data associated with it because it all tells different stories.
Stories that go beyond where the litter landed.
If we're seeing a whole bunch of water bottles and beverage bottles and chip bags and candy wrappers, you may have a park or a ball field somewhere upstream. Or if you're seeing a whole bunch of vehicle-related stuff in the water and it's new stuff, you may have a dumping issue. Vehicle part must be close to a highway or something.
To collect that data, they're picking up litter from waterways across Fayetteville.
A lot of the work that we've been doing here originated at this site right here at Clear Creek where it drains into Lake Fayetteville. Started as one litter collection device as a pilot to see what kind of data that we could collect, has turned into a full watershed assessment, tactical cleanups, and installation of more litter collection devices throughout the city of Fayetteville.
Now, there are 6 of these litter booms set up across town.
These were strategically placed based off of the first year's data set that we gathered from our initial tactical cleanups, our baselines, to strategically segment these to capture the most litter and to be the most beneficial.
But the work is still far from over.
Sometimes it's just easier to go out and go get the litter, which is what our tactical cleanups are. Over the last 2 days' work between Skull Creek and Town Branch, we've removed 2,500 pounds of litter just in the last 2 days. And being that, last year we did 16,000 pounds, I think we're off to a pretty good start here. And we always like to get everything back to baseline around these devices.
Searching through tall grass, thick mud, and even on the water for every scrap, and calculating the data along the way.
Awesome. The city is really ahead of the game when it comes to, protecting their waterways and their green spaces, because not only do they feel that it's important, but it's important for the community here.
And while members of the Osprey Initiative team will be checking back in on these booms, they also encourage locals to do their part in their own corner of the community.
Getting involved, just making sure that you're staying on top of your own area, because if everybody just picks up their own little area, then it's a lot less work for the city or for volunteer groups, and it's just a great way to bring a community together.
Well, our very own Catawba Riverkeeper is always conducting cleanup operations, so if you want to do your part in making our Queen City sparkle, check out all the opportunities that they offer for a chance to build a better community, one trash bag at a time. A new study says arts and culture can slow aging. Researchers at University College London say artistic pursuits have a positive effect on your health. The study found appreciating the arts, such as visiting a museum or seeing a dance performance, can lower inflammation and protect brain health. Researchers used surveys to measure engagement in the arts, and they also used blood tests to look for changes to DNA that influence the rate of changing. For those who pursued cultural activities weekly, they saw their aging rate slow by 4%. For those who do so monthly, slowed the aging process by 3%. The study says arts can impact emotional well-being, creativity, and social connection, which affect aging and long-term health. I feel like anytime that I'm crafting or doing anything with music and arts in general, I do feel more calm. So I feel like this just, kind of helps your cortisol levels. It helps you be less stressed out. It helps you express yourself. So I feel like it's a win-win all around. Well, speaking of the arts, Katy Perry is proving that she's got a sense of humor about the past, reacting to her ex Josh Groban's engagement in a way that only she can. The singer posted a TikTok showing herself in a white robe you're seeing right there, pouring an over-the-top drink, toasting, and mock crying, all while her song, The One That Got Away, plays in the background. And yes, that is the same song that many believe was inspired by Josh Groban. So Katy and Josh briefly dated back in 2009. She's even called him The One That Got Away in the past, so the song choice was definitely intentional here. As for Josh, he recently got engaged to actress Natalie McQueen after proposing at Disneyland, which is so adorable. And by all accounts, the two are still friends today. So Katy captioned the video with a simple congrats, proving that this was all in good fun. A little nostalgia, a little drama, a whole lot of personality. I think that's really funny. I feel like especially when you've got a past with an ex, or, especially a civil kind of relationship with them, I think it's really funny to do that. Well, continuing on our entertainment trend, football is indeed about to become life for Ted Lasso star Cristo Fernandez. So he always says in that show, football is life. So the actor who portrays pro soccer player Danny Rojas in the TV series has signed a contract to play professional soccer in real life. He officially signed with the El Paso FC in the USL Championship yesterday. Fernandez underwent an extensive 2-month tryout with the club involving him playing in a preseason match. And actually, he played soccer as a child, but had to give up the sport after an injury. Soccer analysts say that he can be a huge boost for El Paso on the pitch this season. But I mean, we heard about J. Cole joining a professional soccer team last month. Oh, and was it basketball? It was basketball, not soccer. So J. Cole joined a basketball team. Now we've got, this actor who's joining a soccer team. So I think it's really fun to kind of see celebrities enter the world of sports, especially if they have a past with it. But I mean, and hey, I feel like it's always great to have someone who can bring more people out to those games. And I think this will certainly do that. Well, in interesting international news, snacking is looking a little different. Some packaging for Japanese snacks are turning black and white as the war with Iran disrupts the supply of ink. The bags from Tokyo-based brand Calbee used to show a potato mascot on bright-colored bags. Now the images are in black and white without those images printed on them. So the bags are just plain black and white that you're seeing right there. Now Calbee, which makes potato chips and cereal, says that the snacks remain the same and the change affects 14 products. The company says that the move was necessary as many companies continue to deal with the shortage of products due to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Well, on to some more positive news. Dog birthdays have officially become a full-blown event. This is wild. We're talking themes, hats, cakes, the whole shebang. And now there is a new treat designed to match that energy. Milk Bar has teamed up with wellness brand Old Mother Hubbard for a limited edition peanut B-Day party dog biscuit, which is created to feel like a celebration in every single bite. The treats are made with real peanut butter and topped with dog-safe vanilla yogurt icing, basically a birthday cake for your dog. And the collab is part of Old Mother Hubbard's 100th anniversary, and it leans into the moment where pets aren't just pets, they're full-on family. Even Milk Bar founder Christina Tosi says birthdays are a big deal, and honestly, one look at the pastel party-ready packaging and you get it. It's just made for Instagram. Bottom line, if you're already throwing your dog a party, these treats might be just the final touch that you're needing. Because yes, we have reached the era of dog desserts with main character energy. I feel like we have now gotten to the point, so many people, their dogs are like their children. So of course they're gonna throw them a birthday party and get them a dog cake. I think it's really cute. And I love that people are capitalizing on this. Yes, create those dog cakes for them. Well, on the other side of the break, it's cloudy with a chance of cheesesteak. We take a look at the future of food delivery. And you're taking a live look from the Charlotte Motor Speedway on this gorgeous Thursday. We're up to Positively Charlotte. We will be right back.
We are still at the Mac Tabby Cat Cafe. And you know, you said that since last August, you average over 1 adoption a day. These cats, they're not staying here for long.
No, we say on average a cat is here 2 weeks, but sometimes they're in and out pretty quickly. And like I said, every Wednesday is adoption night. Yep. So come on in and get some applications in.
Okay, so I love the variety. This cat right here, I don't know if y'all can see it, has 3 legs. It was in an accident. So tell me, this cat just came in, right?
Yep, we just got her. So that's something that I love so much about cats, and why, speaking of mental health awareness for May, you know, she has been through a lot. Yeah. She was attacked, she had a heel, she had an amputation, she was in a shelter, she was in a cat cafe, and she's still happy and making friends and laying in sunshine and still in a good mood after all that. Yeah.
I don't know a ton about cats, but I'm so impressed that they get along. So cats are, yeah, because usually cats have that reputation of not being communal animals, but these cats are out here and about.
Yep, I agree. You know, a lot of people think they just need to adopt one cat just because they feel that way. Right. We wholeheartedly do not agree with that. Really? Yeah, so we have 12 cats in our room all the time. Obviously, they make best friends. Sometimes certain cats don't get along and they just kind of stay away from each other. But overall, they love the camaraderie of playing together, eating together, spending time together. A lot of them meet here and bond. And really kind of get through. They feel more safe together, right. Just based on their past. And so it's, you know, I always say have more than one cat, in my opinion.
Looking at you, Ryan, our photographer. Okay, so 2,407 cats adopted. What do people need to know if they're interested in coming to adopt one of these beauties? Because they're all up for adoption except for Tirani.
Right. So yes, Tirani is pending adoption. He found someone to love him right away, and he is leaving next Wednesday. But it's super simple. You come in, you meet the cat, you fall in love. There is a application on our website. Once it is submitted, it goes to our director over at Princeton's Meow. They process all the apps, and then they contact you directly. You work together, and you bring your cat home.
And really, Mac Tabby is a homage to one of your cats, right?
It is, yeah. So we had a cat, we were building Mac Tabby, named Kitty, and he was a mackerel tabby cat. And we were thinking of names. We kind of felt like that's like in honor of him, you know? So it's called Mac Tabby because he was a mackerel tabby kitty. And here we are.
Perfect. And what else before we take it back to Liza? Do you want people to know about Mac Tabby Cat and your 3 locations?
I would say if you are looking for a date night, something to do with the kids over the summer, just want to unwind and just come by yourself and sit on the floor like I am, come on down. We have one in Charlotte, Concord, Salisbury, plenty of cats, 36 cats between all of us, and it's a good place to be. So come on out.
Well, Hot Check, I'll see you tomorrow because I'm going to stay here today.
Well, I'm going to come out and meet you there, Alicia, because I am jealous. I want to meet those cats. All right, well, here's some tech news for you. iPhone and Android messages will become more secure. Plus, Google announces their new screenless Fitbit. Rich DeMuro has the details in today's Rich on Tech.
Here's what's happening in the tech world. Messages sent between iPhone and Android can now be much more secure. Apple and Google are finally turning on end-to-end encryption for RCS messaging between the 2 platforms. The feature is rolling out now in beta for supported users, and it means your messages can't be read while they travel between devices. iPhones will need to be running the latest iOS 26.5 on a supported carrier, while Androids will need to be using the latest version of Google Messages. A lock icon will let you know when messages are encrypted. Google is launching a new screenless fitness tracker called the Fitbit Air. It's designed to be lightweight, distraction-free, and worn all day and night. There is no screen, just a small sensor that snaps into different bands, similar to the Whoop device that's popular with fitness enthusiasts. Fitbit Air tracks heart rate, blood oxygen, skin temperature, sleep, and more, with up to 7 days of battery life, but there is no built-in GPS. It can vibrate to wake you up at the optimal time and for alarms. Fitbit Air launches May 26th, starting at $100. One other big change, the Fitbit app is becoming the Google Health app. One of the best AI text-to-speech apps is adding more than 200,000 premium audiobooks to its offerings. 11 Labs says users can now listen to bestsellers and other popular titles inside the 11 Reader app, which already lets you turn PDFs, articles, documents, and more into audio using high-quality AI voices. Users can listen to 10 hours of text to audio each month for free and access 20,000 audiobooks for free, or pay $11 a month for unlimited text to audio plus 20 hours of premium audiobook listening. And unlike Audible, there's no credit system, so you can switch between books as much as you want. The app also supports more than 30 languages. That app definitely has a spot on my home screen. If you want to download it, you can go to my website, richontech.tv, and hit the star at the top. I'm Rich DeMuro. That's Rich on Tech.
Well, in more tech news, the popular messaging app WhatsApp is getting a security-rich update to keep users safe. WhatsApp owner Meta says the feature will address concerns about sharing sensitive information. So incognito messages will be processed securely, won't be saved by default, and will disappear upon exiting. The feature includes safety measures to prevent harmful interactions and require users to confirm their age. So Google's Gemini and ChatGPT have also added similar privacy features, and I think that this is something that a lot of people are wanting at the moment. It is just knowing that there's more security on these apps that they're using, but just technology in general. Well, switching gears now, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's a cheesesteak. Papa John's is the latest food company to test drone deliveries, but they won't be delivering pizzas. The company says that they are testing the service in North Carolina, right here in North Kakalaki, to deliver their new sandwiches. They include Philly cheesesteaks, chicken bacon ranch, or steak and mushrooms. The drones are made by Alphabet's drone company called Wing. We'll see if they'll be able to deliver pizzas this way at some point, but I'm assuming because I feel like a drone is not going to be as smooth as a delivery driver. They're probably like, let's put something in these drones that's a little bit more durable, hence a sandwich with some more like kind of tighter packaging so that it can't move around as much. Because when you're flying in the air, you know, you can't blame the drones for kind of swishing it around at times. But I would like to see what this is like when that lands and how it ends up looking. Well, switching gears now, Hacky Sack is back. Gen Xers are very familiar with this game. It was everywhere in the 80s and 90s, and kids played it during recess, on college campuses, in the parks. And thanks to social media, kids today are doing the same thing. They are inspired by TikTok videos of people hanging out, kicking the bag around. And while Hacky Sack is a brand name, it's kind of like Kleenex and is now a generalized name for the actual game itself. By the way, those little round sacks are known as foot bags. And sporting goods stores say that they are getting tons of calls every day from young people asking if they've got any foot bags for sale. I went to University of Missouri, and if anybody watching went to Mizzou, they know about Hacky Sack Man. And so he was a guy who would show up on Mizzou's campus every single day, and he would hacky sack for hours. And he was known across campus. He had a Guinness World Record. He was married to a woman who hacky sacked. She also, I want to say she had a record too. So I can only imagine how good their kids are at hacky sacking. But this is, I love that we're bringing it back. I think that it's fun that we've got Gen Zers and Gen Alphas who are kind of picking up the traditions of yesteryear, all that jazz. We love it. Well, after the break, a police officer springs into action at a fire. We've got that story for you up next. Thanks for sticking with us here on Positively Charlotte. We've got big music news in the entertainment report today. Here's Melvin Robert.
We start with some music news about this girl group.
But it goes like this. Pinky up. Up. Pinky up. Up. Hands off, Gabriella. Gabriella, hands off, Gabriella. La, la. But you be so out of touch, 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 touch. That about you way too much, 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 much.
Cat's Eye just announced their Wild World Tour, a headline arena tour that's going to be across the UK, Europe, and North America. The tour kicks off September 1st in Dublin. Then it heads to North America in October. Tickets for Cat's Eye, the Wild World Tour, go on sale next Thursday, May 21st. And this Latin superstar is set to receive a special award at the 52nd American Music Awards. Oh yes, everybody, Karol G will receive the International Artist Award of Excellence at this year's AMAs. The award recognizes artists whose music and cultural influence inspire, impact, and resonate with audiences around the world. The last time an artist received this award was back in 2009, and it was given to Whitney Houston. The Colombian star joins a list of past honorees, including Beyonce, Rod Stewart, and Michael Jackson. Aside from receiving the big award, Karol G will perform at the 52nd American Music Awards. The ceremony will broadcast on CBS and stream on Paramount Plus on May 25th. All right, now Dancing with the Stars has announced a third celebrity contestant, and this one will be trading baseball for the ballroom. Viral Savannah Banana star Jackson Olsen will be sashaying his way onto reality TV, joining previously announced contestants Sierra Miller from Summer House and Maura Higgins from Love Island. Disney says the rest of season 35, they're going to announce their celebrity contenders on September 2nd, so we'll look forward to that. In Hollywood, with your entertainment report, I'm Melvin Robert.
Hey, come here, come here. You're okay.
Well, a Tennessee police officer is being hailed a hero after rescuing a mother and her 2 children from a burning apartment. So what better way to end your day than seeing someone being heroic in action? But we will be back with more positivity tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thanks so much for joining us and for sharing a bit of your day. We'll see you on Friday.
Welcome to Queen City News Plus. We got order in the court today. We got a special edition because we are talking about the Alex Murdaugh double murder conviction that is overturned today as from the South Carolina State Supreme Court. We've got Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes, and then we have the wonderful Morgan Francis, who covered this story pretty much every day until the trial happened. You actually went there, and we're going to get your perspective on that. But first, we want to start with you, Khalif, about exactly what happened today and transpired. A lot of people kind of were aghast when they saw this come down today. You were not.
I definitely wasn't. Brian, I told you when this happened. The writing was on the wall. The time when Harpootlian said, we're requesting a post-trial review, the judge had that post-trial review, went through her process of asking questions to a number of jurors. During that process, she concluded that, hey, there was not enough here to warrant a new trial. I literally stood up and said I disagree with the judge's decision at the time, and then for a number of reasons. And now I'll read to what the court's opinion. Second page.
Unanimous opinion today, right?
Unanimous. Yeah. Second page, second paragraph. Our justice system provides, indeed demands, that every person is entitled to a fair trial, which includes an impartial jury, untainted by external forces bent on influencing the jury towards a biased verdict. I mean, there are the rules of professional codes of conduct that talk about that you want to avoid impropriety in any trial. And also you want to avoid the appearance of impropriety in trial. There wasn't just the appearance. There was actual impropriety. And so the court goes through amazing, in this 27-page opinion, talking about how they flush that out. It's a beautiful thing to read specifically. And I'm not an opinion junkie, but the fact that they go through two different court cases, they go through the original trial, talk about what the trial court judge did, and that's more with the financial crimes. But then they go to, hey, should he have been granted a new trial? And that's that special post-conviction hearing that happened. And they go through and kind of say you both got it right and you both got it wrong. And so to me, it just jumps off the page of this is how the criminal justice system is supposed to work.
Yeah, and Morgan and Murdaugh's attorneys here, they argued that the Colleton County clerk of court there, Becky Hill, improperly influenced the jurors.
I mean, she got in trouble after the trial. I mean, she published a book, and very early on, it was apparent that she saw this big trial happening at the courthouse where she worked, and saw it as an opportunity to make some money and get her 15 minutes of fame. After they announced the verdict, everyone came out of the courthouse, and there's a balcony up top, and Becky Hill was standing up top on that balcony, and you could tell that they were proud of the moment that they were a part of. I mean, it was a media circus. Mm-hmm. You couldn't even find a spot to set up a live shot so that you could just have yourself in the live shot. It was packed. So there was a lot of attention on this court case, and Becky Hill wanted a little piece of the limelight.
Well, what she said, those prejudicial comments.
What she said to the jurors was, and I'm paraphrasing here because I don't have the exact quote, but y'all are going to hear a lot from the defense team. Essentially, don't let them trick you into believing something that's not true. Well,
don't be fooled.
Don't be fooled by the evidence. And quote, watch his body language. For the quote. But, that type of thing, you, Khalif, from a legal perspective, you were antennas up right away. You're saying, whoa, this is foul. You would be like, order in the court. You would be yelling.
Mentioned in that.
She's all over this. This is 27 pages, she's 26 and a half of them, except for the first part that says, hey, we're the court.
Big mistake.
She's most of this. So a couple things. So you mentioned red flags. I clerked for a judge for a number of years. I did my externship in the federal court system. Some of my best friends are judges. I went through the process of running. I take the legal process extremely serious. But my first mentor out of law school, Judge Leo Bowman in Michigan, Superior Court, which is equivalent to our circuit court, or vice versa, circuit court equivalent to our Superior Court, he would go through the process for trial, and it was like his life depended on it. He's like, listen, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, all your instructions will come from me. You shouldn't get anything else from outside of this courtroom. If you do, let me know. He's like, attorneys, if you see a juror, go the other way. Don't talk to them. Don't say anything to them. And it just like as a newly minted, attorney at just graduated law school, I'm like, wow, this is serious, you know?
Any small thing can mess the whole thing up.
It can. And so you're telling me this lady's saying, look at his body language. Don't believe anything. Don't be
It's just
fooled.
not her place.
Right. To
Yeah.
me, that was red flags right away. And so it's not about just making those comments, but and the court goes through that. The post-relief judge shifted the burden. So the burden starts like this. Harpoonian and his team for Murdaugh has the burden to raise the issue. And the courts have said a number of times that just those types of comments alone are enough that now the presumption and the burden shifts to the state to be able to overcome this rebuttable presumption. And she never even addressed it. She is in the post-conviction judge never addressed that. That, hey, you guys have not overcome this burden. And because you failed to overcome this burden, she actually said, guys, it's not, this is not presumed to be prejudicial. And the court's like, yes, unanimously, it was clearly prejudicial. They have a number of excerpts from jurors talking about the comments that were made. One juror said, hey, listen, I felt that I was compelled to convict this person, that I wanted to take more time, but I felt like I was being pushed into this verdict, into this decision.
Yeah, and some of the jurors came out and said that, and if you were living in Iraq or whatever, this is a case that was global. Murdaugh was convicted of the murders of his wife, Maggie, and son, Paul, on March 2nd, 2023. He was sentenced to life in prison.
2021.
2021 is when
2023, right.
Sentenced in 2023. But one of the things, too, is that he is not going to get out of jail on this. I mean, he's still charged with a number of financial crimes.
4
He's gonna be
years.
serving time. But will there be another trial out of this of what's going to happen? So you think it will. It's going to be expensive in that regard.
Has to be.
And it'll be another spectacle in that regard.
The court addressed it, Brian. They say that we understand that this justice system requires it. Although we are aware of the time, money, and effort expended to the greatness of this trial, we have no choice but to reverse. Why? Because justice requires it. We're not asking to do this because we feel like it. That if we have rules of law and that we're supposed to follow these rules of law, we can't allow this to go, even if it's going to cost a lot of money. The concern now
It is going to cost a lot of money. And it's deflating for everyone who was involved, too. It's all that time that was put into it.
But that's why when I will go through that process as a clerk, I made sure, hey, my jury's locked away. Nobody's touching them.
Right.
Nobody's saying anything to them. I clear the hallway. All right, anybody's in the hallway, any attorneys, any members of the public. I didn't want any interactions at all. Why? Because I didn't want to be the guy that the judge is like, you just messed up this 2-week trial because you let someone talk to a jury.
Well, I remember actually, I believe it was after the conviction, there was a media outlet that got in trouble because they were trying to take pictures through the windows of jurors. I mean, there was a lot of opportunity for things to go wrong just with how much attention this case got.
Yeah, and Hill did plead guilty here to the misconduct in office and other crimes here in December 2025. After resigning from her position before her term expired, she did not face any time for these charges. But you think about rehashing something like this again, it's going to create open up a lot of old wounds that a lot of the people in South Carolina, especially the Low Country, you saw this firsthand, Morgan, when you were there. There's a lot of emotions that were going there because this is a very prominent family,
including
in South
his
Carolina.
surviving son.
Yep.
You know, he has to go through this entire thing all over again. He testified. Alec Murdaugh testified, and I know we were super surprised when that happened. I mean, he testified that he was a habitual liar. It was a fascinating
And addicted to painkillers. Yeah.
Addicted. I mean, he was asked, how many did you take? 60 a day? He said sometimes more. I mean, he was so addicted to painkillers. Actually, his drug dealer and friend he had hired 3 months prior to the murders of his wife and son to kill himself on the side of the road for the insurance policy that was supposed to go to his son. So this was just a house of cards that was quickly collapsing for Alec Murdaugh. Prosecutors say that he murdered his wife and son to distract from all of the financial crimes that were coming to a head. The morning of the murders, an executive at his law firm confronted him about hundreds of thousands of dollars that was missing. And then the murders happened later that night. There was a lot of evidence, and I don't know if this is mentioned specifically in those documents as a reason, if there was certain pieces of evidence that his defense team didn't think should have been entered. But there was the cell phone data that at first there was a Snapchat video taken 5 minutes before Paul, one of the son who passed away, before his phone went dark forever. And it has his voice, Maggie's voice, and what is presumed Alec Murdaugh's voice on that Snapchat video. There's also GPS data when Alec Murdaugh went to visit his ailing mother. That cell phone data crosses with the spot where Maggie's phone was eventually found. So there's a lot of evidence that kind of points to he was in the vicinity. Is
And
any
that
of
cost him
that?
up on the stand because that guy it nailed him pretty much on the stand when he was talking about that because that information came out.
He said he was sleeping at the house when the murders happened, and then he left to go visit his mother.
Definitely, that type of evidence was damaging, and there's really no way you can kind of get rid of that in court. The standard, what they attempted to get rid of is a lot of this financial crime stuff, where they were trying to connect it to motive. And so they went with a number of the rules of evidence, and that's why I said they kind of took shots at the trial court, specifically saying, hey, Rule 404, Rule 403, a lot of those rules for evidence, they can come in for that manner. But they pointed out a couple lines where they said, look, when you're talking about allowing certain testimonies in, is it more probative than prejudicial? That's the standard. And they're saying this particular testimony had zero probative value as to murder motive, and obviously highly potential for unfair prejudice as it portrays Murdaugh as a man who preys on vulnerable victims, asking questions about why were you the personal representative and not your brother? Because my brother is vulnerable adult and he has a disability. So those type of questions going to his financial related crimes, the court says you can let some of them in. But all of these where you're trying to attack him and make him look like he's purposely attacking vulnerable adults or vulnerable individuals, the court saying they went too far. So when there is a second trial, those are the types of things that won't come in, because if it has more prejudicial value than probative, it can't get in.
Well, that's part of the prosecution's argument, though, is that all of these financial crimes that were coming to a head and coming to light was part of the reason that he killed his wife and son.
And so that's why they let some of it in. I mean, his team made 5 objections to financial evidence come in, and the court only talked about one being a reason under Rule 403 of why it should not have came in.
So what's your game plan going forward if you're the prosecution or the defense? And also, what's the timeline here for when something is going to happen going forward after today's announcement?
Well, both sides are happy that they get a redo. Let's be clear, right? Even though yes, you get an opportunity, you know what's happening. You already know what's going on. So I know what you're going to argue as a
billable hours. I'm sure they are happy.
Well,
it's looking like a true lawyer, right?
As the prosecutor, I'm saying, you know for sure this is what they're going to argue. They've already showed their hand. And then on the other side, they're saying the same thing. We know what they're going to argue. They're going to pull up these tapes. So we're going out to get experts to try to contradict and shoot down those. So you get a second shot at it. Now, the prosecutor doesn't want to redo it because you got a guilty verdict. So nobody wants to redo that portion. But you go in knowing, what else are they going to throw at us? They can't throw anything else. Now the defense recognizes that some of this financial crimes, so we don't have to spend a lot of time dealing with that, and we can really deal with the portions that we think we're strong at, which is he wasn't there. This was someone else. That's the argument that they can only make. But I can say you're also happy that you're now making this opportunity to have a trial without the outside influences of someone.
Do you have a camera in the courtroom?
Do you have a jury in the courtroom? Everybody knows about the case.
Right.
How do you find an impartial jury?
Brian asked that question before, and so here's the standard for that. It's not that you're not aware of the trial, right? Because that's the first part. Like, so they'll ask the question, well, have you ever heard of the Murdaugh trial? And obviously people will say yes. Have you created any biases, one way or the other, like for or against? Do you think he did it, or do you think he was innocent? So someone may say yes or no, right? You can even still serve on a jury after that. The question is, can you set those biases aside?
Right.
And so then if you don't want to serve on the jury, your first answer is, nope, Your Honor, I can't. There's no way. It's impossible, right? I don't want to be here. I got to go to work. I got something else happening. It's impossible for me to set aside. The judge lets you off. But at some point, the judge will recognize that people have got to hang up the answers and will nail you down and say, hey, if I instruct you to follow my instructions, can you now set that aside? Because the judge doesn't want to have to continue to strike people for cause.
Right.
They want to be able to say, hey, let you as the attorneys waste your strikes. So now we can get a jury. So do I think you can get a jury? It's going to be hard. It's not going to be easy.
What about Brian's question about the camera?
I mean, I don't even know if having a camera in there would have helped.
Would everyone watch like they did the last time?
Yes.
I don't think so. There will still be a lot of people watching.
There would be.
We are
but
a true crime genre loving
society.
people. I mean, and ironically,
But do you
as an
want to go
attorney,
over this
I don't
again?
watch true crime stuff. But folks are locked in. I mean, it's on Netflix. It's on Amazon
Right,
Prime. They're
right.
everywhere right now. You mentioned the other son. He's suing someone for bringing a streaming documentary out. And
Right.
so for mischaracterizing his image and likeness during the filming. So I think that, yes, folks will lock back in because didn't they have the woman, and I hate that I can't remember her name, really famous case, beat it, and then they retried her again, and everyone was locked back in, and it just happened last year. So I think people want to see what the round 2 looks like, what the sequel looks like, even though this is real life. And unfortunately, again,
I mean, it
is
was
real life,
what,
yeah.
a month and a half?
Yes, and it was must-see TV,
It
especially
was.
towards the end. And you would know you did it every day.
Every day,
Every
single day. And let me tell you, not every little detail is interesting. So to listen to it every single, it's a lot. It's a lot on everyone in the court.
Can be very, very tedious, as you know, Khalif, as well. But the timeline on this, when do we expect something to happen?
Well, the court remanded it back to the lower court, so it'll go through the Superior Court, or Supreme Court, I should say, remanded it back to the lower court, send it back. It now just has to go through the process. And then it'll be pretrial motions. They'll ask the question that you're asking. His team will probably say, we can't get a fair trial here. But then if I'm the attorney, if I'm the prosecutor, I'm saying, same folks that are here that watched it are going to be in another county or 4 other counties down. You're not running from the publicity from this case. So venue, and so you got a couple options.
Yeah, will it be in Colleton County again?
That's what I was going to say. You got a couple options. You can do it physically in a different county, or you can bring people in from a different county. So if a judge rejects your request to change venue, you can say, well, in the alternative, can you bus people in? Which I still think would be a cluster, because now you're bringing
Every
people
single
in
day.
for a month and a half, busting them in, keeping them in the hotel. They're not going to want to be there. There's no pretty scenario to make this successful, but it is important that you get a fair, impartial jury that is not persuaded by someone, like they said, that was sensationalized by the lights and wanting to ensure that she had her 15 seconds of fame. I thought it was interesting that the court said that her title is Behind the Doors of Justice, the murders, right? And it says, as her book title suggests, it turns out Hill was quite busy behind the doors of justice, thwarting the integrity of justice system she was sworn to protect. So the court took little jabs at folks in there as they wrote this opinion. But to me, if you have an opportunity to do it in a place where folks are unaware, which I don't know where you're going to find them, the second best option is finding folks that will at least be fair and impartial and be able to set those aside. But then you'll also have people that are like her that want to serve on the jury because you could potentially write a book.
Right.
So that's the other
And
thing.
that's the other question, because, especially on a high-profile case like this, they want to see that.
But I've been there in scenarios, because I've been in some high-profile cases where they've got attention, and you're saying, hey, is this person trying to, like, stake out to be on the jury? Like, do they really want to be a part of it because they want to write something? I don't want those type of folks, because they're not paying attention. They're not listening.
It's like in news. Anyone who wants to be interviewed, that's the last person you want to interview.
That's
because
correct.
You're,
That's correct.
You're not looking for someone who wants to be on TV. You want an honest opinion.
Well, these folks, there will be people in there, I mean, because you're going to have to pull hundreds. You're going to have to get more. Whatever they normally bring in, you're going to have to triple it. Because now this is the second run. And if you watched it every day, that's another question I'll ask. Did you watch the last jury? Did you watch the last trial? How many times did you watch it? Did you agree with the verdict? I mean, there are multiple layers, but I think it goes back to Brian's first statement. It's not going anywhere anytime soon.
Well, so that was my next question is, and it might be one, I don't know if you know the answer to it. I'm putting you on the spot a little bit, but how long is he in jail? Let's say he gets acquitted. How long is he in jail for all of these financial crimes?
40. He's already in there. 40. 40.
He's going to die in jail.
That's most likely, yes. Right. Most of my clients, when they're his age, and I say you're facing 25 to 40 years, they're thinking they're dying.
Why do you fight this? Why do you?
He gets out of jail for the day.
That portion as well. But then remember, being convicted of a financial crime, or being convicted of murdering your wife, child, are two different things. Regardless, you're still in prison.
Life in prison?
You don't, but you still don't have to have it over your head of being a convicted murderer. Regardless if you'll die in prison for these related charges,
or is it just writing justice for the legal system to say this is what we need to be doing and we're not going to let this one slide?
Partially. Also, and remember, he's an attorney himself. So he's like, I think the system got it wrong. I want to make sure I have my day in court that's accurate. And so if he was a lay person, I think I don't know if they would have fought it that much. But as a seasoned attorney, someone that was high profile himself, he's like, no. If there's inappropriate conversations that are happening outside the judge's presence, that needs to be brought before the court.
What about life insurance policies?
That's a good point.
I'm not fully informed on whether or not Maggie and Paul had them, but would that change any sort of payout?
You would assume. And then back to your quick point earlier, legal fees. So if you got all these legal fees that are probably mountains of legal fees that are out there, because you got some of the best in the business that is representing him, if you're convicted of killing them, any life insurance policy is gone now.
Right. And he calls them. You might know this from some of your clients. I mean, he calls them and messages them from his tablet in jail. I mean, like all day long. We got copies of it, and it was like he was calling people all day long.
That happens all the time. I listen to jail calls every day, sometimes 2 and 3 times a day, specifically if I'm prepping for trial. And I mean, the calls, I mean, they have more time if you're incarcerated than most people do.
Right.
So if you have access to those tablets that allow you to do a lot of calls, or you have just normal video calls or normal phone calls. I mean, I had one client that had, a terabyte worth of data of phone calls alone, and that was only for 1 year. So they were consistently on the phone.
Yeah, I was just asking you about your drives that you had.
You saw it earlier.
You had all these drives in your legal briefcase today of all the stuff you have to download from everybody.
Well, because most of that is because I continually lose the hard drives and making sure that I don't and keep them in one place.
Yes, that you have. Yeah. Well, we're going to have to leave it there right now. I hope you enjoyed this conversation, a special order in the court here with Queen City News anchor Morgan Francis and, of course, Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes. We appreciated all the great discussion, and we'll see if we'll be doing this a lot more, because if there is another trial for sure.
We're going to be there every day.
Yeah, you will.
Might be quick coming down with something.
You're watching Order in the Court on Queen City News Plus.
Welcome to Side Hustle. I am your host, Taylor Young, and Queen City News Chief Business Correspondent. This show is all about finding interesting ways that people are making extra money on the side and how sometimes that side hustle can turn into a full-blown career. And this week, I'm so excited to bring in Amy Gisandi. Thank you so much for joining Side Hustle.
Thank you for having me.
So you are a business owner. You also started off, you're also a designer, a jewelry designer. So kind of get into how you got into this.
I mean, it kind of started in college. I went to College of Charleston. King Street had a really cool bead store. And I mean, when you're at school on your own for the first time, you go exploring. So that's what I did. And I stumbled in there, bought some things, made some things for myself to wear. And that's kind of where the beginning of it, happened. I've always had a creative side. So it gave me something else to do other than studying and going around Charleston and being there and being a student.
And it took a while for you to fully take on this side hustle. Correct me if I'm wrong. You worked in New York City in finance.
Yes.
That was your full-time career.
Yes. I took a few steps to get to that point.
Yeah.
But yes, that is definitely kind of where it began. I had my coworker / friend that was working with me, worked right alongside of me, and who also writes on the side. And I was always, as a new mom, kind of envious of this other thing that she had, right? This other outlet. And she said, you live in the best city in the world. You can do whatever you want. What do you want to do? And the first words out of my mouth were make jewelry. She's like, so do it. So I found a metalsmithing class, which I'm in New York City, so it was a little bit easier to find, and started taking that. I think I took about 12 to 14 classes. They were a few hours long every Monday night after work, and then commute back home and commute back in the next day. But it gave me such it spurred something in me to get me started to want to do this.
And this is video that we're showing right now of you kind of some parts of the jewelry making process. Kind of walk me through that. It looks really complicated. Your jewelry is so beautiful. What is this like?
It's very, when it comes to making the rings and other things, there's so many different steps into it, and I think that's what a lot of people don't see in the background. For the necklaces, I hand string these, but for the nitty gritty, for the soldering, the pickling, the sanding, the tumbling, there's 5, 6+ steps that goes into this. So it probably looks a little bit more complicated, but I was taught those skills in my metalsmithing class. And I also do look up online, right? I'll see different YouTube videos that people post, and that kind of helps to kind of push the education forward a little bit and try new things.
Yeah, so you started this in New York City, moved back to Rock Hill, South Carolina, and now you have a shop where you're selling this. So tell us about that. We have video. You're in the Hickory Post in downtown Rock Hill. Walk me through how you got here.
So, I mean, we moved down here from New Jersey, and I was at a financial firm down here for about 8 years and decided, in 2020, maybe during COVID, I started seeing things on Instagram, I don't know why this stuff started popping up on my feed, or maybe it was just me getting more into Instagram. But I started seeing little vendors and markets and doing these things. And I thought, I can do that. What, let me look into this. So I found the Fort Mill Farmers Market, and because that's the town that I lived in, and it was a start. It was a cheap, get insurance, have a booth. Okay, it's $5. Sure, I can do that. So I did that. And then it just kind of built. So I'm still working my financial job, and I'm doing this on the side. I'm being a mom. I'm taking my kids to practice. I'm doing all of the things. And it got to a point where I was like, I feel like I can make this happen full time if I had the time to put into it.
Yeah.
Because I didn't have any foundations built or anything. It was just kind of like make, sell. So with, my husband and I kind of brainstormed a little bit on when would be a good time. And I left a financial job in May of 2025. 2 weeks later, on my birthday, Sarah from the Hickory Post texted me. She had heard through the grapevine that
Shout out to Sarah. She's wonderful.
Love her so much. I love everybody at the Hickory Post. It's such a great group of artists. And she texted me on my birthday and she said, I heard through the heard from a friend that you left your job and you're doing this full time. I have a space coming open. Would you like to be in it? And I had sold with her previous year's consignments, so I knew her already. I knew the ladies. I feel like this is like the universe telling me something. So I said yes and moved in July and had my grand opening on July 19th. And, it was a huge hit. I didn't think anybody was going to show up. It's kind of like one of those things.
Yeah.
And I had so many people from my old workplace, my friends, family. Like I had my friends fly down. So it was really special, and I love being in there.
And I feel like you are such a great guest to have on Side Hustle, because this really did start off as a side hustle. And I find that I've interviewed a couple people so far that have had side hustles, and a lot of them do start with craft, something they're passionate about and that they like to do. Were there any kind of obstacles with, going from this is something I do on the side, I have a full-time career where money is consistent, to saying, okay, now we're going to put 100% into this?
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of obstacles and a lot probably that you don't think about, right? Like, not having that flow of money in is definitely, I've worked forever, I've always had a job, I feel like. So that was also like a big thing to kind of overcome. But I feel like I have so much support from my family and so much support from my friends that makes that a little bit easier to be like, okay, like we're going to keep moving, just move forward. But there were a lot of foundations that I did not build from, as most people know, when you do have a side hustle, you kind of just do the things to get, to make the money and to make the things and to do the events and to have stuff to sell. When you're a product person. So just now I'm kind of backtracking, right? Like paying attention to the numbers more and paying attention to my supplies more and all those things that you do to track those things.
I'm sure there's a learning curve with that. Yeah.
There is a huge learning curve. And there's so many things that I wish somebody would have told me when I first started the business. And I will say one of those things right now, in case anybody who has a product business or who thinks they want to start a product business, track your materials from the very beginning, because your tax person knows those things. So that is the one thing, because now I have so many supplies. I'm like, it's difficult, but just to build, figure out why you're here, right? Like the community is a big part for me. The small business community, product community, it's so amazing. It's so amazing. I've never met like more wonderful people. Like I love the people in my corporate, life or whatever, but it's just a different sense when everybody can come together, blast ideas off of each other, and build each other up. Because there's room at the top for all of us is what I always love that. And it doesn't matter what you do, you can all do the same thing. There's room for everybody. It's a big place out here.
Yeah.
So that to me was a big driver in that. And plus like just knowing that I'm doing my thing and putting in my ideas. People are interested in that. That's super exciting. But I love it. I'm really happy where I'm at right now.
Wonderful. So on that note, we are going to take one quick break. We'll be right back. This is Taylor Young with Side Hustle. If you've enjoyed this episode, you can watch all of our original programming by downloading the Queen City News Plus app. It's free to download. Just search Queen City News Plus on your Roku, Amazon Fire Stick, Apple TV, or Samsung TV. Now let's get back to the episode. Welcome back to Side Hustle. We are with Amy, the owner of Gypsy. Jem, thank you again for being here. So I know with a side hustle, the whole point is, of course, to make money. At what point were you starting to make money off of this business?
I don't know if I have a point. I remember at the end of, there was a year where I was probably making like, let's say, a quarter of my salary. And I think that was the point where I was like, I think that I can make this successful without having a corporate salary involved. There's a lot that goes into it. There's a lot of supplies. I deal with gold-filled material, which is 5% solid gold, and that is fused to the base metal. And we all know that gold is
Not
very
cheap.
expensive right now. So my orders are pretty high. I have backed all of this through just like from the beginning, just the Gypsy and Gem money. So slow build, maybe not the initial metalsmithing classes, but it has always been, I've never taken out a loan or anything like that. I've always had the money to build the website, to pay for rent at the store, or do anything like that. So there are a lot of new number things to pay attention to now, as it is something that I do want to be successful at. So pricing the materials, I do depend a lot on, I follow a podcast called The Product Boss. And Jacqueline Snyder is amazing. And I listen to so many. I've joined a ton of her different classes or academies, things like that really help you break down, gives you framework of like how to help you price things, and also with the permanent jewelry that I do as well, having to figure out how to price that. That's always, so there's different, my supplier offers these classes as well. I have two suppliers that I use mainly, and they offer a lot of these classes as well. So that does help.
And I'm sure like the price of your time too, because I'm sure these aren't super quick.
No. And I mean, honestly, like there is a lot of that is not calculated into that quite yet.
Yeah.
A little bit here and there. But so it's definitely a lot to learn. I do have a business administration degree from the College of Charleston, so I am finally kind of putting that to like the core use of this business. So that's exciting.
I could imagine too, with starting a side hustle, I think a lot of people might struggle with figuring out how to price things out, right? Because you want people to buy them, but also you're putting money into this, you're putting time into this. Do you have to kind of fluctuate your prices, or like how do you kind of tackle that given gold fluctuates, right? Your time fluctuates, you're also in the Hickory Post where there's rent. Like, how does that factor in?
Yeah, so there's a lot to calculate. It is a struggle with product businesses to figure out how much you want to sell your products for. I mean, the problem is if you sell it for too little, people don't want to buy it, right? When it comes to me and you're
just like
sterling
trilogy
silver, yeah, there is. It's almost like that Walmart 99 or 97, 90. They use the .98 or whatever. So there is definitely a lot that goes into that. I try to make it all. I make it very fair. I don't include a lot of my time in the hours that I spend. But yeah, trying to figure that out has been a struggle. But like I said, I do a lot of these academies where they help you with that. And yeah, so we adjust it. If the price is going up every year, I try to look and see, okay, I've ordered chains before, and sometimes I keep ordering, I kind of order the same classics that everybody's liking, but then not realizing, oh my gosh, the price has changed on this. And so you kind of have to adjust your pricing and, you have to move your prices up, and that just comes along with it. So I think knowing also that the things that I'm making are handmade, the people that are buying that, having a high quality handmade product, that's important to them, and they recognize that. So if they see the price adjusting, then there are people that they understand that,
and knowing that it's unique and not mass produced,
right?
And that 100 people don't have the same single one. So
it is.
And speaking about that, like being inside your store, so cute. Talk about the style that you have, and where did you get the inspiration?
I feel like I'm still trying to figure that out.
There's a lot of earthy gems.
Yeah, so I love the combination of raw stones with gold. We're very outdoorsy. We're a very outdoorsy family, and active. Like there's something with the rawness of a gemstone and the gold that just, I don't know, it just brings this different type of lux to it, right?
Yeah.
So I really do enjoy using that. I love using the gold filled material. Hopefully maybe down the road we'll move to solid gold somewhere, but using the gold filled, it's a cheaper alternative to gold. It's a little bit more durable than gold. So it definitely, and it can last for decades. So I do love using that. I love the way it looks with the stones. The store, it's a little bohemian, but not. I love punches of color, but yet I love neutrals. So it's a delicate balance.
And speaking of your jewelry, you actually have a piece. Your first one that you ever made.
This is really funny. I just found this. So if we can show here we are. I'll try to get out of the way a little bit. It's solid silver.
A lot different than what you're making now.
It is a lot different. I was very it was a wax carving. And it's got this druzy rock on top of it, which I think is just glued in there. But it's lasted over a decade. So it's pretty weighty.
Yeah, for those of you that obviously cannot feel the weight of this, it is at least 2 pounds.
It is at least. I should definitely weigh it on a scale.
And then the jewelry that you have on is more recent.
These are candy gems, or one of the styles that we have. So I use genuine gemstones. I say we, but it's really just me. And I hand string these. So there's a lot of quartz and opals, chalcedony. So these have been really popular. And I also have our state gold necklace on, which I think the mic is in the middle of this here. But here, I actually have one here. Let me see if you can get this on here. Where am I? There we go. So this was inspired, if anybody watched White Lotus 3, Chelsea wore a necklace similar, but I believe it had diamonds on it. And it was also $14,000 or $20,000. So this was my take on it. And it has quickly become a bestseller.
Love that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're going to take one more. final break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Side Hustle. Okay, so Amy, you have been at the Hickory Post since July. Your website launched just a couple of months ago, November.
Yeah.
So even though you have been doing this for quite some time, you're still kind of right in the beginning of
I know. That's
really
I
kind of
I kind of feel like I'm starting all over. You know, I had the business. I became an LLC in 2016, maybe 2015, 2016. So yeah,
10-year anniversary.
Right. Well, thank you. I couldn't tell you the exact day any of this happened, but because I didn't think that it was going to get to this point, right?
Mhm.
And you probably, I'm not sure if anybody does when you're creating a side hustle. But yeah, the website did launch in December. I had my first order on Thanksgiving Day, as it was live from the developers working
How
on
did
it.
that feel?
It felt great. I was like, people know I'm out here. Like, this is amazing. And then I've had a few orders since then, and it's been really good. It's been a great way to have something where I don't have to be in person, or I don't have to have it in the shop, and anybody, in the country can see this,
Mhm.
or in the world, I guess, could see my pieces, and purchase them. So,
And the dreaded question that I ask everyone is, where do you go from here?
up. There's only one way. It is up to the top. But I would love to get into manufacturing at some point. I love doing the handmade, and I don't ever want to stop that. But in order to scale, I would love to get some of the pieces manufactured, create pieces that strictly can be, can only be manufactured. My designs, that would be one way to do it. And a store down the road would be amazing. Multiple locations. I think when I started this business, never thought that would be even an option. But I think we live in a different kind of place now than we did a decade ago. And, back then I only had Etsy, and I didn't know what to do on Etsy. So I tried it, and I didn't do well at it. But now with all these other programs and podcasts and all these things that you have at your fingertips, there's just so many ways to get there and be successful. So I'm going to use every single one of those.
I love it. Well, thank you so much. So tell everyone where they can find you, your website.
So my website is www.gypsyandgem.com. So Gypsy, A-N-D, gem. And Instagram, I use a lot. I am at Gypsy and Gem. Same spell out. And that's, and at the Hickory Post at 202 East Main Street in downtown Rock Hill.
Which is a beautiful store, by the way.
Yes, beautiful store. It's a beautiful street. Like Rock Hill is really, really moving up. There's some retail, coffee shops, amazing restaurants. The Hickory Post is 3 stories with curated furniture, home decor. We have different artists in there. Myself, we have the students of Rock Hill. There's the Gypsy Debutante dresses from. So there's so much down there. You can spend a whole afternoon and evening shopping and drinking, eating, and hanging out.
Well, thank you so much for joining us on Side Hustle.
Thank you.
Thank you for watching.
a Charlotte father now behind bars after the death of his son, so why he's now being named a suspect in the investigation. Andrew.
Alicia, it is going to be a fabulous afternoon across the Carolinas, but the heat arrives this weekend. I've got the latest with my pinpoint forecast at noon.
They were drilling, and they said kaboom. When they said kaboom, and they shot up in the air. I tell everybody, we gotta start living right, because that feel like hell then, boy.
Gotta live right. All right, so the aftermath of a gas line fire in Matthews. What we now know about that loud explosion in a normally quiet neighborhood. Good afternoon. I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at noon starts right now with breaking news in Charlotte. It's a brazen crime. A man now facing charges in connection with the murder of his infant son. Officers say they were called to Kirk Court to assist medic earlier this month. So 8-month-old Ethan Acosta Palos was taken to the hospital where he died 3 days later. Detectives say they learned the child had non-accidental trauma. The child's father, Naeves Acosta Maldonado, you see right here, was identified as the suspect in that case. And officers say that Maldonado admitted that he's forcefully placed the child into a crib multiple times before shaking the baby for several seconds after he would not stop crying. It is the unthinkable. Well, he was now arrested yesterday and taken to the Mecklenburg County Jail. So Acosta Maldonado is now facing charges for murder and child abuse. He is currently being held without bond. Now for a check outside on a lighter note, taking a break from the seriousness of news right now, let's talk about the seriousness of the weather. With this live look here around the Queen City, tracking another beautiful day. And when I say beautiful, I mean that is an understatement after just a comfortable start this morning. Let's get right over to meteorologist Andrew Brightman in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Andrew, if you were listening to the morning show today, the way they described the weather just made you want to just get outside today and sit on a patio.
100%, and there's no other way to describe it, Alicia. This is going to be one of the best days we see all spring long here across the Carolinas. A beautiful afternoon. We have a dry finish to the week. Enjoy these next couple of days. It's not going to be sticking around. I'm not talking about rain. I'm talking about big heat on the way, at least for this time of year moving into the Carolinas. Also a little bit of good news too. We talked so much about the over 2 inches of rain we saw last week. It's made a bit of a difference. Latest drought monitor here. We have been liberated from the extreme drought conditions here in Charlotte. We're now still in a severe drought, but at least some improvement here across the region. Also, no more exceptional drought as we get down towards portions of Union County in and around Monroe. So a little bit of good news on the drought front. We need a lot more than that, though. 71 degrees right now. Winds out of the west-northwest about 13 miles an hour. Dew points in the middle 30s here. It is dry. It is crisp. It is wonderful out there. Pinpoint satellite, you can see a little bit of that northwesterly flow. Notice how the clouds are kind of trying to move northwest to southeast through the Carolinas, bring in those very comfortable conditions out there. Pinpoint radar, it's quiet. That is certainly not going to be changing over the next few days. Zooming out, we had the front come through, high pressure off to our north and west, moving on in for the Carolinas. I've got more on what's on the way this weekend and heading into next week with my full Pinpoint 7-day in just a few minutes. Alicia?
We've evacuated from you all the way back to us. We didn't get any answers, so with the outside.
All right, we brought you the story yesterday around this time on the noon show. We now have new information. Look at this video right here of the explosion and the fire involving a natural gas line that happened in Matthews. You can be able to see those flames that shoot out of the ground as that gas catches fire, and now they're putting that fire out there in this video. It happened yesterday just before noon on Morningwood Drive at Pleasant Plains Road. Investigators believe electrical contractors installing poles punctured the 8-inch line, leading to a leak that then caused that explosion. So the fire that then followed rose high into the air, damaging a utility truck and 2 nearby homes. Crews from Matthews and Charlotte kept the fire from spreading. A Piedmont natural gas crew then shut off the gas flow, putting the fire out at around 2:30.
We're drilling, and they said kaboom. When they said kaboom, and they shot up in the air. I tell everybody, we gotta start living right, because that feel like hell then, boy.
But it was hard enough to where I felt. Then I said, maybe it was just me. And I went out the front door to get to do whatever, and I looked up and saw this fire. I mean, it was to the top of the trees.
I mean, those witnesses really tell the story right there. So no one was hurt in the blast, thankfully, but extra crews were called in to be able to relieve the firefighters who were dealing with all that heat. 2 people are now dead and another has life-threatening injuries after a crash on Charlotte's southwest side. So this all happened last night on Westinghouse Boulevard. Investigators say a Ford Mustang just drove into oncoming traffic before hitting a Chevrolet Camaro. The driver and the passenger in the Mustang were then pronounced dead on the scene, while the driver in the Camaro was then taken to a local hospital. Officers say they're now still working to identify the victims, but we're going to keep you posted both on air and also on QCnews.com for more information. Charlotte City Council members have canceled a special meeting to discuss their stance on the I-77 toll lane project. Local leaders were then set to be able to talk about the project this afternoon. This all comes after council members voted to pull their support from the expansion. The proposal has been controversial from the start, with neighbors along the corridor pushing back over concerns that it will impact their communities. No word, though, on a new date for today's meeting. Meanwhile, though, Sustain Charlotte is now set to present their concepts for reimagining the I-77 South Corridor. So the 3 designs were then created by local planners, and the organization says instead of further widening the corridor and potentially dividing communities, their design depicts a future focused on walkability, parks, and community. So the presentation is now set for today at 1 o'clock this afternoon at the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Government Center. Happening right now, Mecklenburg commissioners are now hearing the proposal for the county's overall budget. So far, local leaders are now proposing an increase in minimum wage for county employees, and it would be the first increase since 2023. So following today's meeting, commissioners are also set to hold a public hearing on the spending plan May 21st, with their final vote on June the 2nd. We're going to have much more from today's hearing, though, on Queen City News coming up on Queen City News at 4. South Carolina lawmakers also will end their spring legislative session today at 5 o'clock. However, many Republicans in Columbia believe that they'll be back sooner rather than later to discuss the redistricting. Well, Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell explains how the timing of the vote could actually influence state lawmakers' decisions.
Today is the last day for legislators to get bills to Governor Henry McMaster's desk. Some top lawmakers say McMaster, though, is prepared to call them back for a special session just as soon as tomorrow. Now, senators declined to take up mid-decade redistricting earlier this week, effectively blocking it for now, as these proposed new maps would make all 7 congressional districts majority Republican. Some GOP lawmakers oppose the plan because they say the process is too rushed. New maps are supposed to go through various committees all before approval. State elections officials also say it would be a logistical nightmare to approve new districts this year, as hundreds of absentee ballots have already gone out for the June primaries, and in-person voting begins in about 2 weeks.
Have y'all seen this map? My gosh, it's crazy. It absolutely connects downtown Charleston with the state capitol. Is that crazy?
The first is constitutional, so is the 6th. We do not have a racial gerrymander. What I am concerned about is how will this be received by people in the middle?
Now, there is pressure coming from the White House to approve new maps. President Trump posted to social media this week, speaking directly to South Carolina state Republicans. He tells them to follow Tennessee's lead and, quote, get it done. Back to you.
Thank you, Savannah. So we're also waiting to be able to find out if and when a new trial will be scheduled for accused killer Alex Murdaugh. So this after the South Carolina Supreme Court overturned the jury's guilty verdict from Murdaugh's 2023 murder trial. So jury found that former attorney Alex Murdaugh was guilty of killing his wife Maggie and his youngest son Paul in June of 2021. So yesterday's ruling sets up a new trial, forcing the prosecution to present its case all over again. The Supreme Court's unanimous ruling centered around the actions of the county clerk assigned to the case, and that was right there, Becky Hill. So she has now since pleaded guilty to perjury, obstruction of justice, and misconduct after she spoke to jurors during the trial about how she thought Murdaugh was guilty. Attorney General Alan Wilson was the lead prosecutor on the case and says that he still believes the evidence was solid.
My office's position has always been that the conduct, while inappropriate and should never be condoned, was ultimately harmless as it related to prejudicing Alex Murdaugh's right to a fair trial.
So Wilson, of course, is now running for governor of South Carolina. So if he wins the election, his replacement will then have to decide whether to prosecute. President Trump inviting his Chinese counterpart to the White House as his trip to visit with President Xi Jinping now continues. And the visit would then come in September of this year. But he's also warning Trump that differences over Taiwan, a self-governed island that Beijing claims as its own territory, could bring the U.S. and China into conflict. As Libby Dean reports now, Trump's visit to China also comes as tensions remain high with Iran.
The first full day of President Trump's historic trip to China coming to a close after a lot of politics, a lot of pageantry. The politics taking place during that high-stakes sit-down meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping. That happened at the Great Hall of the People, and later on that evening, President Trump returned there for these remarks that he delivered right off the top, saying how productive this morning's over 2-hour-long meeting was with Xi. The White House also releasing a statement outlining a lot of agreement on Iran, which has overshadowed the president's trip to China.
We had extremely positive and productive conversations and meetings today with the Chinese delegation earlier. And this evening is another cherished opportunity to discuss among friends some of the things that we discussed today, all good for the United States and for China.
Two balancing acts playing out, one on Iran, the other on Taiwan. On Iran, the White House is claiming that Chinese President Xi agreed the Strait of Hormuz needs to be opened. China has lost out on a lot of its oil supply from Iran during the war, and the White House claims that Xi expressed interest in purchasing more American oil. Also, Xi condemned the idea of tolling the Strait of Hormuz, according to the White House. What they didn't mention in the statement is Taiwan, despite China mentioning it off the top. Late last year, Trump's team approved an $11 billion arms package for Taiwan. That hasn't fully been delivered on yet, and the question was if President Trump would recommit to Taiwan or change the U.S. position. China did attempt to shape the narrative, quickly stating this was the most important issue of the meeting, Taiwan, and it was very important to Chinese President Xi Jinping. With the first full day coming to a close, President Trump has two major things left on his schedule. That is a tea and a lunch with Chinese President Xi Jinping. At the White House for News Nation, Libby Dean.
Well, white folks would say that. The very people who committed the crime of racism, which is the most violent thing that ever happened in this country.
A local NAACP leader under fire now after saying Charlotte's interim mayor should be black. Why she said it would be wrong for a white person to hold the seat, and the response from another political leader calling her statement, quote, ridiculous. Plus, the budget fight in Lincolnton now heats up between city and county leaders, while first responders and tax money are at the center of the debate. And concerns about job cuts in Gaston County schools, the next steps as county leaders now question how the district's money is spent and why parents say their children are caught in the middle. Andrew.
And it's a picture-perfect afternoon across the Carolinas, but changes arrive this weekend. I'll get your full pinpoint forecast next.
All right, your time now is 12:12. Look at that, 69 degrees outside. Perfect day to get out and play golf after watching the news, of course, because you know you're watching Queen City News at noon, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Welcome back. Tensions are boiling over in Lincolnton as a budget fight between city and county leaders threatens local first responders. So city council members say a shift in sales tax money created by $2.3 million as a gap. And the county now, commissioners now say they're now trying to soften that blow. So Queen City News anchor Jen Cardone tells us both sides say they're going to work together, even though they're just not on the same page.
Pay as you go.
After a heated meeting Tuesday afternoon, City of Lincolnton and Lincoln County leaders vow they still plan to work together to find a path forward for a budget shortfall.
And I know that it's legal, and I said at the meeting, it may be legal, but it's not right.
The problem is a chain reaction tied to money and sales tax changes. City leaders say it was created by how the county wants to distribute its sales tax revenue, leaving a $2.3 million budget gap for the city. It says could lead to first responder layoffs.
Give the city an opportunity to adjust and plan accordingly.
The county says it can offset impact by waiving nearly $430,000 in costs for tax collection, central communications, animal services, and code enforcement. It would also manage school resource officers. The city would take over South Fork Volunteer Fire Department if needed, water and sewer systems for Indian Creek and Finger Mill industrial parks, and release and change other responsibilities in those areas.
I'd like to know when you guys first started talking about this. Was it April? Was it March? Was it February? When did y'all decide to do this? Because we weren't made aware of it until Richie made us aware of it after Richie and Ed met with the county.
County leaders say they're willing to share the difference in sales tax revenue and that changes are necessary because of the uncertainty of the time. City leaders ask that if there is a change, it happens over 5 years. Officials on both sides either declined to speak with us or did not respond to our repeated requests for information. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
All right, let's take a break and talk about this gorgeous weather outside, right? I mean, it's just so beautiful. We got to talk about it. 12:17 right now, 69 degrees outside. A beautiful afternoon on tap as you take a live look here over West Charlotte. And I bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Andrew, this is one of those days, I mean, you know, even if you just don't feel like exercising, just get out and enjoy the beautiful air.
Yeah, just go for a nice walk. Just take in a little fresh air here. This is the best type of weather we will ever see across the Central Carolinas. I'm going to scientific argument here. It's 71 degrees. It's warm. It's not too warm, though. Light freshening breeze out of the west-northwest, about 15 miles an hour. And then we have dew points down in the 30s, not just below 50, below 40 degrees. It is very, very dry out there across the Carolinas. That's why it feels so comfortable when you step outside. Up in Boone, it's more the same here with the wonderful weather conditions we are being so treated to here across the Carolinas. Temperatures upper 60s to middle 70s, even still 49 right now. You need the jacket. Currently in Jefferson is a little bit on the cooler side. Pinpoint radar, it's quiet here across the Carolinas. We zoom out, we go wide. We got a frontal boundary moving through, high pressure off to our west, driving in this amazing weather here that we're going to be treated to over the next few days. The overall temperature setup here, big ridge starting to build across the center part of the country. This is what's going to start to move in as we head into the weekend, but at least for the next couple of days, it is going to be so comfortable out there across the eastern third of the United States. 61 in Knoxville, 70 in Atlanta, 73 right now in Columbia. But the pattern change, it's on the way here across the Carolinas. Not really starting on Friday, but it starts to get a little bit warmer. But the first time you really wake up to it here is going to be on Saturday. And then Sunday just gets warmer and warmer, and the big ridge really starts building in here across the eastern third of the country, and it starts to get dramatically warmer out there. 86 on Saturday, 90 on Sunday. It's going to feel totally different here across the Carolinas over the next few days. Charlotte FC forecast, though, Saturday evening looking good. A little bit of cloud cover here potentially, but should be able to stay dry. Temperatures around opening kick, probably going to be close to the 80-degree mark or so. Futurecast as we go throughout your Thursday evening here. Beautiful weather, picturesque out there across the Carolinas. We move forward here into your Friday. Mostly clear skies. Temperatures even getting down into the upper 40s potentially here in Charlotte. And as we go throughout the day, more great weather. Going to be a little bit warmer today, maybe about 3 to 5 degrees warmer out there across the Carolinas as we head into your Friday afternoon. More beautiful weather. 8 o'clock Friday evening. We keep it mostly clear out there. And then as we head into Saturday, a little bit of cloud cover moving in, but the big story is going to be the temperature starting to move up already in the upper 70s here late Saturday morning. And then heading into the afternoon, we're only getting warmer into the mid to upper 80s. It just gets warmer and warmer and warmer out there across the Carolinas. Temperature Sunday morning here down in the middle 60s. And then we really start to get toasty. If you're heading to the NASCAR All-Star Race at Dover International Speedway on Sunday, temperature's also going to be warming up, going to be in the middle 80s, but going to be warmer here in Charlotte. As for the rest of today, mostly clear skies, spectacular. This is going to be a strong candidate for the best spring day here of the entire season across the Carolinas. And temperature tonight gets a little cool, down into the mid to upper 40s here in and around Charlotte, and then low 40s up across the mountains. Park forecast tomorrow. Wow, more great weather out there. The humidity still stays low. It's going to be a little bit warmer tomorrow. It's still going to be fairly comfortable, very comfortable across the Carolinas as temperatures head up into the upper 70s, 78 in Charlotte, 79 in Cheraw, low 70s up across the mountains. Your mountain forecast here starting to get warmer for you. Temperatures pushing up towards the 80-degree mark as we head into early next week. And your pinpoint 7-day forecast looking good for the Charlotte FC match this weekend. And then, yes, there's those 90s, Alicia. They're coming as we head into early next week.
All right. Thank you, Andrew. So North Carolina has some of the most restrictive liquor laws in the nation, but that could change. So the proposal is to make buying alcohol easier for customers and businesses. And 7-Eleven, as we know it, now is changing, while the company is closing hundreds of locations to keep up with the big convenience store chains. You're watching Queen City News. So much more to talk about on the other side of this break. Stay with us because you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Welcome back. So food banks are noticing the impact of the restrictions on federal food assistance. And right now, advocates and organizations, they report a decline in enrollment. Now it's putting pressure onto the food banks and pantries that are already having a tough time meeting the demand. Federal data now shows enrollment plunged by more than 4 million between January of 2025 and January of 2026. And that drop then sped up after a federal law tightened eligibility requirements and also expanded work rules. North Carolina lawmakers now considering ways to reform liquor sales. So the state now has some of the most restrictive laws when it comes to selling alcohol. And House Bill 921 would then allow ABC stores to open on Sundays, except on select holidays. And it would also allow customers to buy 2 cocktails at a bar. So right now, it's illegal for businesses to sell a customer more than 1 mixed drink at a time. Legislation would also allow the sale of canned cocktails in grocery stores and lift some restrictions on mobile bars that are now hired for weddings and other big events. Businesses would also be able to buy from any ABC store across the state, not just in the same county. 7-Eleven slashing hundreds of stores and supersizing what's left. So the convenience giant now pivoting from quick pit stops to full-on food destinations. This all comes amid a national trend toward better eats and bigger stores from growing chains like Wawa, Sheetz, and also Buc-ee's. So right now, the long-running brand confirmed that it will now shutter more than 600 locations during its 2026 fiscal year. No word, though, on whether stores in the Carolinas will be impacted. Papa John's is the latest food company to test drone deliveries, but they also won't be delivering pizzas. Look at that. The company says they're also testing the service in North Carolina to deliver their new sandwiches. A little safer, yeah. The drones are also made by Alphabet's drone company called Wing. It's no word on whether the company will be able to deliver pizzas the same way at some point. North Carolina finally has a budget proposal, so the key issue that was behind months of delays. You're watching Queen City News at noon, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. All right, the top stories are following right now this hour. A man is facing charges in connection with the murder of his infant son. Officers say they were called to Kirk Court to assist medic earlier this month. 8-month-old Ethan Acosta-Palos was taken to the hospital where he died 3 days later. Detectives say that they learned the child had non-accidental trauma. And the child's father, Nevis Acosta Maldonado, was arrested after officers say he admitted to shaking the little baby. He's currently being held in the Mecklenburg County Jail without bond. Also, officers still working to identify victims in a deadly crash on Charlotte's southwest side. This all happened last night on Westinghouse Boulevard. Investigators say that a Ford Mustang drove into oncoming traffic before hitting a Chevrolet Camaro. The driver and passenger in the Mustang were pronounced dead on the scene, while the driver in the Camaro was taken to a local hospital. Also, Sustain Charlotte is set to present their concepts for reimagining the I-77 South Corridor. So the 3 designs were created by local planners. The organization now says instead of further widening the corridor and potentially dividing communities, their designs, they depict a future focused on walkability, parks, and community. That presentation is set for today at 1 o'clock, and of course, we'll keep you posted. Let's talk about this gorgeous weather outside and take a live look here over uptown Charlotte. I mean, this is one of those days you want to just get outside and enjoy. As I bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Andrew, I got to tell you, I didn't have my normal smile this morning because I was woken up by my kids, who are 6 and 7, when they brought in a karaoke machine in my room and decided to use the microphone. So I tell you that because you don't have kids. And on a beautiful day like today, this is one of those days you want to get out as a parent and just say, you know what, let the stress go.
How big was the karaoke machine?
It's like this big, but not only did they bring in the karaoke machine and use it, my daughter dropped the mic. I'm like, that karaoke machine is expensive. Can we take care of our karaoke machine? Let's talk about the weather.
Well, what a wild morning, Alicia.
6:15 in the morning. It's called welcome to being a parent.
71 degrees, beautiful weather here across the Carolinas. Winds out of the west. Northwest about 15 miles an hour. It's a beautiful day out there. Low humidity, dew point in the middle 30s. You feel so comfortable out there across the Carolinas. Pinpoint satellite. Got the northwesterly flow here. A few isolated clouds out across the central Carolinas. Up in the mountains here, you see a few scattered clouds as well. Pinpoint radar here. We've got clear conditions, nothing to worry about. We zoom out, high pressure off to the west frontal boundary, moving on through here across the Carolinas. And yeah, we're going to have an amazing next couple of days. Temperatures right now, low 70s in Charlotte, upper 60s farther off to the north and west, upper 40s to low 50s as we head up into the mountains. Temperatures compared to 24 hours ago, roughly the same as this time yesterday. Some places, though, a little bit cooler here as we get up across the higher elevations. As we go throughout the rest of your day, it's going to be a beautiful one out there across the Carolinas. Nothing but clear skies and temperatures in the middle 70s. I've got more in your forecast coming up in just a few minutes. Alicia?
All right, thank you, Andrew. The Charlotte NAACP chapter now sparking outrage online after weighing in on who should replace outgoing Mayor Vi Lyles. Queen City News Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber explains what the controversial post said and why the chapter president is now defending her position.
My bias comes from the fact that a black woman had the position for 5 terms. And in this critical time, why would we replace the black outgoing mayor with a white person? That simple.
NAACP Charlotte Mecklenburg chapter president Corinne Mack refusing to walk back her comments in this Facebook post from Monday. Mack wrote that it is, quote, seriously disturbing for white folks to be lobbying to be Charlotte's interim mayor. City Council is currently searching for someone to serve out the remainder of Vi Lyles' term, who is set to resign at the end of June. In an interview with Queen City News on Wednesday, Mack argued recent rulings on voting rights and redistricting efforts are evidence of black representation being undermined and stripped, and that voters in Charlotte have been intentional about having black representation.
And my question to the white folks who are up in arms and outraged, are they outraged about the fact that black representation is under attack? Are they outraged about the gerrymandering that's happening all over this country?
Martin Luther King is rolling over in his grave thinking about, hearing something like what was said today in that post.
Abdul Ali, the vice chair for the 12th Congressional Republican Party, rejected Mack's argument, saying it's antithetical to the original mission of the NAACP.
I think it's ridiculous because we're not talking about black people not being able to vote. We're not talking about black people not being able to run for office. If that were the case in any law that came out, whether it was done by the Trump administration or Republicans in any state, I'd stand with her against that. But that's not what we're talking about.
The search for interim mayor, meanwhile, is still in its early stages, but council has said they want Lyles' replacement ready in time for her June 30th resignation. Former Mayor Jennifer Roberts has already expressed an interest in the position. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
All right, North Carolina Republican leaders now saying that they're working to quickly finalize the state budget after an agreement over their biggest sticking point, tax cuts. Under current law, North Carolina's income tax rate automatically drops when the state hits certain revenue triggers. So this week, Republican leaders announced they are now replacing the automatic triggers with a set schedule. The income tax rate will then drop a quarter point every couple years until it reaches 2.49%. General Assembly will also pass a constitutional amendment to be able to cap income taxes at 3.5%. Meanwhile, those against the move argue flat rate income tax cuts mostly benefit wealthy families and corporations.
Richest 1% of North Carolinians will get about $22,000 a year in tax breaks from this plan when it's fully in effect. And the poorest North Carolinians will get about $27. So this is an upside down tax plan, continues to give tax breaks to the very wealthy at the expense of all of us.
Well, in March, state economists projected North Carolina will bring in about $35 billion this fiscal year. So that's about $370 million more than previously expected. But they also project that revenues will then dip slightly the following year as tax cuts take effect. District officials now planning layoffs in Gaston County schools due to the budget shortfall. So as Queen City News reporter Shakira Speaks reports, parents say that their kids are caught in the middle of the financial fight.
Education is not being treated as a priority, and our kids are being told to go without.
Gaston commissioners approved the county school's new budget, giving them just over $35 million. But that's just over half of the money district leaders say they need.
They sat in that meeting and they talked about how, inflation is causing things to go up and, the loss of funding with COVID funds, et cetera, and stated that the schools were just expected to absorb inflation. They were expected to do more with less.
Samantha Easters suggested commissioners look for other ways to find money for teachers and staff, like cutting some jobs from the local government. Commissioner Jim Bailey agreed. He was the only dissenting vote on the budget.
I compared ourselves to 4 other counties in Gaston County that similar makeup and everything. Gaston County spends approximately 19% on the schools. The other 4 average 33.5%.
Maybe this will work if we all contact our state representatives to help us get this sales tax on the ballot. That would create another $10 or $11 million, but we can't just depend on that.
The district already plans to eliminate 174 positions ahead of the next school year, despite emergency funding from the county. More layoffs are likely if more funding isn't approved. Superintendent Morgan Houchard says it needs the money for more than just teacher salaries.
It's those services that local dollars help support, because we do everything in schools. We get them there, we feed them, we do their laundry for some students, we brush their teeth. A flat budget is not what's best.
In order to have a stable future in Gaston County, you have to prioritize education. And I want to see Gaston County grow.
That was Shakira Speaks reporting for us. The commissioners now will then set up meetings with district leaders in the next few weeks to determine the next steps, including to determine sustainable staffing over the next few years. The Board of Education will also hold a special meeting over personnel at 1 p.m. and the budget goes into effect on July 1st. It's almost time for that summer family vacation, right? But while you're trying to rest and relax, scammers are now trying to take advantage. How to keep criminals from turning your vacation upside down. You're watching Queen City News at noon. Thanks for being with us today. You're watching a live look here over Gaston County as it's 12:38 right now, and you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Welcome to Epic Discounts by BestReviews.com. I'm Melissa Bergamini. Scan that QR code on your screen to get ready to save big. From your backyard to your car to your home. These are the kind of upgrades that save you time while helping you enjoy summer even more. So let's start outside with the BeatBot Sora 70 Pool Vacuum Robot, because nothing really feels better than a clean, sparkling pool ready for family and friends to come on by. This is powerful, hands-free cleaning with 360-degree top-to-bottom coverage and an impressive 6,800 gallons per hour suction capacity. And hey, that's a whole lot. That means less time cleaning and more time enjoying your summer. Next, let's take that same peace of mind on the road with the Red Tiger 4K front and rear dash cam. This gives you ultra clear 4K recording with front and rear cameras, so you always have complete view of what's happening around your vehicle. You also get GPS tracking, a 170-degree wide-angle view, and excellent night vision thanks to the Starvis 2 sensor. And with fast Wi-Fi downloads, you can quickly send video footage right to your phone. Plus, the 24-hour parking mode helps keep your vehicle protected even when you're not there. And if you're ready to upgrade your everyday listening experience, check out the Bose Quiet Comfort Ultra Bluetooth headphones. These wireless over-ear headphones combine powerful noise cancellation with spatial audio for a more immersive sound experience really wherever you are. Whether you're traveling, working, or just relaxing at home, you'll get a built-in microphone for clear calls. Plus, simple Bluetooth connectivity that makes pairing fast and so easy. And when you get home, comfort starts with clean air, which is why we love the Blue Air Blue Pure Smart Air Purifier. This compact but powerful air purifier, it is perfect for bedrooms and small spaces up to 926 square feet. So you can relax, sleep, and breathe a little easier without even thinking about it. All right, let's take one last look at today's products helping you save money. Head to epicdiscounts.com or just scan that QR code to scan, shop, and save with Epic Discounts by Best Reviews.
A price pinch for producers. I'm Blake Berman, host of The Hill on News Nation. New numbers out from the Department of Labor on Wednesday showing producer prices rose 6% over the past year, including 1.4% in the past month alone. That's the highest monthly change in more than 4 years. The index measures the cost of goods before they're sold to consumers. The inflation jump comes as the war with Iran continues pushing up energy prices amid the stalemate in the Strait of Hormuz. On Tuesday, the government also reported that inflation rose 3.8% on the whole over the last 12 months. When asked about prices, President Trump saying, quote, "You're going to have inflation that goes way down," end quote, after ships carrying oil that are stuck in the Strait of Hormuz are released as a gridlock in the waterway continues. I'm Blake Berman, and this is the News Nation Political Minute.
Thank you, Blake. So it's that time of year again, right? For families to take a break and enjoy a vacation, but scammers are still trying to be able to take your money and your personal information. So Rowan Wilson shares how you can be able to stop this from happening.
A vacation deal, it sounds really nice right now. Whether you're hopping on a plane, packing up the car, or taking the train, you want to watch out for scammers because they're trying to take advantage of you. Imagine this, it's finally time for some rest and relaxation. You're on your way to what you think will be the vacation of your dreams. And
you're going to show up with the family, car packed. It's going to be an old dilapidated house, and it's not an Airbnb, it's not a vacation home. You just got ripped off.
A classic vacation rental scam. One of the several ways scammers hope to turn your vacation upside down. The appeal, low prices, and convenience. It could be a once-in-a-lifetime cruise or an island getaway through a third-party booking site. Barry Moore with the Better Business Bureau tells me sometimes these deals can cost you way more than you bargained for. On top of wanting your money,
they want everything about you, right? They want my name, they want my social, they want my identity, passcodes.
To protect yourself, be skeptical of big savings, don't share your personal information, and don't book a trip only using gift cards, cash, or wire transfers. Instead, research a reputable booking site, verify the booking, and consider travel insurance or a travel agency.
I always used to plan my own vacations. I'm not doing it anymore because I don't know what's real.
That was Roland Wilson reporting for us this afternoon. So officials say to be able to help you separate the fake from the real. To figure that out, you can be able to check out the Better Business Bureau's Scam Tracker. Social media platform now making it easier to lock down your dream vacation. TikTok Go is now helping users find and book trips by placing purchase links across videos. Search results also in pages featuring the locations. So it'll be available in the U.S. for people 18 years and older. TikTok is also encouraging creators to include links to where they're going within their content. So the platform is also partnering with travel booking services like Expedia. Vacationers in Myrtle Beach now for Bike Week say instead of burning rubber, they're actually burning money on gas. Bikers say they're now paying almost double what they normally do to fill up their tanks. And one participant says that he's now staying in a camper instead of a hotel for his trip. And another rider now from Ohio says that he's seeing fewer motorcycles on the road.
I don't notice it being as busy on the roads either around here. It's got to be because of the gas.
The annual Bike Week runs through May the 17th. Features shows, vendors, live entertainment, and also lots of motorcycle rides. All right, staying in the Grand Strand now, residents say they're very concerned about work to restore Myrtle Beach that'll now continue through the tourist season. So at the end of January, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers beach renourishment project stalled. The Army Corps officials now say that the project is now back on track, but won't be having that work in Myrtle Beach. It'll now begin at the end of this month and then continue until July. Some residents and visitors also say although they understand the importance of the project, they're really concerned for those planning their vacations.
People are only visiting three days a week instead of a whole week. And if it's during those 3 days, I'd be upset if I paid a lot of money to come down and the project's still going on.
If they're here in the summer when I'm back, it's going to be an imposition of the beach, you know, because that's why we come here.
So most people are now only visiting 3 days a week instead of a whole week. And if that's during those 3 days, people say they'd be upset, like you just heard that guy right there say. So city leaders now say despite the timeline change, they felt that it was necessary, though, to keep the project going because of the potential storms coming in September. Officials say if you're planning a vacation, though, to the beach, the Corps has a tracker that allows the public to see where the work is taking place. All right, now to a live look here over Myrtle Beach to see what it looks like right now as I bring in meteorologist Andrew Bright. But Andrew, you know what? Today, look at that. A toasty weekend. Beautiful, beautiful look there at Myrtle Beach. Is that Myrtle Beach or North Myrtle Beach? Yeah, Myrtle Beach, okay.
I'm not an expert on the differences between Myrtle Beach and
It just looks really pretty.
It does look really pretty. It's beautiful out there as we get into the afternoon hours. Alicia, all across the Carolinas, north and south. Savor it, everyone. 71 degrees, west-northwesterly winds about 15 or so miles an hour. Dew points in the middle 30s right now up in Boone. King Street still need the light jacket here as you get up into the higher elevations with some of the cooler weather they are seeing. Temperatures middle 60s in around Hickory, Morganton, and then we get to low 70s here around Charlotte, middle 70s down in Chirac, low 50s as we head on up into the mountains here. Beautiful weather. Pinpoint radar, quiet, going to be staying that way. And really not a cloud in the sky here all across the region. High pressure off to our north and west. We had the front come through and even a little bit on the cooler side as we head up towards the northern mid-Atlantic states. Only 64 in Virginia Beach, 63 in Knoxville. Myrtle Beach probably in the upper 70s right now, 82 in Savannah. And enjoy this weather. It's going to be getting hot, everyone, as we go through next week. In fact, Wednesday would be a day I'm circling here for a potential record high. Weekend forecast, temperatures back up into the mid-80s on Saturday. The humidity is still low, though, on Saturday. It's Sunday, when it's really going to start to feel like toasty out there across the region. Futurecast as we head throughout this afternoon. Partly cloudy skies here, looking absolutely fabulous as we go throughout the rest of the day. Overnight, heading into your Friday morning, we have mostly clear skies, temperatures in the upper 40s, looking good here. As we keep moving forward into your Friday afternoon, more picturesque weather here across the Carolinas. Temperatures in the upper 70s, mostly clear skies out there. And as we keep moving forward, heading into your Saturday morning, a little bit of cloud cover rolling in across the region, but we're staying dry and we're starting to get toasty. There's those mid-80s, mostly sunny skies here for just about all of us here as we go throughout your Saturday afternoon. This is 7 o'clock. We're going to be out and about. It's going to start to be one of those warm evenings out there. Still feeling though pretty nice Saturday night. Heading into your Sunday, a lot of cloud cover starting to roll in and temperatures really start to get warm out there. Mostly clear skies throughout the rest of today. Beautiful. Perfect across the region. 47 tonight in Charlotte. Getting a little bit cool. Might even need the jackets here as you walk out the door tomorrow morning. Low to mid 40s up across the mountains. Speaking of tomorrow, do a little tour here around the Carolinas. Clear skies, beautiful weather, a little bit warmer down across the Sand Hills. We get to the upstate South Carolina. It's a similar story. More sunshine. Temperatures, though, starting to get toastier across the region. The slow warm-up begins tomorrow. Charlotte, Concord, and Albemarle still, though, an absolutely fabulous day with the sunshine and the temperatures in the mid to upper 70s. Shelby and Gastonia looking beautiful as well. Statesville and Salisbury, perfect weather for you. As we head up towards the foothills here, Morganton, Hickory, Lincolnton, loving this weather once again. And, of course, the primo weather up across the mountains with highs right around the 70-degree mark. Your pinpoint 5-day forecast up across the higher elevations, watching warmer temperatures, maybe an isolated shower storm on your Tuesday. Pinpoint 7-day forecast. We got a lot of dry and hot weather ahead for the Carolinas as we go to the end of this weekend and into next week. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
So today we're going to learn what the Carolina Panthers 2026 season will look like. So we do know that this season it won't be easy for the Carolina Panthers, no matter how the opponents stack up, because the Panthers have known since the end of last season who they're going to be playing during the 2026 season. It's just a matter as to when. So they have their division opponents, like, of course, the Saints, the Falcons, and the Bucks. But we're also going to see, like, the Detroit Lions, the Chicago Bears, and even Seattle will then make their way back to the Bank of America Stadium. And the Panthers will also have their hands full with the slate of first-place finishers, with the challenge now of staying on top of the NFC South for the first time in a decade. All right, move aside, Kyle Larson. There is a new driver attempting to pull off the double. Catherine Legg will be bracing for both the Indianapolis 500 and also the Coke 600 next weekend. So Legg is now making history by being the first woman to complete the 1,100 miles between the two races. So she'll then pilot the number 11 in Indy before hopping into the 78 for the live fast racing in Charlotte. Only 5 drivers have ever completed both races. All right, we've reached All-Star Weekend, and who better to be able to talk about Dover than the guy who's also locked into the main event. Wood Brothers Racing number 21, Josh Berry, is going to be in Garage Confidential as we now get you ready to be able to drive the Monster Mile. Plus, NASCAR veteran and also Amazon Prime analyst Corey LaJoy now breaking down the race. So Josh Berry and Corey LaJoy are also on Around the Track this weekend. Check it out. You're watching Queen City News at noon, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
All right, one last check in. Your pinpoint 7-day forecast. Alicia, we still have got, perfect weather today and tomorrow. So it's get a little bit hot this weekend. So it's get really hot as we go into next weekend. Wednesday, the record high is 95. Not going to be terribly far away from that record.
All right. Well, mental health, enjoy this weather.
Yep.
We appreciate you hanging with us today at noon. We'll see you next on Queen City News at 4.
Welcome in to another episode of Morning Edition. Julian Sador, Andy Satowski, Ted Phaeton all hanging out. Ted, do those finger guns again. Just like that. This is what ignited. Look at that. In Matthews.
That's
so
crazy.
so they were drilling to put, and they hit a gas line, an 8-inch gas line, and it ignited. And that is what the end result was. They had to get the gas company to come out to shut off gas to the area. Lasted about 2.5 hours.
Wow.
But they were talking about like just a plume of fire, but I don't think I can accurately or adequately, I should say, explain this. Somebody did a way better job. Guys, take a listen to this.
They were drilling, and they said kaput. When they said kaput, and they shut up in the air. I tell everybody, we gotta start living right, because that feel like hell there more.
I mean,
start living right.
You gotta start living right.
That's it.
You better start living right. Come on now.
Because just think about that feeling, but like all the time.
Right.
Depending on your religion and what you believe in,
Yeah.
et cetera, et cetera. But the video that we played this morning that was from, local fire departments, it looked fake. How quickly that shot up. It looked like AI generated, and not a good one, but we know it's for real. But it's always scary stuff. So whenever they tell you about, if you smell that odor in your house, right? And that's why they put the smell in it, because something goes wrong, that's what can happen. So I'm just glad no one was hurt. Everything was okay. Obviously damaging some infrastructure there, that's crazy.
Are you living right though, Annie?
I
You living right,
I
Ted?
try.
Living right?
Trying. We'll see.
Who's to say?
Depends on who the judge. But yeah, as you mentioned, nobody hurt, but I think a couple homes were significantly damaged. Homes in the area evacuated. You think on a normal Wednesday afternoon in your neighborhood, just relaxing, and then you hear that and
kaboom.
Kaboom.
You hear kaboom.
You look outside, you're like, oh, whoa, we're not in Kansas anymore.
I mean, for fighting that fire, you have to obviously put out the flames, but you have to figure out which gas line to turn off.
Yeah.
Right. So
That's
I mean,
what people way
the
smarter
fire
than me.
doesn't go out until the gas line goes out.
Right.
And to, I guess, to clarify for people at home what's going on there, they're not putting water on the gas leak fire to put out the gas leak fire. They're doing that to suppress the fire from spreading other areas.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to put out that, as long as that gas is going.
Yeah, it's.
And you think about that plus our drought that we're in. If anyone had a dry lawn around there, again, the trees are going to be kindling for that. So that's pretty scary. And Ted, did we get our updated report?
We did. We actually had an
What do we have,
improvement in
Teddy?
the drought conditions. We're still in a severe drought for Mecklenburg County, an extreme drought, which is level 4 out of 5 for surrounding areas in all of western North Carolina. The good news is the exceptional drought, the level 5 out of 5 that we had over Monroe, Union County, into parts of Cabarrus County and eastern Mecklenburg County, that has come down to the extreme drought. So still significant, level 4 out of 5. It's still high up there, but at least we're heading in the right direction. We just need a few more rounds of some good rain to help climb us out of this hole that we find ourselves in. We didn't get here overnight. We're not going to get out of it.
I mean, it's been like, I think, if I remember correctly from when we were talking about this on, yesterday, since August of last year, we're something like 12 to 17 inches below where we should be on average.
Oh.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're way far behind. So, like you said, Ted, it's going to take several days of rain, several weeks probably.
Correct.
To
Yeah.
even make a good dent.
Yeah, and they're all drops in the bucket. We'll take any drop we can get, and I think our deficit over Monroe was over 25 inches for the past year.
Nice. Okay.
So I'm not expecting it to all come back at once, and we also don't want that.
Mhm.
But every rain event we get, 1 to 2 inches, right? Twos and fews add up, right? That's what we need in order to get to into some relief.
What would be the ideal way to deal with the drought condition? Is it a couple days each week? Is it a week-long event that you're like? What would be the ideal way where it wouldn't cause flooding and all that?
Yeah.
To address a drought situation.
I'd like to see a stationary front kind of just give us a good flow of moisture, intermittent rain on and off again. That would be the ideal way.
How many days?
I mean, you could see that pattern lock in for 3 to 4 days. That would be ideal to help us out. I don't think that would alleviate completely all the drought conditions, but that will allow us to saturate into the ground. That will allow us to kind of turn things around. Unfortunately, the way these patterns work, I don't want to say this too soon, and we could put this on record. Getting into a La Nina pattern or El Nino pattern,
right?
We're maybe just a few weeks away from the start of hurricane season.
Yeah.
By mid summer, we could see a soaker from a tropical system. I'm not talking about significant impacts on the coast or anything like that, but the tropical systems could come in and give us a good soaking to help alleviate these drought conditions as well. If it lasts that long, if it lasts into midsummer, that's another way I could see us getting out of it.
With those systems, though, are you worried that we get the flash flooding? Because when those systems come in with the amount of rainfall, it's not going to be the intermittent showers.
Yeah.
It's going to be like torrential
rain. Yeah.
Downpour.
And that's going to be more depending on the characteristic of the storm itself, right? You have the slow movers, which will cause more of the flash flooding, the continuous impacts of the rising water levels. But then you have some of the fast movers who can just beeline it through the state. That will give us a quick blast of wet weather. Could have maybe some brief flooding, pooling and ponding in low-lying areas. But if it moves fast, more of the wind becomes a concern than the rain. So it's more like a pick your poison type of situation. And then you have the size of the storm, some of the bigger storms or the smaller storms. So there's a lot of factors that go into the type of impact that we could see from a tropical system, depending on its path, speed, and of course size.
Wow. So then from gas explosions to a drought lesson.
Look,
I asked.
Chance for flooding. We're talking about that. You know what? That's just I'm gonna play it one more time because in case y'all don't know. Yep.
And it said kaput.
Here's a message though.
And then set up an area. I tell everybody, we gotta start living right, cause that feel like hell there anymore.
Start living right. Start living right. All right, we're gonna squeeze in a break. While you think about living right, we got more things to talk about coming up, including the Murdoch conviction overturned. Yep, could be heading back to trial and the start of the PGA Championship today. So we'll have a lot more on Morning Edition. We'll be right back after. break.
Welcome back into a morning edition. This was major news yesterday, and people are diving into it. It is trending all over the country, and especially here in the Carolinas. Alec Murdaugh, who honestly, people have been following this for years now. There's been Hulu series on it. There's been documentaries on it. He was accused and then found guilty of murdering his wife and son back in 2023, I believe, is when that trial happened that literally captivated everyone for a couple weeks. But now his conviction has been overturned. Why? Obviously, every lawyer that's worth a darn is going to appeal any conviction, right?
Yeah.
But this one was actually successful. There was the clerk of court in Colleton County, Rebecca Hill, who was accused of jury tampering, basically. And this had been going back and forth, and the judge had even dismissed that. And I can't remember because, again, this case just keeps evolving and going to different courts. But it was dismissed by a judge and then found its way back. And now his guilty conviction has been overturned. Our chief legal analyst, Collie Frode, said that he wasn't surprised by it. I was a little bit, but the more and more that I heard about what jurors had said that this clerk of court had said to them, I think at one point, and again, I'm like digging back into the recesses of my mom brain here, but that she told jurors to watch his face for reactions. Like she was kind of giving them instructions. She meddled. And so, I mean, whether or not you think that Alec Murdaugh actually killed his wife and son, you cannot do that to a jury. That is not your job. The only instructions that a jury should be getting are from a judge.
I mean, she literally wrote the book Behind the Doors of Justice, the Murdaugh murders.
And that's what made it fishy for me was that I'm like, wait a second. You turned around after this and, oh, you wrote a book?
Right.
Oh, you're trying to profit off of this? Yeah, it was. But so a lot of people are talking about it. No word on a retrial, but everyone was so locked into this trial.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It was crazy.
Nationwide, worldwide, attention.
All over the world. People, I know people, maybe they were working from home and they're watching this thing all day. And I'm like, how are you doing this? So you have a job.
Who has this time?
Who has their guns? I got to, and this was back in the day when we did kind of these like wall-to-wall coverage things. During my shift, I wasn't working on mornings yet. So I had to sit in the studio and watch this trial from beginning to end. And I'm like, I'm getting paid to do this. And other people are like pretending to work. So it was really, really interesting. Now then when they would took breaks, I would have to like vamp about this to myself. I'm my own best conversationalist, right? For like 15 minutes at a time. But it was really interesting and really compelling. The only thing that I'm thinking about now, depending on if he gets a retrial, if this gets overturned, all of these documentaries and ones that took more with actors, right, that took more liberties with some stuff, like I could see them being sued. Or maybe not because they just actually no. I think I could see them because, as Khalif likes to say, we are a litigious society. I could see the suits coming. I don't know how much merit they would have because they were just talking about all of the things that happened at trial happened. It's more of just, I think, of how they were painted and interpreted.
I mean, here's the thing. Maybe if he's retried and found not guilty, I could see it going down that route. But right now, it just vacates the ruling. So it's not saying he's innocent. Right.
It's just saying the trial was bad.
Right.
Well, could you blame somebody for seeing a guilty verdict and playing off of that at the time?
I don't think so.
So even if they get overturned and retried at a later date, the information they had at the time wasn't,
to be clear,
inaccurate.
No, it wasn't. It's just Becky with the big mouth.
Yeah, she did
what
things
happened.
she wasn't supposed to do.
Becky.
I think it'll be hard now, though, given that he was convicted, and we'll have to ask Khalif about this on a different day, of just the success rate of getting a conviction overturned and then with a different outcome when they do go to trial.
Well,
it's impossible for any jury. Like, how do you pick a jury that hasn't heard this story, seen this story? Again, it's all about, okay, it's impossible to not see these things now, right? But can you keep an open mind to it?
Exactly.
It would be real. I think it would be a big hill to climb to find someone who who didn't have like a smidgen of an opinion.
I think you can have an opinion, right? But you still have to keep an open mind.
Yeah.
Be persuaded by the
It would
evidence.
just be. I think it would be hard.
Yeah.
Yes and no. I mean, I think sometimes I think we are too close to some of these things because we cover them so intensively,
Yeah.
right? So it's hard for us to keep an open mind because we've covered these things wall to wall.
That's
but
why
for
we don't
somebody,
get called for jury duty.
right. Not somebody good unless you're the prosecution, probably trying to make your case. But I think there are people who could be objective in this. The thing is, too, in case anybody's thinking, oh my gosh, is Alec Murdaugh going to be a free man? No, he is still serving a 40-year federal sentence after pleading guilty to stealing some $12 million from his clients. But he has financial crimes there, and I think he's also serving a 27-year or some year sentence for pleading guilty in a state financial crimes case. So he's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
And I also think that probably, if I was a juror, I think that would play a role in. It's not like this guy's going anywhere. Right? It's not like this man's freedom is on the line. He's going to be in jail for a long time, regardless of how this trial comes out. I don't think it's going to change the way a jury finds him. I mean, the evidence was pretty significant against him.
It was they didn't find the murder weapons.
But Khalif would say they very rarely had the smoking gun.
Fair
right?
enough. They didn't. I think that would be the only thing that would spur some doubt in me. The thing for me that did it during the trial was that kind of came out later was the cell phone data that they had an expert say your phone, and this is why it's so hard for people, I mean, to get away with anything now, which is a good thing. But like, hey, this thing right here is tracking you everywhere you go. Like, you were pinged at this location at this time. They were killed 3 minutes later. How do you explain that? He couldn't explain it. And then his wife's phone was found, like a little bit while later. They also, your car, they finally got the data from the car that said, like, you're speeding on this road at this, like, why were you going so fast? You couldn't, you know what I mean? There were just so many holes that it was hard to not find him guilty, even though he put on, I mean, it's hard to think about anyone that would kill their own son and their wife, right? But as he said, what a tangled web we weave. He just had to keep lying to cover all the things up. So
I am. It's weird because I feel the opposite of the way I did when this first went to trial. When it first went to trials, I was so excited. Finally, we're going to get to hear the evidence. Finally, we're going to get to hear the case against Alec Murdaugh, right? And see what he has to say for himself. Now it's like, we've already heard it.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's anything new. I think if there had been, but the case was closed, right? So it's not like anyone's investigating anything anymore. I mean,
I don't think there's going to be anything new.
Yeah, no new
it's going to be the same case. I've seen this movie before. I don't want to see it anymore.
We've on Hulu, on Netflix,
right?
On
exactly.
everything,
all the platforms,
So yeah, we'll see. But that's a big talker.
To take it to not to go full on how to get away with murder. But since we're here, we have the time to talk. Since we're here, we might as well dive.
Good show, by the way.
Right. Yeah, you think about it, though, it's like now there's so much evidence against you, right? Where it's like, or evidence that can be got your cell phone, where your car is, there's cameras all over the place. Can you imagine how hard it was in like the Wild Wild West?
Oh.
Like
how hard it was?
If you didn't have a witness,
how
it's like,
not hard?
How hard it was to probably to convict somebody.
Oh, to convict somebody.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Probably so easy. It's like, I don't know what happened to him.
No one else saw it. Like, it was the dead of night. No one saw it.
I actually have from our hometowns that we wrapped up this week. Our first episode we did America 250, right? And we're at the Stone House, the Rock House in Charlotte, one of the oldest houses here. And there's a story about the family that owned it. It was the relative was, I think, married to another girl from another prominent family. Okay. And they get into a dispute. He ends up shooting her and killing her. But his excuse was the gun misfired. And everything was forgiven.
Oh, man.
Well, and I mean, like, that would never happen
that would
today.
Never happen now.
When they were just like, that seems right. The gun misfired.
That happens all the time.
No, that's really, because now you would have a firearms expert on there being like, this kind of gun, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't fire or it doesn't misfire.
You have crime scene, look at the full trajectory and all that.
Exactly, the gunpowder residue, like.
Yeah.
But back then the day, it was just like, oh, okay.
Oh, the musket misfired.
The
okay.
musket.
The Wild Wild West really was the Wild Wild West.
Yeah.
Facts. All right. This is not the Wild Wild West. We're talking golf, and it is serious. It is PGA Championship. We just had it last
like
year.
Wild Wild West.
Same. Just had it last year at Quail Hollow. Now it has moved on to another thing. But the thing is, who is going to win? We're talking about it coming up next. PGA Championship time. We'll be right back with Morning Edition on the other side of this break. Welcome back into Morning Edition. We are talking about That's what I say when I golf. The PGA Championship getting underway at Aronimink in outside of Philly. Last year, again, we had it at Quail Hollow. It's moved on to different pastures as of right now. Let's see.
I don't know Jaeger.
Jaeger, I think, is at a
He's
4 under right now, leading through 9.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Xander Schauffele in the mix at 2 back. This will probably all change by the time you guys see this.
Yeah.
One, nothing against the Truist. I think they did a fantastic job.
Mm-hmm.
But it makes you appreciate when you go from having the PGA Championship to going back to the Truist is like how lucky we were to have a major right here in our backyard. These are so cool to see.
They're really fun, and it's a whole production, too. I didn't make it out to the PGA Championship, but I went to the President's Cup when Quail Hollow hosted.
Amazing.
It was, I mean, they didn't host Wells Fargo that year just so they could prepare for that, and just the infrastructure. A lot of thought goes into it. So the PGA Championship, obviously a big one. You got a lot of people, of course, who want to win. I don't know what the purse is for this one. But it's huge, and I'm scrolling through. I'm like, where's Scotty? He's one of my favorites.
He probably, I don't think he hasn't
teed off yet. What?
19 million is the total prize fund.
The total prize money for Truist was 20.
I mean, major. Now, nothing to sniff at. The Truist is now a signature event,
which is a big deal.
Right, is a big deal. Obviously, storylines as we look at the PGA Championship. Rory, who played okay here in Charlotte, but he's projected as a favorite. Obviously, the guy that wasn't here, that's a bigger storyline. Scotty Scheffler.
He is due.
Champion. He is due.
He's due. He's been, he kind of started off a little slow this season. He's been right in the game. I really thought he was going to come back for the Masters and win it all. I was rooting for him.
Yeah.
He's one of my favorite golfers. He wasn't at the Truist.
Nope.
And I'm thinking that was in order to prepare for this. Has he won the PGA Championship before?
I think so.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Did he win last year?
Yeah, I think he did.
Yeah.
He
won the Wanamaker. He's the defending champ.
Okay. Well,
Scotty walked him
I
down.
want him to win it again. I want him to get the other majors too, so we can just like wrap up that Grand Slam, like, before he's 30. That'd be insane.
That would be nuts.
When does Scotty turn?
He's still so young.
While you look up that, I wanted the breakdown of the purse, right? So first place is just shy of $3.5 million.
Okay.
But 20th place. 20th place, $237,120. So you can get 20th.
All you have to do is make the cut.
That's it.
And then you're guaranteed money. You just got to make it to Saturday. You got to make it to Saturday, and you are going to be guaranteed some money.
Yeah.
Obviously, you don't want to be in 20th place. You want to be in first. You want to be a top 5.
I mean,
either way, you're still getting some money at the end.
But
of
I
the
mean,
day.
look, here's the thing too. If you're one of the PGA pros, because that's what makes the PGA Championship so awesome, is that some of the PGA pros, guys who normally aren't on the tour, they just have their PGA card. And they teach at some of these clubs. They get a chance to compete in this.
They do?
So remember Michael Block and how his great story about how
yes, of course,
it's the PGA Championship. So you have guys. I think one of the cool
it.
stories is Cam Young, one of his friends who he grew up playing with, is actually a PGA pro, was an assistant PGA pro under Cam's dad, is competing this weekend. So there's a storyline there about buddies on the course. So it's going to be cool. And Annie, I looked up his birthday. He's also a June baby like us.
June babies.
He is June 21st. So he is about a month and a week shy of his 30th birthday.
Dang.
If that doesn't make you feel old, I don't know what does.
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
Mm-hmm.
So I got my favorites. What about y'all?
So yeah.
I'd like Scotty to win it.
Scotty? I obviously I love Scotty too. My sneaky pick, I was telling Jason Harper this on the apps. If you're a betting person, Ricky Fowler.
He did have he has last week he had a good showing, or at the Truist. He had a great showing.
He had a great showing right now as of 10:41. He is 1 under through 7.
Okay.
Tied for 6th right now. He was really great for people that remember or follow golf 2007. And I think Andy and I were joking, like when we saw him at the Truist, it's like, is this the 2000s again? Ricky Fowler on the leaderboard?
He's back, baby.
He's back. I would feel really good for him if he was able to get that. He finished 2nd at the Truist. So
You also had Colin Morikawa.
Yep, I have
on
Colin
there.
as somebody I like.
He has not teed off yet.
Has Jordan Spieth made some noise?
Spieth, I don't think he's off until.
I don't have our tee times here.
He's even through 6.
Even through
Okay.
6.
You know what? Who also could be a sneaky pick? JT.
JT? Yeah.
He was sneaking up there. He was sneaking up there at the Truist. And I would love to see that. That's one of my husband's favorite golfers, and kind of like
He's a big JT fan.
Big JT fan. Kind of like introduced me into the sport, and so I follow all those guys. You had. I was gonna say Colin's only even. He hasn't teed off yet, so that would make sense. He's doing great.
in 13th at the Truist, at 8 under, so he was 7 back of the win.
He was in third at one point.
Yeah, it was a
hanging.
very interesting Truist Championship.
It
For
was.
those that got to watch, a lot of good golf being played. We're seeing John Rahm right there, also one of the favorites. Do you think there's a chance that Rory pulls it off? Yeah.
No.
There's always a chance.
I mean, there is always a chance. Maybe after not playing super well at Truist. I don't know.
I will say,
I just want to say no, just because I'm a little
you don't like
jaded on-
Rory.
He's
You
not
don't like
my
him.
favorite. I like him, but then just some of his recent comments have not been my favorite. So
You want another villain that maybe not that Rory's a villain.
Brooks.
Brooks can win it too.
I used to
Brooks
like
Koepka,
Brooks
he's
Koepka,
played-
and then in the first season of Full Swing, which I'm rewatching because my
Pushed
daughter
your
says
doggy.
golf, he pushed his dog. Not like an abusive way, but he was frustrated with himself because he was sucking at golf, and his dog just wanted some affection, and he pushed her.
Unacceptable.
Again, not violently. I don't want to accuse him of animal abuse, but
Make that clear.
That's when he lost you.
but he was kind of that, and I was like, your dog is trying to comfort you, you sad man.
Okay, so we got Scotty.
Yeah.
I'm with Scotty. Again, Ricky Fowler, Colin Morikawa, maybe Brooks
Don't
there. We'll
sleep
see.
on him.
By the next time we talk to you guys on Morning Edition, we'll have a winner. I think that's going to do it for us here on Morning Edition. Ted saying he's putting his whole entire life savings on the tournament.
Whoa.
We'll see how much he wins next time we join you. For Ted Payton and Istowski, I'm Julian Sador. We'll catch you next time.
Peace.
Hello and welcome to Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. I'm Stuart Pittman, Chief Photojournalist for QCN Plus, and I'm glad you're here. This week, we're catching up with an old colleague, a guy who took what he learned in the TV news trenches to the world's most celebrated football game. I'm lucky he still takes my calls. There's just no telling where a TV camera will take you. Just ask Stephen Lynch. Once a lowly photog, Lynch took what he learned behind the lens all the way to the top. It's a long way from Bosock Patrol, but Lynch says he wouldn't be there were it not for what he learned shooting good old local news. Who knew? And joining us to tell us all about it is the man himself, Stephen J. Pierre Merriweather Lynch. I don't know if that's your real name, but I just like the way that it sounds. How you doing, man?
Yes, my government name. Good to be with you, Stuart. Thanks for having me, man.
Where is it you're joining us from today?
I'm in my office in Tampa, Florida. It's the off season for us, but we're staying busy with a few projects. So it's like I said, man, it's good to be with you. I've listened to, I've seen plenty of your work over the years, but the behind the lens stuff has been super cool to, be able to appreciate from afar these past couple years.
Well, it's been a fun project, and I'm just getting started because I realized I got a hell of a Rolodex. I know everybody. I know some of the most interesting people in this business from having been in this business for so long. And Stephen, honestly, you're right there near the top of the list. So I do thank you for your time.
I guess the Reader's Digest version of how you and I met, fast forward to the job process. I'm 20. I'm sending out these manila envelopes, which before we started rolling, you and I were talking about, age, and I'm 37. I don't feel like I'm old, but yet as I tell this story, I'm sending out manila envelopes with hard copy resumes and covers. I've got a DVD of my worthless reel. I didn't have a ton of work coming out of college, but I'm doing my best. I've tried my best to personalize everything. I sent out about 50 or so hard copy resumes and covers. And let's call it 50. I call 49 of the stations, and I have one more left. And it is for WGHP in High Point, North Carolina. And I'm like, I don't want to call this place to follow up. I just got done emailing and calling, and all these stations either don't want me or don't need me.
Right.
So when I call this 50th station, that means I'm going to have to start from scratch. And sure enough, I call, and this sort of hyper British voice answers the phone. Fox 8, this is Keith. And it's our old colleague and boss manager, Keith Hale.
Jolly good.
In my opinion, jolly good. In my opinion, titan of the industry and just an awesome dude to learn from. Chief photojournalist, just to get the titles right here. But Keith was the one who picked up the phone, and I was like, a British guy in North Carolina, like this is a prank. Like it's the last thing I was expecting to talk to. But he basically was like, because you don't have any experience,
right?
We can't pay for your travel up here. You can find a way up here, then I got all the time for you. And so I was just always taught, like, if you want something, you need to go get it. And if you're really passionate about something, then it shouldn't matter the work that goes into it to being able to achieve that thing. And so to me, I was like, this is gas money. I knew a buddy that lived in Charlotte. I stayed with him. He was going to Johnson & Wales at the time. Yeah. Slept over, drove up to High Point the next morning, met all you guys, and the rest is history.
Well, the rest is history. And I remember walking past Keith Hale's office that day, and he pulls him in, and he's like, "Look at this guy," and it was you, and your tape reel, whatever, didn't have a lot of content on it, but it had you on it, and your passion shone through, and we're like, "What the hell called him?" And it's amazing why I remember that, but I do, and I'm gonna roll some video right now because this led to a lot. You came on pretty soon after as the newest photojournalist for Queen City, for WGHP Fox 8.
Yep.
And you spent what, about 3 years there shooting news?
Yes. Yeah. So shooting news, it was 3 or 4 years, and then I spent about a year and a half ish doing the creative services stuff.
That's right. I remember when you went into creative services, I thought, who'd want to do that?
I know.
But looking back, and I've been in that department myself in the past, looking back, it was a smart move because it gave your product and skills some polish that you went and took that and went on to bigger things. And we're alluding to that by some of the video that we're seeing right now is you in your current iteration. And we're going to go to a break in a minute and get into all this when we come back. But we talked about really briefly how you started out. Tell me where you are now. My first question is this, and I'm sorry to interrupt already. Did you go straight from WGHP Fox 8 to Tampa?
Yes. Yeah. So I started as the photog, as you mentioned, briefly as a I guess producer for the creative services department, and then I was able to get enough of a reel together where the Bucks hired me.
That's amazing. That doesn't happen every day.
It doesn't happen every day. I applied for two. I had no affiliation to Tampa. I had never been to Tampa. I was a football fan growing up, and still am, of course.
Sure.
So I knew enough about the Bucks to kind of like work my way through the interview, and I knew enough about the players and all that kind of stuff. And I shout out to this woman, Jessica Larson, who was she no longer works for the Bucks, but the assistant of the boss that hired me. He had so many resumes to work through. He actually tasked her with going through some of the reels, and she was like, this guy seems like there's something here. And sure enough, she was, I kind of owe in a way, my career to the Bucks to Jessica, because if she doesn't get my reel in front of our old director, right. The job, ironically, that I have now, I don't ever work for the Bucks.
It truly is an amazing story, and I want to get into it when we come back because you didn't just stumble into any NFL team. You stumbled into one that did quite well for themselves, and you were there for the whole thing. And I am going to want to hear all about it. But as I try and push these buttons and talk at the same time, I want to go to a quick break, and we'll be right back. And we're back to Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. And this week, just where learning such skills can take you. We're joined by our good buddy, Stephen Lynch. Stephen is a director of production with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Is that the correct title? Does that fit on a business card? I mean, that's kind of long and lengthy.
We're working on it. I got to get a business card for it to fit on first. I got to find those bad boys.
How long have you been with the Bucs?
This is going to be my 13th season. Lucky 13, I hope.
That seems impossible that much time has passed since you were out shooting drive-by shootings.
Do you feel like the time I wonder if this applies to news too, where it's like I always tell people working for the Bucs, or really just the NFL in general, it feels like double the time and half the time at once. Because it's like, man, you've lived some lives and then some, but then you're also like, there's an element where it's like, it feels like just yesterday where I was doing XYZ.
Yeah. Well, as you get older, time flies by even quicker. I can do a bad afternoon in 10 minutes, man. Things that used to just absolutely crack my skull open, sit quietly, withstand it in a way that I couldn't even at your age. But yeah, get in all you can because life moves fast. And I got to say, by looking at some of your pictures, you, my man, have stuffed a lot into your 37 years. And I'm a little jealous because since I last saw you, man, you become a world traveler. You have befriended some very impressive people, and I understand why. Tell me what your normal day is like now, because if I tell my wife that you're director of production at Tampa Bay Buccaneers, she's gonna go, okay, a video guy?
Yeah.
What is it you do?
Yeah. I manage a team of 5. We do all the in-house production for the Bucs. Social media, if you follow any of the social media accounts for the Bucs, we do that. If you go to a Bucs game and you see the video content on the big boards, that's us. We do have a local television partner, WFLA, down here that our content goes on. We will also put out stuff for NFL Network and ESPN and such, at league partners.
Sure.
And yeah, it's a blast. We do long form documentary, we do short form promo, we do highlight packages, all kinds of stuff. And in large part, it's because of the skills that I learned when I was hanging out with you and Keith and all those guys over at WGHP.
Well, let's go ahead and talk about that, because I think that's what you and I really want to talk about. And it's not just your glory that you've achieved since you've left news, and you've done quite well. And we're going to get into what the Tampa Bay Bucs accomplished while you were there. But you would not have gotten that job. You would not have been there, I assume, had you not utilized what it is you learned with us at a mid-market TV station in Central North Carolina. Who'd have thought that would have led you there?
I agree, and I think it's cool that I actually think about this often, Stuart, where it's like in many ways, as cheesy and cliche and awful as it's going to sound, I kind of have outlived any dreams that I had for myself. I've always been a passionate person that was, taught hard work and so on and so forth. But a lot of people are. And I think in many ways, I've been incredibly fortunate to be surrounded by, I'm not trying to kiss up, but it's surrounded by people like yourself where they could look past my youthful arrogance and ignorance and still teach me. And the fact that market 47, I think, is what WGHP still is, top 50 market right out of the gate for me. I didn't know anything. I'm this kid from film school that, I was given this job. Like, I gotta make sure everybody knows that I know what I'm doing, when in reality I didn't. But you guys stuck with me, and I always tell people, my interns, my producers, I'm still teaching a lot of the principles I learned with you guys about shot sequencing, shot composition, nap placement, the basics and some of the more complex things with assembling packages or long form doc or whatever. The lessons that I learned with you guys, and I always share with people. And again, this is not lip service. I think that if you want to know anything, just darn near anything about life and life experience working TV news, but also if you want to know about the craft and this idea, you and I would talk about this all the time. TV news is awesome for a million reasons, and one of them is certainly you get another chance tomorrow. Hey, if today was great, awesome. You get another chance tomorrow. If today was not good, all right, we can make up for it. We can make up for it in 12 hours. Like, it's always cool to be able to, the quote that I always tell people from Stuart Pittman, the main quote that sticks in my head, I know you're on bated breath. It's the only, I'm going to edit it a little bit. It's the only job where you can start your day in the crack house and you can end your day in the governor's mansion.
Sure.
And it's so cool. I mean, it was an awesome way. I talk about the, and I'll finish here. The way that I was able to explore my community and be exposed to people, because there's the craft element of it, which I was invaluable. But then there was also the people skill reps and just being able to work a room and talk to the rich and the poor and all everybody in between.
And
It was awesome.
I have to say that you're quite naturally good at that. And that helps because it's that friendly attitude and that humble air that you had that made you a pleasure to teach.
I was not humble, but thank you.
Like, we're humble, but you faked it well, you know? And that counts. Because had you come on as this brash know-it-all from film school, I wouldn't have even knew the time of day, and you know me well enough to know I'm sincere in that. So
Yeah.
the fact that you were fun to be around was all it took. And, you know, back in the day at WGHP, we did nothing but snap towels and win trophies. I still talk about what an incredible place that was when I was there. I spent 16 years there. I love that place. Those were my people. Those were my family.
Yeah.
I hope you had the same experience. I feel like you.
And I mean, real quick, it's naming names. It's Chris Weaver, it's Matt Jensen, it's Kevin Wren, it's Timmy Hawks, it's everybody in between. It's Kevin Daniels, it's Angie Wren, it's all those folks that we knew forever, and we still know they're still with us. But it's like, we just don't work with them every day. But it really did feel like, for a 20-year-old kid, the closest thing to family in the workplace.
Sure. No, we've both got lifelong friends that we share among us from that time there. But you didn't stop at WGHP Fox 8 in High Point, North Carolina. You took your act to Florida, to the big time, and that's what I want to hear about when we come back, because, man, you've had a decade. I don't even like sports, and I understand what it is you have done. Hold that thought. We're going to be right back to Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. We'll be right back. And we're back to Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. Someone who knows what it's like to gather news is today's guest, Stephen Lynch, who's currently the director of production for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Man, you got to get a shorter title there. Maybe you don't.
I know it's been a cool ride. I started as a humble producer, and now I am the title that you mentioned. So it's been a fun 13 years.
Well, as we mentioned in our previous segments, you have gone on from a 5 some years of shooting news and marketing in a local TV station to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And everyone who knows anything about me knows that I'm not really a sports guy at all, but even I understand who the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are and what an illustrious tenure they've had of the past decade or so. And as this footage that I didn't mean to queue up already shows, you were there for the whole thing. This is the famous Lombardi Trophy toss in the boat parade following the 2021 Super Bowl. Did I get that right?
That's absolutely right. The Bucs defeated the Chiefs, and we won the Super Bowl. Everybody's jacked up, and then the next 24 hours, our chief marketing officer's like, "Hey, we're about to get onto a Zoom call with the mayor so we can plan this boat parade down the Hillsborough River." And to my knowledge, I think we're the first full-on boat parade. I know Boston has the duck boats, but
yeah,
I mean that. You can't go anywhere with people still talking about. It's kind of like I remember where I was kind of thing.
Sure, and that's
where I was that white T-shirt that was standing next to Tom as he threw the trophy across the bay there, and I look at him after, and we're talking about Tom Brady, and I look at him after, and I'm like, "You're a wild man," and he's like, "This tells you how measured Tom is in everything that he does and how smart he is and everything." I'm like, "You're a wild man." He's like, "Not really," because one of two things happens: we catch it and Cam Brate's the hero, or he drops it and you got 10 drunk dudes jumping in the Hillsborough River. Like you're gonna win regardless.
It's a heck of a photo op, no matter what happens.
I know, and you're almost kind of like, man, I wish he dropped it just to see what that would have looked like. But the good guys won.
Well, I know it's not something you can tell me in 2 sentences, but what is it like to and I kind of know this as well, but those outside our business don't. What's it like to be around globally famous people like that? Are they just regular people? I assume they are to some degree.
To some degree, they are. I think everybody's a little bit different. I think that, starting with Tom, he is among, if not the most famous person that I'll have ever worked with.
Sure.
And the kindness and the time, I sat with him 30 minutes a month, and he was good enough to be able to, and it's during COVID, so no networks can come into our building. Nobody has access to us. And
right.
He was kind enough to sit with me and give us, whether it was social media stuff, documentary stuff, whatever we needed for that 30 minutes, he was with us. And I would say we established a really nice relationship. We weren't going out for beers on Friday night, but at the same time, it was cool to I never thought, growing up watching that guy, I never thought that I'd be in a position to have that. And I think the coaches I've come in contact with, the players, to a certain extent, I feel like there's been some celebrities along the way.
Right.
But I think you're right. I mean, I think for the most part, we just did a shoot yesterday with Burt Kreischer, who's a comedian, and awesome dude. He spent 10 hours with us shooting on the beach at Treasure Island, and it was just great to see a guy who has achieved his own level of fame. And we were like, hey Bert, we set the green room up for you. It's got your food and your Gatorade and water and all that stuff. And he's like, why do I want to go to the green room when all you guys are out here? And so he sits on the beach with us. He's got his little beach chair, and I was so it was my first time working with him in that capacity. And he was so kind and generous with his time, and just one of the people.
That's awesome. We're showing some of these clips as you speak, and I have looked at these clips all morning long because I edited them together. And there's that shot of you shaking the president's hand. Tell me about that. I mean, you took this all the way to the White House. Come on.
I know. That was another thing, kind of like the parade, where you're like, oh yeah, we won the Super Bowl. That means we get to go to the White House. And it was a there and back trip, same day. We took a private charter up there, and because of the nature of my job, I was up there documenting it, and our photographer Kyle was like, "Hey, do you want a photo?" Because everybody after the ceremony's over, it's just kind of, you know, people shaking the president's hand. But he gets mobbed. Like everybody's on top of him, and so security, you know. And Kyle, my photographer, our photographer with the Bucks, is like, "Do you want your photo?" And I'm like, "Nah, I'm good. I've got the memories. I'm here." And then I'm like, at the time, I think I was 32, 33. And I throughout the course of the few minutes go by, and I'm like talking to myself, I'm like, dude, get over yourself. Go down there and shake the man's hand.
Yeah.
Like, you don't necessarily need a photo, but go down there and shake the man's hand. Like, when are you going to be back here?
Exactly.
And then kind of the Red Sea sort of parted, and Joe's all of a sudden kind of, you know, by himself.
True.
And
There he is right there.
yeah, there you go. And that's the photo. I kind of just go up, shake his hand. He's like, you know, in typical sort of like older man fashion, he's like, "Are you with the outfit?" And he's got his super cool sunglasses on. And I shake his hand, "Yes, sir." And he's, you know, it was a quick interaction. "Thanks for coming. Thanks for having us." And I look to my left, and Kyle's there, and he's like, "Gotcha, dude." And he sends me that photo, and like, I could have cried. It was so cool because you're like, I know deep down I wanted that photo, and I'm glad that I got it. It's framed right here in my office. It's cool. We had like on the little White House stationery, they also sent us little like just a thank you for coming and congrats, basically, and then he signs it.
Well, as your unofficial drunk uncle, when I saw that photo, I was just so pleased and proud, not because of politics or football or any of that, but just where you let your skills take you. And I talk all the time about what a magic ticket to everything a television camera on your shoulder can be. You might as well put it on my tombstone because that's about what I've learned in this life. And
Well, and for
taken your
you,
skills.
and I think for you, I'm interrupting you rudely, but I think for you, like you have seen much more than I have, and I think for you, you nailed it in the fact that a TV camera, a video camera, and the ticket that it gives you to be able to find yourself in rooms that I know I would never be in otherwise. I'm not a business student. I don't have a law degree. I'm not someone that's important enough to run the country and intelligent enough. And it's like, I'm just kind of this person that was able to figure out a way to string shots together. And it served me well.
Well, man, that is an incredible way to wrap up this episode because we're running out of time. But it certainly is, as you well know, a thesis I very much believe in. A television camera, being a part of the media, can provide you access to the good, the bad, and everything in between. And you are proving that. As we wrap things up, though, I've got a very short question, which may have a long answer, but keep it brief. And that is, what's next?
I don't know. I'll get married and get back to you.
Good enough, man. Congratulations on those impending nuptials. Thank you so much, Stephen, for coming on and sharing some of what you know and really helping out an old photog. I appreciate it. I love you, and we'll talk at you soon.
Love you too, Stuart. Thanks for having me, man.
Anytime, we'll have you back. And we will be back next time with an episode that I haven't given any thought to yet, but we'll come up with something, and it'll be engaging, and I hope you come back and join us. So thank you, and we'll see you next time.
When we're afraid of the unknown, and as we get more time and more technology and we understand something and we've gone through it, it suddenly is nothing to be afraid of again.
Welcome, everyone, to this edition of We Are Not Alone. May K. Beeler here with Queen City News. We have a special guest for you today. You know, on our show, we talk about all things UFOs, UAPs, alien encounters, events of high strangeness. I've been at this for about a year now with this particular episode, still learning about the UFO community. Our guest today is someone who has been part of this community for many, many years. He goes by Captain Ron, Captain Janix, and he is very well known in the UFO community, the podcast community, a part of the iHeartRadio and Coast to Coast AM Paranormal Podcast Network. Ron hosts Beyond Control, and Ron is a co-founder of Contact in the Desert, coming up in just a couple weeks. Ron, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks a lot for having me. It's actually Beyond Contact.
Oh, it's Beyond
Contact in the Desert, of course.
Beyond Contact in the Desert. I have been fascinated by this for years, and it seems like Contact in the Desert is really huge now. Tell us about how this got started and what it is and why people should go.
Well, it started a long time ago. You know, they did 9 of these before we became involved. We're responsible for the last 4 of these. And it's been kind of a long-standing conference in the community. And it's become sort of the hub of the community. We kind of feel like it's almost like a banquet, if you will. And this conference has always sort of leaned into the scientific end of things and a little bit more rational thought and academic study of the subject, as opposed to some of the more outlandish ideas, which this community's full of. You know, we try to cover everything, but we definitely lean into the scientific aspects of this. We have a lot of PhDs that come to our conference, and we look at it like a scientific academic conference that's a lot of fun.
You know, you have a lot of really big names. And I have to tell you, I'm going to be honest with you. A couple years ago, when I found out about this, I wanted to go. And as a journalist, pilot, I asked my news director, and he said, no, those people are weird. He doesn't feel that way now. But no, you have these really big names, very well respected in the community. So I know the stigma is still out there. It's not as bad as it used to be, but this is not a convention where people show up in Star Trek outfits and Mark and Mindy clothes. Not at all. Yeah.
It's very much an academic, scientific exchange of ideas, and we're really trying to move this forward. You know, we've got all these different bases covered, from military witnesses to propulsion systems to astronomers. We're looking at all aspects of this phenomenon.
Ron, how did you get into this? I know you've been in this community for many years. You have interviewed a lot of big names, and we're going to talk about that shortly. But how did you get involved? Are you an experiencer?
No, I've had no experiences myself. I did have one sighting that I consider a UFO sighting. It wasn't like a ship or craft or anything, but I saw basically what looked like a sun to me that traveled across the sky in like a flight path, and there was no sound. Very weird, very unique. Not UFO saucery, but just this basically looked like a little sun the size of an airplane that went right over our head and right by. So I did have that, but I've never had any other sort of experience myself. But I've been researching this topic since about 2012 and taking a pretty deep dive on it. We started a podcast. I joined Truth Be Told around 2013 and became involved by doing that podcast. And by the nature of doing a podcast, you start researching these things every week. So each time we have a new speaker on, I read their book and I studied what they looked into and I watched their lectures, and just sort of been doing that over and over now for 14 years or so. So just by the nature of that, you start gaining a lot of knowledge in these areas.
So Ron, the more I know, because I'm like you, but not with all that experience, but I've been studying and reading the books too. And the more I know, the more I don't know.
Well put. Well put. I love that. I've been saying on podcasts lately, this is one of those topics where the more you know, the more there is to know.
Yeah. Yeah. And I have to be honest with you, I don't know what to believe anymore. And I do have an open mind, and I have had paranormal experiences and metaphysical experiences, but I have not seen a UFO. I have not had an alien encounter, but I do have an open mind. I do believe the people I've interviewed. And I would feel maybe that's the way you feel as well. But over the years, you have interviewed so many people. How has your perspective changed? What was your belief before you started interviewing all these people? And what is your belief now regarding non-human intelligence?
Well, I've always been sort of right in the middle on this. I've always been very genuinely open-minded with genuine healthy skepticism. That's really kind of my lane. It's been my lane this entire time. I will say that in the last couple of years, I have moved more into believing some of these things now because just the preponderance of evidence and so many people telling you this to your face and so many people believing it and it having such a profound effect on their life. I definitely think there's something to it. I do also always strongly recommend that we, be very cautious and careful and not jump to these conclusions or say, "Oh my God, there's a light in the sky. That's a UFO. That's an
Yeah.
alien." That drives me crazy. That should be our last guess as to what that is. But, things like the Roswell case, if you really study all of that material and really look into it, there's a lot of compelling things there. I like to always reference the deathbed confessions that these colonels leave to be opened by my granddaughter upon my death. Why does somebody do that? I find that extremely compelling. I can't think of a reason why somebody would do that for a hoax, a joke. There's no profit. If anything, it makes them look bad. So the fact that they do that and they say they do it because they want their daughter to know that they're not alone and these things happen to them, I find compelling. So things like that have moved me to believer. And the way these things have changed over the years is even just back in 2012 or 2013 when I was getting involved more, it really was the nuts and bolts spacecraft coming from another planet here. Where in the last several years, we've seen it move towards maybe a consciousness-based
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
maybe interdimensional travel.
Yes.
None of us know what it is, but it does seem like it's moved in that direction. Like it may not just be as simple as a spacecraft on another planet flying here. It might be more complex than that.
Something perhaps maybe even spiritual. And what I've been reading, when some people die or if they have a near-death experience, and if somebody is a Christian, they might say they saw Jesus, or somebody may have saw Buddha, or whatever they believed in, they tend to see that. So I wonder with reports these days, if people would see a little green man or a gray alien, if that's what they think they're supposed to see, if they have some type of encounter. It could just be a spirit or an entity or an orb, but it shows up in a way that they would maybe expect it to see. Like you hear about people that see these praying mantis beings. Are you kidding me? I'm trying to have an open mind, but come on. Don't tell
Yeah, it
me
does
about
seem-
insects.
I agree. It does seem very hard to accept those kinds of claims. What I find fascinating, there's a guy named Joshua Cutchin who's speaking at our conference, who, if you look back 1,000 years ago, there are old tales of what they called fairies from the trees, that the fairy people, the fairies that interacted with these people. If you read those accounts now, they sound eerily similar to a modern day UFO contactee experience, almost identical. But they didn't have the terms of thinking of space travel like we do. They just said they came down from the trees, and they described them as 3 to 4 feet tall, gray, giant eyes, and they spoke in their mind. They didn't speak with their mouth. It was telepathic communication. There's all these similarities that really blend in, and I think that addresses right what you're speaking to, which is how people are using their lens.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I think that's what's going on with us right now. I think given enough time and technology, we will get a better handle on what's going on.
Well, Ron, we're going to take a quick break, and we will be back when We're Not Alone continues right after. I want to get more into Contact in the Desert. You have so many guests, wonderful speakers, and I know we just lost Nick Pope, and there are people who are dying and disappearing. And I want to know what your thoughts are about the folks that are disappearing, people that have sensitive military backgrounds or they're astrophysicists or scientists. At first, when they were talking about people disappearing, I thought, come on, it's a coincidence. But there seem to be more and more. What's your take on that?
Well, I've actually recently taken a deep dive on this and looked into all of these different names. And there are 3 or 4 that do seem pretty tied to the UFO phenomenon, and they did work in things that seem very adjacent. Of course, we don't know that they were working on UFOs because they don't have an official UFO lab. But many of those names, really, it's kind of a stretch, in my view, to associate them with the UFO phenomenon. Just because they're a scientist or they worked at a lab. We're talking about a dozen people over a 4-year period.
Okay.
That's a long time. A lot of people do go missing. Things happen, and we're talking about a large number. So I don't feel that it's necessarily as nefarious as people are liking, making that association. But in fairness, I will say this. There is a history in the UFO community of people being threatened, of warned. We've heard that sworn testimony from Jeffrey Nusatelli, from Dylan Borland, just in the fall. They said they were flat out threatened. Their jobs were threatened. Their lives were threatened. So we do have that in the folklore of this community. It's something that's happened in the past. I think people are reaching now and trying to put this together, and it doesn't seem like it's strong enough in this current list.
What is the craziest thing you have heard? I know you've interviewed a lot of people over the years. Just feel free to be honest and tell me, I'm sure you've heard stories like, oh, come on. Or have you heard stories that scare you? Tell me what has impressed you that you can share with us.
Well, things that I've heard that are harder for me to believe. I mean, any of this stuff is, of course, possible. We don't know.
Sure.
We're dealing with an unknown here.
Sure.
But the more out there it gets, the more I have a hard time believing it. I think the most outrageous things I've heard are people that have multiple claims. I do believe a 1 in a million chance can happen to somebody. Travis Walton, I'm out working one day with 5 other guys, and we saw a spaceship, and I got knocked out, and this happened to me. That's a 1 in a million chance, 1 in a billion chance even, let's say. But maybe that could happen. But these people that have these claims of all of these things. Oh, yeah, I've been on a ship. I've been on Mars. I've gone through portals. I've worked on alien bodies underground. And they all have all of these 1 in a million chance things happen to them. Those are the ones that I think are harder for me to kind of get my head around and accept.
Let me ask you, I hope it's okay to mention his name. I don't want to slander anybody or be rude in any way, but Chris Bledsoe. So I read his book, UFO of God, and I have a very open mind. And I'm very respectful. Wouldn't be doing this if I wasn't. What is your impression of him? Can I ask you that?
Well, I know Chris, and I feel like he is about as genuine, down-to-earth a guy as you can meet. I mean, he's a sweet, nice man. His whole family is wonderful. It's really incredible. I know he's made some claims about the woman, the lady.
The lady.
Was coming. Yeah, I don't know what they think when they put these hard dates on things, because I think that opened people up to a lot more scrutiny. So, yeah, I had trouble with that claim as well because there was a hard date on it. You just don't know this stuff. All these things we're dealing with are an unknown. But I've known their family. I think they're very, very genuine, real people. Like you hang out with them and they're regular people, salt of the earth people.
But Ron, I just wonder, no disrespect intended, but sometimes when people are in a business like this, they're expected to say more and more and more and more, right? You're known for something, this happened, now you're talking all over the world or the country, and it's kind of like Austin and I, my producer, were talking about psychic mediums. Some of the famous ones have TV shows, and they have to come up with something. And they may be very talented and gifted and have a genuine talent, but when you have to produce something and people are paying to hear you, you have to deliver and you have to perform, and you wonder if some of this is just exaggerated or I want to believe, but the more I know, the more I don't know. So I guess what I'm getting at, folks like Chris, are they being controlled? Are they being used to tell us a certain narrative? Does that make sense?
Used by who? The government, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, it's possible. I've come to feel that unfortunately, not only are we dealing with an unknown subject here when we're dealing with extraterrestrial life or interdimensional worlds or whatever these type of things are, we're also dealing with a world riddled with hoaxers,
Yeah.
misinformation, intentional disinformation. We've interviewed different um, intelligence agents like Walter Bosley, for example, and he explains how the government will want their narrative out there. So they just nudge these stories ever so slightly. Like it's not like they make this wild claim. They just nudge someone's belief a little bit, and then it just tends to fall in line to the narrative they want to have happen. So I think there's a lot of that going on, and that is one of the challenges, one of the big challenges in this community is to try to sift through all of that and find what's the strongest. And I think that's part of meeting live in person at Contact in the Desert or other events where you can talk to people face to face. And it's one thing looking somebody in the eye and having a private conversation versus seeing them on YouTube or on stage where, like you said, they want to perform. They want to, if they're on TV for 3 minutes, they've got to give you this clickbait, if you will.
Right, right.
And I do think some people do get out of hand with that. And sometimes people do get overzealous and maybe overstep, where in their earlier work or in their private conversations, they're a little more true to it. And I think that is one of the challenges for all of us in this community is to sift through this and find out what we think really is strong and credible and what is filled with integrity and then what may not be so.
So, Ron, I have a question for you. With how much work you've put into Contact in the Desert, and I think as May Kay and I, when we started this show last year, the disclosure movement, the people's desire to learn more about this, it really has never been higher. And this field, I feel like, is always teetering on that line of what is palpable for people and what goes too far. So when you have guests, you have speakers coming to Contact. How do you kind of sift through that and kind of who ultimately makes that decision of like, you would be a great panelist. We want you to be here because I know you guys are inviting CNN, the Washington Post, maybe the New York Times to this event because there is a desire for people to hear these stories.
100%. And, we sort of have our own little council that we all meet at Gordon's house and we sit around and we kind of go through these different speakers and we take a look at the theme we have this year and what's happening in the community and what the vibe and feelings are. And then we pick people. Now, of course, you never know. You never know. But we definitely, anything that seems a little shady or seems a little nefarious or may not be as credible, we try to lean away from that. We try to lean into people that have built a stronger reputation, that kind of stick to the facts, that are more academic, scientific based. So that's sort of our lane in the community, I think, is we try to lean into that. So there are plenty of people in that realm doing good work. And I feel like there's enough there that we don't have to get to the speculative stuff as much. All of it's speculation. So why not lean into the more credible, more scientific, speculative stuff?
So, Ron, how is Contact in the Desert different this year? It seems like the whole world is on edge and something is going to happen. I don't know if this is a true, genuine feeling or if this is just what we're being led to believe. But how is Contact in the Desert different this year? Because everybody is talking about disclosure and the president and former President Obama, and Disclosure Day is coming out and the age of disclosure. What has led us here and how will that affect Contact in the Desert this year?
Well, it's very much the climate right now. I mean, it's reaching well beyond the boundaries of the UFO community. We're seeing this much more covered in mainstream, and they're taking a much more serious approach to it, which is fantastic. We want people, I'm always pushing for more scientific study, more rigorous look at this, and to take this topic seriously. And we're seeing that more and more. So I think it's the vibe of the world. How great 10 days after Contact, Disclosure Day from Spielberg comes out. So I think that's serendipitous. I think everybody needs to slow down on the government giving us disclosure.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
my view. I know you've had Steve on here before, Steve Bassett, who's a big proponent and a champion for us, and I love him, and he really thinks we are going to get disclosure this year. Official big D disclosure,
Yeah.
as he phrases it, I feel is a long way off. I don't see any reason for the government to officially disclose this. I think the people you're hearing in the government talk about this aren't the people that really know anyway.
Yeah.
I think this is a very tight-knit, lockdown, special access project somewhere. I don't think that there's a lot of this out there. I think there's a very limited number, and it's a very small group that holds this knowledge. So to me, in my view, after looking at this, I don't see any reason for them to come out with it. So I wouldn't get too excited about that. However, along the way, there's a lot to learn here and a lot to, we keep unraveling more and more information about this, just like any other topic in the world, you know? Again,
I think we're just so hungry for it now. We're just so hungry for something. Oh, we're so tired of the toxicity in the world. I think we think someone's going to save us.
Well, I do think there's an element of that too, sure.
We're going to take another break, and we will be right back with Captain Ron when We Are Not Alone. Continue to stay where you are. Welcome back, everyone, to this edition of We Are Not Alone. Captain Ron joins us. He's co-owner of Contact in the Desert. Coming up the end of May and the beginning of June, we are going to give you a discount code if you want to attend that in just a few minutes. But Psi Abilities, Captain Ron, tell me about that and where that plays into this UFO community.
Well, there's this lady, Dr. Diane Hennessy Powell, who's behind the telepathy tapes, which had a lot of popularity in the last year or two. And it's this discovery that these autistic savant children apparently are able to communicate telepathically, usually with their mother or a caregiver or somebody, and it's incredible. And it's interesting how that's very similar to all the reports, not all, but the vast majority of reports about contact experiences. It's always telepathic communication, and it's not them talking or verbal. They always say, even going back to the fairy reports, telepathic communication. So there's a real tie-in there. And it seems to be like a lot of different people that are taking these psi abilities and some of these children to scientists now. And we're really going to get a lot more information in the next year or two as they study them and try to figure out how this works, because it does seem to be very real. So we're going to do a whole thing on it. We're going to do blindfolded, where people can see or perceive, even if they're blindfolded, by using some of these psi abilities that we all apparently have. And I've seen it before, and it's real, and it's incredible.
How does that play into remote viewing? We only have a few minutes left, but
Very simple.
remote viewing, isn't that intuitive?
Very much so. The Army had a big program, and we have Paul Smith will be with us. He was in a remote viewing program, and it's very similar. We somehow have an ability to perceive things because everything's interconnected in some sort of field, and they're able to tap into that. And somehow the mind sight seems to work in a similar way. We're just in the infancy of this now, but this does seem to be real.
But remember back in the day, you're probably too young to know, and I'm old, but ESP was a big deal. And I know my mother and I had a connection, and I have connection with certain family members where we can, we know what each other are thinking. So like you said, we all probably have this skill. Maybe some of us are not so afraid of it. I think there's fear out there. Some people are afraid to tap into certain things. They think it's evil or it scares them. Do you think that's true?
100%. Same thing with these topics. They're afraid of it. And they do think, like you mentioned, it could be spiritual. It could have to do with the after death. The vice president said he thinks it might be demonic.
Yeah.
So there is this inbred, grounded within us, this fear of these things. But I think that's why let's get together. Let's talk about these things. Let's put them out in the open and take a look at them. Because just like everything that we were afraid of 1,000 years ago, volcanoes or whatever, we overcome that as we understand them. And I think that's what's going to happen with this community and with UFOs and with alien contact. As we learn and understand it, we will be able to accept it.
So this is in California near Palm Springs. For
Right
people,
in Coachella Valley on May 28th through June 1st. It's a 5-day event. And this 5-day event will change your life. It'll open you to a whole new set of ideas and perspectives and give you a quick education on all of these topics in a quick 5 days.
and I know you have some wonderful speakers lined up. So people obviously pay admission, but they can get a discount. Captain 10, is that correct? Tell me about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Take 10% off tickets. They're on sale right now at contactinthedesert.com.
Okay, and how can people reach you if people would like to reach out to you? I know you have this podcast.
Yeah, we have Beyond Contact on the Coast to Coast AM network. And you can reach me. Everything's on contactinthedesert.com. Everything's there. All of our stuff. We have a blog. We have the podcast. We have all of our socials on there. So that's the best place to go.
Okay, before we say goodbye, for people who are afraid, so Disclosure Day looks creepy. Can't wait to see it, but it looks creepy, right? For people who are afraid, what message do you have for them?
Well, the unknown is always afraid, like I was mentioning. Anything we don't know about, we have a fear of. Every one of us can think of something we were completely afraid of, and then a year later you feel silly being afraid of that. Learning to drive. I have friends who were learning to drive who were terrified of driving. And then a year later they thought, oh my God, how silly that I felt this way. And I think that's just like with anything in life, when we're afraid of the unknown, and as we get more time and more technology and we understand something and we've gone through it, it suddenly is nothing to be afraid of again.
So is Disclosure coming this year, do you think?
No, it is not.
It is not. Darn it.
Not officially, no.
Not officially. All right. That's what Captain Ron says, Ron Janix, and Contact in the Desert is going to be wonderful. I wish I could go. I can't wait to hear more about it. And this will be streaming. Can people stream it?
Yeah, we also have everything's recorded and you can participate live and watch it from home.
Perfect.
Participate in a live stream and watch all of the panels. And then there's chat rooms and other things people can do online. It's really, really great.
Thank you so much, Ron. Appreciate you being with us today, and we thank all of you for joining us on this edition of We Are Not Alone. We'll see you next.
Welcome into Turnkey on Queen City News Plus, your go-to show for everything real estate. We talk about the latest market trends, do's and don'ts of the industry, and provide expert advice on navigating this dynamic landscape that we call home. And today we're going to feature a very nice property on Lake Norman listed for a cool $18 million. If it sells for that, by the way, it would be the most expensive listing in North Carolina history to sell by a long shot. The runner-up was $14 million. And the guy who's got the listing is Tom Bramhall. Tom, you've been on the show before, and it was wonderful having you, so we thought we'd have you back.
I'm back.
Yeah. I noticed fireworks. Did you actually light some fireworks for that listing video?
I would love to say yes, but that
Little bit of
actually
AI?
was the beauty of AI.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say they look too perfect.
Yeah.
But it did give me a nice visual of what my life would be like if I decided to purchase this house.
Oh yeah, yeah. The property is insane, and being on an island, you'd be able to see all the fireworks around the 4th of July.
Yeah. So where exactly is this on Lake Norman?
It's in Cornelius.
Okay.
So that would be right off exit 28 on I-77. But yeah, it's right in the heart of Cornelius.
I noticed that it's Regatta Island. The road leading up to it is, I believe, Regatta Island Drive. Okay. But with a lot of these high dollar listings, you see this on HGTV a lot, that they give the house a name.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
You know, it's branding and marketing
Yeah.
is, I think, the biggest part of it. But I actually went through that myself. I was trying to come up with a name for the property, and then I just ended up I was like, you know what, Regatta Island.
Keep it simple.
It's Regatta Island.
It is.
It's on an island.
It's a great name for it. Actually, one of your marketing videos, you say something like, "How would you like your own personal island?"
Yeah.
And I thought, well, I would. I really would. I don't know if I would get approved for that big of a mortgage, though, unfortunately. So how do you get to even get in the room of having the conversation with these sellers? Ivester Jackson is the firm where you hang your license, and they're known for having some luxury listings. I know Reed Jackson, we've interviewed him in the past. He's had the most expensive listing in North Carolina over in the Highlands. But how do you get the listing? How do you get your foot in the door?
A lot of it's just relationship based, right? That's how I was able to obtain this listing, was through relationships. I think most agents, especially in the higher price points, it's a lot of it's relationship based. So yeah, just having a tight network and being available and being in the right place at the right time and putting in the work and having the relationship.
What's this I hear about something involving like a poker game or something?
Yeah. So, I was invited to a poker game. I met the seller, and just shooting
in the breeze.
Yeah. And I had a good time with everybody that was there, and just kind of continued to foster that relationship, and then kind of came time to sell the home. I wasn't really aware that that was gonna be the day.
Was the poker game at the house?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. So you didn't have any recon. You had to pitch it there.
Yeah, it was nearby, and then just one day just said, hey, just meet me at the house, and we'll take a look at it and let me know what you think. And then from there it was just kind of coming up with a marketing plan and coming up with a game plan to launch the property and try to get it out there to sell it.
So what do you think set yourself apart when you show up at the house? I'm assuming you had some time to prepare for the appointment, but how do you sell yourself when you know that you're not the only one they're interviewing?
Yeah, I think part of it is having the relationship that helps a lot, but then also having the right firm. Our firm sells most of the properties on the lake, and then around Lake Norman. So that was a component of it, but also having a skill set with marketing. My background.
I was just gonna say your background is marketing. You used to have, what was it, Real Producers? Was it?
Yeah, I created a real estate magazine here locally, and then a video company where all we did was video content, and then I decided to get into the sales side of real estate. So my whole background was on marketing, and I already knew all the players in the industry, and then got into the sales side of it, and then just applied what I already knew, and having a big network. I've had a big network. I lived in Lake Norman for 30 years.
Well, it's easy to sell Lake Norman when you live there.
Yeah, I live
you
there.
You understand it. You understand setback rules and,
Yeah,
I
live on the
frontage,
lake, so I understand the lake, and so it kind of all of those ingredients kind of came together, and we're able to get the listing. So now we got to get it sold.
Yeah. Too bad you're so shy that shooting videos must be so painful for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, it's terrible. Well, having previously had a video company, I got a lot of reps in,
Yeah.
and I actually have a lot of fun with doing the video content. I know a lot of agents don't necessarily like doing that kind of stuff. For me, it's fun, and it's it's just how I market.
You know what I think it is it's so difficult when you're out shooting something to have the energy. I mean, you have to output 10x energy that
Yeah.
you have in that moment. And it seems like you're sometimes doing too much, but then when you watch it back on TV, it looks normal, right? And so when you're at someone else's house, walking through it, and you're not in your personal element, right? You're not in your home. You have to look comfortable and
Yeah.
confident
Yeah, you do.
and rattle off the lines like,
Yeah,
like
and-
you're talking off
and-
the cuff.
Yeah, and oftentimes people think it's like it's so easy, or you did it like one time, and it's like I might have done it like 3 or 4 times to try to get it,
Just right.
to get it right. But yeah, you kind of have to like overemphasize what you're saying so it translates on camera.
Mhm.
So and I don't know, for whatever reason, I always get like shyer on the camera, and people are like, just do what you normally do,
Right.
and you'll
Just
be fine.
be Tom.
Yeah,
Just be Tom.
yeah. So
I think I've met most of your family.
Yeah.
Your brother Steve is a good friend of ours,
Yeah.
and I don't know if I've met a quiet Bram Hall.
no, well, you haven't met the loudest one then.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah,
So who's the loudest one then?
my brother Jim.
You think Jim?
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
Jim is all right.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
Big personality.
All right, I've talked to him on the phone. He seemed a little shy, but maybe
Yeah.
that was just because I was asking him to come on TV.
That's probably it.
So tell me, let's talk about the house. It's obviously gorgeous. Is that cedar on the outside?
Yep. Cedar exterior, stone slate roof.
Mm.
Yep.
What's
Pretty home.
it's north of 12,000 square feet. What is your favorite part of the home? Or is it on the outside?
There's so many things I like about the house, but living in Ray City, USA, having an 8-car garage is, I think, a unique feature. A lot of homes that are in this category tend to have, a 4-car garage. And this has an 8-car garage. So if you're a car lover, you can park all your hot rods or exotics or whatever you have right there at home.
So I got to ask the question that everyone's wondering, and I know what your answer is going to be, but I have to ask it anyway, is who's the seller? Okay. All right. We'll let that one slide just this time.
Yeah.
That's not uncommon though. You see with a lot of these properties that they like their privacy, and they have these houses is on 3 acres, right? They have it as far away from everyone else for a reason. They want to enjoy the peace and quiet life.
Well, I think that's also a big selling point for this property too, is the privacy. Yeah, you're located right in the heart of Cornelius. You're 30 minutes from uptown. And yes, it actually is 30 minutes because you can jump in the fast lane and you can get right there. I can be in South End in like 30 minutes.
It's going to cost you, but if you purchase this house, you probably don't care about the fast lane.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that's the privacy component, because when you pull into the property, you kind of go through a neighborhood, and then there's a gate, and then the gate opens up to your 3-acre island on Lake Norman. That's fully fenced all the way around. The property is 1,250 feet of shoreline, and then actually there's trees that surround the entire shoreline of the property, and we actually limbed them up about 8 feet. So when you're sitting there at the pool or on the back deck, and you can kind of look out, and you can see the boats, and you can see all that, but it's very private.
Okay.
And actually, when I drove my own boat over there just the other day, I was like, wow, you really can't see up onto the property like from the boat. Like you'd have to get really close to see up onto it. So I think for somebody looking for privacy when they're at their pool deck, they have it.
How long did, from the conversation of, yes, we want to hire you as our agent, to our hitting the ground running, to actually having it listed?
Yeah.
How long did that take? And if you're comfortable saying, because I think a lot of people don't understand the monetary investment from the agent side, and the time that it takes. Just tell me what all goes into getting a property ready to list and how long that takes and involved.
Yeah, so from the interview until we had it listed, I think it was about 5 weeks, maybe 4 to 5 weeks. But I went into the listing with a plan already, as if I had the listing. Like in my head, I felt like I was going to leave there with the nod saying yes, guy. So I had already had a marketing plan in place. So really after that, it was just executing it. So that part was already in place. And because the home was, I would say, lightly lived in, the house was finished in July of 2024. So it's barely even been in. So I had access to it, and there wasn't anybody really there. So it was kind of easy to get access and be able to do, do some of the marketing things that I needed to do. So yeah, we got it up and running pretty quickly, within a month. And then what was the second question?
If you're comfortable, the monetary side of it, and how much goes into marketing a property like this? What's all involved?
Yeah, it's a sizable investment. I mean, a house like this, I mean, you get lucky enough to sell it right away, or take here, sell a property like that. I think,
or some who, that doesn't sell at all, and then it goes off market and shows up under another agent's name. That happens too. Confident that this is not going to happen with you, but it does happen.
Yeah. No, it's tens of thousands of dollars to market a property like this, and that's the side that, HGTV and all that, they want to show you is like, they always focus on what your commission is, if you sell the property, but they're not factoring in, your splits and your taxes, and then all your big marketing investment and your time and all of that stuff. And yes, it's a great living. Yes, it's a great commission, but there's also expenses that are associated with it.
Go into splits for people who might not understand that and how that kind of plays out for agents.
Yeah. So as a realtor, you would hang your license with a firm, and at that firm, they have expenses of being a business too. So to hang your license, they charge you a percentage of whatever your commission is. That goes back to the firm, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
And obviously taxes, and then all of a sudden you see this commission that's just like it started here and now it's here, then it's here, and then it's here, and you're like, man,
Yep.
okay.
It slowly erodes away.
Yeah. Uncle Sam likes to take his cut
Yeah,
too.
that's it.
How do you come up with the price? There are no comps.
Right. Yeah. So, at that price point, obviously you look at, you look to see in the area if there are comps. Then you'll look and see, further out in other parts of the state, houses that are like that are in that category, what maybe one has sold for, what one's on the market for, and then you look at that plus build costs and land costs and all of that stuff, and then work with your client on kind of arriving at a price, and listing is it's an invitation to do business, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think you have to invite buyers through price and marketing to come view your home, to then hopefully for them to submit an offer and then negotiate on what the sale price is that both parties are going to agree on.
Mm-hmm.
So I always look at listing price as an invitation to business.
This one's been on the market for under a month. I think you've already dropped the price by $1 million, which is, it's always perspective, right?
Yep.
For a home that's priced initially at 19, now at 18. What is that conversation like? Maybe if not specifically with this client, just generally, how do you have that conversation with a client of when to drop the price, why to drop the price, to what to, what?
I think it starts on the very front end is setting expectations. When you're at this price point, it's letting people know, like, hey, this house, you're in a very, very small buyer pool here.
Mm-hmm.
And what is your how would you like to handle price drops? And then asking the client like how they would like to handle that, and just see where they are on it. Some people are a hard line in the sand. They want to be at this price and that's it. And some people are, hey, we're more negotiable, or, you can set an expectation of, hey, if we haven't gotten any showings or we haven't gotten any offers, within, 30 days, we should probably look at maybe doing a price reduction.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really different for everybody. In this case, we've been on the market here just a few weeks, and, seller's like, hey, do a price reduction. Like, okay.
Sounds good. You're the boss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a little different.
Yeah.
For Each case.
What would be one of the most common misconceptions about either a property like this, listing a property like this, or the space within the industry that you're in?
Well, I think just agents specifically would love to have a property like that, a property like this.
Oh, yeah.
And would love to be a luxury agent. But I think it also comes with a lot as well. There's a big expectation that's with that. And
Because
you're asking for a lot.
You do have other listings, right?
Yeah.
And you're still showing buyer clients homes, but this is kind of your baby right now.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there are other agents that if they have a house like this is their job for the year, essentially. But what are some of those expectations that you feel like are different when you list a luxury home versus a $500,000 home? Obviously you're still going to put your all into it, but
Yeah, I think, I've treated all my houses kind of the same. In some regards, right? So I offer staging, staging something that I offer with all of my houses, but obviously this house was fully furnished and decorated and beautiful, and it's like I didn't have to do anything.
Right.
It was gorgeous.
most agents would probably ask the seller to pay for staging, right?
In a lot
In
of
a lot of
instances,
situ-
yeah, and and some do, and some don't do it at all. It's just I've very particular marketing wise, and especially in this industry, I just feel like, or in this market right now, you really have to market a property, and it has to be ready to go. So I feel like staging's part of it, but I just think it's setting expectations, setting of what to expect, But I think that's with any house, regardless of the size of it. I think the stakes are just higher with a larger price point.
When it comes to the larger price point, luxury is just very different than maybe first-time home buyers who are looking to purchase a home. The first-time home buyers are watching the rates.
Yep.
How do you feel like luxury has changed throughout the years? Do you feel like it's gotten stronger, or do you feel like, I guess, what's the level of interest in luxury?
Right now, I think the higher price points are doing really well. That under 5 million at the lake is doing really well. If it's on the water, move-in ready, and it's under 5 million, it's moving.
What's entry at the lake right now?
Oh,
If you want waterfront in a home that
you
at
want
least
good
doesn't
water?
need major renovations.
Yeah. If you want good water and a house that doesn't need major renovations, I think it's $2 million.
Okay.
I think 2 million is your benchmark.
That's not surprising.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. Yeah. And with waterfront, it varies, because Lake Norman, you could be in the back of a cove and it be
Right.
on the water, but it's narrow, it's skinny water, it's not a big view. You have
Christian
access.
McCaffrey's home,
Yeah.
which he ended up keeping, by the way. It was on the market, and they ended up deciding to keep the house. He's tucked back in a cove for a very specific reason. He was really worried that he didn't want people, driving boats past his house and invading his privacy.
Yep.
So, I mean, there is a market for that too, but I think most people would want the view to be on,
Big view.
either the main channel
Big
or
view,
right off
big
the main
water.
channel.
Yeah. I mean, that's really what people want, but you also have to pay for that. So it might
Right.
be a
Sunrise
tear
versus
down,
sunset.
brick ranch or something. They're like, why is that $3 million? Well, because of the view. But you take that same house and you put it in the back of a cove where it has seasonal water, and your dock is sitting in the mud in January because they dropped the lake
Well,
levels.
everyone's sitting
It's
in
a
the mud
totally
right now.
different price. Yeah, right now the lake is so low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lake Norman's always a little bit better than Mountain Island Lake and Lake Wiley when it comes to water levels, because it controls it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We like to think we're the best lake.
Yeah. I wouldn't argue necessarily with that. So what else about selling waterfront is just different? What do people not know?
Well, I think where you're located on the lake, understanding what is important to them. If they're from out of town and they're from out of town, it's like, hey, this is what you can access, by the water. Understanding if are they big boaters? What do they know about boating? What would they like to do on the lake? And then being able to better hone them in on, hey, if you're on, the east side of Brawley School Road in Mooresville, you're able to access, Eddie's and Hello Sailor and all of these different restaurants. But if you're on the other side, it's a much longer drive, right? If you're in the back of a cove and you're purchasing a home and your dock is different than a dock that you would want on the main channel. On the main channel, you would want a fixed dock because boats are driving by it all day long, lots of waves, you get a lot of wear and tear on your dock. You need an agent that knows that because, a dock is $100,000, $200,000.
And regardless, you put your name and phone number on the dock because if something happens, a big storm, and it starts to go downstream, at least if someone finds it, they might give you a call.
Get your dock back.
Yeah, get your dock back.
Yeah.
I'm from Green Bay, Wisconsin. It would happen all the time,
Yeah.
especially, people, when winter's coming, they don't take their dock out, and all of a sudden it's gone when the ice comes through. So it happens. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So just understanding the waterfront, how people want to leverage the lake. Are they commuting? Are they going to be commuting into Charlotte every day for work? All right. Well, this is what this is what you can expect on drive times and traffic. That kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're on the west, even just being the west side of the lake versus the east side of the lake, there's a big difference in commute time there.
Yeah, commute and amenities, schools, like all of that. All of that stuff. There's a big difference between the Mooresville, Cornelius, I-77 corridor than there is on the Denver side, which is Highway 16.
Going back to this beautiful house that you've listed, we mentioned that it's called Regatta Island. Regatta is kind of lends itself to sailing. Any sort of connection there with sailing or a passion there, or is it just
for me personally?
No, for you personally.
No.
Just curious if that's what inspired the name.
No, it was just the road name. So, and the neighborhood.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's a beautiful house, Tom, and I hope that you have, luck selling it. I can't imagine anyone would want to say no to this, but I guess it's got to be right for the right person.
We have had a showing, so
okay.
Had a showing, so
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. We need a couple more of the right showings.
Yeah, it just takes one, right?
It just takes one.
Well, thank you so much for coming on Turnkey. Really appreciate it. Making the drive all the way from Lake
Easy
Norman.
drive. No problem.
Appreciate you being on the show.
Thank you.
To everyone else out there, thank you so much for watching this latest episode of Turnkey on Queen City News Plus. We'll see you next time.
Good afternoon on this Thursday, and welcome to Queen City News Plus Live as we're in the Blue Room here talking all the great stories that we got for you today. We're on YouTube, we're on Facebook, we are on the CW Charlotte, as we got myself, Brian Blakely, anchor Morgan Francis here, meteorologist Andrew Brightman talking about what's going to be a very hot weekend as we are looking forward to how hot and all that humidity as we have some water restrictions to talk a little bit about too. And then Beth Dickinson running the board over here, making sure we got everything our acts together, which she always does. Morgan, let's start here today with talking about one of yesterday. We had some just incredible video coming out of Matthews with this gas leak and fire and explosion that happened where two homes suffering significant damage here.
So Matthews Fire and EMS posted a video, and we'll see if it's in this video that we have edited here, but they posted the actual moment that the fire was ignited.
Which was pretty cool to watch something like this happen.
Crazy that they had one of their vehicles parked right there facing, so they were trying to handle this natural gas leak.
Crews struck a gas line there, yeah.
They had just finished surveying the leak, and they were trying to figure out how to fix it. They were trying to get the gas shut off, and the power lines above, just the smallest spark lit the whole thing on fire. And then, as you see here, it was just, flames shooting up from the ground for quite a while.
Yeah, and this was at Pleasant Plains Road and Morningwood Drive, just outside the 485 loop. Pike Electric accidentally struck that 8-inch gas line while drilling and setting poles during utility work. And it's just sparked a significant fire. A couple homes were damaged. They evacuated the area. They worked on it for about 2 or 3 hours, and they burned all that gas off. So there's really no other problems with that area. But as far as later on, as far as any kind of environmental concerns with the gas leak, but just a tremendous amount. The video of the Charlotte fire showed that just kind of blowing up and then just igniting from
really
Charlotte
incredible.
fire.
There were 100 emergency responders who were there to try to control the situation, but they kind of explained why they just let it burn, because if they would have done anything else, it could have just spread the fire, spread the natural gas that was on fire, and it could have created an even worse situation. So they let it burn until crews were able to shut off the gas supply, and that's what took so long, as they were trying to, to clamp it and shut off the gas.
Our
and
number
then the
one
flames
story
stopped.
right now online at qcnews.com from what happened yesterday, as they're trying to clean up the stuff there today. The other story in Morgan we're following, that is President Trump in China right now, meeting with Xi Jinping to go over a number of different issues. By the way, that was a tremendously long table. Look at how long that is. And they got all the
Looks like my
dignitaries.
dining room table.
You got a big
Totally the
family
same thing.
over there. Meanwhile, they are talking about a number of different issues, whether it's trade, Taiwan, and also the war in Iran.
And I don't think anyone expected there to be like decisions made today. These were just highly anticipated discussions between the two leaders. The two sides did agree on a need to build a constructive China-U.S. relationship versus just hitting the reset button. Taiwan also came up, where President Xi said basically if anything happens with mishandling this situation on the U.S.'s end, that this would put the entire relationship in jeopardy. So kind of a warning to the U.S. on that front. They talked about boosting Chinese purchases of U.S. agriculture, aircraft, industrial goods, rather than sweeping tariff rollbacks. So a number of important things discussed.
Yeah, and the Iran war is one of the main topics, along with Taiwan, what China sees as the biggest issue for them. And the Strait of Hormuz is critical for Iran. I mean, critical for China, because they get 90% of their oil through the Strait of Hormuz. So President Trump has asked them for help during this, and whether they are going to help in trying to get this situation resolved here remains to be seen here because of the 2-day summit. But also President Xi there is talking about how some other issues they're talking about fentanyl, what they want to do, try to stem the flow of fentanyl into the U.S. that goes to Mexico, and then they get manufactured, and then it comes through into the U.S. across the border. So there's a lot of different things you're talking about as far as the trade deals that have been working out, because going with President Trump was a lot of the big tech guys that went over there to help with these trade deals.
There was a big group that went over there, and that was all part of it, talking about AI safety, rare earths, critical mineral supply chains. China did express an interest in buying, going back to oil, buying more U.S. oil. Currently, they're the top buyer of Iranian oil. So that would be a significant shift if that starts to move over to the U.S. side. But yeah, I mean, a lot of these top business leaders were on this trip. Elon Musk, Apple,
NVIDIA's,
Tim Cook.
yeah.
There were a lot of people who were.
They did order 200
part
Boeing
of
jets,
this.
and Trump said also that Xi would make a reciprocal visit to the White House on September 24th, and that date had not been previously announced, so that is some new news there today when President Xi will make his visit. I remember the last time that President Xi made a visit, I believe it was in the Seattle area, because I was there when that happened back in 2013 or so.
You don't need to date yourself. It's
Yeah.
fine, Brian. Let's talk about the latest out of the hantavirus. The CDC is suggesting, not mandating, that anyone who is a patient to isolate at home. They don't believe that this, and we've been saying this all along, they don't believe that this is like a COVID situation, that this is highly transmissible. There's a low risk to the public. So they want those people who have been infected to stay at home, but they're not mandating it.
Yeah, the Centers for Disease Control, they stress that this is a very low public health risk with the hantavirus. It's a very known entity what the hantavirus is. The recent update is it's grown to 11 cases. One of those happens to be a North Carolina resident who is now in Nebraska being monitored there under serious security with what they have for.
They have a special treatment center there for these infectious diseases.
Yeah, and that monitoring period that you're talking about is a 42-day hantavirus monitoring period that they're talking about for those people that are involved that were on this cruise ship. With 3 people died, I believe.
Yep, and that hasn't changed from the beginning.
From the beginning.
11 total cases reported. 9 of them have been confirmed. Everyone has since been evacuated from this ship, which has turned into just this vacation that's been a nightmare for
these
hantavirus
is from rodent droppings. It's an airborne type of thing, but the one strain that has been a real problem for human to human is from the Andes strain, because this ship traveled to Argentina. Ushuaia, and that's where they believe they contracted the hantavirus there.
So that 42-day monitoring period, by the way, the CDC has said that it started on May 11th. That is set to end on June 22nd.
Back here in our area, I want to talk about another health issue, and that is TB that has been found at a Pleasant Knoll middle school in Fort Mill. And officials have not said how many people may have been exposed to this, but we do know that they're monitoring the Fort Mill schools to identify the individuals who do need to be tested regarding TB.
Right, and I mean, this is quite the undertaking for the South Carolina Department of Public Health. TB, they can be treated with antibiotics, but it's spread through the air from one person to another. So if they find a case that's in a school, then they try to track down, okay, who has this person been in contact with, and who do we need to notify here? The germs usually attack the lungs. They can also attack other parts of the body, such as the kidneys, brain, or spine. So it's serious that they need to try to track everyone down, but it is treatable.
Yeah, treatable with antibiotics, and it's a long treatment. It actually takes about 6 months. South Carolina reported 83 cases of TB back in 2020. We don't have the exact numbers on what they are right now to date on 2026, but this happening in Fort Mill Middle School. And obviously a concern among parents. They've been notified throughout not only this school itself at Pleasant Knoll, but also throughout the Fort Mill School District.
Yeah. Let's get to this just incredible video. It's a shelf cloud that was seen over Atlantic Beach. And quite the sight for people vacationing there. I know they would probably love like the sunshine and everything if they're vacationing there, but this was as severe storms were sweeping through the area on Tuesday.
Yeah, this is just one of those meteorological weather cool sights that you get to see. Kind of scary, because we've seen these around here in Charlotte, talked about them quite a bit when they've blown through Charlotte with the shelf clouds, and it brings with it a lot of wind, a lot of rain, and then the kind of like the storm behind it. Meteorologist Andrew Brightman can talk to us a little bit more about this shelf cloud that we are seeing here, and also
Couldn't tell
about
if that was a judgy look on your
No,
face
no,
or
it's
not.
not.
Okay. Were we saying everything right?
Yeah.
Meteorologically? Okay, good.
around here. It's nothing but sunshine and soon to be very hot temperatures, Andrew.
Speaking of hot, that vest is looking pretty good on you.
You like that, especially on a hot day when you got a vest and a hoodie. I got some coffee right here.
Careful.
What
You're
am
gonna have
I
to report you
doing?
to
Dude,
HR.
Brian is the man. Love getting to work with you guys. But yeah, we got some hot weather on the way this weekend here across the region. Beautiful weather. This is, you guys got any plans to play golf here tomorrow by chance?
No.
Nope.
Well,
Nope.
I wish.
it would have been a great
Tomorrow's
time to do
gonna be
it.
nice.
Tomorrow is going to be picture perfect, Morgan, here across the Carolinas. You got that dry finish, wonderful weather. And then the weekend heat ahead for the Carolinas here. Temperature 74 degrees. Check out the dew point. It is in the middle 30s right now. Winds out of the northwest about 10 to 15 miles an hour. It does not get any better than this springtime here across the Carolinas. You can hold me to that. Boone, Cameron, beautiful weather here up across the higher elevations as well. Here as we get rolling temperatures, low to mid 70s, upper 70s in Sherrod, still in the 50s as we get up into the mountains. Clouds and radar, No major issues here. High pressure just moving on in across the Carolinas and fairly comfortable all across the southeastern quadrant of the United States. Not going to be staying that way, though. Above average temperatures, Brian was alluding to it on the way as we head towards the latter part of next week and heading into next weekend. Really just the start of a heat wave that begins this weekend. 86 on Saturday, 90 on Sunday. Futurecast in motion. Mostly clear skies here as we go throughout the evening hours. Beautiful weather across the Carolinas. We keep moving forward into your Friday morning here. Mostly clear skies across the region. And then heading into the afternoon, another beautiful, fabulous, perfect day out there. Lots of good adjectives to describe your Friday forecast. As we head through the overnight hours into your Saturday, that is when we start turning up the heat here, everyone, across the Carolinas. Temperatures up into the middle 80s, and it only gets warmer from there as we get to your Sunday. As for the rest of today, beautiful weather here across the region. Cool night. We'll see temperatures actually dip down into the 40s. Your pinpoint 7-day forecast. Great weather ahead to the end of the week. And it's getting up into the 90s next week. I'm not excited for it.
No.
Because the humidity is going to be coming back.
Yeah, the humidity's coming back. It's going to feel like summer, everyone, across the Carolinas.
Oh, you know what? It's Thursday. We were supposed to get that report.
Drought report.
Talking about the
drought report. We are now just in a severe drought here in Charlotte. We have been liberated from the extreme drought conditions.
Okay. So it helped a little bit, but obviously
the
not.
over 2 inches of rain that we saw last week did make a difference here. We still have a long way to go, especially down in the Sand Hills. Some places need roughly over a foot of rain to get back to where they should be. But at least some progress here at that late.
And still, we're going to have mandatory water restrictions here
they're still
in
coming-
Charlotte
yeah.
starting tomorrow.
I know they dropped the burn bans last week, but yeah, I still have the mandatory water restrictions.
All right. Till further notice. Really need that rain. Thanks,
Yeah.
Andrew. Appreciate it. Coming up, the World Cup. Trying to kind of be like the Super Bowl a little bit.
I like it.
Someone in the corner
Who is going to
very
be
excited.
headlining for the World Cup? I guess it's the World Cup. With the World Cup Super Bowl, what do you call it? The World
The
Cup?
World Cup show. Halftime show.
We're going to have to work on that
Yeah.
one. You're watching
It's
Queen
a
City
new
News
thing.
Plus Live. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Queen City News Plus Live on this Thursday as we take a live look at I-85 in Southwest Charlotte, or West Charlotte, I guess, technically.
Traffic building up already going out into Gaston County, isn't it?
It is. It's a beautiful day out there, 73 degrees. If you missed the full forecast from Andrew Brightman and you're watching on Queen City News Plus Live, you can just scroll down to the weather tab and check out.
You know what's interesting too about that shot? There is tremendous amount of construction going right
Hidden
under
by the
those
trees.
there, where they're widening the whole intersection of 485 and 85, and they're getting ready to blow up Sam Wilson Road there in the
Everybody's
next few
talking
months.
about it in the newsroom.
Obviously, because that's right where we are. So
yeah.
So there's a lot of construction
Traffic
there
is
to
about to
make
get a
that
lot more
interchange a
interesting.
whole lot better. But it's going to be a couple years before that actually happens.
Yeah. Got a serious story that we're talking about next. There is a social media personality who is charged in a shooting outside the Montgomery County Courthouse, is Clarksville, Tennessee. But I learned about this whole corner of the internet that I didn't really know existed until, this guy, he's a rage baiter. He goes up to black people and says racially derogatory statements, gets people worked up and gets them into fights. And this is what he does.
He is a racist streamer. His name is Chud the Builder. He often films himself spewing vile racial slurs to get reactions, as you're talking about, Morgan. And right now, there's a shooting involving him outside a Clarksville, Tennessee courthouse, Montgomery County, where he was involved. They detained two men involved in a fight when it eventually escalated into gunfire. Chud accidentally shot himself in this fray here. And he was in court there that day for a civil case over unpaid debts, and just days after he was arrested for skipping out on a $400 bill at a Nashville restaurant. And he was also refused to stop streaming there. So this guy has created quite the following, but is very, very controversial about what he does. And it follows him, obviously, here to the courthouse in Clarksville.
Austin McCollum and I were talking earlier about this. This is just like the truest definition of brain rot. Watching this stuff on the internet. He is well known in the area for antagonizing people. Just sounds like zero contribution to society. He's 28 years old. You mentioned his name is Chud the Builder. His real name is Dalton Etherly. And that's just what he does. And we don't know the specifics surrounding this particular incident as to if he was doing the same thing when someone fired shots. Obviously, he fired shots is what he's accused of, but we don't know what transpired leading up to it.
Yeah, and where you do these type of things, when you're a streamer of these type of natures, these type of situations are going to arise, and some of it's maybe catching up to him, but we'll know a little bit more about it. But it's certainly drawing more attention to who this guy is, Chud the Builder, a racist streamer who was involved in a shooting outside of Clarksville, Tennessee. Hey, let's talk about some really fun stuff. World Cup is going to be here on Queen City News. Many of the matches coming up real soon in the next few weeks. And also the final is going to feature a star-studded halftime show headlined by Madonna, Shakira, and the boy band BTS.
I like the Shakira. Madonna is Madonna. She's great.
Hey, man, back in my day, Madonna was the you-know-what. Madonna was it. You know?
Yes, absolutely. I do not disagree with you. I still like Shakira's flair. But this is
She's got more of a World Cup flair. But Madonna was
right.
global back in her day, back in the
Right,
90s,
right.
80s and 90s.
And BTS, I just don't follow. But this is the first time that they're doing this kind of like halftime show, trying to
Kind of
make
like the Super Bowl, yeah.
like the Super Bowl. And halftime shows really aren't a thing in soccer. It's supposed to be 15 minutes between the halves. So I don't really know how they're going to make this work. They're probably going to have an extended halftime, which they do during the Super Bowl too.
Super Bowl, right?
So it'll be interesting to see kind of what kind of response it generates, and if people are for it. hey, it's another big thing to offer, another way to generate, money. This one is going to support the FIFA Global Citizen Education Fund, which is raising $100 million to help children access education in soccer.
That game, by the way, July 19th in New Jersey at MetLife Stadium. We do have also a precursor to a lot of this. In May 31st, U.S. men's national team is going to be playing Senegal right here at Bank of America Stadium as they ramp up getting ready for the World Cup. So
Austin
looking forward
is
to
just giddy in the corner during this
He's
entire
a soccer guy,
story.
yeah.
He is
And the
so
Scottish
excited
team
for
is
all
also
of
going to
this.
be practicing
slide
here.
right in here, Austin.
Yeah, and they're going to be
as we're
practicing
training
here
our
too,
director
as
Beth
they
over
get ready
here.
for the
There's
World
a button
Cup.
at the top that says "Hero." Oh, that works too. Look at you figuring it out. So
Beth.
again, one big thing to say about the men's team versus Senegal: most of their games are on the West Coast. So if you don't want to travel and you want to see Team USA play for the World Cup, good chances here at Bank of America Stadium. But one fun fact about Shakira: she did the World Cup song for, I think it was 2006, 2010, and the 2014 World Cup. And it hasn't been the same since then. So it's a delight to have her back for the World Cup.
She's known globally and certainly linked to soccer herself. And
Her ex-husband, Gerard Piqué.
Gerard Piqué.
Yeah, that was a
yes.
fun ending to that whole. She caught him cheating.
Yes.
Because of.
Well, I wasn't going to bring that up, but
we're talking about it. We might as well.
Let's do a deep dive. Throw out the rest of the
But
rundown.
I was also saying the Scottish soccer team is going to be practicing here at the Charlotte FC facility as they get ready for their games.
Greensboro has a team as well practicing. I think it's the Netherlands
So North
team.
Carolina very heavily involved in the World Cup.
How sports has changed in the Queen City throughout the years with
Right?
the addition of soccer. There's this crazy U-Haul chase that happened in Georgia, Paulding County, and they had to do a pit maneuver to stop the driver of this U-Haul. It is a very long video, and the department, kind of narrates it and then plays some music and then narrates it, plays some music. But basically, this driver just didn't stop initially, and that's the whole reason this chase started. Charges piled up after.
And, you can see that's a pit move that law enforcement does. It was perfectly performed, minimal, in law enforcement circles. I mean, that's how you do it.
Right.
You get them off the road. Unfortunately, they turned over. That person's now climbing out of the cab.
They were stuck. Police had to smash in the front window with their foot to help him get back out and into handcuffs.
Yeah, a motorist identified as Damian Jones. He was wanted on several things, crimes in other counties.
Mm-hmm.
On Facebook, somebody said, the silly goose decided to leave Cobb and come to Paulding. Paulding County, you've met your match.
Yeah, the sheriff's department was having fun with that one. The driver also was charged with possession of ecstasy. You mentioned the multiple warrants, but he also had committed multiple hit-and-run crashes that or he's accused of committing. So
that's very dangerous right there, what he's doing. I mean, he's going outside, going across that yellow line into traffic. And so that's one of the reasons why law enforcement decided to make this maneuver right now so he wasn't be a further danger. And you notice how they did that with no other cars around. So when you see these chases, they're going to try to do these at the safest possible spots to minimize any kind of damage
in that moment,
and any kind of anybody getting hurt for safety reasons.
Yeah. We got to take one more quick commercial break, but when we come back, there was a swarm of insects. We're going to give you a couple minutes to guess what the insects were, but a really crazy video surrounding a patrol vehicle. We'll tell you about it coming up in just a little bit. More Queen City News Plus Live after this.
back to Queen City News Plus Live. Morgan, you were talking about this great video here before we went to the break and about some insects, a swarm there. I think they're called insects. These are termites.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And they're swarming a car here outside of Louisiana at a sheriff's office. But you can see there are approximately 6 billion termites.
6 billion. That's insane. I only really see evidence of termites when you look in crawl spaces of homes. You know,
Right?
host a turnkey over here. I'm like, oh, termites bad. But I mean, that is just crazy. That I didn't know I guess they would
Swarm
like
of the
that.
locusts, but this is swarm of the termites. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
It was visible on weather radar.
Deputy Justin Blackwell, this was his night shift, and he was just like totally freaked out by this. And I would be too. I don't think I would get out of the car at that moment.
Right.
So.
I mean, hey, it's Louisiana. It's a humid weather combined with, I guess they had recently a heavy rainfall. So that's just the perfect condition for termites. They like those, humid conditions.
You know what's coming up tonight? Panthers are going to finally release their schedule. We know who's on the schedule, but we're going to know exactly what dates and who we're going to get for each week. And so that's going to be released tonight. I believe at 8 o'clock, right, Austin?
8 o'clock, there's going to be a special live stream right here on Queen City News Plus. You can look up how to download that on QCNews.com, but we're going to have several of the CSL crew in here. We're going to be starting at 7:30. Schedule drops at 8. We're going to do a little analysis, a little bit of fun. It'll be a good time.
Early league, Morgan, I think is the Bears is going to be the first game for the Panthers.
For the really? For the Panthers. Okay, Panthers are going to be at Lambeau. I'm from Green Bay, if anyone was wondering
Season
why.
ticket holder.
Yes, exactly. If you need a Panthers ticket, give me a call. Thanks for watching.
This is On the Record, a new Queen City News special focusing on the issues, decisions, and conversations that are shaping our communities. I'm Brian Blakely.
And I'm Andy Weber.
It's our first show out of the gate.
It is our first show. I can't believe it. It's been a few weeks in the work. I'm happy to get it underway.
Let's get our launch going, right?
Well, we turn our attention this morning to the Palmetto State, where the GOP primary for governor is down to its final weeks. 7 candidates are vying to secure the nomination that will likely guarantee a win come November in a deeply red South Carolina.
Yeah, I got a June 9th primary coming up over the next 30 minutes. We're going to be sitting down one-on-one on 3 of the 7 candidates that are running in that race. Congressman Ralph Norman, Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette, and State Senator Josh Kimbrell will talk about what's driving their campaigns, where they stand on the issues, and what leadership in South Carolina should look like in the years ahead.
Yeah, Brian, no speeches, no rally stages, just questions and answers. This is On the Record.
Yeah, some talking points thrown in there. We want to start with our discussion right now that I had with Congressman Ralph Norman, who represents parts of the upstate and Midlands regions. Congressman Norman, thanks so much for joining us here on the record. And first up, let's talk about one of these things that has been a really hot topic on the debate circuit for the Republican candidates so far. That is the right to life. Lawmakers in Columbia, they're moving forward with replacing the fetal heartbeat law at 6 weeks with a much stricter law, near total abortion ban, that offers no exceptions for incest. And some of your gubernatorial candidates, they are opposed to signing that. You are not, saying that if you were governor, you would sign it into law. Can you explain?
Yeah, you know, the right to life to me is basic. I've got 17 grandchildren. You know, our Constitution, our freedom starts with life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So, and as I've said on the debate stage, whatever comes across my desk that makes it more pro-life for that child, that innocent child that's getting killed in the womb, I will sign it.
Well, also in this bill, there's some harsh punishments. Women could be sent to prison for up to 2 years and fined $1,000 for getting an abortion or possessing the drugs to cause one. Hypothetically saying, what if a 16-year-old girl is raped in a violent home invasion and becomes pregnant? Should she be forced to have the baby?
Well, and that's the discussion that they're going to have. That's why I rely on those who are getting input from all over the state. And as you know, abortion and is a hot topic. It always has been, and rightfully so. Before that language is passed, they will have to justify that. And I think people will weigh in on both sides. I will leave it up to those who are debating the issue every day until it becomes a final bill. I'll leave the rest to for them to decide, and I'll sign it if it's more pro-life.
And by the way, it doesn't go unnoticed. You have 17 grandchildren, so hats off to that. It must be quite the household around Christmas time or during the summer barbecues for sure, right?
a lot of fun, a lot of good times, and expensive, I'll say that.
That's good stuff. Well, Congressman, also when you announced your run for governor, you said the theme of your campaign is cleaning up Columbia, get rid of the corruption, drain the swamp type of thing, to coin a phrase from President Trump. Can you be any specific about any corruption that you're talking about?
Absolutely. You know, at the heart of any government, the heart of any business, you have to root out anything that is corrupt, anything that is wasteful, anything that is fraudulent. And the same applies to our government here in South Carolina. Let me give you some examples. The budget has increased 45% over the last 3 years, increasing government spending. But as far as the corruption and the fraud, the $1 billion that they found in the budget last year that magically appeared and magically went away, I would classify as waste, fraud, and abuse and corruption. I would also point out that some of the priorities fall into that category, as I mentioned, and I will point out that when you fund an electric car company to the tune of $1.3 billion of hard-earned tax money, that's wasteful. I'm referring to Scout. I'm all for growth, but it's got to be quality growth, and you don't give our taxpayers money away.
When you're talking about Scout Motors, that's a huge manufacturing facility going in the Blythewood area. That is expected to bring a lot of money to the state economy, also provide a lot of jobs. What would you change about that?
Look at the facts. I've heard 2 dates that it rushed through the General Assembly. One was 7 days and one was 17 days. They rushed through it. The legislators didn't know what they were voting for. The next highest bidder, and get this, was I hear in the range of $260 million. They paid $1.3 billion. That just points to the fact that politicians can't make business decisions. And so many of the politicians think it's their money just because it's coming from the taxpayers. I disagree with that. If it's really a great deal, then you ought to vet it, let everybody know about it. But I've talked to politicians that have no idea what they voted for.
More in your backyard here, let's talk about Silfab Solar Manufacturing Plant in Fort Mill. When it was announced a few years ago, that was seen as providing a big economic impact to the area. You supported it, the growth, the jobs, but now it's not viewed very favorably by residents who don't want the business there next to the school and neighborhoods. They've had 2 high-profile chemical leaks. As a congressman represented that district, or potentially governor, anything that you would like to see happen?
Yeah, Silfab was supported. I think it took a vacant building 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, and the governor supported it, Commerce supported it. They got whatever incentives that they got from the government. I don't take sides in companies coming. I mean, you have to let each company do its own due diligence. They went through all the processes. Now, as they have found leaks and they found problems with it, they ought to suffer the consequences. And I'll let that play out. And I think the lawsuits that are coming their way, I held a lot of them blame me, but it wasn't. I don't get involved in that, and I shouldn't have. You don't pick winners and losers when you're a congressman that represents the whole 5th district. But Silfab will pay the consequences if they're found to have done something wrong. And it went through all the processes. And again, the governor supported it, Commerce supported it, and we'll see how it turns out.
That is Congressman Ralph Norman. And one of the other key components of his campaign, Andy, is taking care of the roads and bridges in this Palmetto State. That's part of his infrastructure plan going forward.
And one takeaway for me was his position on abortion. Several candidates in this race have said they will not support a bill that doesn't have exceptions for abortion or incest. He won't go that far just yet, but still ahead 2 more voices in this Republican primary for South Carolina governor, Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette and State Senator Josh Kimbrell, on why voters should choose them in the June contest.
We're back in a moment. You're watching On the Record. Welcome back to On the Record, where this week we are focusing on the GOP primary for South Carolina governor. And Andy, we got a crowded field here for the GOP. The latest Starboard Communications poll is Attorney General Alan Wilson leading with 20%, but it is tight after that with a surging Ralph Norman, who we just spoke with, at 14%.
And Congressman Nancy Mace is right now at 13%. Right behind them at 12% is former Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette. She served under current Governor Henry McMaster for the last 8 years, and in our interview, I asked what made her stand out in this quite tight race. This is a Republican primary, so there's lots of issues you and the other people in the race will agree about. So how would you distinguish yourself from the field?
Well, I'm the only person in this field that has started a successful business from scratch and built it into a national company. I'm also the only person in this field that has stood shoulder to shoulder with President Trump. Since long before I was in elected office, I felt that the president was the leader for our time. He had the backbone to actually get things done in a climate where politics was getting a little bit out of control. He's very focused and determined, and so I'm proud to have always had his back.
You mentioned your support for the president. There has been a recent uptick in gas prices because of the ongoing conflict in Iran. What's your view on that, and what should be done to make life more affordable when we're seeing a recent increase, especially in the price of gas?
Well, when you talk about things being affordable, a lot of what I've talked about, I'm an accountant by trade, while being on the trail, is, making people's lives more affordable. And, the biggest driver of inflation is too much government spending. So here in South Carolina, I have pledged that during my very first day in office, we will eliminate state income tax. Florida, Texas, Tennessee has done it. We can do it too. We're going to do it by leaning in on technology and start running efficiently. We're going to do it by getting rid of useless regulations so our businesses can flourish. And we're going to do it by regulating spending, because just like every single one of my constituents here in the state, we have to live within our means and tighten our belts. And that's what we need to do as government.
Could you see yourself bringing in casinos to help fill that void of a loss of revenue?
What I have always said is that I think we can all agree nobody wants, a big square building just jammed with slot machines. That doesn't accomplish anything. It doesn't bring in the right element, and it brings in, people who are vulnerable. And so, but what I do believe we should do is we should allow local areas to weigh in on what they want to see in their communities. And, the president was very deliberate when he even talked about data centers. You have to have local buy-in. In an Abbott administration, I will make sure that the voices of local citizens are heard, and that when it comes to things like data centers, that, local constituents would never pay a dime more for energy costs. The president was very clear, and I've been very clear on this matter all around our state.
So on data centers, should they be allowed in South Carolina? And if they should, then how can we make sure that they are serving their function while not harming folks' way of life in the state?
Well, let me tell you, under an Abbott administration, as I said before, ratepayers will never pay a dime more because a data center is moving into their area. We have to make sure that as we look around the state, that there is local buy-in for whatever industry is coming there. I have talked about a blueprint here in South Carolina, the fact that we have to find out from our local communities what kinds of economic development they're willing to accept. Let's make sure we bring in the right kind of businesses for every region of our state. And it starts with, again, local buy-in and making sure that the ROI on whatever we bring here to South Carolina is good for the people and for the state.
In our region recently, Fort Mill residents have raised concerns after leaks at the Silfab solar plant. I'm curious, you mentioned local buy-in. These were approved. This plant was approved to be in this part of the state. But what can be done to allow folks to, I guess, change their mind if something like a leak were to happen near a school or near their homes?
Well, this is something our Department of DES has taken very seriously. I continue to get briefed on what's going on. Right now, there is no mixing of chemicals. They have enlisted a third-party engineering company to come in and give a complete overview to make sure that they are equipped and everything is what we would feel is safe. I'm hoping that that will at least make people feel better that we have this independent third party. And then again, citizens should always get involved. I think that's why it's really important for people to vote.
That's South Carolina Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evett, and I think what stands out the most, Brian, is that she is definitely interested, like many of the candidates in this race, in an endorsement from President Trump, who has not made one yet.
Yeah, and they're also tapping into that Trump through line of being a business person like Ralph Norman, he says, and also Ron Reddy out of the Isle of Palms is running as well. When we come back, we will wrap our conversation with State Senator Josh Kimbrell, who has represented portions of Spartanburg County since 2020. Stay with us for more On the Record.
Welcome back to On the Record. We continue our series of one-on-one interviews with candidates competing in the Republican primary for South Carolina governor.
And now we turn our final conversation in the series to State Senator Josh Kimbrell, who joins us on the record. Senator, so before we get into your platform on running for governor, I want to talk first about the latest news regarding you and your campaign that's been making headlines across the state over the past couple of weeks. And that's with the social media jabs about a Boiling Springs firefighter. On April 8th, you commented on Facebook about the firefighter saying that, quote, the Boiling Springs FD should not let you near a truck. Now, this is blown up across the state, going viral. Boiling Springs FD, they came out in full defense of that firefighter. You came out with a statement, but you say this is really a personal issue with a long history. Describe it in your words. What's happened here?
Well, for about a year. I mean, and look, I mean, my attorneys are dealing with this young guy and frankly, the fire department. And what I've done for the past year, 9 days after I announced for governor, a couple of folks I used to work with tried to file a very frivolous lawsuit in conjunction with the most corrupt solicitor in South Carolina history, as I call him, Walt Wilkins. And this young guy has been egged on by the former solicitor, who's now in private practice, to try and slander my family, slander me, hurt our businesses, and just been overall just really very nasty. I've tried to handle this very professionally. I've talked to the chief. We've had conversations. I've been a longtime supporter of pay increases for first responders. I have supported Bowling Springs Fire Department as well. But at the same time, I'm not going to let somebody go out there and trash my family, hurt my wife, undermine my personal life to try to gain a political advantage. This has been nothing short of a political hit job. It's lawfare. And this is what happens. I mean, it's all been politics. Had no problems until I decided to run for governor of South Carolina. Then people decided to go crazy.
So let's talk about some of the core issues about why you are running for governor. As senator, you have fought for lower taxes, reduced regulations, the right to life, parental rights. What do you want to do as governor for the people of South Carolina?
Well, look, I mean, everybody's talking about right now how they want to get rid of the income tax. But I'm the only person on the stage in any of these debates that's ever actually introduced a bill that would do that. So you can talk about things theoretically, but I've done these things in reality.
South Carolina has one of the most restrictive abortion laws in the country. You support the fetal heartbeat law. What about the push to make it even more restrictive when it comes to no incest or rape included?
Well, and look, I'm never going to support any kind of abortion law that doesn't provide exemptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I've made that very clear. I made that clear in subcommittee yesterday on medical affairs. I did support the heartbeat bill. I was a early co-sponsor of that legislation. I worked very hard and was one of the leaders to get that across the finish line. Look, the reality is you got to strike a balance. Everything is setting essentially this notion of balancing rights between folks. And I do not support abortion as a means of birth control. I don't think we should have, I don't mean to be flippant in saying it, but recreational abortions. That being said, I also understand there are exigent circumstances like life of the mother, rape or incest, and I've always supported exceptions for all of that. In fact, in committee this week, I made very clear, while I'm pro-life, personally believe that life begins at conception, that I have never supported any law that would put mama in jail or the electric chair, which I think is insane. And I'm willing to have that conversation. So in my view, any legislation that protects life, and I believe we should protect life, needs to also protect the dignity of individuals and protect exemptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother.
Moving on to gambling right now. South Carolina does not have gambling. North Carolina does with casinos and online gambling. This is an issue that popped up with the debate that you had in Newberry a few weeks ago. Congressman Norman.
I remember.
Yeah, and Alan Wilson. They oppose the casinos and online gambling. But you, on the other hand, are a little bit more lenient about gambling in the Palmetto State. When it comes to casinos, what do you believe in, would you like to see happen here?
Look, I don't want South Carolina to become Atlantic City or Vegas, the Vegas Strip. I mean, I'm not going to support just an opening up of gambling across all 46 counties and having these things everywhere. I'm not for that. I believe there need to be significant guardrails around it. That being said, what I said in the debate in Newberry, and I'll reiterate to you now, is that economically disadvantaged areas like the 95 corridor, particularly Orangeburg, which is where one of the projects has been proposed, they could benefit from that.
That is State Senator Josh Kimbrell, who has quite a bit of ground to make up right now to stay in the race.
We'll take one more break, and when we return, our final thoughts on what we heard from all three candidates in this South Carolina governor's race.
To stay on top of all things election related, head to our website, qcnews.com, and there you can find more stories, polls, and interviews pertaining to the races, including the ones you just saw here. I'm Brian Blakely.
And I'm Andy Weber. Thanks for joining us for the first edition of On the Record.
We'll see you next week.
Set to take effect in the Queen City. So what residents and businesses need to know so they don't get fined once the clock strikes midnight.
And coming up here in your Pinpoint Weather Forecast, I'm going to show you an update, the latest look at the drought monitor and those conditions. Otherwise, yeah, beautiful weather out there today. Lots of sunshine, comfortable temperatures for now up into the 70s, but we are about to feel the heat as we head into the weekend. That's coming up.
All right, and presenting different ideas for the proposed I-77 toll lane expansion after the City Council rescinded its support. How a nonprofit group hopes a new concept could reshape the vision for the $3 billion project. Well, good afternoon to you. I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at 4 starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
First at 4, starting at midnight, mandatory water restrictions will take effect in the area's largest cities. So Charlotte is now the latest to implement the steep limitations after months of dry conditions. So it's the first time the restrictions will be enforced in the Queen City in nearly 20 years. And Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone now explains how the system is holding up the lack of water and access now with residents.
Friday's the day water restriction enforcement begins for nearly 1.2 million people across the Charlotte water service area. This includes all of Mecklenburg County and some connections just outside of it.
What we hope is that people will change their behavior and conserve so that we don't have to do much reporting of violations.
Here's how it works. Homeowners at odd addresses can water their lawns Tuesday and Saturday, and even ones on Wednesday and Sunday. You can also top off your pool Thursday and Sunday, but only at night between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m.
That helps us spread out the peak demand across the entire week.
Violations come from neighbors calling 311 and reporting on charlottewater.org. Plus, staff will be out looking as part of their normal day's work.
We know that if everyone could conserve, it will make a difference, and we will be able to get through this drought much easier.
If Charlotte Water gets an alert that you're in violation, they have to send a technician out to verify it. You'll get a door hanger, a phone call, an email, and a letter. If you're caught violating again, that's when you'll get a fine.
Even with more people moving here, Jennifer Frost says the impact on the system isn't as big as you might expect. She credits more efficient technology and says the real issue right now isn't growth, it's lack of rain.
That technology has advanced over time, so that we do have more people. They're also using water more efficiently than they ever have.
Frost says conserve now or face tougher water restrictions as the drought worsens. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
All right, so the water restrictions will also take effect in other areas starting tomorrow. That includes Concord, Kannapolis, and the town of Harrisburg. And of course, these water restrictions are due to the ongoing drought. I'm joined now with Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane. Tara, she said it best in her story there. She said it's not the growth, it's the fact that it's the lack of rain.
The lack of rain.
Yeah, so last week we saw the downpour. It helped ease that just a little bit, but it's just not enough.
It's just not enough. I mean, we did see some improvement. That level 5 exceptional drought, small footprint that we had over parts of eastern Mecklenburg County, Cabarrus, and parts of Stanley and Union County, that has been erased. So we did get, a little bit of help from that, but we still have, you can see all the red on the map behind us here, widespread level 4 extreme drought conditions covering most of the area. And across the Charlotte Metro, we have a little bit of a level 3 that, again, some improvement. That's a little bit better here showing up across Mecklenburg County and heading into Gaston County. No real good rain chances, though, on the way anytime real soon. And we're going to take a live look outside. I mean, it's great for doing anything outdoors, that's for sure here. Beautiful weather, lots of sunshine over Lake Norman, and I suspect that there's going to be a lot of boats out there this weekend, especially as we're talking about more heat on the way, with temperatures eventually rising well into the 80s, even around 90 degrees. But we look back here at the drought monitor, as I was telling Alicia, again, still looking at widespread extreme drought in place. And this is that little sliver. What now is, instead of level 4, level 3 drought conditions. I mean, we're still obviously all in a drought here, but that's showing up over Gaston, Mecklenburg County, a little bit of a sliver there into parts of northwest Union County. And it is because of this here, some of that improvement, that beneficial rain that we had May 2nd, and especially going into last Wednesday and Thursday. We had that just over an inch reported from out at the airport in Charlotte. But since then, zeros, no measurable rain, at least at the airport in Charlotte, even though some of you have picked up some showers from time to time since then. Charlotte live camera, well, you can see over Independence Boulevard, it is dry. No weather issues heading out today on a Thursday, 73 pleasant degrees. It has been pretty gusty out there. The wind picking up around 20, 25 or so miles per hour. That wind, though, will tend to settle later we get into the night. Temperatures a little bit cooler, a lot cooler actually up in the mountains, low and mid 50s compared to the 72 that we have in Concord, and lower 70s traveling east along Highway 74. So again, more heat on the way for the weekend, and I'll show you when we could be tracking a few at least isolated shower or storm chances. That's coming up in a few minutes.
All right, thank you, Tara, for that. This is just a brazen crime. A man is now facing murder and child abuse charges in Charlotte in connection with the death of his 8-month-old baby. So officers initially started investigating after they were called to Kirk Court earlier this month. Well, authorities say that the baby boy had non-accidental trauma. It was then taken to the hospital where that child later died. Well, detectives identified this man right here, the father, Naius Acosta Maldonado, as a suspect. Records now show that Acosta Maldonado admitted to police that he forcefully put the child in the crib multiple times and then shook the baby after he wouldn't stop crying. Well, he's now being held without bond at the Mecklenburg County Jail. New video now showing the aftermath of a gas line fire that sparked more than 24 hours ago in the Matthews neighborhood. Officials say right now 2 homes are now damaged after an underground 8-inch gas line was accidentally struck during utility work. Crews had just finished surveying the leak area when the gas just ignited near Morningwood Drive and Pleasant Plains Road. The rupture also caused towering flames that were visible all across the area, as you see right there. Thankfully, though, no injuries were reported. Well, officers have now identified the 2 17-year-olds, Adrian Mello Escobar and also Ansleti Herrera Ramirez, who died in that crash on Westinghouse Boulevard. It's happening in southwest Charlotte. Well, another person has now life-threatening injuries. Investigators say that a Ford Mustang drove into oncoming traffic yesterday before hitting a Chevrolet Camaro. The victims in the Mustang were pronounced dead on the scene while the Camaro driver was taken to the hospital. Excuse me. With Charlotte City Council now withdrawing their support from the widening of I-77, leaders in the county now say a new plan for the roadway cannot be rushed. So a handful of Mecklenburg County commissioners met this afternoon to hear presentations on alternatives to fixing the highway that plague the highway in the traffic area. Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber was in the room and has more on what those commissioners want to be able to see moving forward.
Commissioners we heard from seemed firm in their position that they want to find a fix for I-77 that doesn't come at the expense of nearby residents. They also want to bring in an independent firm to make it clear that any project that moves forward will have adequate public buy-in.
That can truly bring forward alternatives that will address our congestion problems and deal with the hundreds of thousands, millions of people traveling through.
As we talk about these financial implications, that we center every implication that we're talking about, we center it with people and based on people, not based on just financial implications.
During a meeting Thursday afternoon, commissioners heard several pitches for the future of I-77, including lowering the road and building over it to connect neighborhoods west and south of Uptown to the center of Charlotte. City Council also had a meeting to discuss the future of the roadway on Thursday afternoon, but that meeting was canceled. A regional transportation board is set to meet next week, and if there are enough votes, they too could vote to rescind their support for the state's I-77 widening plan. Reporting in Uptown, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Thank you, Andy, for that report. So right now, the Public Transit Advisory Committee is holding a meeting to discuss transit safety. On the agenda, fare policy and transit rules and regulations. So the meeting is open to the public and goes until 5:30. Lancaster County Council now rejecting plans to build a mosque in Indian lands. Members now say the decision has nothing to do with religion. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell caught up with a neighbor who says he's glad leaders put a stop to the project.
Wilfredo Rivera says traffic on Harrisburg Road in Indian Land is bad enough already.
Between 3 o'clock in the afternoon until 6 o'clock in the afternoon, forget it. You're not going anywhere.
Rivera says more and more drivers use the 2-lane road as another option to cut from Pineville to Ballantyne.
It is just a nightmare.
And Rivera tells us when he and his wife learned that there were plans to build a 3,000 square foot mosque right next door, they put their house up for sale almost immediately.
The prices on the houses started going down, so it's harder to sell a house.
According to land records, the 5-acre property was purchased in January by Waxland Investments, an LLC owned by Arafath Muhammad, who filed a permit with Lancaster County to demolish this home and build a mosque with 28 parking spots and what's zoned as a low-density residential area.
Because of its standing assembly, we're saying 100 people with only 28 cars, which is again a very light assembly.
At the Lancaster County Council meeting on Monday, members heard from those both for and against the project.
For many of us, this is a place of worship and a place of peace, reflection, and learning.
Islam is not a religion, it's a takeover.
The individuals who will use the center are already part of this county. We live here, we work here, our children go to school here.
We do not want Sharia law in this area.
After more than 2 hours of public comment,
all those in favor of the motion, please raise your right hand.
Council voted unanimously to deny the permit, with members emphasizing their votes had nothing to do with religion, but all about location.
My concern is more to do what this looks like 3 years from now, and adding a place of assembly and this location and this road at this time is not something I can support.
Meanwhile, Mr. Rivera tells us he still plans to sell his house either way.
Neighbors are very, very nice. I won't miss the traffic at all.
In Indialand, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
All right, all about location. Diving into North Carolina's long-awaited budget deal, how proposed raises could now increase public safety all across the state. And could the push to redistrict South Carolina actually happen? Why some lawmakers seem to believe so, even after an initial vote and the state Senate fell short. We'll talk about it all next. Stay with us. Your time now is 4:11. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Welcome back. The biggest pay raises in North Carolina's proposed budget actually are going to law enforcement. So Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh live outside of the General Assembly in Raleigh. So Shab, so these raises are meant to be able to help fill vacancies and keep officers from leaving. Walk us through how big of a difference this could actually make.
Yeah, well, agency leaders say this could actually be a turning point when it comes to recruitment and retention. Right now, starting salaries for correctional officers and State Highway Patrol are among the lowest in the country, according to the State Employees Association. Double-digit pay raises could be on the way for most law enforcement across North Carolina.
It's apt that this week is National Police Week because we're able to deliver for the men and women who put their lives on the line to protect us every day.
Senate Leader Phil Berger says the proposed budget framework includes average raises of 10 to 20% for sworn officers, depending on the agency, plus a one-time bonus of $1,750 for local law enforcement. Suzanne Beasley with the State Employees Association of North Carolina says higher pay is needed to help recruit and retain officers.
That's a pretty doggone big deal when you're trying to recruit employees. If you're not paying people well, then that impacts their lives, it impacts morale. But pay is, the number one thing that we hear.
Especially as many agencies continue to face dire staffing shortages.
We are so incredibly understaffed in North Carolina. We have some prisons running at less than 50% staffed.
SBI Director Chip Hawley says the budget agreement provides historic salary increases that will help them retain and recruit their greatest assets, their people. ALE Director Brian House says once finalized, the raises will allow them to not only recruit the best and brightest, but to retain experienced agents who keep communities safe. Now, Beasley says many experienced prison employees like captains and lieutenants are only subject to that 3% broader raise for state employees, but she says doesn't even keep up with inflation. As lawmakers work to develop the budget, she's calling on them to include all state employees as part of the double-digit pay raises. Now lawmakers say they're still working through that budget. They expect it to be done in a couple of weeks. And once that deal is on paper, both chambers still have to pass it before it reaches the governor's desk for his signature. Live outside the General Assembly, Shabnam Dinesh, Queen City News.
All right, thank you, Shab, for your reporting there. South Carolina Representative Nancy Mace now says the Governor Henry McMaster is now expected to call a special session tonight after this legislative session ends. Now, Mace and other lawmakers have called on the governor after the Senate voted down the resolution on Tuesday. It would have allowed lawmakers to return to the State House to then redraw the congressional map. Well, Governor McMaster previously said that he would not call for a special session. The governor's office now released a statement earlier this week saying that he encourages lawmakers to finish the work. South Carolina has recovered $250 million from lawsuits filed against companies that fueled the state's opioid epidemic. So Attorney General Alan Wilson says the money will now go to the State Opioid Recovery Fund. It benefits local opioid treatment and education programs in the upstate. And those organizations can actually apply for money to assist residents struggling with addiction. Taking a live look here at our gorgeous weather outside here. Looking over at Uptown from our Arlington camera. I mean, just so beautiful in the Carolinas. And we're also heating up, heading into the weekend. I know we've already talked about it. Let's bring in Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane. We definitely need that rain our way.
Yes.
And I also told you off camera during the noon show, I mean, with Andrew Brightman, we're talking about how gorgeous it was. I was planning to get outside, but it was just one of those days where you're just stuck inside the building.
I know, but and I was saying good news is this time of the year you still have several more hours. So
Yes.
done with the show here at 5 o'clock,
There
and
you
then
go.
you can soak up some of that sunshine for a little bit longer.
But I mean,
know,
just
feels so
outside.
nice.
Yeah, when you look outside, look at that, Tara. I mean, a toasty weekend though ahead.
Yeah, it is going to be a toasty weekend, so enjoy this more comfortable feeling air mass while it's still in place today before the heat. This ridge of high pressure just pumps in the summer-like conditions, and yes, we're talking about the addition of a lot more humidity, or at least a little bit more. Those dew points will be climbing back into the 60s for a few days as well, starting by the end of the weekend on Sunday. A little bit of a shaky camera out there again today, looking live over Independence Boulevard because the wind has been so gusty once again. Just a breezy Thursday with temperatures with those wind gusts up around 20 to 25 miles per hour, and yeah, making it feel maybe a touch cooler, especially for you folks up there in the mountains, only sitting in the high 40s to mid 50s right now. So a much cooler day compared to the low mid 70s that we have over a good part of the Piedmont. It's 73 in the Queen City, 75 in Rock Hill, South Carolina. We've got 73 in Shelby and some upper 60s along part of the I-40 corridor, say around Statesville and heading on over into Taylorsville and Alexander County. Dry scan though, as we look around on radar, obviously, I mean, not a drop of rain showing up. We do have those scattered clouds, but no rain coming out of them with the high pressure in main control. We do have more cloud cover, kind of skimming part of the mountains and heading up the Shenandoah Valley area and up into West Virginia. A little bit of spotty rain over parts of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. But yeah, we are not looking at, unfortunately, any good rain chance anytime real soon. So the backyard grilling forecast is looking wonderful here. If you want to do that for dinner time, have at it. No weather issues. Just again, that bit of a breeze early on this evening with temperatures dropping eventually into the lower 70s. That is it by 7 o'clock. So a nice evening for maybe taking that after dinner walk as well, or walking the dog. So ridge of high pressure showing that plume of warm looking and hotter looking temperature colors here as we head into the weekend. And you know what? It's that time of the year and the weekend before Memorial Day, and Memorial Day next weekend happening, that a lot of the neighborhood pools start to open, and it's going to be great weather for that. I mean, just in time. We've got temperatures still not terribly hot tomorrow, about 78 degrees, but then starting on Saturday, we're back in the mid 80s, and then we touch about 90 degrees to wrap up the weekend on Sunday. And it's not really till Sunday that we're going to be feeling a little bit of a difference in how that air mass feels in terms of that slightly higher humidity. So the rain chances really holding off until maybe we could see something isolated on Monday and a couple of disturbances by the middle and latter part of next week. That could offer up a few spotty showers and storms, but still a rainfall forecast over the next week. doesn't look very promising here for certainly good soaking, beneficial rain. We're talking about maybe a few hundredths or a tenth or so of an inch over a good part of the Piedmont, and maybe some isolated higher totals up in the mountains, because the best chance of any spotty showers or storms with the higher elevation up there will likely be for you all in the high country throughout next week. But dry weather is good news for racing. We've got the NASCAR All-Star Race firing up Dover Motor Speedway Sunday afternoon at 1 o'clock. 85 degrees, lots of sunshine, only a minor spot shower or storm chance up that way with a west wind at about 5 to 15 miles per hour. All right, so temperatures tonight cooling back down, kind of chilly again to start the day. Upper 30s for you all in the mountains, about 47 in the Queen City, 42 degrees in Albemarle there in Stanley County. So a cool start, but a nice pleasant afternoon with those temperatures rising through the upper 70s to near 80 degrees. Of course, a little bit cooler in the mountains, but heating up for several days. Starting Saturday, we'll have some lower 90s to kick off next week, and even next Tuesday and Wednesday, the heat is still on, but hopefully with some of those better rain chances by next Thursday.
All right, thank you, Tara. Improving pay for Mecklenburg County employees to reflect the area's growth. So what's in the county's manager's proposed budget? As new data now reveals just how much the Charlotte Metro is growing. You're watching Queen City News at 4. Thanks for hanging with us today. We appreciate it. You're watching the most honored and the most local news right here in the Queen City. Mecklenburg County's manager now wants to be able to give county employees a raise. So Mike Bryant presented his recommended budget for next year to county commissioners this morning. The $2.6 billion proposal includes $2.5 million to increase the minimum wage for full-time county employees, and that would also increase the minimum wage from $20 to $25. So Bryant also wants to prioritize funds toward Charlotte Mecklenburg schools, CPCC, and also the new Main Charlotte Library.
We cannot talk about enhancing our strengthening our quality of life efforts without major investments in local education. Education remains a key cornerstone for the quality of life ecosystem we're building. It is the engine for opportunity. The county cannot afford to divest from our local school system.
So for a full breakdown of the proposed budget, please head over to our website. Just click on qcnews.com. Newly released data now shows Charlotte one of the top growing cities in America. According to data from the 2025 census, Queen City now ranked number 5 for top growth in metro areas. It also came after Houston, Dallas, Atlanta, and Phoenix. But then census data also shows no other U.S. city added more people in the past year than Charlotte, and every county in the metro area has shown growth outside of Anson County. Mecklenburg County itself was ranked 7th among all counties in the country. The population now stands at more than 964,000, according to Census Bureau estimates that were released today. A request for a permit to build a mosque in Indian land gets denied, while the council says their decision has nothing to do with religion. We'll talk about it next. Also tonight is a big night for the Carolina Panthers fans. The countdown until we find out where and when the team will be playing this season. You're watching Queen City News at 4, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Well, first at 4, starting at midnight, mandatory water restrictions now will take effect in the area's largest cities. So Charlotte is the latest to implement the steep limitations after months of dry conditions. And it's the first time the restrictions will be enforced in the Queen City in nearly 20 years. So Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone explains how the system is actually holding up with the lack of water and excess in residents.
Friday's the day water restriction enforcement begins for nearly 1.2 million people across the Charlotte water service area. This includes all of Mecklenburg County and some connections just outside of it.
What we hope is that people will change their behavior and conserve so that we don't have to do much reporting of violations.
Here's how it works. Homeowners at odd addresses can water their lawns Tuesday and Saturday, and even ones on Wednesday and Sunday. You can also top off your pool Thursday and Sunday, but only at night between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m.
That helps us spread out the peak demand across the entire week.
Violations come from neighbors calling 311 and reporting on charlottewater.org. Plus, staff will be out looking as part of their normal day's work.
We know that if everyone could conserve, it will make a difference, and we will be able to get through this drought much easier.
If Charlotte Water gets an alert that you're in violation, they have to send a technician out to verify it. You'll get a door hanger, a phone call, an email, and a letter. If you're caught violating again, that's when you'll get a fine.
Even with more people moving here, Jennifer Frost says the impact on the system isn't as big as you might expect. She credits more efficient technology and says the real issue right now isn't growth, it's lack of rain.
That technology has advanced over time, so that we do have more people. They're also using water more efficiently than they ever have.
Frost says conserve now or face tougher water restrictions as the drought worsens. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
All right, and the water restrictions will also take effect in other areas starting tomorrow, and that includes Concord, Kannapolis, and the town of Harrisburg. Now, these water restrictions are due to the ongoing drought, of course. I'm joined now with Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Tara, just had a real thought right there. A lot of people now water their grass. It's on an automatic system. So this is the time that you need to change that system, because a lot of times when you rain, you see your neighbor and that sprinkler is going. So with these restrictions out there and the fines that are in place, very important for you to just shut that off and then monitor it daily.
Yeah, and we did see some improvement checking out the latest drought monitor after the rain from last week. The thing is, it's likely going to get worse all over again because we just don't have any real good widespread soaking, good beneficial chances on the way anytime real soon. So we'll take a look at the forecast here over the next several minutes. But I mean, it's beautiful outside for doing anything outdoors, and that's a good thing with spring festival season. Of course, we have the Italian festival going on in Fort Mill out there through the weekend. Great weather. It's going to be hotter weather, and I think that there's probably going to be a lot of people out there on the water hitting the pools. I know a lot of neighborhood pools open this weekend and next weekend, with it being the Memorial Day holiday next weekend. And so yes, nice and hotter weather for doing that. But we check out the latest look at the drought monitor, and as opposed to last week when we had that little footprint of level 5 exceptional drought conditions over parts of eastern Mecklenburg County, Cabarrus and Stanley, and much of Union County included in that, we still have a widespread extreme drought level 4, but we now have even more of an improvement showing up over a good part of Mecklenburg County, level 3 as opposed to level 5 in parts of those areas like last week. So again, the drought is still ongoing, but some improvement taking into account some of that really good soaking rainfall that we had last week, especially last Wednesday and Thursday, with about an inch or more in several of our neighborhoods, but lots of zeros, nothing showing up measurable in the rain bucket, at least out the airport in Charlotte since then. I know some of you have still picked up some rain from time to time, especially from last weekend, last Saturday, but temperature right now, pleasant, comfortable outside, 73 degrees. It's still cooler up in the mountains, upper 40s to mid 50s. But again, I am tracking a big warm up, and even for you all in the high country over the next several days, check it out, my Pinpoint weather forecast in a few minutes.
All right, thank you, Tara, for that. Right now, South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson says there would be a speedy effort to retry Alec Murdaugh for the shooting deaths of his wife and son. So yesterday, South Carolina Supreme Court unanimously voted to overturn Murdaugh's 2023 convictions and life prison sentence. So the ruling means the prosecutors must present their case all over again. The court's decision centered on the actions of the county clerk assigned to the case, Becky Hill.
I'm disappointed by it. I respect it. It is my intention to seek a speedy retrial of this case. My hope is to have it teed up for trial prior to January 2027. So hopefully by the end of the calendar year, we will have this case teed up again for another trial.
So in yesterday's ruling, justices say Carlton County Clerk Becky Hill tampered with the jury. So Murdaugh will remain in prison, serving the time for other financial crime convictions. With Charlotte City Council withdrawing their support for the widening of the I-77, leaders now in the county say a new plan for the roadway cannot be rushed. A handful of Mecklenburg County commissioners did meet this afternoon to hear presentations on alternatives to fixing the traffic-plagued highway. The chief political correspondent Andy Weber was in the room and has more on what those commissioners want to see moving forward.
Commissioners we heard from seemed firm in their position that they want to find a fix for I-77 that doesn't come at the expense of nearby residents. They also want to bring in an independent firm to make it clear that any project that moves forward will have adequate public buy-in.
That can truly bring forward alternatives that will address our congestion problems and deal with the hundreds of thousands, millions of people traveling through.
As we talk about these financial implications, that we center every implication that we're talking about, we center it with people and based on people, not based on just financial implications.
During a meeting Thursday afternoon, commissioners heard several pitches for the future of I-77, including lowering the road and building over it to connect neighborhoods west and south of Uptown to the center of Charlotte. City Council also had a meeting to discuss the future of the roadway on Thursday afternoon, but that meeting was canceled. A regional transportation board is set to meet next week, and if there are enough votes, they too could vote to rescind their support for the state's I-77 widening plan. Reporting in Uptown, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
All right, thank you, Andy, for that. So right now, the Public Transit Advisory Committee is now holding a meeting to discuss transit safety. On the agenda, fare policy and also transit rules and regulations. So this meeting, it's open to the public and goes until 5:30. The Lancaster County Council is rejecting plans to build a mosque in Indian land. Now, members say the decision has nothing to do with religion. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell caught up with a neighbor who says that he's glad leaders put a stop to the project.
Wilfredo Rivera says traffic on Harrisburg Road in Indian Land is bad enough already.
Between 3 o'clock in the afternoon until 6 o'clock in the afternoon, forget it. You're not going anywhere.
Rivera says more and more drivers use the two-lane road as another option to cut from Pineville to Ballantyne.
It is just a nightmare.
And Rivera tells us when he and his wife learned that there were plans to build a 3,000 square foot mosque right next door, they put their house up for sale almost immediately.
The prices on the houses started going down, so it's harder to sell a house.
According to land records, the 5-acre property was purchased in January by Waxland Investments, an LLC owned by Arafat Muhammad, who filed a permit with Lancaster County to demolish this home and build a mosque with 28 parking spots and what's zoned as a low-density residential area.
Because of its standing assembly, we're saying 100 people with only 28 cars, which is again a very light assembly.
At the Lancaster County Council meeting on Monday, members heard from those both for and against the project.
For many of us, this is a place of worship and a place of peace, reflection, and learning.
Islam is not a religion, it's a takeover.
The individuals who will use the center are already part of this county. We live here, we work here, our children go to school here.
We do not want Sharia law in this area.
After more than 2 hours of public comment,
All those in favor of the motion, please raise your right hand.
Council voted unanimously to deny the permit, with members emphasizing their votes had nothing to do with religion, but all about location.
My concern is more to do what this looks like 3 years from now, and adding a place of assembly and this location and this road at this time is not something I can support.
Meanwhile, Mr. Rivera tells us he still plans to sell his house either way.
Neighbors are very, very nice. I won't miss the traffic at all.
In Indian Land, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
North Carolina lawmakers now trying to combat the predatory ticket resale market. So the bipartisan Real Tickets, Real Fans Act would now require resellers to be more transparent and ban speculative tickets and also bots. So advocates now say that 81% of the venues report unauthorized ticket resales. Well, the efforts are also happening as Carolina Hurricanes fans now hope to continue their support into the NHL Eastern Conference Final, with some getting priced out. The resale market right now spiked for Game 1. Get this, with the cheapest tickets ranging from $235 to $276, each in the upper level. So if this bill eventually becomes law, violators would then face civil penalties of up to $15,000. The official NFL schedule release is now tonight at 8, and we're going to learn what the Carolina Panthers 2026 season will look like. So the Panthers have known since the end of last season who they are playing next season. It's just a matter of when. So we'll see teams like the Detroit Lions, Chicago Bears, and even the Seattle Seahawks make their way back to Bank of America Stadium. The Panthers are also looking to be able to make the playoffs for a second year in a row. Tara.
All right, looking forward to that. And we've had plenty of Carolina blue sky out there again today, just like like yesterday. Gorgeous for anything outdoors. Yes, we still obviously would like to see some rain. We need it. Take a look at those rain chances. Maybe if you're hitting the lake or maybe your neighborhood pool will come this weekend. More heat to talk about as well. Pinpoint weather forecast is next.
All right, can't wait. And a warning to President Trump, what Chinese President Xi says could happen as a result of the U.S. supporting Taiwan. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. President Trump now getting a warning from Chinese leader President Xi over the U.S. support of Taiwan. So the first day of high-stakes talks between the two presidents in Beijing now kind of hinging on the breakaway island. Raquel Martin now reports on the Trump administration's response.
President Trump described the first round of talks as extremely positive and productive. Despite Xi's warnings on Taiwan, both leaders struck an optimistic tone on the first day of the two-day summit. President Xi and President Trump shared a congenial moment at Thursday's state dinner in Beijing.
Great honor. It was a fantastic day.
At face value, the flattery signals two global superpowers eager to find common ground.
The people of China and the United States are both great people.
But before dining, the real jockeying for economic and geopolitical dominance emerged. The two leaders spent more than 2 hours discussing major issues like trade and technology, the Middle East, and Taiwan. Notably, Xi warned U.S. military support of the island could lead to conflict. The comments quickly set off alarm bells back in Washington.
Taiwan is very important to China. Taiwan is also very important to the United States.
Republican Congressman Jeff Crank says the U.S. must protect Taiwan's sovereignty. The island produces a massive share of the world's semiconductors, critical to both the U.S. and global economy.
We need to stand firm in our defense, U.S. defense of Taiwan.
Last year, President Trump approved an $11 billion military aid package to Taiwan, but Democrats are skeptical the president will maintain the long-standing alliance as he presses China to stop the flow of fentanyl, open its markets to U.S. companies, and purchase more American goods.
If Xi out-negotiates Trump, there'll be only one person to blame: Donald Trump.
As gas prices soar here at home, impacting the president's approval rating, right now the White House is pressing China to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz. So far, China has not signaled plans to intervene. We're now in Washington, Raquel Martin, Back to you.
Thank you, Raquel, for that. South Carolina Representative Nancy Mace says the governor, Henry McMaster, is now expected to call a special session tonight after this legislative session ends. So Mace and other lawmakers have now called on the governor after the Senate voted down the resolution on Tuesday. Now, it would have allowed lawmakers to return to the State House to redraw the congressional map. But Governor McMaster also previously said that he would not call for a special session. The governor's office released a statement earlier this week saying that he encourages lawmakers to finish the work. Let's take a live look, shall we, over uptown from our Arlington camera. Another beautiful day in the Carolinas, and we're also heating up heading into the weekend. Joining me now, Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane. Tara, a lot of things going on this weekend. I know the Italian Festival in Fort Mill, a lot of things going on in Charlotte too.
Yeah. So spring festival season.
Yes, it is.
Pool season too.
Pool season, right? A lot of people's pools just opened up. I know ours did.
Yeah.
But we really need the rain. You know,
we do. I know,
desperately.
and we have some chances. Maybe not until closer to this time next week. And I mean, yeah, good weather for anything outside, but yeah, that needed rain is just going to be hard to come by. I mean, and even then with those rain chances, it looks like the better opportunity will likely be up in the higher elevations, up in the mountains. We get that extra lift up into the high country there. So we'll just track those rain chances, and that could change. And maybe we could see a little more rain spreading over more of the Piedmont by about a week from now, but not really so much until then. So yeah, we're just enjoying the sunshine and soaking it up and observing those water restrictions taking effect as we've been talking about into tomorrow. But today, 74 degrees with the sunshine, a little bit cooler than normal. Once again, 55 was a low temperature this morning. We'll be actually a little bit cooler than that come early tomorrow morning. We've got only 69 right now in Statesville, and check out you all in the mountains. Kind of chilly up there. It's 47 up in Jefferson, but lots of sunshine still at Boone, but only 53 cool degrees. It's 69 then once you head down the mountain into Morganton. We've got the mid 70s in Lancaster, South Carolina, 77 in Chesterfield County. But from the mountains down through the foothills, the Piedmont, and east out toward the Sandhills, all of us are going to be feeling a little bit hotter as we get into the weekend. It continues to be dry as we look around on radar. Not a drop of rain showing up. We've got high pressure taking charge here and really over a good part of the middle part of the country, at least up through the Midwest and down through the deep south, and Florida enjoying some nice dry weather after all that heavy widespread rain and some severe weather earlier in the week. So we'll stay dry, nice and clear, plenty of stars overhead up in the sky tonight. And by 3 o'clock in the morning, temperature is already cooling back down to around 50 degrees. So we'll be waking up to about 47 out there, even some upper 30s for you all in the mountains to start the day tomorrow. But a nice warm up tomorrow afternoon. We hit the upper 70s, close to 80, lots of sunshine. Here comes the heat for the weekend. 85 on Saturday, so we're gradually getting hotter, and then we hit about 90 on Sunday to wrap up the weekend. A little more cloud cover around and more humidity by that time as well. So if you're going to be out there on the lake or going to some of the pools, well, lake conditions, water temperature is now up to about 70 degrees. That was taken around the Lake Norman area. Of course, don't forget the sunscreen, just blazing sunshine, especially on Saturday. Again, Sunday will pick up some extra cloudiness, but still going to be at least in the high zone, very high for Saturday. And then those 80-degree temperatures, you've got a south wind at about 5 to 18 miles per hour, just a little bit of a breeze. Mountain forecast warming up for you all. So from 40s to 50s today to 71 tomorrow afternoon. Keep those highs in the upper 70s right on through early next week with a minor pop-up shower storm chance on Sunday, just there in the high country. Slightly better chance as we go into Tuesday. All right, so here tonight, clear and kind of chilly to start the day tomorrow. About 44 degrees in Concord, 42 in Albemarle, about 43 in Hickory, and we dip into the upper 30s up there in the mountains. And then tomorrow afternoon, back in the low 70s, so a little bit warmer for you all in the higher elevations. We'll be rising through the upper 70s everywhere, close to 80 across the foothills and the Piedmont. So the 7-day forecast, well, we are going to be, feeling that heat for quite some time to stretch on into next week through about the middle of the week, maybe just a touch cooler by a week from now with a slightly better chance of a few of those scattered showers and storms.
All right, thank you, Tara, for that. So improving pay for Mecklenburg County employees to reflect the area's growth. So what's in the county's manager's proposed budget as new data now reveals just how much the Charlotte Metro is growing. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news right here in the Queen City. So Mecklenburg County's manager wants to be able to give county employees a raise. And Mike Bryant presented his recommended budget for next year to county commissioners this morning. The $2.6 billion proposal includes $2.5 million to increase the minimum wage for full-time county employees. That would increase the minimum wage from $20 to $25. Bryant also wants to prioritize funds toward Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools, CPCC, also the new main Charlotte Library.
We cannot talk about enhancing or strengthening our quality of life efforts without major investments in local education. Education remains a key cornerstone for the quality of life ecosystem we're building. It is the engine for opportunity. The county cannot afford to divest from our local school system.
For a full breakdown of that proposed budget, you can head to our website, click on qcnews.com. A new report now lists Charlotte as one of the top growing cities in America. Get this, according to the data from the 2025 census, the Queen City now ranked number 5 for top growth in the metro areas. And it came in after Houston, Dallas, Atlanta, and Phoenix. But census data also shows no other U.S. city added more people in the past year than Charlotte. And every county in the metro area has shown growth outside of Anson County. So Mecklenburg County itself now ranked 7th among all counties in the country. The population now stands at more than 964,000, according to the Census Bureau estimates that were released today. Highlighting mental health, that's what one North Carolina-based nonprofit is doing for first responders. So the Pierce Foundation hosted its first South Carolina event yesterday. Officials say that the Mental Wellness Symposium is now aimed at giving the vital workers resources and space to focus on their own struggles. The CDC reports first responders are more likely to die by suicide than any other line of work.
We're trying to bring that narrative up and say it's okay to talk about it. Here's healthy ways we can deal with it rather than spiraling out, being self-absorbed, adopting negative coping habits and the like. Having some hope that we can actually address these issues in a healthy way, that the people that are struggling and are hurting don't feel like they're beat down into a corner.
That's right. You got to silence the shame. So foundation leaders also say they want to be able to hold many more of these events. If you or someone you know need some help, you can always call the 988 hotline. Only on Queen City News Plus, Chief Legal Analyst Clay Rhodes and Brian Blakely, they dig into the big legal topics. So one of the subjects of this week's discussion is a new lawsuit accusing someone within NASCAR of stealing trade secrets.
Well, what happens then? What's the penalty?
If they can point to use of their trade secrets, their data that they've created over years to make their vehicles perform faster, and now this other company is now utilizing it to win. I mean, you can point to any profits that they gained from that, and you could say, hey, from the day he got here, if they were finishing dead last and now they're finishing 15th, I want to be able to recover all of those amounts, and I can directly connect it to his, taking of our trade secrets. That is going to be hard to prove. It will.
You'll be able to watch that full episode of Order in the Court right now for free. Just download the Queen City News Plus app on either your Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire Stick. Coming up on Queen City News at 5, a heated race for a U.S. Senate seat. So why a new poll indicates the gap between Roy Cooper and Michael Whatley is growing. Also, a request for a permit to build a mosque in Indian land gets denied, but why Lancaster County leaders say their decision has nothing to do with religion. You're watching Queen City News. I'm Alicia Barnes. That's going to do it for me today. Next up, Morgan Francis, and you know you're watching the most honored and the most local news right here in the Queen City.
On Queen City News, water restrictions are set to take effect in the Queen City. What residents and businesses need to know so they don't get fined once the clock strikes midnight.
Well, it's beautiful out there today. Yes, we'd love to see the rain. I'll show you if we have any chances coming up anytime soon. For now, though, we are talking about building heat over the next few days. Check it out in my Pinpoint Weather Forecast.
And presenting alternate ideas for the proposed I-77 toll lane expansion after the City Council rescinded its support. How a nonprofit group hopes a new concept could reshape the vision for the $3 billion project. Good afternoon, I'm Morgan Francis. Queen City News at 5 starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
First at 5, starting at midnight, mandatory water restrictions will take effect in the area's largest city. Charlotte is the latest to implement the steep limitations after months of dry conditions. It's the first time the restrictions will be enforced in the Queen City in nearly 20 years. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone explains how the system is holding up with a lack of water and more residents.
Friday's the day water restriction enforcement begins for nearly 1.2 million people across the Charlotte water service area. This includes all of Mecklenburg County and some connections just outside of it.
What we hope is that people will change their behavior and conserve so that we don't have to do much reporting of violations.
Here's how it works. Homeowners at odd addresses can water their lawns Tuesday and Saturday, and even ones on Wednesday and Sunday. You can also top off your pool Thursday and Sunday, but only at night between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m.
That helps us spread out the peak demand across the entire week.
Violations come from neighbors calling 311 and reporting on charlottewater.org. Plus, staff will be out looking as part of their normal day's work.
We know that if everyone could conserve, it will make a difference, and we will be able to get through this drought much easier.
If Charlotte Water gets an alert that you're in violation, they have to send a technician out to verify it. You'll get a door hanger, a phone call, an email, and a letter. If you're caught violating again, that's when you'll get a fine.
Even with more people moving here, Jennifer Frost says the impact on the system isn't as big as you might expect. She credits more efficient technology and says the real issue right now isn't growth, it's lack of rain.
That technology has advanced over time, so that we do have more people. They're also using water more efficiently than they ever have.
Frost says conserve now or face tougher water restrictions as the drought worsens. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Water restrictions will also take effect in other areas starting tomorrow. That includes Concord, Kannapolis, and the town of Harrisburg. I'm with Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane now in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Tara, last week's rain helped with the dry conditions. We got that report today reflecting the rain that we got.
Some improvement.
Some improvement. Not what we want to see, though.
No.
We'd love to see it go away entirely, the drought.
Yeah, but I mean, we would need an additional 10, 15 plus inches of rain in some of these areas here to completely climb out of it. And we're not going to see certainly anything like that anytime soon, but we do have an update. And yes, I'll show you that here on the map coming up with some improvement across much of the Charlotte metro, really. But beautiful weather as we look live over Lake Norman camera there. I think that's going to be a little crowded out there. People trying to maybe take a dip in the water too after some hotter temperatures coming up over the next few days. But let's check out the drought conditions. And yes, there is still a whole lot of red to show you here. And so really for most of the area, there's not a whole lot of change. We still have level 4 out of 5 extreme drought conditions over most of the region, from the mountains down through the foothills and most of the Piedmont. But as opposed to last week when we had that small footprint of exceptional level 5 drought conditions over eastern Mecklenburg County and Cabarrus, parts of Stanley and Union County, you can see that has been erased. That darker shading of red, and we still have some orange showing up. And actually, that's even more of an improvement across Gaston County, much of Mecklenburg County, down into Union County. Level 3 out of 5 rather, drought conditions still in place. So again, bottom line, yes, we're still in the drought, but some improvement after last week's beneficial rain, up around an inch or more last Wednesday and Thursday. Of course, not seeing that out there today out of any sort of scattered cloud cover. Lots of sunshine, 74 degrees in the Queen City. Temperatures up in the mountains, much cooler, only in the high 40s to lower 50s, but we do have much hotter temperatures on the way. I'll show you that in my pinpoint weather forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
A man is facing murder and child abuse charges in Charlotte in connection with the death of his 8-month-old baby. Officers initially started investigating after they were called to court earlier this month. Authorities say the baby boy had non-accidental trauma and was taken to the hospital where he died. Detectives identified the father, Nibes Acosta Maldonado, as the suspect. Records show Acosta Maldonado admitted to police that he forcefully put the child in the crib multiple times and shook the baby after he wouldn't stop crying. He's being held without bond at the Mecklenburg County Jail. New video shows the aftermath of a gas line fire that sparked more than 24 hours ago in a Matthews neighborhood. Officials say 2 homes were damaged after an underground 8-inch gas line was accidentally hit during utility work. Crews had just finished surveying the leak area when the gas ignited near Morningwood Drive and Pleasant Plains Road. The rupture caused towering flames that were visible across the area. Thankfully, no injuries were reported. 2 17-year-olds are the victims of yesterday's Southwest Charlotte crash. It happened on Westinghouse Boulevard. Another person had life-threatening injuries. Investigators say a Ford Mustang drove into oncoming traffic before hitting a Chevy Camaro. Adrian Melo Escobar and Asledy Herrera Ramirez were pronounced dead at the scene. The Camaro driver was taken to the hospital. With Charlotte City Council withdrawing their support for the I-77 toll lanes, leaders in the county say a new plan for the roadway cannot be rushed. A handful of Mecklenburg County commissioners met this afternoon to hear presentations on alternatives to fixing the traffic-plagued highway. Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber was in the room and has details on what those commissioners want to see going forward.
Commissioners we heard from seemed firm in their position that they want to find a fix for I-77 that doesn't come at the expense of nearby residents. They also want to bring in an independent firm to make it clear that any project that moves forward will have adequate public buy-in.
That can truly bring forward alternatives that will address our congestion problems and deal with the hundreds of thousands, millions of people traveling through.
As we talk about these financial implications, that we center every implication that we're talking about, we center it with people and based on people, not based on just financial implications.
During a meeting Thursday afternoon, commissioners heard several pitches for the future of I-77, including lowering the road and building over it to connect neighborhoods west and south of Uptown to the center of Charlotte. City Council also had a meeting to discuss the future of the roadway on Thursday afternoon, but that meeting was canceled. A regional transportation board is set to meet next week, and if there are enough votes, they too could vote to rescind their support for the state's I-77 widening plan. Reporting in Uptown, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Right now, the Public Transit Advisory Committee is holding a meeting to discuss transit safety. On the agenda is fare policy and transit rules and regulations. The meeting is open to the public and goes until 5:30. The Lancaster County Council is rejecting plans to build a mosque in Indian land, but members say the decision has nothing to do with religion. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell caught up with a neighbor who says he's glad leaders put a stop to the project.
Wilfredo Rivera says traffic on Harrisburg Road in Indian Land is bad enough already.
Between 3 o'clock in the afternoon until 6 o'clock in the afternoon, forget it. You're not going anywhere.
Rivera says more and more drivers use the 2-lane road as another option to cut from Pineville to Ballantyne.
It is just a nightmare.
And Rivera tells us when he and his wife learned that there were plans to build a 3,000 square foot mosque right next door, they put their house up for sale almost immediately.
The prices on the houses started going down, so it's harder to sell a house.
According to land records, the 5-acre property was purchased in January by Waxland Investments, an LLC owned by Arafat Muhammad, who filed a permit with Lancaster County to demolish this home and build a mosque with 28 parking spots in what's zoned as a low-density residential area.
Because of its standing assembly, we're saying 100 people with only 28 cars, which is again a very light assembly.
At the Lancaster County Council meeting on Monday, members heard from those both for and against the project.
For many of us, this is a place of worship and a place of peace, reflection, and learning.
Islam is not a religion, it's a takeover.
The individuals who will use the center are already part of this county. We live here, we work here, our children go to school here.
We do not want Sharia law in this area.
After more than 2 hours of public comment,
all those in favor of the motion, please raise your right hand.
Council voted unanimously to deny the permit, with members emphasizing their votes had nothing to do with religion, but all about location.
My concern is more to do what this looks like 3 years from now, and adding a place of assembly and this location and this road at this time is not something I can support.
Meanwhile, Mr. Rivera tells us he still plans to sell his house either way.
Neighbors are very, very nice. I won't miss the traffic at all.
In Indian Land, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
The race for North Carolina's open U.S. Senate seat is getting wider. That's according to a North Carolina Journal poll released today. Nearly 50% of likely voters say if the election were held today, they would vote for former Democratic Governor Roy Cooper. Roughly 39% say their vote would go toward Republican Michael Whatley. The poll also looked into a push to cap what local governments can charge when it comes to property taxes. Nearly 43% of likely voters support the proposal, while 21% are unsure. The idea could end up on the ballot referendum come November. Meanwhile, most voters support schools being closed for the recent May 1st teacher rally for higher pay. Close to 54% say they are behind it, with 39% saying they are not. The official NFL schedule release is tonight at 8, and we'll learn what the Carolina Panthers' 2026 season will look like. The Panthers have known since the end of last season who they are playing next season. It's just a matter of when. We'll see teams like Detroit, Chicago, even Seattle will make their way back to Bank of America Stadium. The Panthers are looking to make the playoffs for a second year in a row. Diving into North Carolina's long-awaited budget deal, how proposed raises could increase public safety across the state. And could the push to redistrict South Carolina actually come to fruition? Why some lawmakers seem to believe so even after an initial vote in the state Senate fell short. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. We're following breaking news out of Washington. House lawmakers are confirming they're investigating North Carolina Congressman Chuck Edwards over allegations of engaging in sexual harassment. The House Ethics Committee is also looking into claims the Hendersonville Republican created or fostered a hostile work environment. Several media outlets have reported on accusations Edwards acted inappropriately with two female staffers in their 20s. He denied the allegations, saying they're driven by people who want to settle old political scores. The biggest pay raises in North Carolina's proposed budget are going to law enforcement. Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh is live outside the General Assembly tonight. Shab, these raises, they're meant to help fill vacancies and keep officers from leaving. How big of a difference could this make, though?
Well, yeah, agency leaders say this could actually be a turning point when it comes to recruitment and retention. Right now, starting salaries for correctional officers and State Highway Patrol are among the lowest in the country, according to the State Employees Association.
Double-digit pay raises could be on the way for most law enforcement across North Carolina.
It's apt that this week is National Police Week because we're able to deliver for the men and women who put their lives on the line to protect us every day.
Senate Leader Phil Berger says the proposed budget framework includes average raises of 10 to 20% for sworn officers, depending on the agency, plus a one-time bonus of $1,750 for local law enforcement. Suzanne Beasley with the State Employees Association of North Carolina says higher pay is needed to help recruit and retain officers.
That's a pretty doggone big deal when you're trying to recruit employees. If you're not paying people well, then that impacts their lives, it impacts morale. But pay is, the number one thing that we hear.
Especially as many agencies continue to face dire staffing shortages.
We are so incredibly understaffed in North Carolina. We have some prisons running at less than 50% staffed.
SBI Director Chip Hawley says the budget agreement provides historic salary increases that will help them retain and recruit their greatest assets, their people. ALE Director Brian House says once finalized, the raises will allow them to not only recruit the best and brightest, but to retain experienced agents who keep communities safe.
Now, Beasley says many of those experienced prison employees, like lieutenants and captains, are proposed to get that 3% broader raise for all state employees. Beasley says that all state employees should be getting that higher pay bump meant for the correctional officers and other sworn law enforcement agencies, saying that the 3% raise doesn't even cover inflation. Right now, lawmakers are still hammering out the budget. Once that's done, they expect that to be done in about 3 weeks. And once that's done, it'll go to both chambers to be passed. And once that's done, it'll head to the governor's desk for his signature. Live outside the General Assembly, Shabnam Dinesh, Queen City News.
Shab, thanks for that. South Carolina Representative Nancy Mace says Governor Henry McMaster is expected to call a special session tonight after this legislative session ends. Mace and other lawmakers are urging the governor to act after the Senate rejected a sine die resolution on Tuesday. The measure would have allowed lawmakers to return to the State House to redraw the congressional map. Governor McMaster has already said he would not call for a special session, but his office says he still wants lawmakers to complete the work. Taking a live look outside at Uptown from our Arlington camera now. Just another beautiful day in the Carolinas, and we are heating up heading into the weekend. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane joins me now. Tara, the temps looking like they're going to hit 90 degrees.
Yeah.
Quite the contrast from what we've been experiencing.
Right, and it's not just the weekend. We're going to be feeling this stretch of heat, it looks like, heading into most of next week, and more humidity too. So going to feel a little more uncomfortable outside if you're working out there. You're going to be out there for a longer period of time. A little extra sweaty out there for you too. I wish I could say more rainy at the same time. However, that doesn't look to be the case. We may pick up on some slightly better chances of some mainly afternoon to evening storms. You get back into the kind of summertime summertime pattern here throughout next week. So we'll just hope for the best here when it comes to the rain. But overall, the rainfall outlook, and I'm going to show you this coming up, just not a whole lot in the forecast here over the next week or so. Right now, though, again, beautiful, comfortable temperatures. We've got 74 degrees and the dew points are still dry when you see them in the mid-30s. So it's just that comfortable feeling air mass, but that allows us to cool down at night too. And so that's the thing. We warm up nicely during the afternoon and then cool down a little more. That's going to be the case for tomorrow morning, a little bit more of a chilly start. And adding to the cool feel, especially up in the mountains today, the blustery wind picking up out of the north and west, anywhere from 20 to close to 30 miles per hour at times. The gustiness, look at those temperatures up in the higher elevations. We've got 52 at Boone right now, only at 48 degrees up in the mountains at Jefferson. Meanwhile, we're sitting in the high 60s around the foothills, parts of the I-40 corridor, to mid 70s there off to the south and east. 75, one of the warmer spots in Rock Hill, Lancaster, and down through Chesterfield County there into South Carolina, where it continues to be dry all around. Looking around on radar, high pressure, that happy high, great weather for doing anything outside, continues to build in from parts of the Midwest and down through the deep south, down into Florida, around this trough of low pressure up across the Northeast. That's where they do still have maybe some scattered showers, but no good chance of that happening around here. Any rain anytime soon. So this evening, again, staying nice and dry. Great weather for doing some backyard grilling or taking an after dinner walk around the neighborhood. Temperatures cooling back down to the low 60s by 10 p.m. So again, a little bit of a cooler night ahead, but the trend is a hotter one with this ridge of high pressure just pumping in the warmth here. And you can see the warmer looking temperature colors over much of the southern half of the country coming up as we head into the weekend, just in time for a lot of those neighborhood pools, or if you have a backyard pool, to get going here and through Memorial Day weekend coming up next weekend as well. The poolside planner for the next 3 days. It's a good one for taking a dip in the water, maybe still a little bit on the cooler side tomorrow, especially once you get out of the water. And we have that 78-degree air just hitting your skin there. But Saturday and Sunday heating back up into the mid 80s and 90 on Sunday afternoon. And that on Sunday is when we start to feel a little more muggy outside too. So the rain chances 0 through the weekend. We pick up a minor chance on Monday, and we'll have to watch the track of a couple of disturbances that could bring us a slightly better chance of rain by the middle to latter part of next week. But still, this is what I was talking about. Rainfall outlook over the next 7 days still looking pretty dry around here. Up in the mountains where we have slightly better chances of some of those showers or storms developing once we get the extra lift up the mountain there, about 1/4 to 1/2 of an inch or so of rain. Otherwise, it's looking like pretty meager results here from the rainfall expectations, are around a few hundredths of an inch to 1/10 of an inch or so. Mountain forecast, there is that slightly better chance of an isolated shower popping up on Sunday, slightly better chance on Tuesday, with temperatures warming up closer to 80 starting Saturday afternoon. But we're talking 90s Sunday through early next week at least. Still warm next Thursday. Hopefully we get some better rain chances in here to maybe tone down those temperatures a little bit too.
Tara, thank you. Improving pay for Mecklenburg County employees to reflect the area's growth. What's in the county manager's proposed budget, as new data reveals just how much the Charlotte Metro is growing. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. Mecklenburg County's manager wants to give county employees a raise. Mike Bryant presented his recommended budget for next year to county commissioners this morning. The $2.6 billion proposal includes $2.5 million to increase the minimum wage for full-time county employees. That would increase the minimum wage from $20 to $25. Bryant also wants to prioritize funds toward Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, CPCC, and the new Main Charlotte Library.
We cannot talk about enhancing our strengthening our quality of life efforts without major investments in local education. Education remains a key cornerstone for the quality of life ecosystem we're building. It is the engine for opportunity. The county cannot afford to divest from our local school system.
For a full breakdown of the proposed budget, head to our website, qcnews.com. Newly released data shows Charlotte is one of the top growing cities in America. According to data from the 2025 census, the Queen City is ranked number 5 for top growth in metro areas. It came after Houston, Dallas, Atlanta, and Phoenix. But census data also shows no other U.S. city added more people in the past year than Charlotte, and every county in the metro has shown growth outside of Anson County. Mecklenburg County itself was ranked 7th among all counties in the country. The population now stands at more than 964,000, according to Census Bureau estimates released today. A request for a permit to build a mosque in Indian land gets denied. Why? The council says their decision has nothing to do with religion. And tonight is a big night for the Carolina Panthers fans. A countdown until we find out when and where the team will be playing this season. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte.
you
We're following breaking news out of Washington. House lawmakers are confirming they're investigating North Carolina Congressman Chuck Edwards over allegations he engaged in sexual harassment. The House Ethics Committee is also looking into claims the Hendersonville Republican created or fostered a hostile work environment. Several media outlets have reported on accusations Edward acted inappropriately with two female staffers in their 20s. He has denied the allegations, saying they're driven by people who want to settle old political scores. Starting at midnight, mandatory water restrictions will take effect in the area's largest city. Charlotte is the latest to implement the steep limitations after months of dry conditions. It's the first time the restrictions will be enforced in the Queen City in nearly 20 years. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone explains how the system is holding up with the lack of water and more residents.
Friday's the day water restriction enforcement begins for nearly 1.2 million people across the Charlotte water service area. This includes all of Mecklenburg County and some connections just outside of it.
What we hope is that people will change their behavior and conserve so that we don't have to do much reporting of violations.
Here's how it works. Homeowners at odd addresses can water their lawns Tuesday and Saturday, and even ones on Wednesday and Sunday. You can also top off your pool Thursday and Sunday, but only at night between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m.
That helps us spread out the peak demand across the entire week.
Violations come from neighbors calling 311 and reporting on charlottewater.org. Plus, staff will be out looking as part of their normal day's work.
We know that if everyone could conserve, it will make a difference, and we will be able to get through this drought much easier.
If Charlotte Water gets an alert that you're in violation, they have to send a technician out to verify it. You'll get a door hanger, a phone call, an email, and a letter. If you're caught violating again, that's when you'll get a fine. Even with more people moving here, Jennifer Frost says the impact on the system isn't as big as you might expect. She credits more efficient technology and says the real issue right now isn't growth, it's lack of rain.
That technology has advanced over time, so that we do have more people. They're also using water more efficiently than they ever have.
Frost says conserve now or face tougher water restrictions as the drought worsens. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Water restrictions are also going to take effect in other areas starting tomorrow. Take a look at that list. It includes Concord, Kannapolis, and the town of Harrisburg. I'm joined now by Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Tara, the last week's rain, it helped with the dry conditions, but we're entering another hot, dry stretch when we could really use the rain.
Right, especially as we're talking about a summer-like pattern here coming up, those highs around 90, and it's going to be a true almost summer-like pattern where, you know, like over the summer, we just count on those hit or miss spotty showers and storms, nothing too widespread or soaking, covering the entire area, and that's the type of situation it looks like we're going to get into. So very little, if any, rain for a lot of you expected over the next several days. Unfortunately, I wish I had better news there, but beautiful weather for doing anything outside, especially today. Looking live over Lake Norman there, comfortable temperatures, the humidity is low. The wind, yeah, a little blustery today, gusting around 20 to 30 miles per hour. But here's that latest look at the drought monitor compared to last week when we still had that little bit of a footprint of the darker red, the level 5 out of 5 drought conditions over eastern Mecklenburg County, Cabarrus and Stanley and Union County. You can see that has been erased, and that was the worst they had been since about March of 2008. And overall, I mean, like Jen's report was talking about, in about 20 years here that we've been talking about this bad of drought conditions. But we still have a widespread extreme drought, level 4 out of 5 in place on the map, and even a little more improvement across parts of Gaston and Western Union and good part of Mecklenburg County. Instead of level 4, we have level 3, still drought conditions in place. But again, just signs that that beneficial rain that we had last week did help with that situation. But since then, lots of zeros on that calendar here through yesterday. 74 degrees right now in the Queen City with rain and storm-free conditions, northwest breeze picking up close to 15 miles per hour. You saw that shaky camera there. We've got 60s, only in the upper 60s today along the I-40 corridor down through Salisbury, 67 degrees there, 69 in Morganton. Chilly 40s and 50s up in the mountains. But even you all in the high country will experience warmer weather in the days to come. Just how high those temperatures will go exactly and how long this hot stretch is going to last. That's ahead in a few minutes.
A man is facing murder and child abuse charges in Charlotte in connection with the death of his 8-month-old baby. Officers initially started investigating after they were called to Kurt Court earlier this month. Authorities say the baby boy had non-accidental trauma and was taken to the hospital where he died. Detectives identified the father, Nibes Acosta Maldonado, as the suspect. Records show Acosta Maldonado admitted to police that he forcefully put the child in the crib multiple times and shook the baby after he wouldn't stop crying. He is being held without bond at the Mecklenburg County Jail. New video shows the aftermath of a gas line fire that sparked more than 24 hours ago in a Matthews neighborhood. Officials say 2 homes were damaged after an underground 8-inch gas line was accidentally hit during utility work. Crews had just finished surveying the leak area when the gas ignited near Morningwood Drive and Pleasant Plains Road. The rupture caused towering flames that were visible across the area. Thankfully, no injuries were reported. South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson says there will be a speedy effort to retry Alec Murdaugh for the shooting deaths of his wife and son. Yesterday, South Carolina's Supreme Court unanimously voted to overturn Murdaugh's 2023 convictions and life prison sentence. The ruling means prosecutors must present their case all over again. The court's decision centered on the actions of the county clerk assigned to the case, Becky Hill.
And I'm disappointed by it. I respect it. It is my intention to seek a speedy retrial of this case. My hope is to have it teed up for trial prior to January 2027. So hopefully by the end of the calendar year, we will have this case teed up again for another trial.
In yesterday's ruling, justices say Colleton County Clerk Becky Hill tampered with the jury. Murdaugh will remain in prison serving time for other financial crime convictions. With Charlotte City Council withdrawing their support for the I-77 toll lanes, leaders in the county say a new plan for the roadway cannot be rushed. A handful of Mecklenburg County commissioners met this afternoon to hear presentations on alternatives to fixing the traffic-plagued highway. Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber was in the room and has details on what those commissioners want to see going forward.
Commissioners we heard from seemed firm in their position that they want to find a fix for I-77 that doesn't come at the expense of nearby residents. They also want to bring in an independent firm to make it clear that any project that moves forward will have adequate public buy-in.
That can truly bring forward alternatives that will address our congestion problems and deal with the hundreds of thousands, millions of people traveling through.
As we talk about these financial implications, that we center every implication that we're talking about, we center it with people and based on people, not based on just financial implications.
During a meeting Thursday afternoon, commissioners heard several pitches for the future of I-77, including lowering the road and building over it to connect neighborhoods west and south of Uptown to the center of Charlotte. City Council also had a meeting to discuss the future of the roadway on Thursday afternoon, but that meeting was canceled. A regional transportation board is set to meet next week, and if there are enough votes, they too could vote to rescind their support for the state's I-77 widening plan. Reporting in Uptown, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
The Lancaster County Council is rejecting plans to build a mosque in Indian land, but members say the decision has nothing to do with religion. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell caught up with a neighbor who says he's glad leaders put a stop to the project.
Wilfredo Rivera says traffic on Harrisburg Road in Indian land is bad enough already.
Between 3 o'clock in the afternoon until 6 o'clock in the afternoon, forget it. You're not going anywhere.
Rivera says more and more drivers use the two-lane road as another option to cut from Pineville to Ballantyne.
It is just a nightmare.
And Rivera tells us when he and his wife learned that there were plans to build a 3,000 square foot mosque right next door, they put their house up for sale almost immediately.
The prices on the houses started going down, so it's harder to sell a house.
According to land records, the 5-acre property was purchased in January by Waxland Investments, an LLC owned by Arafat Muhammad, who filed a permit with Lancaster County to demolish this home and build a mosque with 28 parking spots in what's zoned as a low-density residential area.
Because of its standing assembly, we're saying 100 people with only 28 cars, which is again a very light assembly.
At the Lancaster County Council meeting on Monday, members heard from those both for and against the project.
For many of us, this is a place of worship and a place of peace, reflection, and learning.
Islam is not a religion, it's a takeover.
The individuals who will use the center are already part of this county. We live here, we work here, our children go to school here.
We do not want Sharia law in this area.
After more than 2 hours of public comment,
All those in favor of the motion, please raise your right hand.
Council voted unanimously to deny the permit, with members emphasizing their votes had nothing to do with religion, but all about location.
My concern is more to do what this looks like 3 years from now, and adding a place of assembly and this location and this road at this time is not something I can support.
Meanwhile, Mr. Rivera tells us he still plans to sell his house either way.
Neighbors are very, very nice. I won't miss the traffic at all.
In Indian Land, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Beautiful weather out there today, enjoying the sunshine. Comfortable temperatures for now. A little cool up there, really kind of frankly chilly up there in the mountains of Boone and up through Jefferson. They've got 40s and 50s, but we've got warmer temperatures there on the way. Hotter temperatures over the Charlotte area and Piedmont. Pinpoint weather forecast is next.
A warning to President Trump, what Chinese President Xi Jinping says could happen if the U.S. supports Taiwan. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. President Trump is getting a warning from China's leader over U.S. support for Taiwan. The first day of high-stakes talks between the two presidents in Beijing are hinging on the breakaway island. Raquel Martin reports on the Trump administration's response.
President Trump described the first round of talks as extremely positive and productive. Despite Xi's warnings on Taiwan, both leaders struck an optimistic tone on the first day of the two-day summit. President Xi and President Trump shared a congenial moment at Thursday's state dinner in Beijing.
Great honor. It was a fantastic day.
At face value, the flattery signals two global superpowers eager to find common ground.
The people of China and the United States are both great people.
But before dining, the real jockeying for economic and geopolitical dominance emerged. The two leaders spent more than 2 hours discussing major issues like trade and technology, the Middle East, and Taiwan. Notably, Xi warned U.S. military support of the island could lead to conflict. The comments quickly set off alarm bells back in Washington.
Taiwan is very important to China. Taiwan is also very important to the United States.
Republican Congressman Jeff Crank says the U.S. must protect Taiwan's sovereignty. The island produces a massive share of the world's semiconductors, critical to both the U.S. and global economy.
We need to stand firm in our defense, U.S. defense of Taiwan.
Last year, President Trump approved an $11 billion military aid package to Taiwan, but Democrats are skeptical the president will maintain the long-standing alliance as he presses China to stop the flow of fentanyl, open its markets to U.S. companies, and purchase more American goods.
If she outnegotiates Trump, there'll be only one person to blame: Donald Trump.
As gas prices soar here at home, impacting the president's approval rating, right now the White House is pressing China to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz. So far, China has not signaled plans to intervene. For now in Washington, Raquel Martin, back to you.
South Carolina Representative Nancy Mace says Governor Henry McMaster is expected to call a special session tonight after this legislative session ends. Mace and other lawmakers are urging the governor to act after the Senate rejected a sine-die resolution on Tuesday. The measure would have allowed lawmakers to return to the State House to redraw the congressional map. Governor McMaster has already said he would not call for a special session, but his office says he still wants lawmakers to complete the work. You're looking live at Uptown right now from our Arlington camera. It has been just another beautiful day in the Carolinas. 73 degrees out there right now. Picture perfect day. Kind of one of those Chamber of Commerce days.
It is.
It's not going to be in a couple of days. We are heating up. It is going to get really hot, as we know it does here in the summer from the Carolinas. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane joins me now. The real thing we'd love to see is a big heavy rainfall on the radar. It just doesn't look like it's really coming up in the forecast, is it?
Not anytime soon. There's some signs that we're going to transition over to maybe a little more of an unsettled pattern by about a week from now. Yeah, where we get some more shower and storm chances. But until then, well, don't count too much on it. We may have a few pop-up showers and storms maybe getting going up in the higher elevations in the mountains over the next few days at some point, and I'll show you that coming up here in that mountain forecast. But otherwise, we're going to stick with this mostly dry stretch and eventually hotter stretch, as Morgan mentioned. Yeah, those high temperatures getting up around 90 by the end of the weekend. 74 though only today, so soaking up the sunshine and the comfortable feeling air mass while it's still in place. 80 is now our average high this time of the year, so that number's creeping up. 55 cool degrees for a low this morning. It will be cooler than that come tomorrow morning. Speaking of cool, it's kind of chilly up there in the mountains today. Only 46. Ashe County around Jefferson. We've got 52 in Boone and down through Avery County. Meanwhile, you head just down the mountain and we jump into the upper 60s around Morganton, Lenoir, Hickory, Taylorsville, Statesville, all at about 68 degrees. And you head a little more to the south and east and it gets even warmer at 74 in the Queen City from out of the airport there, and some mid 70s, 75 checking in Lancaster, South Carolina and through Cheraw. But look at all of this building heat back off to the west. It's under this ridge of high pressure, and we will be feeling some of these types of temperatures here. Yes, even when you see the 90s and perhaps even close to 95 in some cases going into early next week. But it continues to be dry, not a drop of rain in sight as we look around on radar in the wake of that weak front that brought areas mainly to the north and west of Charlotte. Some scattered showers late yesterday evening, but now we've got high pressure taking over and keeping things dry and eventually, yes, hotter. Great for getting some ice cream by the end of the weekend and taking a dip in the pool too, just in time, just as many neighborhood pools I know are opening over the next couple of weeks. 78 though for tomorrow, lots of sunshine, so still not feeling the heat tomorrow just yet after that chilly start. 47 in the morning, but then Saturday we jump in the mid 80s, about 90 to wrap up the weekend on Sunday with some extra clouds and more humidity, a little more moisture in the air too, so a little more sweaty. That sweat factor is going to be higher. And if you want to take a dip in the water out there on one of the area lakes, well, water temperature these days is now up to about 70. Don't forget that sunscreen. UV index is high to very high. All that sunshine out there. We'll have a south wind on the water here over the next few days, about 5 to 18 miles per hour, with those temperatures jumping into the 80s. So like I was telling Morgan, and rain outlook as we fast forward into later next week and heading into next weekend, Memorial Day holiday weekend, we do have, along with that heat, some slightly better chances of seeing actually some above normal rainfall conditions across a good part of the southeast, but still, at least over the next 7 days, those rainfall accumulation numbers not too impressive. Only maybe a few hundredths to a tenth or so of an inch. We could pick up on some of those higher amounts up toward the mountains with a slightly better chance of seeing some of those isolated showers and storms once we get the extra lift up the mountain and up that way. We can see that on Sunday too, maybe an isolated shower popping up, slightly better chance of a few late day storms on Tuesday. And temperatures after this cool one you're feeling up there today, 71 tomorrow, upper 70s, close to 80 will be the theme through at least early next week. But tonight we are cooling down again, dropping to about 39 up in the mountains of Boone to start the day. So you may have to grab the sweatshirt, longer sleeves to start, but you can probably peel off the jacket tomorrow afternoon with that high reaching 78 degrees, 80s to lower 90s right on through most of next week, with hopefully that slightly better chance of showers and storms by 7 days from now.
Sounds good. Thanks, Tara. Improving pay for Mecklenburg County employees to reflect the area's growth. What's in the county's manager's proposed budget as new data reveals just how much the Charlotte Metro is growing. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. Mecklenburg County's manager wants to give county employees a raise. Mike Bryant presented his recommendation budget for next year to county commissioners this morning. The $2.6 billion proposal includes $2.5 million to increase the minimum wage for full-time county employees. That would increase the minimum wage from $20 to $25. Bryant also wants to prioritize funds toward Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, CPCC, and the new Main Charlotte Library.
We cannot talk about enhancing or strengthening our quality of life efforts without major investments in local education. Education remains a key cornerstone for the quality of life ecosystem we're building. It is the engine for opportunity. The county cannot afford to divest from our local school system.
For a full breakdown of the proposed budget, head to our website, qcnews.com. Newly released data shows Charlotte is one of the top growing cities in America. According to data from the 2025 census, the Queen City is ranked number 5 for top growth in metro areas. It came after Houston, Dallas, Atlanta, and Phoenix. But census data also shows no other U.S. city added more people in the past year than Charlotte. And every county in the metro area has shown growth outside of Anson County. Mecklenburg County itself was ranked 7th among all counties in the country. The population now stands at more than 964,000, according to Census Bureau estimates released today. Highlighting mental health. That's what one North Carolina-based nonprofit is doing for first responders. The Pierce Foundation hosted its first South Carolina event yesterday. Officials say the Mental Wellness Symposium is aimed at giving the workers resources and space to focus on their own struggles. The CDC reports first responders are more likely to die by suicide than any other line of work. Foundation leaders say they want to hold many more of these events. If you or someone you know needs help, you can call the 988 hotline. Only on Queen City News Plus, Chief Legal Analysts Khalif Rhodes and Brian Blakely dig into the big legal topics. One of the subjects of this week's discussion is a new lawsuit accusing someone within NASCAR of stealing trade secrets.
Well, what happens then? What's the penalty?
If they can point